Xiao He was currently in a state of trepidation, for he was soon to attend to the ailing lotus concubine, the most favored lady of the harem aside from the Empress. Each time she experienced abdominal discomfort, she summoned the imperial physicians to take her pulse, and thus far, 3 had met untimely ends. The physicians of the Imperial Medical Institute, upon hearing any news from the palace, had taken sick leave a day in advance to recuperate at home. Only Xiao He, a newcomer devoid of connections and resources, remained standing in this precarious situation. What was he to do? Regardless of the circumstances, once he entered the harem, it seemed likely that his fate would be grim. Had he truly come to this world only 10 days ago, only to face such dire prospects? 10 days prior, Xiao He had arrived in this realm following an untimely demise from overwork in the previous world. According to the memories of his former self, this was a world of celestial martial arts, where individuals possessing sufficient power could overturn the mightiest of nobles or even reshape mountains and seas. However, upon his transmigration, he had failed to activate any extraordinary abilities and had nearly perished from exhaustion at the Imperial Medical Institute. Though he was a physician, his daily routine consisted of 15-hour workdays, 2 meager meals, and insufficient rest. At this rate, he feared he might succumb to a sudden death and return to the Blue Star within a year. Xiao physician, you must set off quickly. Delaying any longer may worsen the Lotus concubine's condition, and you would bear significant responsibility for that, urged Xiao Hong, a confidant of the Lotus concubine. She had been by the concubine's side since her entry into the palace. Although a maid, her status was considerably elevated compared to others, and she exuded an aura that suggested she had undergone martial training. Yes, I shall fetch the medicine box. Xiao He wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. Then, with the medicine box slung over his back, lowered his head and followed closely behind Xiao Hong as they made their way to the harem. Halfway there, Xiao He could not restrain his curiosity any longer. May I inquire what symptoms the Lotus concubine exhibited prior to her ailment? Without turning her head, Xiao Hong replied. 10 days prior, His Majesty was with her, after which she began to experience a loss of appetite and bouts of nausea. Today, the symptoms have recurred. Oh, could it be that she has suffered from some form of food poisoning? Xiao He speculated internally. That is highly improbable. The palace's food is subject to stringent surveillance. Understood. Taking a deep breath, Xiao He tentatively asked, could it be that the Lotus concubine is with child? Xiao Hong halted in her tracks. Such talk should not be uttered lightly. Since His Majesty's encounter with a mystical affliction, he is not father-child, although he has not explicitly stated it. The harem has speculated that he has lost his fertility. You must be cautious with your words. This revelation left Xiao He in a state of confusion. The emperor lacked the ability to procreate? What then was the fate of the Lotus concubine, and how had the previous physicians met their demise? With a mix of uncertainty and trepidation, he stumbled into the harem, where the fragrant blossoms and exquisite gardens held no allure for him. His mind was consumed with thoughts of how to navigate this perilous situation. Xiao physician, we have arrived. Please enter. Xiao Hong announced as they reached the entrance of the Qingwan Palace, where several eunuchs stood guard. As Xiao He gazed upon the grand edifice of the Qingwan Palace, he was met with a scent distinctly feminine wafting toward him even before he crossed the threshold. Swallowing hard and suppressing the tension within, Xiao He entered, carrying his medical kit. The room was spacious, adorned not only with tables and chairs in the hall, but also with numerous rare treasures. Following Xiao Hong, he ventured into the inner chamber, entering a pink boudoir to his left. At its center stood a round bed, shrouded in translucent curtains that obscured the alluring figure lying upon it. Although the colors and features remained indistinct, the alluring contours sparked boundless imagination. At this moment, the Lotus concubine lay on her side, her right leg draped over her left, propping her head up with her delicate left hand. Her slender waist and prominent curves resembled a graceful statue. Xiao He dared not gaze too long, hastily averting his eyes and lamenting the emperor's indulgences, albeit regrettably. She was barren. Your Highness, physician, Xiao has arrived. Xiao Hong whispered softly. The Lotus concubine responded, her voice resonant and magnetic, imbued with an air of authority. She extended her fair, jade-like arm from behind the gauzy curtain. Physician Xiao, I have been feeling nauseous and dizzy these past few days. The previous physicians claimed it was a gastric ailment, but am I not aware of my own condition? Those physicians spoke falsely, and, in my wrath, I had them executed. You must take my pulse diligently. In response to your highness, I shall conduct a thorough examination and speak no falsehoods. Xiao He felt a heaviness in his heart as he gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Xiao Hong produced a thin veil to place beneath the lotus concubine's arm, preventing their skin from touching. Feigning expertise, Xiao He placed his hand upon her arm, though he possessed no medical knowledge and could only feign attentiveness to buy time. The lotus concubine, seemingly impatient, shifted slightly forward, her posture suggesting she was leaning over the bed. Physician Xiao, what affliction do I suffer? Before Xiao He could articulate a response, an inexplicable menace enveloped him. He mused inwardly that to suggest anything other than pregnancy would lead to his demise. Yet to claim she was with child would spell his end 3 months hence, should she bear no offspring. The motive behind the lotus concubine's pretense of pregnancy remained a mystery. As he wrestled with his anxiety and uncertainty, options appeared before him, visible only to him. 1. Speak the truth. The lotus concubine suffers from a gastric ailment due to her own poor choices in diet, earning the elixir of spirit grass and body refining pills. Warning: high probability of immediate death. 2. Inform the lotus concubine that she is pregnant, earning 1 body refining pill and minor success in the Longu fist. Warning: potential exposure in 3 months, resulting in a gruesome demise. Note: rewards will be deposited into the system space for the host to retrieve. Physician Xiao, what troubles you? Have you lost your voice? The lotus concubine inquired again, her tone growing increasingly sinister, imbued with the cold indifference of one accustomed to power. Leaving Xiao He shivering. Congratulations, lotus concubine, you are with child, carrying the dragon's seed. Impertinent fool, how dare you speak such nonsense? Xiao Hong, brandishing a sword, confronted Xiao He fiercely, yet the threat lacked genuine malice. Physician Xiao, the emperor has not sired a child in 10 years. Do not utter such folly, or you shall face annihilation. The lotus concubine cautioned. Xiao He, your majesty, it is indeed a sign of pregnancy. This cannot be feigned. The emperor has not fathered a son in 10 years, which signifies little. However, now that you are with child, it truly indicates that there is genuine love between you and the emperor. Behind the bed, the beautiful consort Lien chuckled heartily. Bestow a reward upon Xiao, the revered physician. He deserves ample recognition. Indeed, Xiao Hong, when you leave, please close the door and inform Eunuch One of my pregnancy. Yes, your majesty. Xiao Hong nodded, and soon after, the sound of the grand door of Qingwan Palace closing echoed in the air. This Eunuch One, as Xiao He had heard, was the emperor's personal attendant. To inform him would be akin to informing the emperor himself. Thus Consort Lien was indeed courting her own demise. Just as Xiao He was about to rise, unexpectedly, Consort Lien voluntarily drew back the bed curtains. Her fair, delicate arms and slender legs were veiled by a sheer fabric. Her hair cascaded over her chest, concealing her exquisite treasures. Her beautiful, refined face bore a playful smile as she gazed at Xiao He. He felt as though he had glimpsed the divine light and was immediately startled, turning away. Xiao, the esteemed physician, it appears you are rather handsome after all. Turn around. Let me have a proper look at you. Xiao He, I dare not, your majesty. Your precious form is too valuable. I would face capital punishment for merely gazing upon it. What? Am I not to your liking? I dare not. Then turn around, or I shall report to the emperor this very moment, charging you with treason against the throne. With no choice, Xiao He squinted his eyes and turned, striving to avert his gaze from such a provocative sight. Consort Lien arranged herself, sitting upright at the edge of the bed. Esteemed physician Xiao, I must confess, I'm not actually pregnant. However, since you have declared so, what shall I do now? What do you propose regarding this matter? Chapter 2. The minister's disrespect. Xiao He retreated 2 steps, adopting a serious demeanor as he clasped his hands and spoke. Your Highness, I am willing to brave fire and water for you, without hesitation. Whatever you desire, I shall comply. Although he had never resided in the inner palace, he had watched numerous palace intrigue dramas in his previous life. In such circumstances, it was prudent to remain silent and demonstrate goodwill. As long as he made it clear that he was aligned with the beloved consort Lien, he might still have a glimmer of hope. Unexpectedly, he found her quite astute, far more intelligent than the other dullards in the imperial hospital. It was a pity, however, that the emperor was unable to bear children. How then could he hope for a pair of dragon and phoenix twins? Xiao He was at a loss and tentatively inquired. Perhaps we could see if the emperor's condition could be remedied? Consort Lien shook her head. It is impossible. Since the emperor became consumed by his obsession, he has not touched a woman. In my 7 years in the palace, though I have been deeply favored, I have never truly experienced womanhood. Xiao He was bewildered. If the emperor had never consummated their marriage, how could she claim to be pregnant? Wasn't that tantamount to infidelity? Wasn't he at a death sentence? Consort Lien rose gracefully, her delicate silk dress draping over her long, jade-like legs as she approached with a light step. With her alluring red lips and captivating eyes, she gazed at Xiao He. However, just a few days ago, the emperor was inebriated and unaware of his actions. That night, the events unfolded according to my design, and I ensured that the eunuchs outside overheard much commotion. There could be no doubt. Xiao He opened his mouth, astounded, realizing that the women of the inner palace would indeed go to great lengths for power and influence. So, was Consort Lien truly expecting a child? Yes, she affirmed. The emperor is aware of his predicament, but once I am with child, it will be the fate and true love you speak of, will it not? Consort Lien's gaze lingered on Xiao He's handsome face, her affection growing with each glance. In the palace, each day was spent in the company of eunuchs or the aging emperor. The previous physicians had all been gray-haired and dull-witted. But Xiao He was not only handsome, but also intelligent, making him increasingly appealing to her. Xiao He found himself in a quandary, struggling to recall the scenes from palace dramas he had watched regarding feigned pregnancies. Should he perhaps feign a miscarriage 3 months hence? But no, what he sought was power. Only by truly giving birth to a prince could he secure his position. Otherwise, everything would be as ephemeral as flowers reflected in water. Consort Lien stepped closer, a slight smile gracing her lips as she raised her delicate hand, attempting to touch Xiao He. Instinctively, he stepped back. Your Highness, should I take my leave? She laughed softly. Have you never tasted the pleasures of a woman? This question made Xiao He's cheeks flush. A veteran of 2 lifetimes, he felt a hint of embarrassment. It seems I have struck a chord with you, she continued. From the moment you entered, I had my eye on you, handsome and youthful with a silver tongue. Why waste such qualities on that decrepit emperor when you could grace a young and charming gentleman like yourself? With a graceful step, Consort Lien drew nearer to Xiao He, the fragrance of her presence intoxicating, her alabaster neck glimmering tantalizingly, causing him to instinctively shut his eyes in shock. What, do you find me unappealing? Your Highness, I beseech you, spare me. We have already committed a crime worthy of execution. If I remain silent, and you do likewise, who would know? Dr. Xiao, within this imperial palace, there is no one more suitable than you to help me conceive. The noble consort Lien, with breath as fragrant as orchids, whispered warmly into Xiao He's ear. He longed to flee, but dared not. It must be said, Consort Lien was indeed alluring. Had she not been the emperor's consort, Xiao He would have succumbed long ago. Observing Xiao He's silence and his tightly shut eyes, Consort Lien drew closer. Dr. Xiao, from the moment I first laid eyes on you, I was captivated. If not, why would I debase myself to approach you? Do you truly believe I am a wanton woman? I would not dare to think so. I believe your Highness has your reasons, Xiao He replied, struggling internally, fearing he might lose control. The consequences of such an act would be dire. If discovered, he wouldn't survive even 3 days, let alone 3 months. Suddenly, Consort Lien's tones softened from one of severity to one of gentle pleading. Since you understand my predicament, why do you not assist me in easing my troubles? If I were not a royal consort, would you find me appealing? Xiao He was taken aback by the unexpected turn towards love. Was this a ploy of seduction? They had only just met. They were not star-crossed lovers clandestinely meeting in the palace. Dr. Xiao, why you keep your eyes closed? If you were to gaze upon me, I refuse to believe your eyes would be devoid of desire. Gritting his teeth, Xiao He opened his left eye and found Consort Lien mere inches away. With the slightest movement, her exquisite form would brush against him. Her beauty, flawless features, delicate skin, and proportionate figure left no room for criticism. In another life, not even the finest starlets could compare to such perfection. Is this the realm of celestial warriors? Dr. Xiao, am I beautiful? Indeed. Xiao He nodded instinctively. You must assist me today. Otherwise, you shall not leave this chamber. The alluring gaze of Consort Lien concealed a hint of malice, which Xiao He sensed. With a swift motion, she raised her long, silken leg, bare of shoes, and playfully kicked Xiao He twice on his rear. He inhaled deeply, refraining from resistance, allowing Consort Lien to toy with him. At that moment, a system option was triggered. 1. Decisively refuse, gain the profound art of Xianyang, 10 years of cultivation, with a high probability of immediate execution. 2. Agree to the consort, gain the pure Yang sacred body, the true art of Xuanwu, 10 years of cultivation, with a strong possibility of being discovered and facing a gruesome fate. Was there even a choice? Xiao He resolutely selected option 2. Consort Lien, I implore you to forgive my earlier disrespect. Half an hour later, Xiao He sat up from the bed, still unkempt. A pair of delicate hands embraced him. Though he had already experienced the softness of the consort, his heart raced anew. Consort Lien whispered, My dear little lover, I am now yours. You must treat me well. Your Highness, I merely wish to assist you and would not dare to claim your heart. Xiao He remained cautious. For these were the concubines of the imperial harem. Who could fathom their innermost thoughts? Although he had gained access to her physical form, should she harbor intentions of harm, it could transpire in the blink of an eye. See the crimson stains upon the bed? Is this not evidence enough? Lady Lien, the favored consort, lamented while gesturing toward the bed. I understand, yet there exists a distinction between sovereign and subject. I dare not overstep my bounds. I shall remain a humble servant henceforth. Lady Lien, somewhat irked, rose from her seat. Before our intimate encounter, I too held such views, but after our recent closeness, my perspective has shifted. In any case, you must visit me frequently in the future. But as the imperial physician, frequent visits may raise suspicions. Xiao He felt a sense of foreboding. The audacity of these women was indeed remarkable. Fear not. I shall inform His Majesty that you are my designated physician. Just then, a loud voice echoed from outside the door. The Emperor has arrived. Xiao He sprang to his feet, hurriedly donning his garments and standing respectfully to the side. Chapter 3. A frantic elevation. The noble consort Lien remained remarkably composed as she discreetly tucked away the bed linens, marked by the traces of their encounter, rendering them unseen. Subsequently, she produced an array of fragrances to dispel the peculiar scent lingering in the room, and the evidence of their meeting dissipated like mist. With the curtains drawn and the quilt pulled up, she transformed once more into the elegant and enigmatic consort Lien. Just then, the door swung open, and a blinding light flooded the room as Emperor Li Chunxian of the Great Qian stepped into the chamber, enveloped in a golden glow. Xiao He felt an overwhelming tide of oppressive force that he could not resist wash over him. Your Majesty! Xiao He hastily knelt and bowed his head. As Li Chunxian entered the room, the light receded, revealing a stern visage, one that bore the marks of age, perhaps in his 50s. Rise, commanded the Emperor. Thank you. Your Majesty. Xiao He responded as he stood, continuing, Your Majesty, the consort is in good health. It is merely the early stages of her pregnancy that have caused her discomfort. Is that truly the case? Li Chenchuan's eyes narrowed slightly, an invisible pressure bearing down on Xiao He. Indeed, Your Majesty, Xiao He asserted earnestly. My family, the Xiao clan, has served the Great Qian for 3 generations. I would never speak falsely. However, you have been in the palace for less than a month. I merely inquired. Lift your head, Li Chunxian instructed, tempering his demeanor. Xiao He, maintaining his vigilance, raised his gaze to meet the Emperor's, holding a steady expression. You possess striking features, far surpassing your father's. Your looks, I dare say, are even more dashing than mine in my youth. Receiving the Emperor's praise, Xiao He felt a surge of trepidation. Your Majesty's magnificence is unparalleled. How could a mere commoner like myself compare? Li Qinshian laughed heartily, then took a seat by the bedside. Your Majesty, I am unwell and unable to pay my respects. I beg your understanding, came the gentle voice of Consort Lien from behind the curtains. My beloved, rest well. Who would have thought that after 10 years without a new heir, you would be the one to conceive? Li Qinshian remarked, a radiant smile gracing his lips, leaving Xiao He in a state of bewilderment. Does the emperor not question his own capabilities? Has he been so intoxicated as to be easily deceived? Perhaps he fell asleep without even removing his garments. Is your affection that has led to our offspring? Yet I require medicinal care. Certain foods have made me feel quite nauseous. Oh, medicinal care, Li Qinshian mused, casting a glance at Xiao He, who stood nearby, his handsome countenance stirring a hint of unease within the emperor. However, Consort Lien interjected, Your Majesty, I find that physician Zhao's skills are commendable. Let him assist me in managing my pregnancy. Li Qinshian hesitated momentarily, but ultimately acquiesced. As the sovereign of a nation, could he truly be apprehensive about a physician? Furthermore, with so many eyes and ears within the palace, who would dare overstep their bounds? He turned to Xiao He, addressing him with gravity, Physician Xiao, your family has served the imperial house for 3 generations. Now that you have gained the favor of the consort, you must attend to your duties diligently and without carelessness. Xiao He clasped his hands respectfully, responding, Your Majesty, I shall fulfill my responsibilities with utmost dedication. I will not disappoint you. Very well. I have pressing matters to attend to. I shall not disturb my beloved's rest any further. Li Qingshuan departed in haste, not forgetting to offer a few final instructions to Xiao He. Once the emperor had left, only Consort Lien and Xiao He remained in the room, while Xiao Hong, sensing the atmosphere, discreetly stepped outside. Your Highness, I take my leave. Xiao He wished to return home early to savor the rewards of the system. Hold on. The lotus concubine drew back the bed curtains and approached barefoot, lifting Xiao He's chin with a single hand. Your Highness, the emperor has only just departed. It would be inappropriate for us to act thus. The most perilous places are often the safest. I fear that if I miss this opportunity, you shall not leave. Your Highness, is it not inappropriate to speak in such a manner? Are we not courting danger? Upon hearing this, the lotus concubine's mind began to conjure a vivid scene. Just moments ago, you had given me a taste of the joys of womanhood, yet it was insufficient. You must keep your promise. However, Your Highness, one cannot wander by the river without getting one's shoes wet. You simply do not wish to accompany me as my little lover. I assure you, I shall not mistreat you. The lotus concubine leaned back against Xiao He, their fingers intertwined. Observing her flushed cheeks and the palpable surge of hormones, Xiao He realized that this woman had indeed tasted sweetness and, under certain circumstances, had genuinely developed feelings for him. Casting a glance towards the entrance, he thought, since it has come to this, why not relish the moment? Your Highness, I beg your pardon. At his words, a triumphant smile graced the lotus concubine's lips. When Xiao He returned to the dormitory of the Imperial Medicine Institute, his legs felt weak, and he lost count of how many times this had happened. A man who had lived 2 lives and remained a virgin was indeed a terrifying notion. Coupled with the fact that the lotus concubine had endured 7 years of widowhood in the palace, it was a combustible mix. Pushing open his door, Xiao He lay on his bed for a while, then rose to pour himself a glass of water, which he drank in one gulp, feeling considerably relieved. Her menstrual cycle had long passed, 6 times in total. Surely she could conceive. Yet, should a child be born, he would have to be called father, and would I not then become a mere pawn? As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao He felt a flicker of reluctance. Yet all of this hinged on the lotus concubine's ability to conceive. Without that, he feared he would suffer for 3 months, unable to endure either way. Power is power. Xiao He directed his gaze towards the system's space. Dragon Tiger Fist, minor success. Xuanwu True Art, Pure Yang Sacred Body, 1 body tempering pill, 10 years of cultivation. Extract. First, the Pure Yang Sacred Body enveloped him, causing an overwhelming heat to surge within. His dantian felt like a volcano on the verge of eruption, his bones and flesh brimming with vitality. Even without cultivation, he could sense the immense strength of his own blood and energy. Would you like to conceal the aura of the pure, yang, sacred body? Yes. Xiao He's vitality was so abundant that anyone with profound cultivation could discern his unique constitution. To avoid trouble, it was best to keep it hidden. The pure yang sacred body had appeared in history several times. Its vigorous essence and formidable physique rendered its bearers supreme beings. Each one had grown into a remarkable figure. Surely, I now possessed the conditions for sanctification. Moreover, Xiao He felt a surge of joy. The aspects of the pure yang sacred body were indeed invincible, and it offered tremendous benefits to women. Should he encounter the lotus concubine again, she would likely succumb entirely. Following this were the dragon tiger fist, the Xuanwu true art, and 10 years of cultivation. In his mind, the Longhu fist replayed vividly, as if he had practiced it for many years, mastering its techniques with remarkable finesse and possessing a wealth of practical experience, even to the extent of muscle memory. The Xuanwu true art, on the other hand, is a martial discipline that can be cultivated to the extraordinary stage of transcendence. The merits of this technique lie in its prolonged breath, formidable aftereffects, and 9 distinct transformations: the knife, the spear, the sword, the halberd, the staff, the fist, the palm, the leg, and the finger, each imbued with lethal techniques that render one invincible, capable of dispatching even the most formidable opponents in an instant. It embodies the ultimate 10 paths and the most powerful divine powers, such as the unheavened sword tiger technique, which can devour the heavens and pierce the sun with unparalleled ferocity. The realms of mastery are categorized into 9 levels. The first stage is body refinement. The second stage is bone and muscle. The third stage is divine strength. The fourth stage is Dan Qi. The fifth stage is the 5 organs. The sixth stage is foundation establishment. The seventh stage is divine Si. The 8th stage is spiritual connection. And the 9th stage is divine transformation. Beyond the 9th level lies the realm of transcendence, known as the spirit platform. Each of the 9 stages is further divided into 4 minor realms: early, mid, late, and perfection. After a decade of cultivation, Xiao He's aura began to surge dramatically. In a matter of moments, he resembled a master rising, his eyes brimming with vitality, and his physique becoming more robust, with 6-pack abs becoming evident, muscular when undraped and slender when clothed. With a swift motion, Xiao He unleashed a punch, shattering an iron pot 5 meters away in an instant. Astonishingly, he had reached the 6th stage of foundation establishment. Such a rapid advancement in 10 years was unfathomable and could only be attributed to the pure yang sacred body. Xiao He's face radiated excitement. Just as he was about to consume the body refinement pill, a voice called from outside. Xiao Yue, the Empress has summoned you to come forth. Chapter 4. The Queen's Crisis. The Queen seeks me again? Xiao He surmised that it must pertain to the matter of Consort Lian's pregnancy. What a vexing situation. Once one enters the inner palace, tranquility becomes an elusive dream, unless, of course, one meets their demise. Just as Xiao He pondered why the system had yet to present him with options, a flash of blue light appeared before him. 1. Decline the Queen's invitation. Acquire the skill Ghostly Shadow. Note: the Queen will harbor resentment, rendering the inner palace a realm of perpetual unrest, with a survival rate of less than 10%. 2. Accept the Queen's invitation. Obtain the 9th tier magical artifact Heart-Guarding Mirror. Note: upon visiting the Queen, one must be astute and observant. A single misstep may lead to a death sentence. With a survival rate of less than 30%. It seems that regardless of the choice, a visit is inevitable. However, Xiao He soon realized that the system would also provide reminders regarding survival rates. Based on the few options presented thus far, it appears that the system consistently offers survival probabilities following each choice. The timing of its appearance coincides with moments of significant decision-making, yet it lacks any means of communication, rendering it somewhat rigid and uninteresting. One wonders if the system will undergo upgrades in the future. Perhaps it could benefit from additional features. Friendly reminder: with each completed choice, should you survive, the system will accumulate energy, and upon reaching a certain threshold, it will upgrade. Current system version 1.0. It can indeed be upgraded? What is the current progress? 0.07. Such a minuscule figure? It seems that achieving an upgrade will be quite the challenge. Xiao He mused that having made 2 choices thus far, perhaps each contributed a mere 0.35. He dismissed such calculations, resolving to focus on survival and strengthening his abilities. Naturally, the system would evolve in due course. Stepping outside, he encountered a palace maid clad in blue. From her prominent temples and her exquisitely pale hands, it was evident that she was a formidable individual. Such porcelain-like hands suggested she had surpassed the realm of physical training. It remained uncertain whether she had reached the 4th tier of qi cultivation. If this maid possessed such prowess, one could only imagine the strength of the guards, captains, and leaders. Despite his newfound confidence from acquiring power, Xiao He felt it momentarily diminish. The maid scrutinized him as well. Her initially indifferent demeanor softened upon catching sight of Xiao He's handsome visage, her tone becoming noticeably gentler. "Dr. Xiao, please follow me." "Thank you, my lady," Xiao He replied with a warm smile, striving to appear more amiable. As he silently followed the maid into the inner palace, Xiao He yearned to find a water basin to gaze upon his reflection. After all, it had been over 10 days since he last beheld his own face. He had been too preoccupied with his duties. With the admiration he received from every woman he encountered, could it be that he was, indeed, an exceptionally handsome man? Xiao He noticed that the route he took alongside the maid into the inner palace was distinct. They traversed grander gates and passed numerous armored guards. There were even formidable captains whose deep presence exerted a palpable pressure from afar. The queen's residence, Fengkuan Palace, stood in closest proximity to the emperor's Qiantian Palace and ranked as the 3rd tallest structure within the entire imperial city. Upon entering the grand entrance of Fengkuan Palace, Xiao He felt an all-encompassing gaze sweep over him, leaving him uncertain whether it belonged to the queen or another adept scrutinizing his presence. Xiao He lowered his head, hesitant to gaze around, and silently followed the palace maid to the entrance of the palace. "Dr. Xiao, Her Majesty the Queen is waiting for you inside. Please proceed," the maid said with utmost respect. Xiao He nodded and carefully crossed the threshold, stepping into the palace, only to find the main hall vacant. He pondered to himself, could the queen be lying in bed as well? These women of the harem seem to have nothing to do each day. Can't they engage in some exercise? Indeed, a voice came from behind the hall. "Dr. Xiao, come in. I am at the back." Xiao He cautiously made his way to the rear hall, and as expected, it was another grand chamber. However, the bed was obscured by a screen, allowing only a vague view. Unlike the enchanting concubine Lien, the queen was seated upright on a long bench elevated 5 inches from the ground, adorned in a phoenix robe. Flanking her were 4 palace maids, each holding peculiar stones that emanated a milky vapor, forming intricate patterns in the air that enveloped the queen's figure. Xiao He speculated that this was a form of body refinement or a means to enhance cultivation. "Greetings to Her Majesty the Queen." Xiao He bowed respectfully. "Rise," she commanded. "Yes." He lifted his head, and their eyes met. The queen's visage imprinted itself in his mind. Truly, as the Empress of the Qian, her countenance, while not devastatingly beautiful, radiated an aura of maternal grace, aptly described as round and lustrous, embodying peace and prosperity. The Emperor of the Qian indeed had an exquisite eye for a suitable consort. Yet, Xiao He promptly averted his gaze, fearful of being misconstrued. The queen chuckled lightly. "Indeed, you possess a striking appearance. Your father, Xiao Yan, summoned you to the palace before his passing, thus continuing his legacy. However, I wish to assess your medical skills. Your Majesty, medical expertise typically matures with age. I am merely a novice at the Thai hospital, still in the learning phase." "Oh, a mere assistant dares to diagnose concubine Lien as pregnant?" The queen's voice carried a hint of pressure. Xiao He, having prepared for this moment, replied without faltering, in response to Her Majesty. "Diagnosing pregnancy through pulse examination is fundamentally straightforward. As long as one can discern the pulse, it is not a challenging task." "Oh, very well, let me test you." The queen clapped her hands. 2 eunuchs entered, leading a young woman clad in coarse garments. The girl's demeanor was timid, and she glanced around in fear. It was evident she was quite young, perhaps 15 or 16, with bright eyes but a frail frame. Xiao He recognized this as the queen's means of evaluating his medical prowess. Should he fail to discern the ailment afflicting the woman, he would be condemned, and the matter of concubine Lian's pregnancy would unravel, ensuring the queen's position in the harem remained unchallenged. Xiao He truly yearned to possess unparalleled power, wishing to obliterate the imperial palace with a mere gesture. On this day, he found himself entangled in the machinations of two women while lamentably losing his virginity. Such a thought was indeed tragic. This woman, merely a subordinate of mine, was casually procured from outside the palace. She had reached the age of marriage. Pray tell, is she with child or not? Xiao He nodded, affirming, indeed, Your Majesty. He approached and grasped the woman's wrist. Within 5 breaths, he respectfully reported, I must inform Your Majesty that she is not pregnant. The Empress commanded, summon Imperial Physician Zhang and Physician Wang to conduct an examination. Yes. Shortly thereafter, 2 elderly men approached. Xiao He, taken aback, inquired, did you not both take leave due to ill health? Physician Zhang chuckled, the affairs of the palace are pressing. I have come to serve the court. Physician Wang, seemingly disinclined towards Xiao He, examined the woman's right wrist independently. After 10 breaths, he proclaimed, I must report to Your Majesty that this woman is indeed with child. Physician Zhang concurred, indeed, she is pregnant. Young Master Xiao, it appears you need further practice in pulse diagnosis. I fear you may have erred regarding concubine Lian. The Empress, with a light laugh, remarked, it seems that Physician Zhao's medical skills are lacking. If you cannot discern whether a woman is pregnant, there is truly no need for you to remain in the Imperial Medical Office. From this day forth, you may depart the Great Qian Imperial Palace, and I shall not hold you accountable. Upon hearing that he was to be expelled from the palace, Xiao He protested vehemently. Surely, he would not survive a mere day outside, as he was all too aware of the perils that awaited him in this vast realm. He retorted, Your Majesty, this woman is undoubtedly not pregnant. I would stake my name on it. Nonsense. The elder rebuked. I clearly felt her pulse. Physician Zhang, what say you? I agree. Physician Xiao, this woman presents a favorable pulse, and neither of us is deceiving you. If you doubt, you may summon other physicians to ascertain the truth. The Empress rose, her gaze fixed sternly upon Xiao He. What further defense do you have to offer? Xiao He remarked, for this lady is indeed a maiden. At this pronouncement, the young woman displayed a hint of surprise, her eyes shimmering with an unseen brilliance. Dr. Zhang and Wang exchanged glances and then vociferously rebuked him. Nonsense, Dr. Xiao. I have practiced medicine for 50 years. Could I possibly misjudge a woman's condition? Such absurdity is laughable. Do you think yourself someone of importance? Are you suggesting a pregnant woman could be a virgin, as if the child were somehow inserted by your own mouth? The queen, unfazed, calmly inquired, you claim she is a maiden. What is your reasoning? Xiao He patiently addressed the young lady. My dear, I am a gynecologist. Examining you is akin to inspecting pork. Please, bring me a chair. Upon hearing that an examination was imminent, the young woman hurriedly waved her hands. No, no. The queen's expression darkened. Let us find another approach. Otherwise, I shall consider your words mere folly. Dr. Zhang muttered quietly. A checkup wouldn't be unreasonable. Silence. The queen seemed irked. Observing her displeasure, Xiao He hastily added, the essence of a woman who has experienced life differs from that of a maiden. The fragrance of a virgin is distinctive. Moreover, when I touched this lady, she exhibited great shyness, indicating she has had little contact with men, perhaps even this being her first encounter. Though her pulse suggests pregnancy, such readings can be misleading and should not be taken at face value. Xiao He thought to himself, fortunate that he possessed a pure yang constitution, granting him a unique sensitivity to women's conditions. In that fleeting moment of contact, he sensed the woman's essence was abundant, and within him, the pure yang energy surged with an impulsive vigor. As for her being pregnant, that was utterly fabricated. Just as the 2 physicians were about to retort, the beggar-like woman touched her forehead with a finger. Alas, Your Majesty, this lad indeed possesses remarkable skills. He is seen through my ruse. The beggar woman let down her disheveled hair, and with a swift turn, transformed into a delicate young lady with long hair, pure and charming, vibrant and lively. However, as she looked at Xiao He, her cheeks flushed, clearly anxious about revealing herself so soon. "Your Majesty, is this not Princess Taining?" exclaimed Dr. Zhang, taken aback. Simultaneously, a weight settled in their hearts. Had Xiao He outshone them in this instance? The queen waved her hand dismissively. "It is no fault of yours that you did not recognize her. Nevertheless, Dr. Zhao's medical skills truly surpass yours." The two doctors bowed their heads in silence, pondering their thoughts. Though the sequence of events was manifestly clear, it was an obvious scheme aimed at Xiao He. They had not anticipated that he would unravel it. "Dr. Xiao, you indeed possess certain talents. Is it true that concubine Lien is truly with child?" The queen, still unconvinced, pressed for clarification. "Absolutely, it is indeed true. I would not dare to speak untruths." Xiao He mused inwardly. Perhaps the sixth time would be the charm. Princess Taining, hands on her hips, stood before Xiao He and interrupted the queen's inquiry. "You say I have a fragrance? Yet I cannot detect it." Upon hearing this, Dr. Zhang could not resist inhaling deeply a few times, but found nothing at all. "Ah, for the princess is naturally exquisite, and I, with my keen sense of perception, can certainly discern what an old man cannot," Xiao He declared with solemnity. Zhang, the imperial physician, and the other exchanged a cold snort, questioning whether they were indeed abnormal. Upon hearing such flattery, Princess Taining's cheeks flushed. "I cannot believe it. There are numerous beautiful women within the palace. What am I in comparison? Nay, you are the most beautiful maiden of Deqian that I have ever encountered," Xiao He replied earnestly, determined to lavish praise upon this princess. Just her unrestrained demeanor before the Empress reveals her extraordinary status. "Yet, the Empress is far more beautiful than I. Surely you do not speak such falsehoods?" 1. Affirming Tai Ning's assertion, "You indeed surpass the Empress in beauty, receiving a longevity elixir. Beware, however, for the Empress may harbor resentment, seeking revenge with merciless tortures." 2. Denying, claiming the Empress's beauty exceeds hers, thus receiving 3 doses of Tai Ching powder. Be warned, for Princess Tai Ning will hold a grudge, subjecting you to inhumane treatment in the days to come. No, option 3. Neither of these choices is favorable. 3. Employing eloquence to diffuse this crisis. Gaining 10 years of cultivation experience, which can be allocated at will. Be cautious, for your life hangs in the balance. Falter, and you may not survive the day. Xiao He cleared his throat and clasped his fists, stating, "The beauty of the Empress commands surrender, a beauty that arises from within. This is what the Empress ought to cherish, rather than dwell solely on her outward appearance. Moreover, as the sovereign of the harem, the first lady of Deqian, why not grant precedence in beauty to the youth? Of course, should Princess Tai Ning encounter the youthful Empress, it would be as if 2 phoenixes soared together. Alas, they exist in different eras, rendering any comparison moot, and thus my sentiments differ." Xiao He's words elicited an involuntary chuckle from the Empress, while Princess Tai Ning could not suppress a smile. The 2 imperial physicians silently cursed the boy, astonished at his eloquence and flattery. The Empress sighed, "Yet regardless of beauty, it cannot withstand the ravages of time. Otherwise, why does His Majesty not visit Feng Kuan Palace daily, but instead frequent Qingwan Palace? As an elder sister, I am well aware I cannot compare to Princess Tai Ning." Seeing this, Xiao He quickly interjected, "Your Majesty, you are far too modest. If there were palaces in the moonlight, only you would be worthy to reside therein. Yet even the celestial abodes cannot contain your grandeur. You." The Empress gazed upon Xiao He's handsome visage, her eyes shimmering with an unusual light. For the first time, she had received such compliments. Her lips curled into a sweet smile, for those words were mere flattery. They were pleasing to the ear and warmed her heart. After years of marriage to the Emperor of Deqian, she had never experienced the tenderness a woman deserves, her days consumed by intrigue and the monotony of life. Aside from cultivation, it was a relentless cycle. Had it not been for the familial alliance, she would have long since departed this wretched place. Zhang, the imperial physician, "You two may withdraw for now." The Empress waved her hand. "Understood." Zhang, the imperial physician, and Wang, the imperial physician, exchanged glances, both sensing the unease in each other's eyes. As they exited the Funkoan palace, the physician Zhang vented his displeasure, exclaiming, "How can this pretty boy articulate so well? If I possessed even half of his eloquence, no woman would be beyond my reach." "Hush, speak quietly. The Empress likely intends to utilize him against concubine Lien." Who is the Empress, after all? Setting aside her inherent prowess, her lineage and status would never allow her to be easily swayed by a mere pretty face. We shall observe the situation. Should this Xiao He cause us to fall from the Empress's favor, we shall not hesitate to act with ruthless determination. His father perished due to his reckless words, having offended some influential figures. "Xiao Yu physician, stay. I wish to converse with you." The Empress intercepted the escaping Xiao He. "Tai Ning, you too shall leave. I have significant matters to discuss with Xiao Yu physician." "Oh, I don't want to go. This is quite entertaining." Princess Tai Ning protested stubbornly, her large eyes fixed on Xiao He. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her. "Then how about this, Your Majesty? Since this physician is quite clever, once you are finished with him, you could send him to me, yes? That is out of the question. Xiao Yu physician is not a eunuch to be dispatched at will, and you, as a princess, should not be trifling with a physician. Such behavior is utterly improper." The Empress replied sternly, "I don't care. If you do not agree, I shall not leave." Princess Tai Ning crossed her arms defiantly, pouting. "All right, I concede. Very well. I shall have Mei and Lan escort him to you shortly." Upon receiving the Empress's consent, Princess Tai Ning departed in high spirits, playfully winking at Xiao He as she exited. The Empress subsequently instructed her trusted maidens, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, to withdraw as well, leaving Xiao He in a state of bewilderment. Goodness, could it be that the Empress harbors intentions towards me? I am merely a physician, not a paragon of beauty like Li Xuanhuan. Surely it cannot be so. Xiao He internally lamented. Chapter 6, Your Majesty. I dare not, Xiao. He secretly pondered whether his earlier sweet words had indeed touched the heart of this woman. The Empress circled around Physician Xiao, commanding, "Sit, Physician Xiao." "Thank you, Your Majesty," he replied. Noticing the awkward expression on Xiao He's face, the Empress couldn't help but chuckle. "What is this? You were just showering me with sweet nothings, and now you've fallen silent? Were your earlier words mere flattery?" Xiao He, in a state of panic, replied, "I would never dare, Your Majesty. My words were sincere." "Very well, I shan't tease you further. Your silver tongue is quite disarming. I fear I might truly be charmed by you." The Empress returned to her seat and suddenly remarked, "The news of concubine Lien's pregnancy must surely be false. If she were truly with child, it would undoubtedly be sired by another man." Xiao He refrained from responding, pondering whether the Empress believed in his innocence or was convinced of the Emperor's impotence. However, it seemed likely that she held the belief that concubine Lien had taken a lover. "Xiao He, I shall grant you my trust this once. Help me uncover the identity of the man by concubine Lien's side. Should you succeed, do not think that a mere position in the Imperial Medical Bureau is all I can offer. A post of third rank in the court could very well be within your reach. You must understand, the higher your rank, the greater your access to cultivation resources. In this world where strength reigns supreme, with power and resources, your skills will inevitably flourish." Xiao He dared not refuse, yet he hesitated to agree outright, uncertain if the Empress was still testing him. At that moment, the system presented him with two choices. 1. Refuse, gain reward. Increase physical strength by 1%. Note, refusing the Empress may result in an assassination attempt within 3 days, survival rate, 1%. 2. Agree, gain reward. Lifespan extended by 30 years. Mastery of the dragon elephant suppressing prison technique. Note, agreeing to the Empress will result in continuous summons, and your future life will be perilously akin to walking a tightrope. With no third option available, it seemed he had no choice but to select the second. Even without the options, Xiao He would not be foolish enough to refuse the Empress. "I shall assist Your Majesty in this inquiry, though I lament my limited abilities. I fear I may uncover little." The Empress laughed lightly. "Oh, Physician Xiao, you are far too modest. Concubine Lien holds you in high regard. She has requested the Emperor to allow you to attend to her health. Who could be more suitable than you?" Xiao He was taken aback. How could she know of this so soon? The Empress's network of informants was remarkably extensive. Fortunately, his clandestine dealings with concubine Lien had not been discovered. Otherwise, his fate will be dire. Your Majesty, I am astounded by your information network. I shall exert myself to the fullest. As long as you serve me well, I shall not treat you unjustly. I recall you have a sister, do you not? Living alone outside the city, lacking any particular skills. If it is convenient, I could arrange for her to enter the palace and find a position here. Xiao He recalled indeed having a sister, one whom their father had found while practicing medicine by the roadside. However, she was not particularly bright and struggled with tasks, though she was adept at recognizing when it rained and could manage cooking and household chores. Since their mother had passed away due to a failed cultivation attempt, the burden of household chores had fallen upon her. Meanwhile, he had been learning medicine from his father, who was now also deceased, leaving only his sister at home. Xiao He returned home every fortnight, for his sister had no source of income and relied on his assistance to procure sustenance. Otherwise, she would surely starve. Fortunately, the security within the imperial city was commendable, and as a court physician, he was allocated a modest residence, surrounded by neighbors who were all palace officials, thus alleviating any concerns of danger. My sister, born with a lack of intellect, was utterly inept. Should she enter the palace, she might inadvertently speak out of turn, causing great inconvenience. Given this, I did not wish to impose upon her. Yet you must remember, should you attempt to deceive me, the consequences will be dire. The Empress understood that verbosity within the palace could be perilous. Those who could not keep their tongues in check often met with swift demise, potentially implicating many others. An invisible pressure emanated from the Empress, causing Xiao He to feel alarmed. Despite being a sixth-tier expert, he felt as vulnerable as a fledgling chick in her presence. Xiao He dared not be remiss. Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. You may leave now. Should there be any matters, I will have Mei Lan Ju notify you. Xiao He promptly rose and had taken but 2 steps when the Empress suddenly inquired, Xiao physician, do you find me beautiful? Of course, you are beautiful. Xiao He replied without hesitation. Then, if I were not the Empress, but merely a single woman, would you still be attracted to me? Taking a deep breath, Xiao He realized he was faced with a question of life and death. Your servant is undoubtedly loyal to the Empress. How could I not be fond of you? He believed this answer to be flawless. However, the Empress pressed further. You know, that is not the meaning of my inquiry. When I speak of attraction, I refer to the romantic affections between a man and a woman. Xiao He's heart raced. How could he respond? This was the Empress, and any answer could lead to trouble. As anticipated, the system presented him with choices. 1. Express affection. Reward. Increase charm by 10%. Caution. Such words could be deemed treasonous. If discovered, death would be certain. Moreover, it may lead to suspicion of seducing the Empress, with dire consequences should she take an interest in him. 2. Disregard feelings. Reward. Mastery of iron skin technique. Caution. The Empress will not take kindly to this and may not believe you. Should she sense any deceit, you will be executed on the spot. Your Majesty, I dare not profess attraction, yet my heart cannot deceive itself. You are, after all, the mother of the nation. I would never presume to tarnish such honor. If you were an ordinary woman, to win the affection of one as exquisite as you would indeed be a blessing I, Xiao He, could only aspire to in 10 lifetimes. A chuckle escaped the Empress, and she rose, covering her mouth, gliding towards him with graceful steps. Her large, expressive eyes scrutinized Xiao He intently. Your words are truly sweet, and your eloquence stirs my heart. Yet alas, it is a pity. Your Majesty, Xiao He bowed respectfully. You may depart now, but heed my words. Should you fail to comply, I shall not spare you. It would be infinitely easier for me to extinguish your life than to crush an ant. Do you understand? Yes, yes. Upon exiting the Fengkuan Palace, Xiao He felt as though the world had brightened. His spirits soared to unprecedented heights. The Empress was perpetually testing him, and even the unexpected final inquiry left him bewildered as to her true intentions. He found it hard to believe that the Queen was driven by insatiable desire. After all, she had fixated on him solely due to his handsome physique. Those seemingly flirtatious gestures, exuding a yearning for love, must certainly harbor ulterior motives. Xiao He now yearned to return to the dormitory of the Imperial Medical College, or perhaps to leave the palace altogether and visit home. However, he could only accompany the queen's personal maidens, Mei and Lan, as they made their way to the Princess Tai Ning's chambers, located in the Taishan Palace. As they traversed the main thoroughfare of the inner court, they chanced upon an imposing procession featuring a pair of red, colossal beasts drawing a majestic palanquin. Flanking it were guards clad in silver armor, exuding an air of authority. The palanquin itself was adorned with intricate protective runes, and its luminous material suggested a considerable expense. Given such grandeur within the palace, one could only wonder which esteemed individual was being honored. Once they had moved beyond the spectacle, Xiao He could not contain his curiosity and inquired, "Sisters, to whom did that procession belong?" Mei and Lan replied in unison, "That was the carriage of the third prince, who is now referred to as Prince Taiyan. His military achievements are illustrious, and he commands great respect. He is the son of Consort Xian." Consort Xian? This name was unfamiliar to him. Was she perhaps not favored? And what a queen's offspring? If the third prince possessed such grandeur, surely the queen's children would be even more exceptional. Mei and Lan halted, their expressions turning cold as they remarked, "Master Xiao, your time in the palace has been brief, and we do not hold it against you. Due to certain circumstances, the queen remains without offspring. However, her status is not one that other consorts may dare to belittle." Understood. Xiao He fell silent, his mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. Could it be that the queen was still an untouched maiden? Yet, upon reflection, that seemed unlikely. Perhaps some affliction rendered her unable to conceive. He resolved to inquire further about this matter with Consort Lian at the next opportunity. Before long, the trio arrived at the entrance of Taishan Palace, a sanctuary filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, adorned with pink lanterns that imbued the air with youthful exuberance. Chapter 7. This cannot be good at long last. You have arrived. Come and play with me. Princess Tai Ning exclaimed, bouncing out with a long whip in hand, causing Xiao He's heart to race. Mei and Lan exchanged glances, a glimmer of mischief in their eyes as they remarked, "Lord Xiao, we shall leave you here and wish you a delightful time." "Wait, don't go," Xiao He began, but before he could finish his plea, Mei and Lan vanished with remarkable speed. "Come inside," Princess Tai Ning commanded. "Your Highness, I must return to prepare medicine, otherwise it will delay my work. You will enter when I say so. Did you hear me? Hurry up." With that, Princess Tai Ning struck the whip against the ground, leaving a 5-inch deep gash in the solid floor. Should that whip strike one's body, it would surely leave a mark. Reluctantly, Xiao He followed her inside. The Taishan Palace was sparsely populated. Aside from a maid, there were 2 bruised eunuchs. Upon seeing a newcomer, the 2 eunuchs sighed in relief, as if salvation had arrived. Xiao He observed this scene from the doorway, hesitating to step into Princess Tai Ning's chamber. Noticing his reluctance, Tai Ning reassured him, "Do not worry, I shall not harm you." These 2 eunuchs were punished for their disobedience. "You are a royal physician, not a eunuch. If I were to strike you and my father found out, I would be punished. You can rest easy." Xiao He still hesitated. Princess Tai Ning grew irritated. Standing just over 1.60 meters, she craned her neck to glare at him fiercely. "Lord Xiao, do you not heed my words?" "I dare not, but it is inappropriate for a lone man and woman to be alone together," Xiao He replied, glancing into the darkened room behind her, which loomed like an abyss ready to engulf him. "Not coming in, are we?" Princess Tai Ning rose onto her toes, removed her white stockings, and bunched them into a ball. "If you do not come in, I shall stuff these into your mouth, and you shall not be permitted to spit them out all day." As she stood on one leg, her delicate, rosy foot curled adorably. Just as Xiao He was about to resign himself and enter the room, a maid rushed in from outside the palace. "Your Highness, concubine Lian is unwell and urgently requires the expertise of physician Xiao." Princess Tai Ning cast a suspicious glance at Xiao He. "You must have done this on purpose." With that, she donned her shoes and stepped to the door, and Xiao He followed, only to find that it was Xiao Hong who had arrived. "Tell concubine Lian that physician Xiao is now in my service. He will join her after he has played with me for a while." Xiao Hong replied respectfully, "Your Highness, concubine Lian is expecting a dragon heir, and the other physicians are not to her satisfaction. If her condition is delayed, The consequences could be dire. Although Princess Tai Ning was willful, she understood the gravity of the situation. Reluctantly, she shot Xiao He a disgruntled look. You may go, but I shall seek you out when next I have the chance. Thank you, Your Highness. I shall certainly ensure we have a splendid time together next time. You promise? Princess Tai Ning's eyes sparkled, her mood lifting once more. Such a delightful princess, of course. I would not utter a falsehood. Xiao He chuckled, for he had no desire to offend this esteemed lady. The young girl was far easier to please, possessing a simplicity that surpassed that of the women in the palace. Amidst their light-hearted banter, Xiao He departed from the Tai Xian Palace. As dusk encroached, he once again set foot in the Qing Yuan Palace. A wave of tranquility washed over him, yet he recognized the peril in such feelings. This was indeed the domain of a favored concubine, and to assume control here would inevitably lead to his ruin. Upon re-entering the Qing Yuan Palace, he beheld the lotus concubine adorned in a flowing crimson gown that accentuated her legs from the side. Whether this was a deliberate choice, he could not ascertain. She wore exquisite jewelry, her alabaster arms resting upon her lips as she applied lipstick. Xiaolang, do you find me beautiful? The lotus concubine inquired without turning her head. Of course, Your Highness, you are truly lovely. Such a perfunctory response. Were it not for my intervention, would you have emerged unscathed from that girl from Taining? The lotus concubine pivoted, her long, fair legs extending from the side of her gown as she strode briskly toward Xiao He. With delicate, pale hands, she caressed his face, and observing his dazed expression, she playfully rubbed it. Your Highness, still calling me that? Refer to me as Xianu. The lotus concubine drew closer, her body pressed against his. Xiao He felt the warmth of her form and swallowed hard. Xianu, it is nearly dark. Is this appropriate? I am aware it may not be, she replied teasingly. What, cannot I touch you? She took a few steps back, spun around, and intentionally showcased her alluring figure. It is permissible, but that is sufficient. Come, embrace me. Xiao He wrapped his arms around the lotus concubine from behind. She turned her head, their breaths intertwining in the close proximity. Xiao He, although the Taining princess may appear harmless, she wields her power indiscriminately. Several eunuchs have met their demise at her hands. Do not foolishly approach her again. Do you understand? Understood. Xiao He realized then how soft and warm the lotus concubine's body was, as she intermittently pressed her rosy lips against him. Did this woman truly harbor feelings for him? He leaned towards the belief that it was merely a matter of loneliness. What is the extent of the Taining princess's influence in the palace? Xiao He inquired. She is the one you must never provoke. She is indeed unique. Even the emperor dares not incite her wrath. Is it truly that severe? Xiao He felt a shiver run down his spine, relieved that he had managed the situation adequately. What did the Empress summon you for? Was it to keep an eye on me? The lotus concubine turned, straddling Xiao He's lap, her hands entwined around his neck. Her long legs extended to each side, her toes touching the ground. Xiao He was taken aback upon reading the message, not due to the system's functionalities, but because it mentioned the child within lotus concubine's womb. How could this be? It had only been a short while. The system seemed to sense his confusion and cautioned. The system merely speculates. It will take another 15 days to ascertain whether there is indeed a child. With a sigh of relief, Xiao He was grateful for the absence of impending fatherhood. The Empress had tasked him with monitoring her, and he laid bare her intentions. Upon hearing this, Lotus Concubine showed no surprise. Rather, it appeared she had anticipated it. That old hag thinks she can sway you. You are my little lover. How could you betray me? With a playful sway of her hips, she approached him. Of course. Lotus Concubine is my first woman. As a pure young body, Xiao He found it increasingly difficult to resist her fervent advances. How hot you are! What is the matter with you? Lotus Concubine's face flushed. She had intended to say something, but melted into silence, burying her head. An hour later, Xiao He hastily dressed, finally standing at the side with an air of composure. Xiaolang, Lotus Concubine noticed an undeniable change in him, drawing her deeper into her affections, causing her to forget they were in the palace. Cinny, rest assured, I shall not reveal any telltale signs to the Empress. Xiao He understood her concerns, yet he remained apprehensive about others. Indeed, I trust you completely. You are so wicked. Just a short time has melted my heart entirely. I truly wish you could stay the night here, to accompany me through every lonely evening. Lotus concubine slithered closer, draping herself over Xiao He's back. I must depart. Lingering too long will invite gossip. We must exercise caution regarding our affair. Xiao He maintained his calm demeanor. Xiao Lang, fear not. I shall ensure the emperor does not lay a finger on me in the future, though he has seldom done so before. Indeed, yet, Lotus concubine voiced her concerns. I still worry if the emperor were to break through. If he does, he might regain his full strength, and then… Breakthrough? What realm is the emperor in? Lotus concubine shook her head. I do not know. All I know is he is incredibly powerful. He has lived for nearly 400 years. Such an ancient being. I cannot discern his true strength. Understood. I shall remain vigilant. With a reluctant farewell, Lotus concubine saw him off, not forgetting to demand a few passionate kisses. Enough. In broad daylight like this, we will surely be discovered. Xiao He quickly pulled away. I will restrain myself. Xiao He, I am yours now. Do not let other women tempt you away. Cinny, your affection for me is beyond what I can repay. After a brief farewell, they parted ways. Xiao He returned to the Imperial Medical Institute, and, as evening descended, he finally laid down on the hard bed, ready to indulge in slumber. The day's events had proven to be more exhilarating than an entire lifetime. He had never anticipated that such a stunning woman as Consort Lien would become his. The purity of the Yang's sacred body was indeed extraordinary, as he could distinctly sense her growing infatuation with him. Filled with admiration, Xiao He opened the system space. The moment to claim his rewards had finally arrived. Chapter 8. The Conflict of Kindred. The eruption of power within the inventory of the system lay 5 rewards. The strong soul fruit, which extends one's lifespan by 30 years. The dragon elephant suppression technique, enhancing charisma by 10% and a decade's worth of cultivation experience, which could be allocated at will. Apart from the strong soul fruit and the dragon elephant suppression technique, the rest were passive rewards. The increase in lifespan felt rather inconsequential to him. As for the nuances of lifespan associated with cultivation realms, it would be prudent to consult Lien Fei, whose cultivation level slightly surpassed his own. The 10% boost to charisma also elicited no profound sensation. Yet upon gazing into the mirror, he acknowledged his handsomeness, and indeed, he exuded a distinctly masculine charm. Xiao He felt quite satisfied with his appearance. As for the decade of cultivation experience, its allocation would be a matter of choice between enhancing his divine abilities or his cultivation realm. With the addition of the dragon elephant suppression technique, the avenues for utilizing this decade of experience expanded significantly. The dragon elephant suppression technique was an extraordinarily potent body refinement method, capable of infinitely amplifying one's strength through diligent practice. It evolved from the power of a single dragon and elephant to the formidable might of thousands of dragons and elephants. Thus, he decided to allocate 5 years to the mysterious turtle true art and 5 years to the dragon elephant suppression technique. As Xiao He made his selections, 2 torrents of power erupted within him like a surging river. His cultivation level began to ascend in a straight line, but more importantly, his physical form was undergoing remarkable transformation. His body did not swell in size, but the bones, flesh, and internal organs were experiencing a profound metamorphosis. Black blood began to ooze from his pores, seeping from every orifice. This was merely the expulsion of impurities from his body. As his bones crackled and his internal organs trembled, particularly his heart, which beat with the resonance of a mighty bell. Being a pure Yang sacred body, the enhancement from the dragon elephant suppression technique imbued him with an even greater vigor. With a deep breath, Xiao He rose and made his way to the bathing area to cleanse himself of the grime. While bathing, he noticed that his skin had become remarkably smoother. He took a fruit knife and pressed it against his arm. With a sharp snap, the knife broke. Is my body truly this strong? How resilient? Xiao He mused, contemplating whether to test this newfound strength on his little brother. Ultimately, he decided against it, according to the description of the dragon elephant suppression technique. He now possessed at least the strength of 1 dragon and 10 elephants, combined with his own cultivation level. At the 8th tier of spiritual connection, he had reached the pinnacle after 5 years of cultivation. The progress had been somewhat slow, which was understandable as the path to higher realms became increasingly arduous. Yet, he had yet to ascertain the true extent of his strength with the augmentation of 1 dragon and 10 elephants. Time was of the essence. He needed to comprehend the specific strength of the Diqian, lest he remain oblivious to his own standing within the hierarchy. Xiao He spent nearly the duration of an incense stick bathing before concluding his ablutions. In October, the temperature had plummeted and the night was particularly frigid. However, he felt no discomfort, his body akin to a furnace. Having donned his garments, he prepared to rest. Tomorrow, he intended to venture outside the palace to visit home, where he had yet to meet his sister, and there were many family matters he was unaware of, including the circumstances surrounding his father's demise, which he was determined to uncover. Although not the biological father of Xiao He, this is the royal palace, where someone could have killed his father. It is prudent to be wary of potential foes. Just then, a knock resounded from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Yu, are you asleep? It was the voice of Dr. Zhang. Does Dr. Zhang have something to discuss? Xiao He propped himself up, eyeing the door with vigilance. Oh, it seems the Imperial Medical Institution has resumed work. The Emperor previously instructed us to develop a remedy to purify the meridians, and he wishes for you to join us. Dr. Zhang, I am but a novice. You seasoned experts can manage without me. However, Dr. Zhang was unwilling to relent. Today, you showcased remarkable skill before the Empress, and we at the Imperial Medical Institution are all aware of it. If you do not come, it would be a loss. Dr. Wang, Dr. Shui, and I are all waiting for you. Would it not be a slight to refuse? Seeing that Dr. Zhang was incessantly chattering, Xiao He rose and walked outside. Dr. Zhang, already impatient, was about to force his way in when the door suddenly swung open, unleashing a fierce aura that made him stumble back. He felt as if a ferocious beast had burst forth from within, ready to rend him apart. Upon closer inspection, it was merely Xiao He. Dr. Zhang, is it truly your intention to discuss medical skills at such a late hour? Xiao He squinted, inquiring. Dr. Zhang scrutinized Xiao He, who appeared calm and retained his previous frail countenance, though his gaze had grown significantly sharper. Steadying himself, he mused that it must have been an illusion. Ahem, yes. Xiao Yu, you are not in a hurry, are you? Very well, I shall accompany you. Though Xiao He was uncertain of Dr. Zhang's abilities, he felt no pressure from him at that moment, given that the practitioners of the Imperial Medical Institution were generally mediocre in their cultivation, coupled with the fact that his late father had also been of ordinary strength, perhaps even inferior to him now. He felt at ease. Seeing this, Dr. Zhang's spirits lifted. Follow me. The Imperial Medical Institution was not large, but Dr. Zhang led Xiao He out, eventually arriving at a desolate area within the palace. Dr. Zhang, were we not to discuss medical skills? Why have we come here? Dr. Zhang chuckled, his expression shifting to one of cunning satisfaction. Xiao Xinzi, what did the Empress say to you? You would do well to confess. And what are the rumors regarding concubine Lian's pregnancy? Are they true? At that moment, 2 figures emerged from the shadows. Dr. Wang and another man clad in blue, wearing a tall hat, Dr. Shui. Both concealed their hands within their sleeves, likely harboring weapons. Dr. Wang stepped forward, drawing a long knife and placing it against Xiao He's throat. Speak the truth, or else the Imperial Medical Institution may only lose one young physician, and no one will be the wiser, just as with your father's demise. What happened to my father? Xiao He asked, his voice low. What of it? Speak of the Empress and concubine Lian. Dr. Zhang sneered. I suspect even if I divulged the truth, you would not spare me, considering I have caused you to lose favor in the eyes of the Empress, correct? Xiao He had long discerned the ulterior motives of these 2 old men. Within the confines of the royal palace, the true contest lay in the ruthlessness of one's heart. However, it was unexpected that these 2 old men would act with such impatience. Quite clever. If you were to confess honestly, your demise would be far less burdensome. Dr. Shui stepped forward, brandishing a glimmering long knife. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a sudden turn of events unfolded. Dr. Shui's blade was thrust directly toward Dr. Wang, sending him flying with a powerful punch. This abrupt scene left Xiao He momentarily stunned. Dr. Zhang bellowed, Have you lost your mind, you old scoundrel, Shui? Doctor. Shui executed his moves with precision, launching a ferocious assault against Dr. Zhang, the blade's radiance slicing through the air with wild abandon. To Xiao He, the display of swordsmanship seemed rather unimpressive. He felt he could easily overpower it with a single punch. Was this truly the extent of the power within the Imperial Medical Institution? However, Dr. Zhang fared even worse, succumbing to Dr. Shui's relentless onslaught and meeting his end with a blade that severed his head. Thus, two elderly physicians fell by the hand of another. Panting, Dr. Shui approached. "Young Master Xiao, I'm a close friend of your father. No one else knows of this incident. Fortunately, I maintained a facade of brotherhood with these two old men. Otherwise, you would have faced dire consequences, and the Xiao lineage would have faced extinction." "Thank you, uncle." Xiao He responded with a respectful gesture. "Do you know how my father met his end?" Chapter 9. Sister Zhu Xiaoming, wait a moment. Let me tidy this place up first. Dr. Shui, his face etched with deep wrinkles, appeared to be in his 70s, yet brimmed with vitality. "Come, assist me in handling the body. There is a dry well here specifically for disposing of corpses." "Oh." Xiao He followed him to the edge of a bottomless well. As a lifeless body was cast into its depths, no sound betrayed its extent. Simultaneously, Dr. Shui produced a powder and sprinkled it on the ground, erasing every trace of blood. Xiao He marveled at the advantages of a lack of surveillance. As long as a person vanished and the scene was meticulously cleansed, even if suspicions lingered, there would be no evidence to implicate them. Having cleared the scene, Dr. Shui led Xiao He to a secluded spot. Producing a leaf-wrapped cigarette, he offered, "Care to try?" Xiao He accepted, observing as Dr. Shui struck a match to light it. Coughing, Xiao He took a gentle puff and found himself lightheaded. This was no mere smoke, but akin to inhaling poison. With a smile, Dr. Shui patted Xiao He on the back. "I have great respect for your father. He was a man of integrity. However, in the palace, such virtue is often short-lived, which is why he met his end. Do not be deceived by the modest size of our medical institution within the royal court. It holds considerable wealth, even influencing the profits from herbal medicines. Do you understand now?" Xiao He cautiously inquired, "Are you suggesting that some ineffective or inexpensive remedies are sold at exorbitant prices?" Dr. Shui inhaled deeply from the leaf-wrapped cigarette, murmuring, "What you've noted is merely the tip of the iceberg. For instance, the government's most sold product, the gathering qi powder and the immortal spirit herb. The quality of the gathering qi powder used by the royal family far surpasses that available to the public by hundreds of times, yet the price remains identical." Xiao He recalled that he possessed a gathering qi powder, albeit purchased at a steep price of 300 Qian coins. The Qian coin was the currency of the great Qian dynasty. Xiao He's monthly salary was merely 100 Qian coins, which represented a high income among ordinary folk, while the average citizen earned only 30 Qian coins annually. After 10 arduous years, one might acquire a gathering qi pill, yielding only a tenth of the efficacy enjoyed by the aristocracy. If this information were to leak, it would surely send shockwaves throughout the realm. Yet, those benefiting from this system would remain tight-lipped, guarding their secrets fiercely. This was merely the surface. Countless spiritual herbs lay scattered across the land, yet were sold at outrageous prices. These were minor manipulations, and your father had the audacity to hope the emperor would release these resources for the equal benefit of all. Tell me, is that not tantamount to courting death? Xiao He was momentarily speechless, realizing his father's boldness had evidently threatened the interests of many, making survival exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, he held a deep admiration for his father. He knew he could never act with such resolve. Do you still seek vengeance for your father? At the very least, you must ascertain who is behind this. You cannot remain idle. Dr. Schwen nodded and remarked, if we are to speak of the perpetrator behind your father's demise, it is clear that every individual within the court bears some responsibility. Yet, the one who executed the deed directly is none other than the head of our Imperial Medical Institute. Although the emperor remained silent after your father's memorial, and the various ministers, princes, and dukes refrained from comment, our director acted swiftly without awaiting their response. Understood. The director is the one who issued the orders, while the executioner was Li Yuliang, the captain of the Divine Guard. Xiao He inquired the Divine Guard? What sort of department is that? This department wields considerable power, Doctor. Shui explained. In the court, there are numerous feudal lords and noble factions, and to maintain control over them, the emperor established the Divine Guard, tasked with safeguarding the royal family while also conducting thorough investigations into the ministers. Xiao He realized, isn't this akin to the Jinhui? Yet, its might surpasses that of the Jinhui by far. Aside from the Divine Guard, are there any other formidable eunuch factions? Dr. Shui shook his head, saying, eunuchs are typically drawn from impoverished commoners. Without their essence, how can they cultivate? A man deprived of this vital force can only reach the third tier of divine power at most, unable to circulate energy effectively, as it would merely escape through the void left behind. Ah, I see, Xiao He said. Thank you immensely for your assistance, Dr. Shui. Your kindness is beyond words. You are far more astute than your father. Do not act foolishly. Live well, marry, and leave a legacy. In this palace, none can guarantee they will see the next year. By the way, what is the cultivation level of the head of the Imperial Medical Institute? He is a master who has surpassed the 9th tier, possessing the spirit platform realm. Our institute may lack strength, but it excels in alchemy. As for Li Yuliang, he has reaped considerable benefits from the Imperial Medical Institute and is likely on the verge of breaking through to the spirit platform himself. Thank you for the information. Do you happen to know the cultivation levels of the Empress and concubine Lien? Ah, I'm not well informed on that matter. The cultivation levels among the concubines vary. Yet the Empress's power should not be underestimated. Even some princes fear her. Dr. Shui appeared uncertain and reluctant to elaborate further. After finishing his cigarette, he parted ways with Xiao He under the cover of night. Upon returning to his quarters, Xiao He gained a deeper understanding of the vast expanse of the Deqian. Certain aspects of Deqian bore resemblance to the Ming dynasty of his former life, yet due to the martial nature of this world, the authority of the monarchy and aristocracy remained remarkably unyielding. Currently, Emperor Li Chunxian had reigned for 2 centuries, and Deqian, with a history spanning over 8 millennia, remained prosperous and resilient, a testament to its strength. While tidying his belongings, Xiao He mused, were it not for my luck and my charmingly handsome visage, I might have perished at the hands of concubine Lien by now. As long as I remain low-key and allow my abilities to mature without premature exposure, I am confident in my survival. With anticipation for the future, he drifted into a profound slumber. At dawn, Xiao He rose to request leave. Each imperial physician is permitted to return home for 2 days each month to visit their families. As he had yet to utilize this allowance, he faced no difficulties in securing his leave. The individuals within the Imperial Medical Bureau exhibited an air of indifference towards one another. As Xiao He traversed the path, he encountered several elderly physicians who failed to greet him, and the recent demise of Dr. Zhang and Dr. Wang went unnoticed, as if each person were a mere automaton, preoccupied with their own affairs. Upon exiting the palace gates, Xiao He felt the oppressive weight that had burdened his mind dissipate, bringing him a sense of relief. The atmosphere within the palace had been suffocating. He hurried back to his home. Knock, knock, knock. Sister, it's me. Xiao He called as he rapped on the door. After a considerable wait, the door opened a crack, revealing a delicate face with crescent-shaped eyes peering out in curiosity. Recognizing Xiao He, the charming figure behind the door swung it wide. Emerging was Zhu Xiaoming, clad in simple garments, her small yet clear visage exuding a sense of maturity and poignant beauty. Perhaps due to her excessive toil at home, coupled with her coarse linen attire and her hair neatly coiled atop her head, she bore the appearance of a married woman. A glimmer of joy flickered in Zhu Xiaoming's eyes as she hurried forward to grasp Xiao He's hand. I made your favorite potato pancakes. Oh, and it's chilly. Let me go prepare some lamb stew for you. After ushering Xiao He inside, Zhu Xiaoming promptly shut the door and dashed into another room, emerging shortly with a thick coat to drape over him. It's so cold. How can you wear so little? Come inside, I'll stoke the fire. Observing her bustling figure, Xiao He felt a warm sensation envelop his heart. Before long, a basin of charcoal was brought forth by Zhu Xiaoming. In his memories, this sister had always been industrious, though not particularly loquacious. Yet now, upon their first encounter, Xiao He marveled at how this dear sister imparted a sense of warmth to his life. With her by his side, what more could he desire? There's no lamb left at home. I'll go buy some, Zhu Xiaoming announced as she picked up a basket to leave. I'll accompany you, Xiao He responded, rising to his feet. Huh? You'll come with me? Zhu Xiaoming expressed her surprise. Previously, Xiao He had only ever given her money, never accompanying her in household chores. Though their conversations were few upon his returns, it had been sufficient for her. Now, Xiao He's initiative to join her in purchasing groceries left her feeling slightly disoriented, yet overwhelmingly warmed. What if you, a girl, encountered danger alone? I'll accompany you, Xiao He insisted, observing her as she cooked, stoked the fire, and even helped him change his shoes and clothes in preparation for washing. He could not simply lounge about like a lord, doing nothing. You've been tired for so long. Why not rest properly? I should be the one taking care of you, Zhu Xiaoming protested. However, Xiao He, no longer the same person he once was, spoke with an unwavering tone that brooked no refusal. I'll accompany you. Seeing Xiao He's determination, Zhu Xiaoming offered no further objections. The two of them stepped out of the house, with Zhu Xiaoming's lips curving slightly upward before she quickly composed herself. Chapter 10. Ethereal Aura Sister. The imperial city in Qian is also known as Tian City. Xiao He's residence is situated in the western part of Tian City, an area where within a 10-mile radius, one can find the abodes of various officials, albeit of modest rank. The marketplace lies at the entrance of this residential area, merely 3 miles from Xiao He's home. The townsfolk are familiar with Zhu Xiaoming and greet her warmly upon her arrival. Ah, little Zhu, you're not alone today. Is that not your brother, Lord Xiao, serving as a physician in the palace? They exclaim. Greetings, Lord Xiao. Too kind, he replies politely. Some even jest about marriage proposals. Lord Xiao, your sister has reached the marrying age. I've heard that the son of Lord Zhao from the Astronomical Bureau is also of age. Shall I assist in making an introduction? This suggestion comes from an elderly gentleman. Xiao He recalls his sister mentioning this elder, whose family has some official connections, yet finds himself selling vegetables out of sheer idleness. The Astronomical Bureau holds the rank of a 5th-level official, comparable in status to the director of the Imperial Medical Institute. Should Xiao He's sister indeed marry as a primary spouse, it would be an admirable match. Thank you, but my sister has no immediate plans for marriage. Xiao He graciously declines. The elder is unfazed, smiling. Should you have any thoughts, do let me know. Zhu Xiaoming purchases 10 pounds of lamb, along with various ingredients for cooking. Xiao He wishes to lend a hand, yet Zhu Xiaoming insists on carrying everything herself, displaying remarkable strength, as the weight seems negligible in her hands. Upon returning home, Zhu Xiaoming busies herself with preparations while Xiao He, unskilled in the culinary arts, considers tidying the house. However, he soon realizes the abode is quite orderly, leaving little to organize. His home comprises a kitchen, a front hall, 2 bedrooms, and a restroom, with a courtyard encompassing roughly 20 square meters. 1 bedroom is reserved for their parents, while he and Zhu Xiaoming have shared the other since childhood, hence the presence of only 2 rooms. Come, let us eat. You adore this lamb. After a brief incense burn, Zhu Xiaoming emerges with a large bowl of lamb hot pot. I was unaware of your return today, so I didn't prepare much. Did you at least make potato pancakes? Xiao He inquires with mild annoyance. Since you cherish them, I make them daily. Besides, I enjoy them too. The steaming lamb hot pot proves delectable, far superior to the bland fare of the palace. Xiao He, this time, when you visit the palace, do bring back more of the snacks I prepare for you. You always seem to lose weight upon your return, which clearly indicates that the palace food does not suit you well. Zhu Xiaoming, holding a cloth bag, assists in tidying up, resembling a concerned mother tending to her son. The palace is crowded. It's not that I don't take food, but one must be cautious, as someone might fabricate false accusations against you. Ah, I notice you appear much stronger upon your return, Zhu Xiaoming exclaims, approaching to squeeze Xiao He's arm. In the past, her grip would reveal only his bony frame. Yet now there is muscle firm to the touch. Have you been training in martial arts? Zhu Xiaoming asks, her large eyes fixed intently on him. Just a bit. It's not safe to be without some skills, he replies modestly. Indeed, while your qualifications were never particularly impressive, your father's teachings over the years seem to have borne little fruit. Fortunately, Your innate talent for medicine is commendable. Otherwise, you would have struggled to gain entry to the palace. Sister, do stop your busyness and eat. You appear quite gaunt. Gaunt? Where? Zhu Xiaoming turned, hand on her hips, chest puffed out, visibly displeased. Xiao He dared not meet her gaze, burying his head in his meal, unknowingly devouring 5 large bowls, quickly depleting 5 pounds of mutton. Zhu Xiaoming, after a single bowl, stared in astonishment at Xiao He's significantly increased appetite. Have you had your meridians unblocked? She inquired, pressing her hand against his belly. Your stomach doesn't even appear swollen. Where does all that food go? My appetite has been rather good lately. Xiao He struggled for an explanation. He could hardly admit to being a pure yang body. Zhu Xiaoming's hands felt cool against his belly, sending a shiver through him. If I had known you could eat so much, I would have prepared more. Let me go cook another batch. Xiao He declined, saying, No, I've had enough. If you make more, I won't be able to finish it. By the time they finished eating, midday had already passed. Zhu Xiaoming was busy washing clothes, while Xiao He found himself at a loss, wishing to help but unable to do so. Such is the essence of an ordinary life: daily meals, chores, work, and the companionship of family. Xiao He reflected as he observed Zhu Xiaoming bustling about. As evening approached, Zhu Xiaoming prepared a splendid feast, igniting Xiao He's appetite, and he devoured 6 bowls in a whirlwind. Afterwards, he sat back in a chair, closing his eyes to rest. By the time the second watch arrived, Xiao He decided to take a bath and retire for the night. Zhu Xiaoming proactively brought a bucket of water and reached to assist him in removing his clothing. Sister, I can wash myself. Xiao He dodged, recalling how she had bathed him since childhood. He had grown accustomed to it, but now that they were older, it felt different. Despite her help with undressing and scrubbing his back, leaving the more intimate areas for him to handle. Nevertheless, he still felt quite embarrassed. Since childhood, it has always been this way. Do you no longer like your sister? Zhu Xiaoming's eyes widened, reflecting a mix of alarm, grievance, and sorrow. Not at all. Xiao He quickly waved his hands. 1. Allowing your sister to assist with bathing will grant you a minor achievement in the immortal wind body technique. Note, bathing with your sister can enhance your relationship. If your bond reaches a certain level, new features may be unlocked. 2. Assisting your sister with her bath will grant you the title of miraculous healer. Note, this method should be approached with caution. It may strengthen your bond, but could also jeopardize it, leading to serious consequences if she becomes upset. Xiao He was perplexed. System, are you serious? Shouldn't the option be to refuse the bath? What is the difference from a reverse spell? 3. Refusing to bathe will reward you with 3,000 Qin coins. Note, this may hurt your sister's feelings, leading her to believe you do not care for her. The rewards seem rather meager. Observing Zhu Xiaoming's slightly reddened eyes, he couldn't bear it and said, Let us stick to the way things were and just wash your back. All right, just wait for me to undress. Turn around when I step into the tub. Zhu Xiaoming, understanding Xiao He's embarrassment, complied and turned away. Xiao He, you have matured. In the past, you were indifferent to such matters. I have indeed grown up. The past is the past. Although you're my sister, we are still a man and a woman, and this has always been inappropriate. The crux of the matter is that the current Xiao He is not the same as the Xiao He of yore. Previously, Xiao He grew up alongside Zhu Xiaoming, and in his eyes, she was akin to a brother or sister. However, the present Xiao He cannot view her in the same light. Even without adornment, Zhu Xiaoming possesses a beauty that rivals that of the renowned lotus concubine. Although she wears coarse garments and eats sparingly, she is not lacking in the attributes that matter. Especially when she is aggrieved, her eyes redden, evoking a sense of compassion in Xiao He. With the arrival of the celestial wind and cloud body technique, Xiao He finds solace in the warm embrace of the bath. Your physique has improved remarkably. I could once see the bones in your back, but now your muscles are far more robust. Oh, your skin is so smooth, it feels delightful to the touch. Sister, if you were to scrub my back, please refrain from wandering. Zhu Xiaoming could not help but need Xiao He's back. The latter now exudes a natural allure that captivates women, making it difficult for Zhu Xiaoming to restrain herself. Sister, just the back will suffice. I can manage the front myself. Oh dear, I nearly forgot. Zhu Xiaoming's cheeks flushed momentarily as she momentarily overlooked that Xiao He was her younger brother. Xiao He, Zhu Xiaoming whispered. Ever since our father insisted I bathe alone 5 years ago, you have not assisted me since. Would you help me today? A flicker of something unusual glimmered in her eyes. No, absolutely not. Xiao He resolutely declined. Although you are not my biological sister, I cannot allow this to become inappropriate. Chapter 11. It was that woman who took you away. The system's options have arrived. 1. Agree to sister. Receive a blood spirit pill. Note: host, do not overthink. At most, it's just a back and shoulder rub. Any excessive actions may provoke sister's displeasure. She may genuinely regard you as a brother, and there is a slight possibility that she is testing you. Do not be deceived. 2. Refuse sister. Receive a relic. Note: sister will be saddened, but all will remain well. It seems that choosing option 1 offers only temporary satisfaction without substantial benefits. The relic, on the other hand, clearly provides a more generous reward for the sake of future endeavors, or rather, for long-term development. Zhu Xiaoming intended to speak further when Xiao He suddenly recalled that he still possessed a body-refining pill in his pocket. He produced a black pill. You should take this. Where did you get this pill? You earn 100 Qian coins a month. This one is worth nearly 100 days' income. I found it. Xiao He, unsure of a better excuse, replied nonchalantly. Regardless of how I obtained it. Just eat it quickly. I've already bathed. I'm heading to bed now. By the way, we should sleep in separate rooms tonight. After all, we're grown-ups now. Xiao He remembered that they used to sleep together, a habit ingrained since childhood. However, he found it uncomfortable to have such a beautiful woman beside him. Although she was nominally referred to as his sister, there was no blood relation. The name Zhu Xiaoming was given by his father upon her arrival, implying that she had her own story as well. While he felt indifferent due to familiarity, Xiao He experienced emotions. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaoming became displeased and quickly stopped Xiao He from getting up. Her long hair cascaded down, brushing against his chest. In a moment of distraction, Xiao He was pushed back down. What did you say? Separate rooms? We have slept together for 20 years, and you wish to change that? Sister, we are adults now, and we possess what we need. Moreover, I am a man. What if? I don't care. You come back only once or twice a month. How can you suggest we sleep apart? You're neglecting me and treating me as if I am just your sister. Precisely because you are my sister, I wish to keep a distance. You will marry someday. If this becomes known, silence. Zhu Xiaoming retorted angrily, her face darkening at the mention of marriage, startling Xiao He. When did my sister become so terrifying? All right, I won't speak of it again. I'll return to sleep now. Xiao He discreetly rose, hurriedly dressed, fearful of revealing his intentions. He swiftly retreated to his room and wrapped himself in a white nightgown. How fragrant! Xiao He noticed the bedding was quite clean, yet something seemed amiss within the sheets. He reached out and discovered a purple belly band. What a mess! He neatly placed it on the table. Outside, he could hear Zhu Xiaoming bustling about, pouring water, washing clothes, tidying up. Xiao He, do you need to use the restroom before sleeping? Sister, that won't be necessary. You should sleep in my parents' room. After Xiao He called out, silence fell once more. Until an hour ago, Xiao He sighed in relief when he noticed that his sister had not come over, just as he thought Zhu Xiaoming would obediently follow suit. The covers over him were suddenly pulled aside. Before he could turn around, a soft and warm figure pressed against him. Sister, why have you come again? Zhu Xiaoming did not embrace him, but lay with her back to him, in a back-to-back position. I have slept here for 20 years. This is my room. Xiao He was at a loss for words. As he attempted to rise, Zhu Xiaoming yanked him back down. She raised her right leg to pin him down, then grasped his chin, turning his face towards her, half of her body resting on his chest. Xiao He felt softness above him and firmness in her legs. Sister, you're a bit too strong. He dared not struggle, fearing he might hurt Zhu Xiaoming. Be honest, have you been with other women? Zhu Xiaoming's large eyes were fixed on him. With other women? Sister, I don't quite understand. Xiao He felt a twinge of guilt, always sensing he had done something wrong, though his encounter with concubine Lian was unintentional. Yet, looking into Zhu Xiaoming's slightly reddened eyes only intensified his remorse. Stop pretending. I noticed during your bath, you're no longer, not a boy anymore. Xiao He sensed a hint of despondence in her tone. Sister, He was at a loss for how to explain. Tell me, who is that woman? I will kill her. Xiao He was taken aback by the seriousness in Zhu Xiaoming's eyes. It was the first time he had seen her so angry. Surely, she couldn't be viewing him as a husband. They had relied on each other since childhood, sleeping together each night, though they had never engaged in any intimate acts. Upon returning home, Zhu Xiaoming would wash his clothes, cook, tidy up, and bathe. All these gestures far surpassed what any wife would do, almost making her a virtuous wife in every sense. Their bond had long transcended mere friendship, and if love were to blossom, it would undoubtedly be even more enchanting. What was he thinking? He mentally chided himself. 1. Acknowledge the relationship with concubine Lien, but do not fully admit it. Reward: eyes of the moon and stars. Note: admitting will incite Zhu Xiaoming's hostility towards Lien Fei. 2. Fabricate a lie. Reward: the roar of the eastern lion, great success. Note: the lie will ultimately leave Zhu Xiaoming feeling angry and disappointed. If she discovers the truth, she will still harbor animosity towards Lien Xinyue and lose control. This option 2 is rather severe, but option 1 worries him about her doing something foolish. However, concubine Lien is within the palace, and they shouldn't cross paths. So there should be no issues, right? Yet, seeing Zhu Xiaoming's furious expression filled Xiao He with guilt. Sister, let me explain, but please listen to me patiently. There's a reason. You see, I know you well. You're not the kind of person who acts recklessly. After all, we have been together for so long, and you have never laid a hand on me. Zhu Xiaoming said this while slightly tilting her head, a hint of blush crossing her cheeks. Xiao He recounted the entire sequence of events, and upon learning that he had been coerced, Zhu Xiaoming was immediately engulfed in fury. How dare that Lien Xinyue? I must bring her to ruin for robbing you of your most cherished virtue. Sister, do not dwell on such matters. In the palace, merely surviving is a feat. Besides, I am male. What virtue do I possess? No, you must go cleanse yourself. I have bathed many times already. I shan't go again. It's cold outside. Xiao He was truly reluctant to move. Zhu Xiaoming reclined once more, lying flat and staring blankly at the ceiling, silent. Noticing her tranquility, Xiao He glanced at her profile, which held a striking beauty, blending both ancient charm and modern elegance. Sister, what troubles you? Are you unhappy? I'm not a girl. I have not suffered any loss. Please do not be disheartened. You do not understand. Zhu Xiaoming murmured. Xiao He dared not say more, uncertain of her sentiments. You are my brother, with our father gone. I must assume his role. It is my failing that I have not cared for you adequately. Zhu Xiaoming continued softly. In the past, we relied on one another, and as your elder sister, I bore the responsibility of our parents' care. Yet, I faltered and nearly lost you. Had you been discovered, how could we face our parents in the afterlife? Her eyes grew redder, as if tears were swirling within. Xiao He could hardly bear it, and hastily wiped away her tears. I will never part from you. We have been together for 20 years, and for the next 80, even 800 years, that will not change, I swear. Are you certain? Zhu Xiaoming pouted. Absolutely, without a doubt. Regarding Lien Fei, it was solely for the sake of survival, and I am confident that nothing will go awry. Zhu Xiaoming tucked her chin, turning her back to Xiao He. Seeing her quiet, Xiao He finally breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, Zhu Xiaoming suddenly asked, is it comfortable? Chapter 12. I shall not punish your 9 clans. I do not believe you, Xiao He responded. Sister, that is not the crux of the matter. How did you discover I had lost my innocence? Of course I could tell. You used to have no concept of the opposite sex, and just now, while I bathed you, I noticed something unusual. Zhu Xiaoming's voice emerged from beneath the covers, clearly embarrassed. Is that all? Is there something more? You seem to possess quite a knowledge of women, which led me to my conclusion. Xiao He fell silent, acknowledging the terrifying accuracy of a woman's intuition. He felt as if he had committed an infidelity. Yet, Zhu Xiaoming seemed relentless, continuing to inquire. So was it pleasant? 1. Respond with pleasant to receive the starry moon's gaze. Consequences unknown. 2. Respond with not pleasant to receive 1,000 Qian coins. Consequences unknown. It appeared that the reward for option 1 was more enticing, and it mattered little what he answered. Xiao He was at a loss for words. It was quite pleasant. What was that sensation like? Care to elaborate? Zhu Xiaoming leaned closer, and he could feel her softness against his side. Sister, discussing this in our current state feels inappropriate. I'm truly going to sleep. Xiao He sensed that things were about to escalate, so he decided to feign sleep, closing his eyes and beginning to snore. Fine, don't say anything. Zhu Xiaoming turned away, falling asleep on her own. It wasn't until midnight, confirming that Zhu Xiaoming had indeed drifted into slumber, that Xiao He began to explore the starry moon's gaze. This was a unique ocular technique, or one could say a special constitution. In the darkness, Xiao He's eyes radiated a luminous glow akin to moonlight. With a mere thought, the brightness vanished. How wondrous! Not only was my vision enhanced, but I also felt a potent force within my pupils, ready to be unleashed at any moment. He suppressed the urge to rise and test his newfound ocular abilities. As for the roar of the River Dong Lion, it was a sound wave technique, distinct from the imagined roar, capable of shattering one's spirit with greater might, albeit at a higher cost of physical and spiritual energy. Lost in contemplation, Xiao He peacefully succumbed to slumber, while Zhu Xiaoming had long since fallen asleep, comforted by his presence. As dawn broke, Zhu Xiaoming's day commenced at 5 o'clock. Even before the sun had risen, the kitchen was ablaze with hot water, a stove, and all preparations in place. By the time Xiao He awoke, the room was warm, with steaming water for his face, hot tea, and delicious noodles and dumplings set elegantly upon the table. Upon witnessing this, Xiao He felt an unparalleled sense of happiness. Even entertained the thought of living like this, with Zhu Xiaoming indefinitely forsaking the palace. Yet he found himself ensnared. For under the oppressive gaze of the Empress and concubine Lien, to venture beyond this realm would be tantamount to courting death. Ah, strength. It all comes down to strength. Eat up. What are you thinking about? If you don't hurry, it'll get cold. Zhu Xiaoming playfully tapped Xiao He on the head. Okay, he exclaimed, hastily finishing his meal. As night approached and he was to return to the palace, Xiao He climbed to the rooftop, gazing at the imposing walls of the grand palace in the distance, letting out a resigned sigh. Quickly change your shoes. I have washed them for you. Zhu Xiaoming had prepared 2 pairs of shoes and 5 pairs of socks, saying, you should change your socks daily, as your feet always smell upon returning. Also, do not wear the same pair of shoes constantly. Alternate them for your comfort. Understood. Xiao He, recalling something, produced 100 large Qian coins and handed them to Zhu Xiaoming. This is your salary for the month. What are you doing? 10 Qian coins are sufficient for me. The rest you must use to manage affairs within the palace. Did you not mention that you need to present 30 Qian coins to the director each month? Zhu Xiaoming reminded him, and Xiao He remembered that at the end of the month, he needed to provide 30 Qian coins to the head of the Imperial Medical Institute. With over 70 imperial physicians contributing 30 coins, each amounted to more than 2,000 coins, a significant sum. The director claimed this money was their life insurance. However, Xiao He was reluctant to part with it, as the director had been ineffectual. 3 physicians had perished at the hands of Consort Lien, and he had not dared to utter a word in their defense. Yet, obligations must be met. After all, one must bow their head beneath the eaves. Very well. I shall take 40 Qian coins. Use the remainder to purchase some attractive clothing, shoes, and cosmetics for yourself. Wouldn't that be delightful? What is the point of dressing up? Who would see me at home every day? Zhu Xiaoming counted the money on her fingers. The pleasant days passed swiftly, and evening arrived. After dinner, Xiao He had to return to the palace, as he needed to rise at 4 in the morning for duties. If he were to sleep at home, he would have to waken by 2. It was better not to sleep at all. As the hour of the dog approached, Zhu Xiaoming reluctantly bid farewell to Xiao He at the gate of the Xiao residence. You must be cautious in the palace. I cannot look after you while I am away. Please do not get into trouble. Rest assured, I am quite clever now. Xiao He replied, carrying his bags filled with clean clothes and snacks. Walking along the quiet road under the night sky, the area was nearly deserted at this hour. As Xiao He pondered how to handle the director of the Imperial Medical Institute upon his return, he suddenly heard distant cries of alarm, a familiar sound. It was the voice of Physician Shui. In a flash, Xiao He dashed to the wall of Physician Shui's courtyard, but as soon as he appeared, he was spotted by a lookout. 3 concealed weapons shot towards him. Instinctively, Xiao He dodged, feeling the projectiles was past him. On the rooftop stood a figure clad in black, astonished to see him. Employing his ethereal movement technique, Xiao He closed the distance of several dozen paces in an instant. The figure had no time to react before Xiao He delivered a powerful punch to his head. With a resounding thud, the black-clad man's skull caved in, and he crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Immediately, Xiao He leaped into the courtyard, but as he landed, a glint of a blade sliced through the air towards him. With no time to evade, he unleashed the Tiger Roar Fist, which resonated like thunder, shattering the blade's trajectory. A soft voice emerged from within the house. Xiao He kicked open the door, instantly met with a wave of the metallic scent of blood. Before him lay the tragic scene of the entire Shui family. 13 souls extinguished, including his unwed granddaughter, who lay amidst the pool of blood. Xuetai himself was pinned to the wall by a blade, his life waning swiftly. Upon seeing Xiao He enter, Xuetai summoned his last vestiges of strength to cry out, "Flee! It is the Dean who orchestrated this. He has discovered our involvement in the demise of Zhang Tai and Wang Tai." Beside him stood a man clad in a black robe, adorned with celestial motifs. Upon noticing Xiao He's arrival, a gleam of delight crossed his features. "You arrived just in time. I had intended to rid myself of this old wretch before seeking you out, sparing me the trouble of searching. You are Li Yuliang?" Xiao He set down his backpack, unwilling to let the efforts of Zhu Xiaoming be marred by conflict. "You recognize me? You are sharper than your foolish father. And it appears your prowess is commendable as well," Li Yuliang declared, drawing forth a long blade and deftly extracting the innards of Xuetai. "Such grievous wounds are beyond even divine salvation." Xiao He, witnessing this heinous act, felt a surge of rage rise within him, a reckoning for both old grievances and new. With a fearsome roar akin to a lion of the east, he proclaimed, "Li Yuliang, unless I annihilate your entire lineage, I shall not bear the surname Xiao." Chapter 13. A twisted path in the midst of the turmoil. The once frivolous expression on Li Yuliang's face transformed into one of sheer terror as he was startled by a thunderous roar from Xiao He. Instinctively, he raised his blade to defend himself, conjuring a massive shield of blade energy before him. Yet, with Xiao He's furious bellow, the very structure of the house seemed to creak ominously, as every piece of furniture within was reduced to mere dust. An overwhelming force surged forth, one that human strength could scarcely contend with. Panic surged through Li Yuliang as he hastily retreated, but evasion was futile. With a resounding crash, he was thrown through the wall, rolling 100 yards across the ground. Moments later, a thunderous sound echoed as the house of the physician Shui collapsed. Strangely, the neighbors seemed oblivious to the chaos unfolding around them, showing no inclination to investigate the commotion. "Cough, cough. Weren't you supposed to be a worthless nobody? How can you possess such strength?" The intel was flawed, Li Yuliang exclaimed in horror, struggling to rise. Despite being a half-step into the spirit platform realm, he had been sent flying by a single shout and had sustained internal injuries. Before he could ponder further, a rush of wind announced the arrival of a figure beside him. Xiao He, Li Yuliang's pupils constricta. So fast. Boom! A punch descended. The might of the dragon tiger fist, combined with the pure yang sacred body, felt as if a mountain were crashing down upon him. "Open the mountain," Li Yuliang roared, unleashing his most formidable strike with his blade. Yet, a sharp clang resonated as his weapon was sent flying, and he caught a glimpse of a notch appearing along its edge. "Impossible! Are you a monster?" Xiao He delivered a fierce kick to Li Yuliang's chest, causing his ribcage to cave in with a series of sickening cracks. Blood erupted from Li Yuliang's mouth, mingling with the remnants of his shattered flesh and innards. "Speak. Why did you attempt to kill Physician Shui and me? Who, aside from the head of the Imperial Medical Institute, has commanded you?" Xiao He pressed down on Li Yuliang, towering over him as he interrogated. Although it was his first time taking a life, the depth of his hatred rendered him devoid of guilt or anxiety. Li Yuliang, now gripped by fear, pleaded, "Please don't kill me. I will tell you. Do you think you are in a position to bargain? Speak, and I might spare your family. Remain silent, and your entire lineage shall perish. Will you keep your word?" The mention of his family caused Li Yuliang's gaze to falter, revealing his apprehension. Ah, but you currently have no options. Xiao He nodded affirmatively. After a few strained coughs, Li Yuliang seemed to grasp the gravity of his situation and spoke, albeit slowly. Director Lu Shi offered me 10,000 Qian coins to kill Physician Xue and you. The truth is, your deaths are not connected to the demise of Physician Zhang. It is primarily because both of you may be associated with the Empress, and currently, the one causing the most upheaval in the palace is none other than Concubine Lian. Nonsense. Apart from Concubine Lian, who else could it be? Xiao He intensified the pressure, causing Li Yuliang to weep in agony, his face paling. I genuinely do not know. I have only heard rumors. It appears your family holds less value than your master. Farewell, Xiao He declared in a low voice. Seeing Xiao He poised to take his life, Li Yuliang hastily interjected, Wait. I will tell you. It was the intention of Lord Zhong, the Deputy Minister of Revenue. As for the reasons behind it, I am utterly unaware. The Deputy Minister of Revenue? That is a high-ranking official, overseeing the nation's taxation, land, and household registration. What motive could such a person have to eliminate them? Could it be that there exists some clandestine dealings between Dean Lu Shi and others? Or perhaps Dr. Xue uncovered something significant, leading to his silencing? Young Master Xiao, might you release me? Just as Li Yuliang finished speaking, his head was severed in an instant. Father, I have finally avenged you. The one who took your life has met his end. Xiao He hurried back to the ruins, clearing away the fallen walls, where Dr. Xue still clung to life. Upon his return, Dr. Xue's complexion brightened, as though rejuvenated. Noble nephew, you have hidden yourself quite deeply, yet with your capabilities, I can entrust you with certain matters. Speak. Dr. Xue, the death of your father involves many individuals, whose influence is beyond our comprehension. Among them is Lu Shi, the Minister of Revenue, a towering figure we cannot easily surmount. Dr. Xue, what will be the consequences should I decide to eliminate the dean? Dr. Xue chuckled. A mere dean of the Imperial Medical Institute. Who is to say who sits in that position? As long as your backing is formidable and your motives justifiable. Taking a life is merely an act. I understand. Suddenly, Dr. Xue began to cough violently, his chest heaving, and he inquired, Dr. Xiao, what is the true nature of the situation regarding Concubine Lian? She's indeed pregnant. Xiao He remained tight-lipped. Dr. Xue, upon hearing this, smiled knowingly, his dim eyes seemingly piercing through the veil of secrecy, murmuring, Ah, Concubine Lian, splendid indeed. By the way, aside from her, you might consider visiting Concubine Lu. Concubine Lu? Who is she? Just as Xiao He posed the question, Dr. Xue drew his last breath. Has he perished? Xiao He glanced around, noticing that no one seemed to pay attention to the scene. Without a moment's hesitation to attend to Dr. Xue's remains, he took flight and vanished. After his departure, several figures cloaked in black descended from the rooftops. Upon discovering Li Yuliang's lifeless body, they expressed their astonishment. Dead, such immense power. It appears to be the work of Dr. Xue's accomplice. Let us investigate the situation with Dr. Xiao. No need to go. We have just received word that Dr. Xiao has returned to the palace. To have killed Li Yuliang indicates at least a spiritual realm mastery. It seems there are indeed formidable experts at play. Dr. Xue's demise, though tragic, served to fulfill his mission, while the youthful Dr. Xiao likely remains unaware of the deeper intricacies at hand. They resolved to report back to their superior and devise a new strategy. Chief, what shall we do with this body? Take it away. Li Yuliang was a member of the Divine Guard. If anyone witnesses him attacking a physician, it would leave a poor impression. Subsequently, the group arranged the scene, ultimately classifying Dr. Xue's death as the result of an enemy's treachery. Upon returning to the palace, Xiao He made his way directly to his quarters, encountering numerous physicians busily attending to their duties along the way. These physicians averted their gazes, engrossed in their tasks, creating an atmosphere of utmost indifference that felt stifling. As he stepped into the Imperial Medical Institute, a peculiar choice presented itself before him. 1. Slay Lu Shi to obtain the Golden Serpent pattern armor. Caution: Lu Shi is the Dean of the Imperial Medical Institute. Killing him may render you a criminal, facing imprisonment and judgment. 2. grovel before Liu Shi to acquire the water's spirit pearl. Beware, sparing this individual may lead to moral decay, transforming you into something neither human nor ghost. Upon returning to his quarters, Xiao He was taken aback by the emergence of this choice. Liu Shi is undoubtedly destined for demise. Yet the method of execution remains uncertain. The individual in question is the director of the Imperial Medical Bureau, and this matter can only be orchestrated through the hands of Consort Lien. At dawn the following day, Xiao He rose from his slumber. By 4 o'clock, the Imperial Medical Bureau was already in operation. Besides the bureau, the royal kitchen was also bustling with activity. Within the palace, as night turned to day, the number of people gradually increased. Xiao He made his way to the eastern side of the bureau, where the apothecary was located. He seized 3 types of herbs and began grinding them with a mortar and pestle. Beside him stood another court physician, equally engrossed in his tasks. Perhaps it was the early hour, for there was little interest in exchanging pleasantries. Each individual wore a weary expression, their eyes heavy with fatigue. To his left stood physician Zhou, a man in his 50s whose grandchildren were already in their teens. Xiao He had little interaction with him. In his eyes, Zhou was a taciturn figure. The space to his right was vacant, designated for physician Zhang. It was not until 7 in the morning that Director Liu Shi returned from court, accompanied by several attendants, to conduct his inspection. Xiao He stole a glance. Liu Shi was corpulent, with small eyes, commanding a presence akin to that of the emperor within the bureau. Behind him, 4 physicians adorned with expressions of obsequiousness flanked him, wielding their authority to reprimand the other physicians incessantly. How can this medicine be treated in such a manner? Your technique is too feeble. What if an explosion occurs during our preparations? Apply more force. One physician barked, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiao He. He remained silent, intensifying the pressure with which he wielded the pestle. Yet, the individual seemed dissatisfied, approaching to snatch the pestle from Xiao He's grasp. Xiao He, being the youngest, should not even be in the Imperial Medical Bureau. Your ignorance in apothecary work is evident. It would be best if you left post-haste. Xiao He recognized the malice behind these words. After all, who was unaware of his connections with Consort Lien and the Empress? Dismissing him was not a matter to be taken lightly. Provoking him into making a mistake would be the most effective tactic. Physician Jia, what can I say when accusations are so easily fabricated? Xiao He replied, how audacious of you to question me. I have practiced medicine for 50 years. Can I not discern your flaws? Physician Jia retorted, if you're unconvinced, why not allow me to inspect the powder you ground? He was about to continue when Liu Shi interjected. Xiao He, you have been in the Imperial Medical Bureau for half a year now, have you not? His rotund figure spoke with a heavy voice, the sound laden with the weight of his bulk. Yes, Director. Xiao He responded politely, clasping his hands. Our bureau conducts an assessment annually, which will commence in 10 days. Should your medical skills prove insufficient, you shall be expelled. Do you understand? I understand, and I shall strive diligently. Very well. Liu Shi signaled to those behind him, and another physician stepped forward, producing a gold leaf and presenting it to Xiao He. Understanding the implication, Xiao He realized this was a request for a bribe. Without further ado, the other physicians discreetly deposited 30 coins into the gold leaf. The large coins, akin to silver currency, clinked as they fell into the receptacle. Gritting his teeth, Xiao He reluctantly contributed 3 coins of 10 each. In just a short while, over 2,000 Qian coins were taken away, truly outrageous. Xiao He watched, feeling a pang of envy. Xiao He, Dr. Xue has not arrived. Do you know what the matter is? Liu Shi suddenly inquired. I am unaware, Xiao He replied, his expression unchanging, yet pondering whether Liu Shi's words were intended as a veiled threat to intimidate him. How peculiar. Recently, the Imperial Medical Bureau has been rather understaffed. You all must be vigilant and not fall prey to ill-intentioned individuals. Indeed, as the afternoon wore on at the Imperial Medical Bureau, Xiao He awaited the summons of the esteemed concubine Lien with bated breath. Dr. Xiao, concubine Lien is unwell and requires your assistance in her recuperation. I shall attend to her at once. Dr. Xiao was eager to comply, though not solely for the sake of concubine Lien's health, but rather for the opportunity to eliminate Liu Shi. Chapter 14. Does the imperial concubine Liu also suffer from stomach aches? Within the Qinghuan Palace, Had it been the emperor of the great Qian, Li Changxian would have likely witnessed Xiao He facing a most gruesome demise, perhaps even subjected to dismemberment. Before the eyes of the world, the enchanting lotus concubine captivated men to the point of madness. Yet now she found herself entirely conquered by his pure, yang, sacred body. Should this revelation reach the public, countless souls would envy him, yearning to perish beneath her skirts, not to mention those like Xiao He who had managed to subdue her. Xinyue, I desire to eliminate someone. You, what do you mean? The lotus concubine cast a sultry glance. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao He made his request. Kill Lu Shi. Not an issue, merely a Lu Shi. If my little lover wishes for his demise, then he shall meet his end. At this moment, Xinyue would likely acquiesce to any demand Xiao He proposed. Xinyue, you are truly wonderful. All right. An hour later, Xiao He stood invigorated at the center of the room, while Lotus Concubine sat gracefully upon a chair. My little lover, how would you prefer Lu Shi to perish? The sooner, the better. No, he must not die in vain. The Imperial Medical Academy will conduct an assessment in 10 days. Strive for an excellent ranking. And after Lu Shi's demise, I will endeavor to secure the position of director for you. Though Xiao He felt tempted, he hesitated. Xinyue, I am the least experienced. I fear the others may not accept it. Do not worry. I shall have the emperor personally bestow the title upon you. That, Xinyue, is that appropriate? Wouldn't that merely benefit the emperor? Xiao He feigned reluctance, prompting Xinyue to inquire. What are you saying? How could I benefit him? My little lover, are you feeling jealous? Seeing Xiao He's unwilling demeanor brought her joy. Your relationship with Lotus Concubine has reached a profound affection. Please continue your efforts. Profound affection. The bond with the master has deepened. Functionality unlocked at 20. Lotus Concubine's data is accessible. Xiao He quickly glanced towards Lotus Concubine, noticing a series of exclusive data appearing above her head. Name, Lotus Xinyue Cultivation. 4 extremes. Beyond the spirit platform lies the 4 extremes. Relationship. Profound affection progress. 20. Although the introduction was brief, the level of her cultivation astonished Xiao He. The Lotus Concubine's prowess was unexpectedly high. 4 extremes was indeed a tier above the spirit platform. The captains of the Guardian Division typically possessed a cultivation level between the 9th tier and the spirit platform, while those at 4 extremes could command 1,000 men. Beyond that lay the vice commander. Why are you silent, staring at me? Lotus Xinyue felt a tinge of shyness, her cheeks flushed. Xiao He took the opportunity to compliment her. You are exquisite. Why are you flattering me? It makes me quite bashful. Lotus Xinyue glanced outside, contemplating closing the door, yet concerned that the emperor might arrive soon. Understanding it was time to depart, Xiao He refrained from leaving voluntarily, while Lotus Xinyue seemingly wished to keep him there. As he took his leave, Xiao He embraced Lotus Xinyue, stealing a couple of kisses from her moist lips, which elicited a melodic response from her. Exiting the Qinghuan Palace and strolling along the secluded paths of the harem, Xiao He promptly bowed his head in respect upon encountering individuals of significance. As he passed a secluded pawn, a procession approached, led by a group of 10 eunuchs bearing a palanquin, accompanied by 10 strikingly beautiful palace maids. The grandeur of the scene signified the extraordinary status of the individual within. Xiao He silently stood to the side, his head bowed, patiently awaiting the entourage to pass. However, the palanquin halted before him. Are you Xiao He? A clear voice emerged from within, unmistakably that of a young woman. Indeed, that is I. May I inquire as to your identity? Xiao He responded, bowing respectfully. How audacious! You do not even recognize Imperial Concubine Lu? Kneel at once. A palace maid scolded sharply. Yinner, do not be disrespectful. The woman inside the palanquin interjected swiftly. Yes, your highness, Xiao He replied, astonished once more. Another Imperial Concubine. Dr. Xiao, I have heard of your remarkable medical skills. It is said that you diagnosed Imperial Concubine Lian's recent pregnancy. Could you examine me as well? Xiao He hesitated, fearful of stepping into a perilous situation, but feeling powerless to refuse. Are you afraid that I might harm you? Or do you belong to Imperial Concubine Lian already? I would never dare, your highness. Your health appears robust. How could you possibly be unwell? He stammered, anxiety evident in his voice. Whether I am unwell is not for you to decide. Dr. Xiao, are you so busy that you cannot spare a mere quarter of an hour for me? To attend to Imperial concubine Lu's health would be an honor for me. I hope you will not hold my skills against me. Xiao He stated earnestly. How could your skills be lacking? Both Imperial physicians Zhang and Wang are not as proficient as you. Imperial concubine Lu chuckled lightly, clearly pleased with Xiao He's acquiescence to examine her. One could only imagine the reaction this news would elicit from Imperial concubine Lian. As for Lian's pregnancy, she was utterly skeptical, convinced there was some hidden agenda, which undoubtedly involved Xiao He. Come, return to the palace with me. Imperial concubine Lu commanded. The news of Xiao He accompanying Imperial concubine Lu swiftly reached Imperial concubine Lian. What? He has been taken by Imperial concubine Lu? Lian sprang to her feet, glaring at the maid, Xiao Hong. Yes, there are many skilled individuals in Imperial concubine Lu's palace. I cannot infiltrate, Xiao Hong replied cautiously. Lian paced the room, arms crossed, troubled by her recent intimacy with her lover. The thought of Xiao He encountering peril heightened her anxiety and deepened her resentment toward Imperial concubine Lu. Xiao Hong, inform Yuang to keep a watchful eye on Imperial concubine Lu. Should she attempt to harm Xiao He, she must ensure his safe retrieval, no matter the cost. Xiao Hong was momentarily taken aback by the depth of Lian's concern for Xiao He. The moonlit shadow served as her trump card, and she was surprisingly willing to deploy it. Nevertheless, she immediately proceeded to act upon it. At the Thousand Lakes Palace, Xiao He stood quietly at the entrance of the palace as Lu Guifei emerged from her sedan chair. Xiao He cast a furtive glance, and how should one describe her? She exuded an air of aloof elegance, clad in a flowing white robe, her hair shimmering with brilliance, adorned with minimal embellishments, projecting a chilling pride that seemed to keep others at bay. Her audacious attire drew the eye, and it was impossible not to be captivated by her long, elegant legs. Yet, Xiao He dared not gaze too long. After all, Lu Guifei was known for her ruthless disposition. A palace maid gestured for Xiao He to follow Lu Guifei inside. The Thousand Lakes Palace, true to its name, housed 3 exquisite lakes, a creation of Lu Guifei herself. The main hall of the palace was nestled at the center of the lakes, with a pathway of stone slabs that seemed to hover above the water, leading from the shore to the entrance of the hall. Xiao He sensed that these slabs must be enveloped in a special formation to maintain their buoyancy. Please go ahead. I wish to speak with Dr. Xiao alone, Lu Guifei instructed, signaling to the palace maids around her. Yes. 2 of the maids exchanged glances, reluctantly acquiescing. Xiao He felt an increasing sense of vigilance as he silently followed Lu Guifei into the palace. Upon entering, Lu Guifei swiftly closed the grand hall's doors and settled herself on a long bench. The opulent decorations within the hall went unnoticed by Xiao He. His gaze was ensnared by Lu Guifei's strikingly long legs, far too dazzling to ignore. It was likely this very allure that had prompted the emperor to wed her in the first place. Dr. Xiao, I've been experiencing some abdominal discomfort lately. Would you be so kind as to examine me? I'm also curious to know if I might be with child. Chapter 15. The strife of the harem. Xiao He felt a pang of unease within. Would Imperial concubine Lu be like concubine Lian? However, he quickly dismissed such thoughts. Being handsome does not guarantee that women, especially those of high status, would readily offer themselves. Your Highness, I beseech your pardon. Xiao He stepped forward, gently placing his fingers upon the wrist of Imperial concubine Lu. He dared not linger on her delicate skin, relying instead on the pulse he remembered to gauge her condition. Dr. Xiao, I experience discomfort in my abdomen. Could it be that I am with child? Imperial concubine Lu reclined on her chair, her right hand propping her neck, her right leg gracefully resting upon her left. The silk of her gown cascaded down her hips, and her cool, luminous gaze held a subtle smile as she regarded Xiao He. Under such scrutiny, Xiao He felt a profound discomfort. 1. Respond affirmatively to the pregnancy inquiry, gaining 10 peacock feathers. Caution. Concubine Lu may merely be testing, which could lead to dire consequences involving concubine Lian. 2. Deny the pregnancy, gaining knowledge of medical principles. Caution. Concubine Lu's probing could lead to her suspicion and dissatisfaction. Neither option bore favorable outcomes, yet the first was evidently more severe. Xiao He replied, Imperial concubine Lu has always maintained excellent health. You are not with child. To his relief, concubine Lu did not take offense. Instead, she smiled and remarked, The Emperor has not visited me in 8 years. If you were to assert that I am with child, I fear I would have to accuse you of slander. Xiao He felt a weight lift from his heart. He was glad he had not answered thoughtlessly. He hastily bowed and continued, Your beauty is unmatched. Yet the Emperor is merely occupied. If he could but catch a glimpse of you. Concubine Lu lifted her legs, sitting upright and adjusting her gown to shield her legs, expressing her reluctance as she said, There's so many beauties in the harem. What is my mere appearance? The Emperor's health is poor, and he has managed to have concubine Lien with child. What chance do I have? Xiao He dared not respond. He was at a loss for words, choosing instead to remain silent, for in the harem, excessive speech could lead to downfall. Yet concubine Lu continued, Dr. Xiao, all the concubines in the harem are aware of the Emperor's condition. He cannot conceive, for we have all tried. Alas! Xiao He lowered his head further, beads of sweat forming on his back. What jest! If all in the harem knew the Emperor could not father a child, was he not being grilled over an open flame? Yet, this was a truth no one dared to utter or acknowledge. As long as the Emperor believed it, no one would dare to shatter that illusion. For if the truth were to surface, it would surely result in rivers of blood. Realizing this, Xiao He understood that these concubines, rather than challenging concubine Lien, were instead intrigued by him. Had he known on his first day in the harem to flee with his sister, he would have done so. Now, escape was no longer an option. Imperial concubine Lu's gaze returned to him. Do you know how many benefits concubine Lien has reaped since her pregnancy? I am unaware, Your Highness. Just by being with child, concubine Lien has already received 3,000 yuan stones, the qualification to cultivate in the Qinquan Tower, and a millennium-old ginseng fruit. As she spoke of these rewards, an overwhelming jealousy flickered in her eyes. Xiao He felt a tumult within as he absorbed this revelation. Had it not been for the acquisition of the pure, yang sacred body, my other rewards would scarcely measure up to those of the Lotus Consort. The millennium ginseng fruit, capable of extending one's lifespan by 50 years, is a priceless treasure in its own right. Furthermore, there are 3,000 essence stones, which serve as invaluable tools for cultivation, each with a market value of 100 Qian coins. This amounts to 300,000 Qian coins, and purchasing essence stones with Qian coins could actually prove to be even more expensive. The rarity of essence stones is reflected in their cultivation efficacy. Holding one in each hand during training can enhance one's cultivation speed by over 5-fold. This is due to the rich array of natural elements contained within the stones, all of a positive nature, which harmoniously integrates with the cultivator, thus making them highly sought after. The better one's aptitude, the higher the absorption rate. Even the consort, having obtained such a stone, along with the Qinquan Tower, is likely to experience a remarkable surge in her cultivation in the near future. It is no wonder that Lady Lu feels such jealousy. Who wouldn't covet such rewards? And this is merely the beginning. As the weeks, months, and half-year progress, and her belly gradually expands, the benefits she reaps may well be overwhelming. Lady Lu grew increasingly animated as she spoke. Xiao He remained silent, his thoughts in disarray, pondering the audacity of the Lotus Consort. Most importantly, it is her status. Do you not realize that the families and relatives associated with the Lotus Consort now hold considerable sway in the court, their voices amplified? Those ministers linked to her are reaping benefits beyond measure, and many noble lords are actively seeking collaboration with them. Just as Lady Lu was articulating her thoughts, she abruptly shifted her tone. Dr. Xiao, the crux of this matter lies with you. While I can refrain from pressuring you, I require your assistance. Your Highness, please speak. Lady Lu lifted her beautiful gaze toward Xiao He. Come closer. Yes. Xiao He approached. Closer still. Your Highness, that is quite close. Come here, as instructed. Closer, yes. Just like that, kneel. Although Xiao He was reluctant to kneel. After all, a man's knees are worth their weight in gold. Within the palace, kneeling was merely routine, and he had grown accustomed to it. Once he knelt, Lady Lu placed a bare foot upon his shoulder. Your Highness! Xiao He was taken aback. fearing Lady Lu was about to lose her composure. But to his surprise, she delivered a swift kick to his head. "Xiao He, how dare you?" He leaned back as the kick nearly struck his face, hastily exclaiming, "Your Highness, I am unaware of what offense I have committed. You misreported the situation regarding the Lotus Consort, did you not? But the Lotus Consort is indeed pregnant." Xiao He's mind raced, pondering where the miscommunication lay. "Oh, you are so certain? Shall I summon a physician to verify?" Lady Lu's tone turned icy. Noticing Xiao He's silence, she continued, "Whether the Lotus Consort is truly with child is of no concern to me, but there is one matter where I require your assistance. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to take drastic measures. If I am to suffer in this harem, I will ensure that others do not fare better. Your Highness, please elaborate." Xiao He felt a headache coming on. This consort was clearly intent on coercing him into compliance. "I too wish to conceive. I shall find a way for the Emperor to share my bed. Your Highness, regarding this matter, you and the Emperor are already expecting. What further role do I have to play?" Although the Emperor possesses profound cultivation, he has a penchant for strong liquor, the more potent the better. In due course, I shall ascertain the Emperor's capabilities. Should he falter, you must take charge on my behalf, for I am indeed with child. This, the womb cannot deceive. Xiao He, in his distress, pondered whether he too would suffer alongside the Noble Consort Lu. Fortunately, the Noble Consort Lu already had a plan. "I possess a potion that can render my abdomen appear as though it were with child. Fret not about this matter." Xiao He quietly exhaled, relieved at the thought of a court overrun with his progeny. He had yet to fully mature, and should the Emperor discover this, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. "Yet, Your Highness, why have you sought my assistance? If you can aid Noble Consort Lien, why not extend the same to me?" Consort Lu dismissed him with a wave of her hand, signaling for Xiao He to rise. Subsequently, she raised her hand and summoned the palace gates to open. "You may depart now. Should I require your services, I will summon you. Surely, Noble Consort Lien is aware of your presence here. She must be quite anxious, haha." Xiao He bowed respectfully and retreated. Once outside the Qinhu Palace, his spirits lifted slightly, allowing him to return to the Imperial Medical Institute with a measure of peace. However, the tranquility of life seemed to have vanished irretrievably. Shortly after his return to the Institute, a knock resounded upon his door. "Dr. Xiao, Princess Tai Ning has sprained her foot. You are needed to attend to her." Chapter 16, Princess Tai Ning 1. To meet the princess, obtain 10 9-turn golden pills. Note: after going, one may encounter the mistreatment of Princess Tai Ning. 2. To refuse, obtain 10 relics. Note: after refusing, one may face the displeasure of Princess Tai Ning, who will persist in requesting compliance, leading to even more severe mistreatment. Sigh, there appears to be no choice but to acquiesce. Xiao He called out to the outside. "Could you please wait a moment? I need to change my attire." The sun had yet to set, and with Princess Tai Ning's gaze upon him, Xiao He felt quite beleaguered. He retrieved the rewards from the system. The 9-turn golden pill is a highly effective elixir for enhancing one's cultivation, but there was no time to consume it or engage in training at present. The market value of a single 9-turn golden pill exceeds 20,000 Xian coins. The Compendium of Medical Principles is an extensive tome on medicine, encompassing countless conclusions and knowledge regarding herbs, pulse diagnosis, and more. This served to fill the gaps in Xiao He's medical expertise, endowing him with the true capabilities of a royal physician, bolstering his confidence considerably. Once prepared, Xiao He stepped outside, only to be overwhelmed by an unyielding force that rendered him powerless. Even with his exceptional strength and the pure yang sacred body, resistance was futile, as a shroud of mist enveloped him. In an instant, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, he discovered himself confined within a box surrounded by darkness. Attempting to push against the box proved futile. It remained immovable, adorned with flickering runes, its material unmistakably metallic. Could this possibly be a coffin? Surely, Princess Tai Ning would not go this far. Could the dean be behind this? Xiao He endeavored to calm himself from the external vibrations. It was evident that they were moving swiftly. He had no notion of how long he had been unconscious. He struck the metallic box in vain. Even exerting his full strength yielded no results. "What the predicament? After only a brief respite, he was now facing assassination. He recalled the moment he stepped outside, immediately ensnared by an inescapable pressure before losing consciousness. The assailant possessed extraordinary strength, rendering him entirely defenseless, and had even administered a drug capable of inducing unconsciousness. There seemed to be no solution. He could only pray that his captor harbored no intentions of murder. With a resounding thud, the metallic box struck the ground. The lid opened, light gradually permeating the interior, accompanied by a jubilant voice. "Oh dear, let us see how that lotus concubine intends to take you from me." Princess Tai Ning's little head popped in from above. Upon realizing it was Princess Tai Ning, Xiao He felt a wave of relief wash over him. At least his life was no longer at risk. However, he quickly sensed something amiss and, with a forced smile, sat up from the metallic box. "Your Highness, you summon me here. I am always at your service. Is there truly a need for such an unconventional approach?" Xiao He surveyed his surroundings. The room was spacious. Yet through the window, he glimpsed low-rise buildings and the hustle and bustle of a marketplace. This did not appear to be the imperial palace. Had he been taken outside the palace walls? Just when we were about to have some fun last time. That insufferable lotus concubine summoned you back. This time, I refused to be interrupted. Princess Tai Ning was adorned in a brown long gown, her hair styled in two playful ponytails, her face unadorned, yet her smile revealed two adorable canine teeth. Only the whip in her hand sent chills down one's spine. She waved her hand, signaling her subordinates to leave. Xiao He glanced at her attendants, two palace maids, but aside from their attire, there was nothing about them that resembled the demeanor of palace maids, particularly the one on the left. With a storage ring on her right hand and hair cascading straight down, exuded an aura of formidable sharpness, undoubtedly an external ally. "Come out, Dr. Xiao. Shall we engage in a game you are well acquainted with?" Princess Tai Ning, upon seeing her followers exit, immediately tugged at Dr. Xiao, rising with a mischievous grin. Xiao He yearned to flee, yet the skilled guards at the entrance afforded him no opportunity. Moreover, Princess Tai Ning seemed to possess considerable strength. Her seemingly delicate hands effortlessly lifted him. "Princess, a game I am familiar with?" he queried. "Indeed, are you not a physician? Look, I have prepared a myriad of intriguing items." Princess Tai Ning produced an assortment of bizarre objects from her storage ring. "Behold, I have brought many toys and, by the way, some hallucinogenic mushrooms, as well as the exhilarating Shun Songrong. Princess, perhaps we should forego the Shun Songrong," Xiao He exclaimed, having recently acquired extensive medical knowledge. He was all too aware of what it entailed. This substance could be likened to a herb that was 100 times more potent than adrenaline. Once consumed, it would turn a man into an inexhaustible machine. You wish to partake? I'm not inclined to share. We shall each have half." Princess Tai Ning replied with a mysterious smile. "Such jest is ill-conceived." Xiao He cried out in agony as Princess Tai Ning, unaware of her own strength, inflicted harm upon him. A new wound appeared on his body, his clothes torn, revealing blood. "Wow, your physique is remarkably resilient," Princess Tai Ning exclaimed, her excitement growing. Xiao He, terrified, sought to evade her, but was struck on the back, causing him to leap about the room in pain. "Still running? Hith. I will not allow your escape." Princess Tai Ning grew increasingly exhilarated as she continued her assault. After enduring excruciating torment, Xiao He resolved to no longer acquiesce. He feared that if this continued, he would be beaten to death. With a fierce determination, he turned, bellowing in anger. Enough! The pure yang energy within him erupted, and the Xuanwu true art surged forth, manifesting an aura akin to that of a deity, momentarily bewildering Princess Tai Ning. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao He forcefully pushed Princess Tai Ning, who stumbled and fell to the ground. At that moment, he stood bare-chested, bloodied and fierce in appearance. Before Princess Tai Ning could rise, he restrained her, employing her own tactics against her. Rather than be toyed with to death, he preferred to resist. Even if the royal family sought to punish him, he would ensure the princess accompanied him in death. Embracing a fatalistic resolve, Xiao He was prepared to go all out. With a resounding crack, it sounded as though he had struck metal. The princess was clad in remarkably resilient soft armor. You possess armor, do you? I refuse to believe that you are equally protected in all respects. Xiao He declared, stepping on Princess Tai Ning like a beast that had captured its prey. Why you dare strike me? She stammered. Princess Tai Ning turned back, her expression tinged with grievance as she looked at Xiao He. What is there to fear? Do you not realize that your actions could be fatal? However, contrary to her usual demeanor, Princess Tai Ning was not angry. Instead, she exhibited an unexpected calmness. Xiao He, Chapter 17. Impatience. Xiao He was inwardly exclaiming in dismay. What in the world? Suddenly, a cacophony of thunderous sounds erupted outside the room. The two maidens stationed at the door exchanged glances, contemplating whether to enter and check on the princess, who appeared to be in distress. No need, one remarked. The princess cannot be intimidated by a mere physician. Should a real crisis arise, she will surely call for help. We shall remain vigilant. The cold, aloof woman on the left, clutching her sword, bore an icy demeanor, the very presence that rendered Xiao He powerless. At that moment, the one truly anxious was concubine Lien. What did you say? Xiao He has been taken? He has vanished? She paced back and forth, her face etched with worry. My beloved, please do not let anything happen to you. Concubine Lien murmured. Your Highness, I have searched the inner palace thoroughly, yet found no trace of him. One of her attendants exclaimed. Concubine Lien slammed her hand on the table. You must check with Concubine Lu. Yes. As Concubine Lien continued her restless pacing, she could only pray for Xiao He's safety, while her hand instinctively caressed her abdomen. I wonder if I am with child. If so, it would provide a lasting legacy for Xiao He. If not, I must devise a plan to feign pregnancy in a few months for in a year. I shall need alternative routes. Regardless, Xiao He must not perish. In Fengkuan Palace, Empress Jiang reclined upon her jade couch, her hair cascading loosely for comfort. The chamber was devoid of anyone save for two maidens attending to her. As one turned, the silk draping over her hips slipped, revealing an alluring sight. Your Majesty, it seems that physician Xiao has been abducted, reported a maiden in white as she entered. Indifferently munching on grapes, Empress Jiang replied, This matter is of no concern. Continue your watch at the Imperial Medical Office. Physician Xiao shall return in a few days. Understood. Once the attendant departed, Empress Jiang produced a jade tablet and handed it to a maiden clad in plum blossom attire. Deliver this to Princess Tai Ning. Advise her to exercise caution and not to toy with him too recklessly. Physician Xiao is of great value to me. Yes, Your Majesty, the Empress whispered. I hope this pawn can tip the scales in our favor. Within the loft outside the royal city, Xiao He confronted the princess with indignation. Dare you continue to bully me? I shall not, he retorted as he lifted Princess Tai Ning and tossed her onto the bed. It was already the fourth watch of the night, and he needed to prepare for work. The princess cried out in protest, casting a reproachful glance at Xiao He. I must attend to my duties at the medical office. I have no time for games. Don't, she exclaimed. I have not yet had my fill of amusement. Your masculinity is quite appealing, and I still, without concern for her disheveled attire, Princess Tai Ning approached him, clutching his pant leg. Xiao He, unyielding, grasped her head firmly. Have you become disobedient? No, I dare not. I am yours, do as you will. Then I shall take my leave. Do you oppose? No, that is not my intention. It is merely that we have yet to reach that stage. What stage? Xiao He widened his eyes, observing Princess Tai Ning's bashful demeanor, and could not help but speculate on her thoughts. The princess is surprisingly audacious. Could it be? I should inform the Imperial Medical Institute, and you mustn't leave. You assert that your medical prowess is exceptional. I have yet to experience it. 1. Agree to Princess Tai Ning's request and receive a reward of a 5 enhancement to self-healing abilities. Note, accepting may lead to unforeseen events. 2. Decline Princess Tai Ning. Receive a reward of a 1 enhancement to spiritual abilities. Note, refusing will diminish Princess Tai Ning's satisfaction with your experience and reduce her inclination toward servitude. The Imperial Medical Institute heeds your words? Xiao He's gaze flickered. If he truly embarked on this journey with Princess Tai Ning, his position within the palace would be significantly fortified, alleviating his fears of certain concubines. At the very least, he would no longer need to dread the likes of concubine Lu. Indeed, As long as you are willing, I am amenable to anything. Xiao He flashed a wicked smile. In that case, with a thunderous roar, a bolt of lightning struck. An hour later, Xiao He sat up, refreshed, while Princess Tai Ning lay against his sturdy back, her eyes brimming with admiration. You are remarkable. What is this? Xiao He inquired, pointing at a crimson mark on her body, the evidence of her chastity. This woman is unexpectedly pure. Ah, you mean this? I am merely playful, not promiscuous. And you are indeed the first to dare challenge me. Previously, others were intimidated by my presence and dared not resist, but you are different. Upon finishing her words, Princess Tai Ning playfully bit Xiao He's shoulder. Let me share a secret with you. My father, the Emperor, is naturally inadequate, and I have known it for quite some time. I cannot believe it. The Qian Emperor. Xiao He hesitated to continue, especially with his daughter present. Yet, he pondered the fierce expression of the Empress. Surely, her resentment stemmed from the Emperor's lack of affection towards her. Consider concubine Lien upon their first meeting. Her tone was sharp, but now she is so gentle and compliant. Women are indeed multifaceted, Xiao He mused. Time is fleeting. Shall we play a little longer? Princess Tai Ning, still craving more, was reluctant to part ways. However, Xiao He wished to depart, fearing that lingering too long might lead to trouble. After all, he was merely a physician. If news of his entanglement with the princess spread, it would spell disaster. Are you still not sated? But am I gluttonous? If this continues, I shall cease to feed you. I must return to the Imperial Medical Institute. There is much to attend to. Very well, I shall heed your wishes. Although Princess Tai Ning wished to keep Xiao He a while longer, she received a message from the Empress and reluctantly allowed him to leave. Xiao He changed into a different set of garments to avoid raising suspicion. As he was escorted back to the palace by the princess's guards, it was nearly noon. Upon returning to the Imperial Medical Institute, he noticed the gazes of many had shifted towards him, tinged with surprise and excitement. It seemed the news of the princess having requested his leave had spread. Let them be envious. It matters not. As he prepared to rest in his chamber, he activated the enhancement to his self-healing ability by 5. Chapter 18. In the company of 3, there is always a teacher among us possessing the formidable dragon elephant suppression technique. His physical form was inherently robust, and his recovery abilities were remarkable. With an additional 5 enhancement, the injuries sustained from Princess Tai Ning's lashes were visibly mending. Dr. Xiao, His Majesty has decreed that you gather at the Xuanwu Gate to accompany the other royal physicians and the Divine Guard Army in escorting the Noble Consort to Huoling for a hunt. The Divine Guard Army, an elite military force within the Qian Imperial Palace, could only be mobilized by the royal family. It served as the ultimate instrument of power consolidation, boasting numerous skilled warriors, with the Supreme Commander being a position reserved exclusively for the royal lineage. As for Huoling, it sprawled across the northern expanse of the Qian, extending over 100,000 miles, with its widest span reaching 10,000 miles and its narrowest still 1,000. The region teemed with ferocious beasts, serving as a training ground for many cultivators, and it was also a notorious graveyard for countless others. This area had resisted conquest for millennia, inflicting heavy losses upon the Qian's forces, ultimately leading to abandonment. Today, royal hunting had become a form of entertainment for the emperor, yet most sovereigns refrained from engaging directly, delegating the task to their princes or consorts for amusement. Reflecting on this, Xiao He pondered that this period did not align with the emperor's usual hunting schedule. However, there was no time for further contemplation. He pushed open the door and encountered a round-faced eunuch. Xiao He recognized this eunuch as Eunuch Chun, though not the highest ranking in the palace, often assisted in conveying messages at the Qiantian Palace, thus being privy to some of the emperor's intentions. Despite his low cultivation, many high-ranking officials and nobles sought to curry favor with him, hoping to glean insights into the emperor's thoughts. Eunuch Chun, Xiao He greeted with a smile. Dr. Xiao. Eunuch Chun replied with a broad grin, having heard of Xiao He's recent visit to the Noble Consort Lien and the subsequent recognition he received. With connections to the Empress and Xiao He's promising youth, his future appeared boundless. Such information came to light thanks to Eunuch Chen's keen awareness and observant nature within the palace. Dr. Xiao, this hunting expedition includes only Noble Consort Lien, Princess Taining, the Empress and the fifth prince, Eunuch Chen whispered. Hearing this, Xiao He smiled, understanding that Eunuch Chen was discreetly sharing information with him. Thank you, Eunuch. Xiao He wished to offer Eunuch Chen a token of appreciation, but the 9-turn golden pill was far too precious. For a physician of his humble status, presenting such a valuable item would be ill-advised and difficult to explain. Thus, he said, Eunuch Chen, in 10 days, the Imperial Medical Institute will host a medical competition. After that day, I shall express my gratitude properly. Upon hearing this, Eunuch Chen's expression shifted to one of understanding, and he sighed, then congratulations to Dr. Xiao. Not all. Xiao He replied with a polite smile. As the two traversed the corridors of the palace, they encountered several palace maids and eunuchs, who greeted Eunuch Chen eagerly, astonished that Dr. Xiao was being personally escorted by him. The Xuanwu Gate, located in the northern part of the palace, was heavily fortified, serving as the northern bastion of the imperial stronghold, where both lethal formations and defensive arrays converged. When Xiao He approached, he beheld over 100 divine guards mounted upon ebony-scaled beasts. Although the name of these creatures, known as the Black Iron Beasts, lacked elegance, their resilience was formidable. They resembled horses in both size and appearance. Renowned for their exceptional defensive capabilities, even the mightiest practitioners in the spirit platform realm struggled to vanquish them. They were swift, obedient, and required minimal sustenance, yet their breeding was notoriously challenging, rendering them the exclusive possession of nobility or royalty in the Great Qian. The divine guards were astonished to find that each of these over 100 warriors possessed one of these creatures, indicating the high caliber of this unit. Prominently in front of the divine guards stood 3 ornate palanquins, with the central one being the most grand and luxurious, likely belonging to the queen. The left one bore the intricate design of a blue phoenix, presumably belonging to concubine Lian, while the right palanquin, lively and spirited, was that of Princess Taining. As Xiao He arrived, he noticed Princess Taining's head peeking out from the curtain of her palanquin. Upon spotting Xiao He, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she persistently gestured for him to approach. Xiao He feigned ignorance and ignored her, instead making his way towards the Imperial Medical Academy, where over 20 people, including the head physician, stood in neat formation beside a massive bronze palanquin drawn by 5 black iron beasts. Clearly, this was the mode of transport for the Imperial Medical Academy. Upon seeing Xiao He, head physician Lu Shi did not greet him warmly. Instead, he waved dismissively, instructing, "You go to the back. Our journey is to ensure the safety of the princess, the queen, and the concubine. We cannot afford any negligence. You, as a novice, may assist from the sidelines." "Understood, my lord. I shall comply," Xiao He replied. Lu Shi, observing Xiao He's retreating figure, felt a surge of displeasure. This hunt was a golden opportunity for him to cultivate a relationship with the queen, but someone had insisted on bringing Xiao He along. The nature of this impromptu hunt was unclear. Whether it was a malicious intent from the emperor, the queen, or concubine Lian remained uncertain. "Her Majesty has decreed, we may depart," a palace maid announced with authority. The entire procession commenced its grand exit from the Xianyuan gate of the palace, as though all were waiting for Xiao He. Seated deep within the palanquin, Xiao He was subjected to the scrutinizing gazes of the other physicians. "Ah, Physician Xiao, your presence must be significant indeed. The queen only issued the command to depart after your arrival. Such treatment is akin to that of the emperor." One quipped, "Indeed, our physician Xiao is youthful and capable. It is no wonder the concubine and princess hold him in high regard," another added. "Alas, during the hunt, we physicians are tasked not only with tending to injuries but also to the horses. I foresee that if a horse gets injured, Physician Xiao will be summoned to attend to it. Wouldn't that be the case?" "That would indeed be prudent, given Physician Zhao's limited experience. It would be unwise to risk the health of the concubine," another remarked. As Xiao He listened to their banter, he recognized that these 20 individuals were all trusted confidants of the head physician. Aside from himself, the others were mere outsiders. Were it not for the backing of concubine Lian and Princess Taining, combined with his own cultivation, he might have found himself entangled in perilous circumstances during this outing. Yet, now, gathered together, It was evident that this was the work of concubine Lian's influence. Xiao He harbored the singular intention of eliminating Lu Shi, yet the enchanting consort Lian sought total annihilation. Indeed, the heart of a beauty can be most treacherous. The journey was long, so it sufficed to merely feign companionship. "Are you finished?" Xiao He inquired. "What? Does physician Lu harbor any discontent?" A middle-aged man to the left grasped Xiao He's shoulder firmly. His name was Zhao Jinyuan, a venerable elder from the Imperial Medical Bureau, his grip exerting considerable pressure. He pinched Xiao He's meridian with the intent of damaging his nervous system. Zhao Jinyuan, adept in his craft and well-versed in human anatomy, was confident that Xiao He would find his arm incapacitated within 3 days. Had Xiao He possessed no cultivation, he might have succumbed to the pain. Xiao He feigned agony, exclaiming, "Ouch, it hurts. I harbor no discontent." "Haha, it's good that you recognize the severity. Being compliant is far superior. Show more filial piety to Lord Lu. Do you understand?" Zhao Jinyuan released his hold, satisfied that Xiao He understood the gravity of the situation. "I know, of course. I shall definitely risk life and limb for Lord Lu in the future," Xiao He responded, repeatedly bowing and rubbing his arm with a beaming smile. "That's more like it, Xiao He. Your sister must be of marriageable age by now. One day, I shall pay a visit to your home. What do you say?" remarked an elderly physician to the right, in his 50s, stroking his beard with a sly glint in his eye. "Physician son, how about next time?" Xiao He grasped his hand, smiling even more brightly than he. "Is that truly possible?" Physician son's eyes widened in astonishment. Xiao He responded with a cryptic smile, suggesting a shared understanding. "Ah, Physician Lu, you are far more astute than your father. This is how it should be. Am I right, gentlemen? Truly, the student surpasses the master." Physician son believed Xiao He had acquiesced, laughing heartily. "I thought Physician Lu would be as oblivious as his father, yet he proves to be so clever." The others were equally astonished. When had Xiao He become so perceptive? "Lord Lu, this physician Xiao is indeed a person of great potential," Physician son ardently endorsed, having previously encountered Xiao He's sister, Zhu Xiaoming, and already harbored intentions. "Everyone quiet down. What sort of decorum is this?" Lu Shi admonished, casting several scrutinizing glances at Xiao He. Unperturbed, Xiao He engaged in jovial banter with the physicians beside him, even suggesting an outing to the opulent Tianxian Tower in the imperial city. "Physician Xiao, how can your earnings suffice for such extravagance? Have you forgotten about the credit loans at the Jujia building? I could secure 10,000 Qian coins, sufficient for all esteemed seniors to enjoy themselves." "Physician Xiao, you are too generous." They laughed heartily. Just as they were reveling in mirth, a messenger arrived at the door. "Physician Xiao, Princess Taining requests your presence beside her palanquin." Chapter 19. The veil of obscurity lifted. "Esteemed gentlemen, I must excuse myself for a moment." Go on." As Xiao He departed from the bronze carriage, the laughter of the other court physicians abruptly ceased, each reverting to their cunning demeanor. "This Xiao Yu doctor is indeed more shrewd than his father. He knows how to cater to our whims and amuse us. Dr. Sun, what if he is genuine? Did you not mention that his sister is quite beautiful? Truth or falsehood, who can tell? This lad is far more astute than his father. I shan't be foolish enough to believe him so easily," Lu Shi remarked. "Xiao He has caught the attention of concubine Lian. The Empress is likely manipulating him. This hunting expedition is merely a fade for the clandestine rivalry between the Empress and concubine Lian. Xiao He is but a pawn in their game. Our duty is to support the Empress. Xiao He will not endure for long. The fire-burning ridge may very well become his final resting place." Lu Ren's insight is indeed profound. Upon disembarking from the carriage, Xiao He hastened forward, accompanied by a palace maid. The entire procession moved at a brisk pace, with Princess Tai Ning having prepared a steed for Xiao He. "Dr. Xiao, please mount your horse," Song Yamyao said. Xiao He regarded the white-clad female swordsman, hesitant to refuse her, for she was the fierce one who had once subdued him with a mere flick of her wrist and brought him before the princess. "Thank you, milady." Xiao He mounted the horse and rode alongside Princess Tai Ning's carriage. Princess Tai Ning drew back the curtain and peered out, whispering, "Come up and play." "Are you mad?" The Empress and concubine Lien are beside us." Xiao He shot her a glare. This young lady was utterly reckless. Though she dared, he could not afford such folly. "No," Princess Tai Ning pouted, her face clouded with disappointment. Xiao He feigned ignorance, riding on. Some members of the Divine Guard cast curious glances in their direction. With no choice, Xiao He produced a banana and offered it to Princess Tai Ning. "I truly have no time to entertain you. Take this to occupy yourself." "Humph." Princess Tai Ning took the banana, dissatisfied, and broke it in half, still intent on saying more to Xiao He. In the distance, a palace maid approached on horseback. It was Xiao Hong, a maidservant of concubine Lien. "Dr. Xiao, concubine Lien is feeling somewhat unwell. I wonder if the jostling of the carriage has unsettled her. She requests your assistance. I shall attend to her immediately." Xiao He breathed a sigh of relief, finally extricating himself from Princess Tai Ning's clutches. This scene did not go unnoticed by Lu Shi and the other physicians trailing behind. Dr. Xiao is indeed favored. After meeting with Princess Tai Ning, he has captured the attention of concubine Lien. What exceptional talent does he possess to garner such affection? If only I knew what that talent was. I hope it is indeed a talent and not merely a physical attribute. If that were the case, Xiao He would be truly enviable, murmured Dr. Sunday. Indeed, concubine Lien is renowned as the most beautiful in all of the Qian. Such a stunning beauty. Silence. If the Emperor learns that these rumors originated from you, the entire Imperial Medical Department shall face dire consequences, Lu Shi scolded, causing the others to hastily avert their gazes. Only after Xiao He boarded concubine Lien's carriage did several physicians finally turn their eyes away. "It has not been long since we last met, and I find myself missing you." The esteemed concubine Lien forbade Xiao He from rising to flee. Thus, he remained seated, surrounded by people outside. "Are you out of your mind?" Xiao He whispered, genuinely frightened. This was far too reckless. He was merely a lowly physician and had no desire to find himself in dire straits. However, Lien Xingyue remained unfazed, whispering, "My carriage is equipped with a barrier array. Even an earthquake would not be heard from the outside. Rest assured." After a while, Xiao He emerged from the concubine's carriage with an air of calmness, though he felt somewhat guilty. He glanced down at his trousers and surveyed his surroundings, only relaxing once he confirmed there were no unusual occurrences. Reflecting on the plan Lien Guifei had shared with him, he felt a surge of excitement, astonished at how meticulously devised her scheme was. "Dr. Xiao, should you dare to defy me again, you shall face punishment." Lien Guifei's voice echoed from within the carriage. Outsiders mistakenly believed that Xiao He had spoken out of turn. The other physicians behind him reveled in his misfortune, while Princess Tai Ning, munching on a banana, mumbled, "Was it truly just defiance or something more?" Xiao He replied, "I would never dare, Your Highness. I only speak from the heart. If I have offended Your Majesty and caused you discomfort, I humbly seek forgiveness." Lien Guifei's voice rang out once more, "It matters not. Although you have defied me, I find some of my own grievances have been alleviated. Just do not be so reckless next time." "Yes, Your Majesty." Xiao He maintained a composed demeanor, yet his heart raced. Lien Guifei's deliberate remarks were intended to create an illusion of discord between them, but Xiao He was well aware of the hidden intricacies. Inside the carriage, Lien Guifei covered her moist lips, her cheeks flushed with joy, her heart racing with exhilaration. Unbeknownst to Xiao He, Lien Guifei harbored wild ideas. He cleared his throat, mounted his horse, and prepared to return to the rear. Just then, a large procession approached from behind. At the forefront rode a striking young man, clad in splendid attire, exuding charisma. He was mounted on a celestial white horse, which seemed to soar above the clouds. Following him were 9 practitioners clad in black, each riding formidable black beasts, emanating an impressive aura. Fifth Prince, a man in crimson armor stepped forward from the Divine Guard, striding with a commanding presence. This individual had been at the forefront, belonging to the ranks of the 1,000 households within the Divine Guard. Earlier, Xiao He had traversed the military camp, moving between Princess Tai Ning and Lien Guifei without uttering a word. Upon the arrival of the 5th Prince, he swiftly turned his horse to greet him. "You, Commander, you, are leading the hunt this time?" the 5th Prince inquired, approaching on his dragon steed. The Empress's safety is of utmost importance, and it is only right for me to be present," replied Commander Yu. "You underestimate the Empress's capabilities, although you are among the best in the Divine Guard. Her prowess is incomparable," the fifth prince remarked, glancing at the Empress's carriage. Commander Yu gestured for the troops to halt, saying, "I merely perform my duty. My abilities are certainly not to be compared with those of Her Majesty the Empress." The dialogue between the two was overheard by all present. The Queen's voice emanated from within the carriage. "Fifth Prince, you may accompany us on the hunt, but we shall not assist with your personal matters." "Of course, Mother," replied the prince with a beaming smile, eager to see the Queen. This scene struck Xiao He, who stood at the back, as somewhat peculiar. Although royal princes addressed the Queen as mother without distinction, the fifth prince's excessive enthusiasm seemed rather out of place, given their lack of blood relation. At that moment, Noble Consort Lien also drew back the carriage curtain to greet the fifth prince. Upon seeing her, the prince appeared momentarily taken aback, as if unaware of her presence, and quickly said, "Ah, Noble Consort Lien, I beg your pardon for my earlier oversight." The fifth prince, who had been busy with affairs and had recently engaged in battles at the North Sea, was indeed commendable. Noble Consort Lien's hair was somewhat casually arranged, a lock falling provocatively over her left eye, exuding an alluring charm. Chapter 20. The Dilemma of Choice upon mentioning Beihai. A fleeting expression of discomfort crossed the face of the fifth prince, who seemed reluctant to delve further into the topic. He turned his gaze toward the carriage on the far right, chuckling heartily. "Is that not my dear sister, Princess Taining? Why, upon seeing your elder brother, do you not come forth to greet me?" Princess Taining poked her head out, casting a casual glance at the fifth prince, and nonchalantly replied, "What brother? My brother is valiant and imposing, not a delicate creature like you." Stealing a glance at Xiao He, who pretended not to notice, she wished to avoid revealing anything to the others. The fifth prince's face stiffened, but recognizing his sister's favored status and her audacity, he opted not to engage further. Suddenly, he caught sight of Xiao He, a minor royal physician, riding alone atop a dark iron beast, prompting him to inquire, "Who is this individual?" Consort Lien clarified, "He is my personal physician, notably skilled in gynecology, surpassing other elder physicians, which is why I have allowed him to travel alone to attend to me promptly." "Ah, I see," the fifth prince remarked, shaking his head, clearly dismissive of Xiao He. He muttered under his breath, "Of all fields to pursue, why must it be gynecology?" Though his voice was low, Xiao He still caught the remark. As the procession resumed, the fifth prince, riding his dragon steed, roamed about, allowing Consort Lien and Princess Taining to refrain from disturbing Xiao He. He had anticipated a conversation with the Empress, yet she appeared indifferent, as though she did not recognize him. The accompanying physicians reverted to their previous demeanor, ignoring him and isolating him further. The march proceeded swiftly, the dark iron beast covering 4,000 miles each day. Within 2 days, they reached the edge of the fire-burning ridge. However, the ridge bore little resemblance to its name. An endless expanse of black forest loomed, shrouded in a thick veil of black mist that enveloped the mountains from a height of 1,000 feet. Upon arrival, Xiao He felt an unexplainable sense of oppression, as if the entire forest were a gaping abyss, ready to consume anyone who dared to enter. Even the fifth prince, who had been brash throughout the journey, grew solemn, refraining from his usual levity. "Mother, I must part ways with you here," he stated. "Be cautious," she replied. "Consort Lien, Sister Taining, farewell." The fifth prince exchanged pleasantries before launching into the sky with his entourage, the hooves of his dragon steed igniting with blue flames as he vanished into the mountains almost instantly. Xiao He noted that his course was directed eastward, where it was said that rare spiritual herbs flourished, albeit with considerably higher risks. Once the fifth prince departed, Princess Taining sprang from the carriage, brandishing a black whip with exuberance, her face alight with excitement, reminiscent of a child discovering a sandy beach. "Mother, let us hunt the fire rock rabbits," she exclaimed, licking her lips, her demeanor suggesting a desire not merely to hunt, but to prepare a feast. The Empress also emerged from the carriage, a palace maid hastily extending a hand to assist her. "I see you do not wish to hunt for sport," but rather to capture the fire rock rabbits for their exquisite taste. These elusive beasts are swift and difficult to catch, requiring immediate preparation post-capture for their flavor to be truly savored. Even the highest nobility seldom enjoy them. Sister Lien, what say you? With a smile, the lotus concubine gracefully descended from the palanquin, having changed into a different attire due to her previous garments being torn. This detail was noted solely by Xiao He. As she stepped down, her demeanor was detached, contrasting sharply with the wildness and femininity she exhibited in private with Xiao He. She exuded an aura of cold beauty and aloofness, yet her inherent femininity provoked a longing for conquest. Though the Empress was undeniably beautiful, she lacked that certain allure that incited desire in men, until the moment the concubine made her entrance. It was only then that Xiao He noticed many of the Imperial Guard's unwavering gazes beginning to converge. The juxtaposition revealed the stunning beauty of the lotus concubine, leaving Xiao He somewhat dazed. At the forefront, Princess Tai Ning stood to the right, the Empress in the center, and the lotus concubine positioned to the left. Yet, Xiao He's gaze instinctively gravitated towards the lotus concubine, tracing the outline of her long, alabaster legs, subtly visible beneath her flowing skirt, moving to her voluptuous bosom, and finally resting on her strikingly beautiful face, which was entirely different from her private persona. As the lotus concubine turned, her attire danced in the gentle breeze, revealing the perfect curves of her rounded hips, which shimmered enticingly. Xiao He swallowed hard, realizing how alluring she appeared from behind. Had he known, the thought of such a beauty being drawn to him, even having shared intimate moments, filled Xiao He with a sense of pride. Just as he became lost in his musings, the lotus concubine spoke. I am perfectly fine. My purpose for being here is primarily for entertainment. The last time I savored fire rock rabbit was 5 years ago, and its flavor truly tantalizes the palate. Princess Tai Ning, with a mischievous smile, suggested. Then how about a competition? My mother will bring some people, I will bring some, and the lotus concubine will bring some as well. Let us see who can catch the most. The Empress interjected. Sister lotus concubine, given your delicate condition, what if something were to happen? The lotus concubine chuckled lightly. I can refrain from participating and merely select capable individuals to assist. The Empress, with a concerned expression, remarked, however, the Fireburn Ridge is fraught with danger. What if you encounter peril, and I am not there? The lotus concubine understood the Empress's intentions, recognizing that she was merely testing her resolve. With a smile, she replied, if you are worried, dear sister, you may assign Yu Qianhu to accompany me and perhaps allocate a few more court physicians to my side. At this point, she cast a lingering glance toward Xiao He, who felt a sudden warmth in his abdomen. This young lady was becoming increasingly enticing. Yet how could Yu Qianhu accompany her? Was she implying something more? Moreover, it appeared the Empress harbored her own intentions, seemingly aimed at the lotus concubine. Xiao He silently hoped that, during this hunt, the physicians would meet their demise, while everyone else returned to the palace unscathed. The Empress glanced around at the assembly. In that case, let's form teams. Each of us will select 20 individuals, while the remainder will remain on standby. How's that sound? Excellent. As the youngest, I shall choose first, Princess Tai Ning exclaimed, her bright, mischievous eyes locking on to Xiao He within the crowd. I want him. The onlookers followed her pointed finger, their gazes directed at Xiao He, who had spent a considerable time atop the lotus concubine's palanquin, inciting envy among the Imperial Guards. In the present day, Princess Tai Ning was the first to request him, disregarding even the seasoned elite guards, which left everyone feeling quite indignant. Was this lad not merely a gynecologist? How could he garner such popularity? Was there some hidden allure in the field of gynecology that we were unaware of? Nonsense. It seems to me that the boy is merely handsome. I truly wish to sell him to a brothel, for within the city of Tian, there are many high-ranking officials who harbor a fondness for young men like him, and he would surely be adored. Naturally, Imperial concubine Lien would not allow Xiao He to fall into the hands of Princess Tai Ning. Dr. Xiao is my personal physician. If he goes to you, who will attend to me? Did he not just speak back to you? With such a poor attitude, you still wish to have him? Princess Tai Ning eyed Imperial concubine Lien with suspicion. Imperial concubine Lien replied earnestly, Although Dr. Xiao spoke back to me, his words resonated deeply within my heart, bringing me a sense of satisfaction. What I desire is not a sycophantic servant, but a talented individual like Dr. Xiao, who is articulate and capable. I don't care, mother. I want Dr. Xiao. Princess Taining tugged at the Empress's sleeve, twisting her body in a petulant manner. The Empress suggested, "How about this? Let Dr. Xiao accompany me, and you all need not quarrel any longer. What do you say?" Imperial concubine Lien, undeterred by the Empress's authority, boldly countered, "Why not allow Dr. Xiao to choose for himself whom he wishes to follow?" Upon hearing this, the Empress displayed a hint of an enigmatic smile. "Very well, that method is intriguing. Dr. Xiao, come forth." Princess Taining cast a woeful glance at Xiao He, her hands making peculiar gestures that only he could comprehend, her right fingers twisting incessantly upon her left palm. Xiao He felt a shiver run down his spine as he approached on the black iron beast. At that moment, the system indeed presented three options. Chapter 21. Clinging to the Queen's Favor 1. Opt for Princess Taining to acquire the esteemed 5-element spear. Be advised, selecting Princess Taining may incite suspicions from the Queen and concubine Lien, with concubine Lien harboring jealousy and the Queen assuming an illicit connection between you and Taining. The 5-element spear, a mid-grade weapon of the Xian tier, glimmers in a deep azure hue, its sound akin to a bubbling spring, with patterns on its body resembling scattered stars. The ranks of esteemed weapons are classified as sacred, celestial, earthly, spiritual, and Xian, each divided into lower, middle, and upper grades. Below the esteemed grade, a hierarchy of levels from 1 to 9 exists. 2. Choose concubine Lien to obtain the divine golden body protection. Note that this selection will arouse grave suspicion from the Queen, with Princess Taining feeling envious. Concubine Lien's robust physique may not go unnoticed by the Queen, heightening the risk of exposure and death. 3. Select the Queen to receive the enlightening heart method. Choosing the Queen does not provoke jealousy from either party, but one must heed the task she assigns. Initially, Xiao He contemplated selecting concubine Lien, for their familiarity was undeniable. Captivated by her graceful form, a fervent desire ignited within him, and he fancied engaging in clandestine activities with her. Fortunately, the system provided a timely reminder, steering him away from impulsive decisions. The Queen had spoken. Thus, it was prudent to follow her lead. Princess Taining huffed in dissatisfaction, turning away. Concubine Lien cast a lingering glance at Xiao He, devoid of severe reproach. "Since Dr. Xiao is accompanying me, let us proceed, dear Sister Lien. As you are with child, I shall assign additional physicians to your care." Concubine Lien casually indicated a few, including Lu Shi and physician's son, summoning a total of 7 physicians. The remaining dozen were divided, with half following the Queen and the other half accompanying Princess Taining. The Queen mounted a black iron steed with white hooves, leading the way with an air of grace. "We shall gather here at noon tomorrow. Should we encounter insurmountable peril, shatter the emergency talisman, and I shall come to your aid." With that, she spurred her horse forward, and over 20 individuals surged from the main group. At the rear, Xiao He cast an apologetic glance towards concubine Lien before departing. Half an hour later, Xiao He trailed the Queen deep into the fire-burning ridge, where the trees towered majestically, averaging around 500 zhang in height. The sunlight was obscured, rendering the daytime shrouded in darkness. Here, unless one possessed extraordinary cultivation, flight was ill-advised. Even the Queen refrained from soaring into the oppressive black mist, opting instead to occasionally ascend for a broader view. The hunting expedition proved tedious for Xiao He, as he was not required to engage directly. The majority of the action was undertaken by the Queen and her elite guards. They encountered several formidable demons along the way, yet against the might of the elite guards, these creatures became mere prey, with some valuable bones and flesh collected for safekeeping. By evening, the Queen's guards had successfully captured 8 fire rock rabbits, each the size of a large dog, with jet-black pupils and fiery red fur. Under the tranquil night at fire-burning ridge, Xiao He sensed an underlying complexity. Riding leisurely on his black iron beast, he remained idle in the rear. Occasionally, a member of the Divine Guard would be injured by the monsters, prompting the court physicians to step forward to administer treatment. When it was Xiao He's turn to tend to a young man's wounds, the youth couldn't help but inquire, "Xiao He, may I ask you something?" "Speak." Xiao He replied, applying herbs from his medicinal box to the young man's leg. "What exactly did you do with concubine Lien?" "Ouch." Xiao He deliberately pinched the wound. "Are you questioning concubine Lien?" "No, no," the young man hastily replied. "I merely asked." Realizing the gravity of the situation, he refrained from further questioning. At that moment, a sudden tremor resonated from the ground behind them, growing increasingly intense, causing the earth within a 100-mile radius to shake. Boom! The ground quaked, and trees toppled. The queen swiftly approached, tilting her head to listen, her brow furrowing as her expression shifted. She then soared into the air, gazing into the distance where the ground writhed, as if a colossal creature was burrowing beneath. "Someone has disturbed the Xiao He." The queen's voice trembled with fear as she instinctively grabbed Xiao He, who was already fleeing. Roar! Turning back, they beheld a massive, shadowy beast, larger than mountains, its claws as formidable as Mount Tai, effortlessly crushing those who accompanied them, including 5 physicians and 20 members of the Divine Guard. The Xiao He? How could such a mythical supermonster exist at Fire-Burning Ridge? Xiao He clung desperately to the queen's leg. Though his head was enveloped within her long skirt, he had no mind to admire the view beneath. The Xiao He, a monstrous specter, rampaged through the mountains. This was not the true form of the Xiao He, but merely its shadow. A shadow of the Xiao He? What could that possibly be? Grasping the queen's calf, Xiao He pushed aside the obstructive fabric of her skirt and gazed upward. He swore it was unintentional, merely a means to converse with the queen, which led him to glimpse the violet hue. Fortunately, the queen was preoccupied with their escape and did not notice, resolutely explaining. The shadow of the Xiao He is a manifestation projected by its true form. If the true Xiao He were present, only an extraordinary being could withstand it. Xiao He's understanding of the Xiao He did not stem from this world, but from his previous life, where one of the 28 lunar mansions was named after a true deity known as Xiao He. Such beings were akin to immortals, and the queen's mention of the Xiao He startled him. Yet, even the shadow of the Xiao He caused the queen, the sovereign of the harem, to flee in panic. Once she realized the shadow had not pursued them, she let out a sigh of relief. However, in the next instant, a beam of golden light shot skyward, and a Buddha flickered and vanished. The shadow of the Xiao He had devoured the towering figure of the Buddha. "This is bad." That was the secret Buddha treasure of Princess Taining. "She is in danger. We must hurry." Fortunately, the shadow of the Xiao He did not linger long, roaring a few times before burrowing into the earth and disappearing. When Xiao He and the Empress arrived, a mountaintop had been raised, and all of Princess Tai Ning's entourage lay deceased, with her curled up within a shattered shell. Upon seeing the Empress and Xiao He approach, Princess Tai Ning emerged, tears streaming down her face, trembling with fear. The Empress initially thought that Tai Ning was seeking her embrace. Instead, Tai Ning clung to Xiao He like an octopus, wrapping herself around him. "I'm so scared, brother Xiao He." There, it's all right now. The monster has gone. You can come down. The Empress is here," Xiao He reassured her. He glanced at the Empress beside him, noting her composed demeanor, and refrained from saying much, merely casting a warning glance at Xiao He. "Come down now." After much effort, Xiao He finally freed himself, sensing that Tai Ning was deliberately clinging to him. The Empress surveyed the surroundings and remarked coldly, "This is the shadow of the soil badger. Someone must have deliberately lured it here, possibly to harm me." Xiao He pondered whether it could be Consort Lien, but she was present as well, and did she possess such prowess? It hardly seemed plausible. Before the trio could gather themselves, the resounding clash of battle echoed from 30 miles away, accompanied by the voice of Yu Qianhu. "You scoundrels of the Hahuan sect! How dare you lay hands on the esteemed consort of Diqian? You shall all perish." Chapter 22. The madness of the Harmony sect. Xiao He hastily exclaimed, "Your Majesty, I am the physician to Consort Lien, and she is in grave danger. I must go to her aid." With that, he darted away like an arrow released from its bow, only to collide with a tree, flipping twice in midair to regain his composure. "He runs so handsomely." I feel so fortunate, murmured Princess Tai Ning, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The Empress cast a surprised glance at Princess Tai Ning. Is it truly that remarkable? Your cultivation is lacking. Return to the palace for now while I investigate. The Empress gracefully took to the air and swiftly caught up with Xiao He. Xiao He was not slow, especially with the aid of the immortal wind cloud body technique. The distance of over 10 miles was traversed in the blink of an eye as he ran with reckless abandon. Ahead, he beheld a scene of flames raging and blades flashing, accompanied by the lewd laughter of a man. Hith. I never anticipated that Diqian would harbor such beauty. This trip has truly brought me fortune. My dear, come with me, and I will reveal to you the wonders of the mortal paradise through the great harmony technique. Xu Zhaoyun, Consort Lian, is the most favored concubine of Emperor Qian. Are you courting death? Yu Qianhu mixed his fierce swordplay with a charge toward the white-clad man hovering in the air. As Xiao He drew closer, he discerned the man's features, rosy lips and pearly teeth, a visage reminiscent of a lecherous flower thief. The ground was strewn with numerous corpses, yet Lu Shi remained alive, vigorously battling 2 disciples of the Harmony sect. In the distance, Consort Lian sat cross-legged, seemingly healing, while several divine guards around her faltered. Upon witnessing this, Xiao He rushed forth without hesitation. Consort Lian, I am here to rescue you. His voice boomed with the force of a lioness roar, startling many. What a powerful voice! Who is that? Some female disciples of the Harmony sect, upon seeing Xiao He, were enraptured. What a handsome man! His prominent Adam's apple suggests he is quite impressive. Perhaps it was Xiao He's pure yang sacred body that attracted their attention, igniting a flutter within them, causing their legs to tighten unconsciously. One tan-skinned disciple's lower abdomen began to glow, her body emanating a fragrant aura. In excruciating anguish, she cried out, "Ah, my palace is acting up. I must find a man, and he shall do. Do not compete with me." The tanned woman, as if invigorated by a powerful elixir, tore apart the divine guard in front of her with her bare hands. Good heavens, she just ripped him apart. Xiao He, halfway through his charge, was taken aback by this sight. The woman, her eyes burning crimson, charged toward him, already beginning to disrobe mid-stride, as if intent on performing some grand act amidst the chaos of battle. This is madness, Xiao He thought, astonished by the Harmony sect's sheer lewdness. It was unmistakably a sect of debauchery. This woman was utterly formidable. Consort Lian had already seen Xiao He approach. Her eyes opened in time to witness his reckless advance. Her heart swelled with emotion, almost melting at the sight. My beloved truly is the best. In the next moment, a woman from the Hahuan sect attempted to force herself upon her lover in plain view, which was utterly intolerable. Despite her injuries, Imperial concubine Lian rose, summoning a shimmering azure sword that surged towards the Hahuan disciple. How dare she still exert her energy after being struck by my heart-crushing palm, seeking her own demise? Xu Zhaoyun scoffed repeatedly, effortlessly shattering the spear's aura wielded by Yu Qianhu with a single slap. On the battlefield below, the sun-kissed woman exuded an intimidating aura, proving to be a formidable master of the spiritual platform realm. Just as Xiao He prepared to unleash the Dragon Tiger fist to vanquish her, an azure sword pierced through her chest. Xiao He initially presumed the woman to be dead, yet she recklessly charged at him despite her injuries. "Ah, I shall drain you dry, even if it costs my life." Had she lost her mind? Instinctively, Xiao He struck her face with a punch, the overwhelming force propelling her 100 feet away. Breaking through the chaos, Xiao He reached Imperial concubine Lian's side. He intended to embrace her, but reconsidered due to the throngs of onlookers. Instead, he stood beside her and inquired, "How are you? Is your injury severe?" "Not too serious. Seeing you alleviates my pain," she replied, her heart racing at his concerned gaze, yearning to offer herself to him. "As long as you're fine. The Empress has also arrived. We should be safe now." Xiao He looked up and asked, "Where is the Empress? Wasn't she following us? Was she abandoning us in our time of need?" In the air, Yu Qianhu was no longer a match, his armor shattered and his spear broken. Fortunately, the other members of the Hahuan sect had also been nearly defeated. In the distance, Lu Shi held his ground against 2 opponents, surprisingly maintaining the upper hand. Seizing the moment of chaos, Xiao He shouted, "Lord Lu, I'm here to assist you." Lu Shi's eyes lit up with joy, but upon recognizing Xiao He, a glint of ruthlessness flashed across his face. "Your timing is impeccable. If you linger here too long, my position as dean will be jeopardized." Lu Shi feigned weakness, retreating. "Dr. Xiao, quickly stop one of them." On it, Xiao He dashed forward, their gazes intertwined, each discerning a hint of malice within the other's eyes. Lu Shi's palm darkened as he stealthily aimed for Xiao He's abdomen. Success was within reach. Lu Shi brimmed with confidence. Just as his hand was about to make contact with Xiao He, the latter suddenly vanished from his sight, reappearing behind him, confronting two Hahuan disciples. At that moment, the two disciples thrust their swords forward, yet Xiao He adeptly evaded, hooking Lu Shi's leg. Their swords plunged into Lu Shi's back, and Xiao He swiftly moved behind the duo, delivering twin punches to their hearts. With a resounding crash, the ground beneath them caved in, revealing large fissures. Lu Shi gazed in disbelief at the wound in his chest, exclaiming, "You blasted fool." He pointed a trembling finger at Xiao He, his mind reeling at the latter's overwhelming strength. Yet, there was no time for regret. The world around him faded to darkness as he collapsed. After dispatching his foes, Xiao He returned to Imperial concubine Lian's side, while the debauched nobleman hovered above, having defeated Yu Qianhu, towering over everyone with an oppressive presence. "Fair maiden, accompany me. What does the great Qian signify? Join me at the Hahuan sect, where I shall ensure you find solace." Chu Zhaoyun gazed upon the lotus concubine, the flames of desire nearly spilling from his eyes. The followers of the Hahuan sect seemed to court death by daring to stir chaos within the realm of the great Qian. The resounding voice of the Empress echoed with an air of authority as an icy blade sliced through the void, accompanied by the ethereal manifestation of Tianshan snow. The once imperious Chu Zhaoyun's pupils dilated in alarm. How can there be such a formidable opponent? Retreat. Yet, the Empress's prowess far surpassed his own. The icy blade shattered his protective aura, severed his defensive talisman, and with terrifying force, pierced through his abdomen, blood gushing forth. Chu Zhaoyun was struck down, tumbling 1,000 feet through the forest, disregarding his injuries as he fled in a desperate blood escape. Xiao He exhaled in relief, having fear that the Empress intended to let the lotus concubine face peril. "I am eternally grateful for Your Majesty's life-saving intervention." Xiao He bowed respectfully to the descending Empress. The earlier display of her might was overwhelmingly impressive, leaving Xiao He in awe of her unfathomable strength, feeling his own limitations acutely. "This hunting expedition has seen plots against both myself and the lotus concubine. A thorough investigation upon our return is imperative," the Empress declared with a frosty tone. Casting a glance at the lotus concubine, perhaps questioning her loyalty, the group swiftly returned to their encampment, where over 40 divine guards awaited. Princess Taining recognized the gravity of the situation and refrained from playfully coaxing Xiao He. With the imperial physicians all deceased, leaving only Xiao He, he had no choice but to accompany the lotus concubine in her designated palanquin, ostensibly to tend to her injuries. Chapter 23. The imperial envoy nightfall enveloped the official road. The remaining members of the Divine Guard marched silently, each countenance tense. Captain Yu rode atop the black iron beast, eyes closed in a bid for recovery. Yet within, he grappled with anxiety, for the losses sustained were severe. Over 50 of the Divine Guard had perished. It is worth noting that the Divine Guard comprised only those of at least the 7th tier, the epitome of elite warriors. His thoughts lingered on the well-being of concubine Lian. It was disconcerting that Dr. Xiao had been in her palanquin for half an hour without emerging. Should anything happen to concubine Lian's child, he feared dire consequences. Captain Yu could only hope for Dr. Zhao's fortitude. However, he could not help but marvel at Dr. Xiao's prowess. Even a wounded woman from the Hahuan sect was sent flying with a single punch. Such strength at such a young age among physicians was undoubtedly remarkable. He cast a glance back toward concubine Lian's palanquin, which moved steadily, undisturbed. Inside the palanquin, concubine Lian had long since healed, her face adorned with a puzzled expression as she turned to Xiao He. "Why do you insist on having me turn my back to you?" I cannot see you this way. You are quite pleasing to behold. Xiao He silently relished the visual feast. Moreover, he had not anticipated that his pure yang sacred body could also facilitate healing. Nevertheless, the pressing matter at hand was paramount. This situation had been perilously fraught. Was the Huan sect summoned by you? You shook her head. How could I possibly be associated with those libertines? My intention was to have Captain Yu of the Divine Guard assist in eliminating Lu Shi. Little did I know that the Huan sect would make an appearance. I was utterly terrified. What brought the Huan sect here, then? Could it be that someone else summoned them? Xiao He insinuated the Empress Jiang. Princess Taining, preoccupied with her equestrian games, would certainly not engage in such affairs. It is plausible that she did. The Jiang family wields considerable influence, making contact with the Huan sect quite effortless. Thankfully, the sudden arrival of the Na family's land weasel diverted potential calamity. Concubine Lian turned to lean against Xiao He. First, rest your back against me, so I can embrace you from behind. You are quite peculiar, he remarked. Obediently, Concubine Lian complied. At that moment, a message from the system chimed in. Yu's feelings toward you have elevated to deep affection, currently unlocked at 40. Upon reaching 100, all functions of You will be unlocked. In summary, the situation had unfolded without further peril. If the Huan sect were indeed under the Empress's directive, Xiao He feared that future days may prove challenging, for the Empress was notoriously unyielding. As the two deliberated, Princess Taining arrived. Concubine Lian, I have come to assess your injuries. You swiftly sprinkled a powder to mask any lingering scents, quickly tidying her attire, while Xiao He respectfully distanced himself, tending to his herbs. Please come in. Princess Taining peered in, first glancing at Dr. Xiao, then at Concubine Lian. The former was busy brewing medicine, while the latter sat cross-legged in recovery. Seemingly everything was in order. Are you truly engaged in medical practice? Princess Taining inquired as she entered, casually approaching Dr. Xiao and taking a whiff of the air. Your Highness, why would I not attend to the princess's ailments? Xiao He remarked with a wry smile. It would be best if you did, considering how enchanting Sister Lian Fei is and how dashing Dr. Xiao appears. In this secluded place, with only each other for company, who can say what may transpire? As Princess Tai Ning spoke, she playfully pinched Xiao He, seemingly reproaching him for not accompanying her on this outing. Observing the princess's growing audacity, Xiao He shot her a stern glance, his eyes radiating authority, causing her to instantly quiet down. Dr. Xiao, I am nearly recovered. You may take your leave, but remain within my vicinity, lest I be unable to summon you, the Lian Guifei interjected, aware of the need to conclude the matter while also fearing that Xiao He might be swayed by the princess. Yes, Your Excellency, he replied. After dismounting, Xiao He rode alongside the Lian Guifei's palanquin on his formidable black beast. Dr. Xiao, I too am feeling unwell. Come and examine me, commanded Princess Taining. Xiao He glanced towards the Empress's and Lian Guifei's palanquins, feeling unable to make a decision. If I command you to come, then you must comply. Do you not heed my words? The princess's tone grew more insistent. The other guards and Yu Qianhu remained silent, sensing the tension but daring not to speak further. Taining, if you truly require medical attention, I shall attend to you, but do not delay Dr. Xiao from treating Lian Guifei, the Empress interjected, recognizing the princess's peculiar inclinations. As night faded and the sun ascended, casting its fierce rays, a line of celestial warriors appeared at the end of the official road. Bathed in the bright morning light, Xiao He squinted against the glare. The Emperor has arrived. Hurry, hurry, His Majesty comes to see us. The mention of the Emperor sent a jolt through Xiao He. He feared the Emperor most of all, yet maintained a composed demeanor as he approached the gathering. Li Shenshuan, flanked by hundreds of elite guards, sat regally upon his throne in mid-air, exuding an air of authority with a piercing gaze. Bow before the Emperor, Yu Qianhu called, prompting everyone to kneel in reverence. Lian Guifei and the Empress emerged from their palanquins, while Princess Taining lazily called out, Father. Li Chanxian acknowledged her with a nod before directing his attention to Lian Guifei. Xiao He felt an intangible force wash over him, as if all his secrets were laid bare. Ah, your injuries have remarkably healed. I was quite concerned upon hearing that you had fallen victim to the heart-crushing palm of the Huan sect, which compelled me to attend to you post-haste. Li Chenxian remarked with astonishment. Lian Guifei bowed gracefully, replying, "It is all thanks to Dr. Zhao's exceptional medical skills. He has healed all my wounds. I have heard the details. Dr. Xiao, your survival this time is also due to the Empress's intervention. Do you understand?" Li Chenxian had already learned of the events that had transpired, and finding it reasonable, he harbored no further doubts regarding Xiao He's survival. "Of course, Your Majesty. The Queen is akin to my rebirth parents. My very existence is a gift from her," Xiao He remarked. "Indeed, your medical skills are commendable. The injuries from the heart-crushing palm have healed remarkably fast. Pray tell, what method did you employ?" Xiao He, reluctant to disclose that it was the pure Yang sacred body and the Lotus concubine's mystical powers that facilitated the healing, opted instead to elaborate on his medical knowledge. "Your Majesty, while the heart-crushing palm appears to inflict both superficial and internal injuries, it fundamentally disrupts the body's 5 elements and essence. Fortunately, my techniques are predominantly Yang, while the Lotus concubines are Yin. By combining my resources, such as the Buddha's hand, blood tea herb, and clear water immortal herb, I could provide substantial aid. However, luck also played a role, as the Lotus concubine's injuries were not severe. Indeed, I have heard of your valor in safeguarding the Lotus concubine, pledging your life for hers. Speak freely. What is it that you desire? I am prepared to reward you," Li Chenxian stated, nodding in acknowledgement of Xiao He's remarkable medical prowess, which he could not help but admire. The reward was forthcoming. Xiao He, however, refrained from making demands and humbly replied, "I dare not, Your Majesty. This is merely my duty." The Lotus concubine contemplated inviting Xiao He to accompany her, but unexpectedly, the Queen interjected. "I perceive that physician Xiao possesses a certain aptitude for cultivation and commendable strength. Let's consider this. In 5 days, there will be an assessment of medical skills in the Imperial Medical Bureau. If he excels, I propose he be appointed as the director of the bureau. What say you?" Li Chenxian turned to Xiao He. "Physician Xiao, do you accept this challenge? Should you feel uncertain, I can arrange for you to take a subordinate role. 1. Choose the Imperial Medical Bureau assessment, gaining a 5 increase in cultivation speed. Note that the position of director is highly competitive and carries certain risks. 2. Obey the Emperor's suggestion to assume a subordinate role, receiving 5 golden fragrant jade herbs. Note the implications of the Emperor's intentions." Chapter 24. A Sudden Awakening. He Huan San Xiao, he exclaimed with fervor, "I am still young and yearn to make my mark. I am willing to attempt the role of the Institute head." After all, that position held the esteemed rank of the 5th grade, while the chief officer was merely of the 6th. Furthermore, during Lu Shi's tenure as the Institute head, he enjoyed an additional monthly income of several thousand, not to mention other lucrative benefits. Alas, with Lu Shi's demise, the opportunity for plunder slipped away. Had he been able to seize it, such riches would have been abundant. Indeed, our Diqian requires ambitious young talents like yourself. Li Chenxian nodded affirmatively before proclaiming, "The He Huan sect has offended our Diqian. They shall be punished, regardless of distance. We must return to the court and convene the civil and military officials to deliberate on the matter of the He Huan sect." Return to the court. With a commanding shout from the eunuch Wan Gonggong beside Li Chenxian, the atmosphere resonated with the sound of a long horn and the low growl of beasts, akin to heavenly soldiers returning home. The scene was majestic, compelling even the likes of Consort Lian and the Empress to obediently retreat to their palanquins. In the midst of the grand procession, Xiao He appeared particularly diminutive, trailing behind a massive entourage as they made their way back to the court. He paid little heed to the affairs of the court, yet he could not dismiss the fact that he had received commendation from the Emperor himself today, capturing the attention of many. However, that attention was fleeting, and upon returning to the Imperial Medical Institute, he found no one approaching him with gifts or engaging in conversation. Conversely, the incident involving the He Huan sect and the Shitoa had garnered the interest of the upper echelons of Diqian. Upon returning to the Medical Institute after the meal hour, Xiao He indulged in a few bites of the sweet treats prepared by his sister, Zhu Xiaoming. Should he ascend to the position of Institute head, he would enjoy 4 days of vacation each month, finally achieving a semblance of a single day off. A position of the 4th grade would grant him a full weekend, while a 3rd grade would require him to attend court, albeit allowing him to return home daily to accompany his sister. Xiao He felt a sense of boundless potential. Just then, a knock resonated at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Dr. Xiao, it is I, Quan Zhong, here to pay you a visit. Opening the door, Xiao He was met by 5 fellow physicians. What brings you here? He inquired. These individuals held a lowly status in the medical institute, yet their advanced age suggested they had come seeking him for some whispered tidings. As anticipated, they produced black cloth bags from which the crisp sound of coins emerged. Dr. Xiao, this is a token of our goodwill. We hope that when you achieve success, you will not forget us. Xiao He weighed the bags and estimated they contained a generous sum of over 200 Qian coins, a considerable amount for him. Though it may be premature to discuss such matters, I appreciate your sentiments. You may leave now. Yes, yes, Dr. Xiao. Rest well, they replied, bowing and retreating. Xiao He, with his keen ears, overheard their conversation regarding his recognition by Consort Lien, the Empress's praise, and the Emperor's compliments. It seemed that news of his accomplishments had spread throughout the palace. For these lower-ranking individuals, it was a significant event, yet for the true power players, it held little weight. In the palace, Xiao He's position as a physician could only be regarded as an 8th grade role, akin to a mere sesame official, far less formidable than an ordinary soldier in the Divine Guard or the Guardian Division. Xiao He reclined on his bed, feeling invigorated. Fortunately, being of the pure, young, holy body, he could withstand the trials imposed by Consort Lien. Otherwise, who could endure such tribulations? In my mind, the image of the enchanting concubine, Lien, carrying me emerges, her rounded figure captivating. I mustn't dwell on this. This girl is simply a bewitching spirit, growing ever more alluring. I glance at my reward. Extracting the reward, heart method enlightenment, strange pleasure powder. The latter's name alone suggests its exceptional nature. Xiao He gazes at the jade vial in his hand, hesitant to open it. Once unleashed, even the most virtuous maiden could transform into a wanton, and a eunuch could become a madman. The strange pleasure powder, once released, requires neither contact nor touch. Any practitioner will succumb to their primal instincts in an instant. With no forewarning, caution, ensure the recipient is of the opposite gender and human, or the consequences could be dire. Goodness, how outrageous! What if it were to be administered to the Empress? Xiao He immediately shook his head. The Empress is the sovereign of the harem. The Emperor's consort. How could I entertain such thoughts? Yet, contemplating the Empress's solemn demeanor, her unwavering composure, one cannot help but wonder how she would react to the strange pleasure powder. Stop thinking. If I continue down this path, I may truly succumb to temptation. Should the Empress be drugged, I would surely meet my demise at her hands afterward. The heart method enlightenment. Upon extraction, an intricate scripture materializes in my mind, densely packed. Alongside it, a grand chant resonates, as if thousands of Buddhas are whispering. Is this a Buddhist text? I gaze upon the golden characters. Though I do not fully comprehend them, the system has granted me understanding. At that moment, Shirdi Huanin, along with his kin, murmurs Xiao He, reading through the 30,000+ characters. Gradually, a golden Buddha materializes within my consciousness. This Buddha, with a benevolent visage, eyes closed, wields a demon-subduing staff, seated in the sea of my awareness. The heart method enlightenment serves as a safeguard against enchantment and illusion, awakening me from a loss of self-awareness. This is indeed a Buddhist heart method. While not an offensive technique, it will prove invaluable in critical moments. After studying the method for a while, Xiao He succumbed to a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he finds it is already evening. Devoid of a clock, he cannot ascertain the time. He still possesses the 9-turn golden elixir, so he decides to cultivate first. The 9-turn golden elixir is a precious pill for enhancing cultivation. Valued at over 20,000 Qian coins, a treasure beyond measure. Once consumed, a surge of pure energy erupts within him. Xiao He promptly channels the Xuanwu true art to assimilate this potent energy. Time slips away until the rooster crows, rousing him gently. Although he is not broken through, his cultivation has visibly increased. If he consumes all 9, he should reach the pinnacle of the 9th stage divine transformation. Regrettably, it is time for work. Xiao He dresses diligently and arrives at the Imperial Medical Institute, taking his usual position. However, before he can speak, a booming voice calls out from a distance. Xiao He, were you last night? Why did you not come to prepare the medicine? A stout man with a black beard and an official cap approached. The head judge of the Imperial Medical Institute, also referred to as the vice president, named Wang Rue. His expression was stern, exuding an air of intimidation. Behind him trailed over 10 court physicians, all with a demeanor of submission. Xiao He remarked, I just returned from hunting with the Empress yesterday. According to custom, I am not required to report for duty. Whose custom? Yours? Wang Rue retorted. The Imperial Medical Institute has no such rule. Do you think that because Director Liu has passed, you can act with impunity, disregarding the established order? After speaking, he scanned the surroundings, asserting his authority. My Lord Wang, Xiao He replied, I am merely serving the Emperor and the Empress. If you insist on accusing me of lawlessness, then your allegations are baseless. I have no recourse. You are a high official, and I am but a lowly subject. You can do as you please with a mere word. Xiao He was unperturbed. He knew his strength surpassed Wang Rue's, bolstered by the support of the favored concubine and the princess. Wang Rue, driven by ambition to become the chief physician, seemed anxious about losing his position, thus attempting to assert his dominance and even sought to expel him. You possess great audacity. The emperor keeps his judgments in mind. Not merely spoken words, Wang Rue declared. In my capacity as head judge, I hereby revoke your title as court physician. You may leave the palace. Upon hearing this, Xiao He gazed at him with an expression of incredulity. If that is the case, I shall resign and return home. Chapter 25. The 5th rank, the Princess of Shun Wang, also fell victim to the heart-controlling palm. Xiao He, without further ado, shed his imperial physician's attire and swaggered out. Was he truly departing? This feels far too simple. Wang Rue chuckled lightly. Ha! If you dare to challenge me, a mere word and you may leave. Everyone should perform their duties. Dean Lu's sacrifice for the nation, and we ought not to mourn excessively. As long as everyone continues to contribute as before, I shall not pry into matters. Wang Rue proclaimed loudly. The other imperial physicians, though displeased, remained silent, their heads bowed, displaying a facade of honesty. Some believed Xiao He would not depart so easily. Wang Rue strode through the hall like an emperor, noticing an individual who did not raise their head or bow in deference. Enraged, he shouted, Guanzhong, why do you not pay your respects upon seeing me? Guanzhong, who had delivered a gift to Xiao He the day prior, was well aware of more information and would not yield to Wang Rue at this moment. I'm at work? Why should I bow? Moreover, you hold a mere 5th rank title. According to the laws of Deqian, I'm not obliged to bow to you at all times, only at specific occasions. Guanzhong retorted resolutely, unperturbed. Impudent. With a resounding slap, Wang Rue struck him twice across the face. Just as he prepared to deliver a 3rd blow, a commanding voice echoed from the entrance. Where is Wang Rue? A strikingly beautiful woman stood at the door, clad in palace-made attire, yet with her hair cascading freely unlike other maids. She brandished a crimson sword, exuding an aura of icy elegance and unadorned beauty that captivated all present. This was the palace maid who accompanied Princess Tai Ning, whom they had seen during the recent hunt. Xiao He quietly followed her, his demeanor tranquil. With her authoritative call, all eyes turned towards her. Wang Rue's heart trembled as he hurried over, only to be met with Xiao He's presence, his gaze flashing with malice. Cautiously, he inquired, May I ask who this young lady is? I come at the behest of Princess Tai Ning. You, Wang Rue, are to leave at once, and may not enter the palace henceforth. What? On what grounds? I am the chief of the Imperial Medical Institute. You have no right to do this, for I have committed no offense. Wang Rue protested vehemently, retreating several steps until he collided with a table, scattering medicine across the floor. He looked at Xiao He, utterly baffled as to why this fellow could summon the princess's aid so swiftly. What connection does this fellow have with her? On what basis? Merely for abusing his power? This is a grave offense under Deqian law. As a royal relative, Princess Tai Ning possesses the authority to impose criminal penalties for corruption. The icy woman produced a token, inscribed with the characters Qian and Ning, the official seal of the princess. The moment the token was revealed, Wang Rui felt as though the heavens had collapsed around him. Turning to Xiao He, his eyes glinted with malice. Xiao He, this is all you're doing? You must have drugged the princess, inciting her against me. You have ruined my career. If I cannot thrive, I shall see to your demise. With a fierce leap, Wang Rui lunged at Xiao He, his hand morphing into an eagle's claw, intent on ending his life. Yet, before he could ascend, a flash of sword light severed his head from his body. The cool, composed woman spoke. Wang Rui has brazenly attacked an imperial official within the palace and is suspected of harboring foreign spies and assassins. Thus, I executed him. Indeed, the lady spoke the truth. Wang Rui was indeed a spy. "Milady, we shall retrieve the body," they said. "Sir Xiao, we have taken care of your task. You may return to rest." The imperial physicians who had been associated with Wang Rui suddenly fell silent, fawning over Xiao He. "Let us depart," the cool woman turned. And Xiao He hastily followed, for this woman was not one he had summoned, but rather an unexpected encounter along the way. Xiao He had originally intended to seek assistance from the beloved consort Lian, for after a restful slumber, he found himself yearning for her warmth, hoping to accomplish his errand while indulging his desires. However, he encountered this cool woman en route, who insisted on seeking him out on behalf of Princess Tai Ning. Initially, Xiao He was inclined to refuse, but the woman informed him that Consort Lian was currently investigating the case of the fire at Ling Mountain, and even the Empress was probing into the matters concerning the Hahuan sect. Moreover, it was none other than the Emperor's attendant, Manager Wan, who was conducting the inquiries, leaving little opportunity for him to meet her. Thus, Xiao He reluctantly confided in this woman, who without hesitation led him back to the Imperial Medical Academy. "Pray tell, what is your esteemed name? You were quite impressive just now," Xiao He inquired with a chuckle as he trailed behind her. "Song Miao Miao," she replied. "Song Miao Miao? What a lovely name, Miao Miao. It evokes images of water," Xiao He mused. Song Miao Miao turned to glance at him. "What? Is there something wrong with my name?" "Nay, not at all. Water is indeed quite abundant." Xiao He scratched his head. "My hometown is surrounded by water on all sides. Why am I rambling on? Let's hasten." Song Miao Miao turned back and proceeded ahead. Xiao He took a moment to appreciate her. Her silky hair flowed gracefully. Her figure was slender. Though not as alluring as Consort Lian, yet she possessed a unique charm of her own. However, it seemed she was not merely a palace maid, but had ulterior motives for being there. Though he was filled with curiosity, Xiao He refrained from inquiring further and followed Song Miao Miao to the Taishin Palace. "Enter, the princess awaits you inside." Xiao He inhaled deeply and pushed the door open. No sooner had he stepped inside than he was ensnared by a rope. "Ha ha, Xiao He, caught in my trap, are we? Today, you shall play the turtle while I teach you a lesson." Princess Tai Ning leaped down from the rafters. "Dare you strike your master? Just wait until I deal with you." Xiao He swiftly broke free, seizing the whip, and in a deft motion, he brought Princess Tai Ning down to the ground. "Have you learned your lesson?" he inquired. "I have learned." In regard to Princess Tai Ning, Xiao He exhibited an unrefined ferocity. For 3 consecutive days, neither Consort Lian nor the Empress summoned Xiao He, and he was relieved of his duties at the Imperial Medical Academy. Xiao He successfully utilized all of the 9 transformation golden elixirs, elevating his cultivation to the late stage of the 9th transformation. Within his quarters, Xiao He strolled about in golden-threaded soft armor, a reward bestowed upon him following the demise of Lu Shi. This treasure, however, lacked a classification, merely being an 8th-grade artifact, which struck Xiao He as rather disappointing, leaving him to contemplate that he could shatter it with a single strike. "Perhaps I shall reserve it for my sister. It would be safer for her to possess such protection at home." Removing the golden silk armor, Xiao He donned the official robes. For today marked the day of the medical examination at the Imperial Medical Institute. The evaluators were seasoned employees of the institute. Upon Xiao He's arrival, these venerable staff members greeted him with exuberance. "Lord Xiao, how did you sleep?" "Lord Xiao, my granddaughter has turned 18. Have you considered her?" "Oh, Lord Xiao, the results of the examination are already out. You need not attend. We could deliver the rewards to you." Xiao He waved his hand dismissively. How could that be? An examination must maintain its decorum. It should proceed as required, lest outsiders perceive our Imperial Medical Institute as disarrayed. Indeed. Let the examination commence. Xiao He took his place among the 50 or so royal physicians, all poised and ready. He supported his head with his hand, inwardly lamenting when he had begun to adopt the language of officials. With both the director and the deputy director deceased, and under the protection of the princess and the consort, Xiao He's submission of a blank paper would still secure him first place. Moreover, he had swiftly cured the heart-wrenching palm technique inflicted upon Consort Lien, a notorious and insidious method from the Harmony sect. Difficult to eradicate, his ability to heal such an affliction left no doubt about his medical prowess. Thus, first place naturally fell into his grasp. On the following day, as Xiao He emerged from his chamber, Quan Chong and several royal physicians awaited him, presenting the director's official robes and hat with great reverence. Lord Xiao, from now on, you shall be the master of our Imperial Medical Institute. Bring forth the attendants to assist Lord Xiao in donning his garments. Xiao He donned the official robes with delight. From this day forth, he was the 5th-rank Imperial Medical Envoy of the Great Qian. Gentlemen, I must clarify a few matters. Most tasks within the Institute do not require such frantic activity, nor is it necessary to stand. If you find comfort in sitting, do so while working. You may rest upon completing your daily duties. However, I must still collect 30 Qian coins each month. I hope for your understanding. Indeed, we understand. Lord Xiao has allowed us to work seated and rest after our tasks, which is more than satisfactory. The 30 Qian coins are the established protocol, and we shall be mindful of it. Even without your prompting, we would provide it, they assured. Xiao He nodded. Remember, these Qian coins, though they may seem cold and hard, will eventually become your lifeline. When the time comes, and you find yourselves unable to shoulder burdens or lift weights, whom will you rely on? It will be these 30 Qian coins. Do you comprehend? The royal physicians, not lacking in wit, instantly grasped his meaning. We understand, of course. Lord Xiao, we shall now offer you the initial 30 coins. Quan Chong stepped forward. With one taking the lead, the others quickly followed suit. In a short while, nearly 2,000 Qian coins had amassed in Xiao He's possession. From a state of poverty, he found himself suddenly affluent. Gentlemen, Lord Xiao is busy. We shall not disturb him further. Quan Chong wisely dispersed the crowd. Gazing at the colorful Qian coins in his hand, Xiao He mused, this is power. On merely the first day, I have acquired 2 years' worth of income. Remarkable. Just as Xiao He was filled with joy, several men clad in black armor approached from a distance, led by a captain of the Divine Guardian Army. Are you the renowned physician Xiao? Inquired the armored man. Indeed, I am, Xiao replied. May I ask who you are? We hail from the residence of Prince Shun. His Highness has learned that you possess the ability to treat the heart-crushing palm and has requested your assistance. Xiao He, maintaining a composed demeanor, asked, pray tell, who has fallen victim to the heart-crushing palm? The men exchanged glances, and the one on the left stepped forward, stating, is the 5th princess consort of Prince Shun, Jin Yunxi. This revelation made Xiao He reluctant to accept the request. His healing methods relied solely on his pure yang sacred body, lacking the finesse of advanced medical skills. Aside from employing rare and potent spiritual medicines, he could only rely on his formidable cultivation for healing. Surely, he could not undertake an in-depth treatment for the princess consort. Chapter 26. Your Highness, what is the nature of your injury? Physician Xiao, what is the matter? Is there an issue? The armored man noticed Xiao He lost in thought and reminded him, oh, no. How did your Highness sustain such an injury? How would I know? You should inquire about the details from the patient herself. 1. To treat her Highness, receive the reward of 1 evolution of the Star Moon Eye. Note, the heart-compelling palm is exceptionally challenging to heal. Should one fail, it may lead to disgrace. 2. To refuse treatment, receive the reward of black cuttlefish liquid. Note, the individual in question is the Prince of Shun, a member of the royal family, wielding significant power. Should one decline, they may be compelled to comply, and it may even result in a beating. What? Refusal is not an option? Instead, one might face violence? Who exactly is this Prince of Shun to be so audacious even while seeking assistance within the palace. Faced with such choices, Xiao He resolved to proceed, taking each step as it came. However, he contrived an excuse, stating that he had matters to attend to in the Imperial Medical Bureau, which delayed him momentarily. He then went to the main hall of the Imperial Medical Bureau to devise a way for Quan Chong to inform concubine Lien of his impending visit to the prince's residence. Subsequently, Xiao He numbly followed 2 armored guards outside. As the head of the bureau, he did not require permission to leave and enjoyed a certain degree of freedom. Upon choosing to proceed, the rewards were promptly credited to him. For precautionary measures, Xiao He decisively enhanced the Star Moon Eye. Though it remained the Star Moon Eye, he discovered that if he concentrated his power, he could perceive elemental trajectories that were otherwise imperceptible to the naked eye, such as the 5 elemental forces of nature and various forms of elemental energy. These energies were what cultivators absorbed during their training to elevate their spiritual practice. He wondered if I could assist him in healing. Accompanied by the 2 armored soldiers, Xiao He had exited the palace without even an arranged carriage. It appeared that a mere 5th-rank official held little significance in the eyes of the Prince of Shun. Treating him was presumably a given, as if he ought to be grateful for the privilege. "May I inquire when the 5th princess entered the household?" Xiao He asked. "It seems it was about 30 days ago. Why do you ask?" The left side armored guard replied. "Just curious," Xiao He mused, contemplating that 30 days had passed. The prince was a normal man. Thus this woman must have already transitioned into the role of a married woman. No. Why was he pondering such matters? He then inquired again, "From where does the princess hail originally?" "I have heard she is the little princess of the Jin family, one of the 4 great families of Tiancheng." The Jin family? The 4 great families? Xiao He had never heard of such entities. "Physician Xiao, you're unfamiliar with the 4 great families?" The right side armored guard looked at him with disdain, for not knowing of them indicated a lack of social standing. "Should you not be aware, learn of them on your own. The 4 great families are formidable. They are closely tied to the royal family, wielding immense power. In fact, half of the court comprises individuals from these families." "Why say so much?" "We only know this from our superior." Xiao He fell silent, following behind and gaining further insight into the intricacies of the Qin dynasty. Suddenly recalling that the Empress bore the surname Jiang, he inquired, "By the way, does one of the 4 great families include the Jiang family?" "Who knows?" The 2 armored men shook their heads in confusion. "No. Oh, I understand." Xiao He always felt that the background of this empress was even more terrifying. Although the prince's residence also lay within the imperial city, it occupied a vast expanse of over 100,000 square feet, with streets leading to it barred to commoners and fiercely guarded by formidable soldiers. Upon arriving here, Xiao He reflected that this was what it meant to reach the pinnacle of power and influence, where the upper echelons no longer even pretended to relate to the common folk, boldly declaring their separation. At the entrance of the royal mansion stood 2 black cheelants, their bodies shimmering with ethereal light. Xiao He sensed that should the mansion be attacked, these cheelants would spring to life, unleashing terrifying destruction. "Dr. Xiao, once we enter the royal residence, do not gawk around or wander aimlessly, lest something unfortunate befall you." "Do not blame us," the armored man cautioned. "Of course," came a reply. "Everything within the royal mansion belongs to the prince, even the maidservants, who are his private property. If you gaze upon them, it implies coveting his possessions. Even if the prince shows no interest, your eyes must not stray. Do you understand?" Hearing this, Xiao He felt increasingly distressed. How was he to provide treatment when he could not even lay eyes on a maid? If he were to engage in a thorough examination with the prince's consort, would that not lead to his own demise? However, this only confirmed his suspicions that this Prince Shun was no virtuous man. If he truly wished to confront him, Xiao He swore to make Prince Shun wear an exceedingly large green hat. He hoped that the energy of the noble consort Lien could somehow deliver him from this predicament. With his head bowed, Xiao He followed the 2 armored men into a tranquil courtyard. Upon entering, he was greeted by a fragrant aroma, mingled with a subtle, alluring scent. Why do all beautiful women have a unique fragrance? "Dr. Xiao, please enter. The princess awaits you inside." The armored man gestured at the doorway. Xiao He nodded. Crossing the threshold, he respectfully announced, "I pay my respects to the princess. I am Xiao He." here to assist you with your healing. Come in. A voice beckoned from within. The room was adorned with an ancient charm. Though it lacked the opulence of the consort's palace, it possessed its own enchanting atmosphere. Maidservants stood on either side, attending to domestic duties, while the soft voice emanated from behind a high wall, clearly belonging to the princess's private chamber. With his head lowered, Xiao He refrained from gazing at the maidservants, approaching the screen that obscured the inner sanctum. There, upon a bed shrouded by the screen, lay a woman whose features remained indistinct, her form side-lying, revealing only the vague outline of her exquisite silhouette. Dr. Xiao, I have heard you have cured the consort Lian's heart-piercing palm. Recently, I encountered the nefarious disciples of the He sect. Fortunately, I had ample guards by my side. Otherwise, I would have truly fallen victim to their malice. Please take a look at me. Jin Yunxi extended her delicate, unadorned arm through the gauzy veil. Her fingers were slender and elegant, resembling finely crafted art. Xiao He inwardly prayed for the swift arrival of Consort Lian. Yet in order to buy time, he resorted to the fundamental practices of observation, inquiry, and palpation. Your Highness, this injury can only be assessed through pulse examination. But I have heard the prince is rather particular. Xiao He hesitated, words unformed. Jin Yunxi comprehended his implication and smiled. I understand your concerns. There is no one else here. I shall instruct the maidservants to wait in the hall. Please step outside and wait at the door. Additionally, you're not to speak of the treatment process that Dr. Xiao administers, understood? Yes. The maidens complied obediently, leaving the boudoir to gather in the hall at the entrance, refraining from venturing outdoors. Once they departed, Jin Yunxi chuckled softly. Now, pray tell, how do you intend to proceed with the treatment? Xiao He harbored his own method for the treatment of the heart-catalyzing palm, albeit one that could not eradicate the ailment entirely. It would merely serve to delay its effects temporarily. However, the princess's expectation was unequivocal, complete healing. He would have to contemplate alternative remedies in the future, for it would be utterly absurd for the princess to suggest that a method akin to human procreation could resolve the issue. He feared that such a suggestion might provoke violent repercussions. Your Highness, I must first examine the location of your injuries, as well as your cultivation level and that of your adversary. Within the gauzy curtain, Jin Yunxi paused at the request to reveal the site of her wounds. Is this how you treat Consort Lian as well? She inquired, recalling that Consort Lian's injury was on her shoulder. Xiao He maintained an air of calm. Although he was unaware of the precise location of Consort Lian's injury, he only knew that once the pure yang energy was infused, it had been healed. I bear 2 injuries, one on my chest and another on the inner thigh. Jin Yunxi's voice carried a hint of reluctance. Chapter 27. The intricacies of Empress Lian Xiao He cleared his throat and spoke with earnest conviction. Rest assured, Your Highness, a physician's heart is akin to that of a parent. As a gynecologist, I perceive even the most flawless physique as merely a vessel afflicted by ailments, devoid of ulterior motives. Within the gauzy curtain, Jin Yunxi appeared somewhat swayed by his words, her previous apprehensions alleviating considerably. If only there were more righteous individuals like you in Qian, how splendid the world would be, she lamented, a hint of sorrow permeating her voice. However, Xiao He was too preoccupied with his task to ponder the source of her melancholy. He set aside the herbs and dutifully prepared some common medicinal plants, initiating the examination process. Your Highness, let us begin with your legs. I shall remain behind the curtain. Before long, a rustling sound emerged from within. Jin Yunxi did not step out, but extended a porcelain-like, snow-white hand. Having encountered Empress Lian previously, Xiao He was able to maintain his composure despite her undeniable beauty. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a handprint on the inner side of her leg. How did this injury occur? He inquired. Jin Yunxi seized the opportunity to explain. This injury was inflicted when I used my leg technique to strike my opponent, only to be met with a palm strike in return. The assailant was not the young master of the He sect, but a mysterious man clad in red, whose appearance was strikingly enchanting. I do not recognize him, but I estimate his cultivation to be at the late stage of the 4 realms, while I am merely at the initial stage. Understanding dawned upon Xiao He as he nodded and pressed his fingers gently against the affected area. Ah! Jin Yunxi winced, unable to suppress a soft cry. Does it still hurt? Yes. Xiao He, feeling the warmth emanating from his own pure young body, realized that Jin Yunshi was still a maiden. What is this situation? Has Lord Shun not touched her in a month? Your hands are quite warm, Physician Xiao, Jin Yunshi remarked from behind the curtain, her tone noticeably softer and more tender than before. She began to surreptitiously observe him through the curtain's seam. This is a technique. Bear with it. If it becomes unbearable, do speak up. Xiao He, aware of his own condition, offered a vague explanation. It's tolerable and it's beginning to feel somewhat pleasant, Jin Yunshi replied. Xiao He noted the complexity of the injury. The heart-crushing palm was a lethal technique associated with the Hahuan sect, renowned in the martial world. Unless one possessed extraordinarily high cultivation to forcibly expel it, such injuries typically resulted in lingering internal damage. As he assessed her condition, he realized that the intricacies of the injury surpassed his initial assumptions. No wonder his treatment of Empress Lian's heart-crushing palm had garnered so much attention. This is troublesome, he thought. I have heard that Empress Lian's injury was inflicted by the formidable Chu Zhaoyun of the Hahuan sect, whose mastery of the heart-crushing palm is said to be unparalleled, possibly even having evolved into the great Annihilation Buddha palm. If you could heal her within an hour, surely my treatment of this injury should pose no significant challenge. Jin Yunshi chuckled lightly. The issue is not that it is insurmountable, but rather, Xiao He found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to articulate the complexities that lay ahead. With his hand suspended in midair, he found himself at a loss for the next step. According to the procedure, he was to apply the medicine he had prepared, followed by a massage technique and the ingestion of a few pills. Ultimately, he would instruct her on how to circulate her vital energy for temporary relief, though a permanent cure remained elusive. To eradicate the ailment entirely, it would require the prince to devote considerable time and effort to assist her. However, this would prove disadvantageous to Xiao He. What troubles you, Dr. Xiao? Do you find yourself in a quandary? Well, I was merely contemplating how I cannot assess the injury on your chest. Thus, I am unable to diagnose it properly. Xiao He resolved to steadfastly maintain his position, hoping to navigate the situation with some cleverness. He had attempted to examine the injury through the lens of the Star Moon Eye, yet the affliction remained obstinately unyielding. How could the creatures of the Hahuan sect be so fixated on such nonsensical techniques? Just as Xiao He grappled with the dilemma, a voice from outside ignited a spark of joy within him. The Lotus Imperial concubine has arrived. Jin Yunshi immediately retracted her legs, perplexed. What brings the Lotus Imperial concubine here? Dr. Xiao, please excuse me. I must change. Yes. Xiao He hastily approached the doorway, observing from a distance as the Lotus Imperial concubine strolled toward him, encircled by a bevy of palace maids. Upon sighting her, the weight on Xiao He's heart finally lifted. The Lotus Imperial concubine, with her serious demeanor, approached and inquired, Dr. Xiao, how fares the princess's condition? It is manageable, not as severe as her highness's. Then you have cured her? Your servant has yet to commence, thought Xiao He, realizing that the Lotus Imperial concubine's possessiveness was perhaps fueled by fears of infidelity with another woman. Upon hearing that treatment had not yet begun, the Lotus Imperial concubine's expression softened slightly. Come with me to take a look. At that moment, Jin Yunshi emerged. Her attire, a golden silk gown, matched her name. With her rosy lips and oval face, her large eyes sparkled with vivacity, contrasting starkly with the Lotus Imperial concubine's demeanor. Your Highness, Jin Yunshi greeted with a slight bow. Ah, I heard you were also attacked by the Hahuan sect. I came to check on you personally. I did not anticipate that I would arrive prematurely, and Dr. Xiao has yet to begin your treatment. I apologize for the intrusion. Jin Yunshi maintained her smile, cognizant of her lower status compared to the concubine, and felt a bit apprehensive in her presence. Not at all. Your arrival is fortuitous, as you may witness the treatment provided by Dr. Xiao. That is unnecessary. The Lotus Imperial concubine interjected, producing a jade vial the size of her thumb. This contains the medication prescribed by Dr. Xiao, which can treat the effects of the heart-pushing palm. You should take it. This must be quite precious. I cannot accept such a gift. Jin Yunshi expressed her trepidation. Fear not. My injury has healed. This elixir not only cures ailments but also enhances beauty. Were it not for the favorable relations between the Jin family and my father, I would hesitate to part with it. Please take it. The Lotus Imperial concubine then turned sternly to Xiao He, stating, Master Xiao, there are over 300 herbs that require inventory at the Imperial Medical Institute. Your negligence in this matter is not something I will overlook. Return immediately and attend to your duties. Indeed, however, Xiao He was perplexed by the contents of the vial. He was entirely unaware of what it contained, yet it possessed the ability to cure the heart-piercing palm. The graceful concubine, Lien, subtly cast Xiao He a knowing glance, and in that instant, he experienced an epiphany. Recalling the emperor's visit, concubine Lien, fearing any oversight might be uncovered, promptly concealed the jade bottle. Xiao He could not help but steal a glance at Jin Yunxi's delicate cherry lips. What, then, did this imply for his relationship with the princess? Sister Jin, you should consume it quickly, he urged. Upon hearing this, Jin Yunxi hesitated no longer. She uncorked the vial and inhaled its peculiar aroma. Xiao He inwardly rejoiced that Jin Yunxi had never been involved with the prince. Otherwise, the truth would have been revealed. After she downed the concoction in one gulp, Xiao He felt an unusual stirring within himself. Dr. Xiao, what are you staring at? Hurry along, commanded concubine Lien. Yes, your highness, Xiao He replied, well aware of concubine Lien's displeasure, and swiftly departed. At that moment, Jin Yunxi's condition truly began to improve. The injuries inflicted by the heart-piercing palm were entirely healed within half an hour. Thank you, Sister Lien. This medicine from Dr. Xiao is indeed miraculous. And it feels so warm. May I have more of this remedy? Jin Yunxi inquired, sensing its beneficial effects on her cultivation. Concubine Lien scoffed inwardly at her naive aspirations. To prevent further disturbances to Xiao He, she clarified, this medicine is a family heirloom of Xiao He's and is exceedingly difficult to produce in quantity. This is the last of it for you, and it may be a long time before another batch is made. Chapter 28. Are you mocking the Imperial Medical Institution? Under the escort of the esteemed consort Lien, Xiao He returned to the palace with remarkable ease. The movements of the Wang residents were devoid of any sign of the Shun Wang, indicating that he was not regarded with significant concern. However, should he discover that his untouched, beautiful wife had consumed the pure Yang elixir, one could only speculate if he would storm into the palace and exact a gruesome revenge. Fortunately, upon his departure, he had witnessed Jin Yunxi consume every last drop, even going so far as to lick the bottle clean. Now, should the Shun Wang arrive, he would remain blissfully unaware of the circumstances. Upon returning to the palace, Consort Lien did not seek him out directly, but instead sent Xiao Hong with a message. The consort has clarified matters on your behalf, and henceforth, no one will approach you regarding the treatment of the heart-controlling palm. This was indeed excellent news, and Xiao He expressed his gratitude. He breathed a sigh of relief. This was a fortunate turn of events. The influence of the Hahuan sect was formidable, with numerous disciples lacking in moral restraint, infiltrating the heart of Deqian, leaving many noble ladies in distress. The thought of being continually summoned for assistance in such matters was utterly terrifying. Xiao Hong continued, currently, Deqian has deployed a considerable force to besiege the Hahuan sect. Consort Lien has sustained injuries from the sect, thus attracting significant attention. It may be inconvenient for her to meet with you in the coming days. Additionally, Xiao Hong's expression shifted to one of peculiarity. What is it? Speak freely, he urged. The consort wishes you to know that, as a token of her gratitude, she has prepared a special pastry, which will only be unveiled for you upon your visit. Oh, I see. Thank you for the consort's kind gesture. Xiao He understood the implication. He was assured that the consort would not allow the emperor to partake in it. On this point, he had faith in consort Lien's astuteness. She was remarkably clever. With the conversation reaching its conclusion, he excused himself. Thank you, Miss Xiao Hong. A flush crept onto Xiao Hong's cheeks, for it was the first time someone had referred to her as Miss. In the palace, she was often addressed in a derogatory manner. Watching her depart in a cheerful sprint, Xiao He could not help but smile. Yet, the thought of Consort Lien being the Emperor's consort left an uncomfortable ache in his heart. Ah, this wretched possessiveness. However, upon reflection, it seemed that he was the one engaged in questionable conduct. Shaking his head, he dismissed these thoughts. Such matters were beyond his control for the time being. As he approached the entrance of the Imperial Medical Institution, he heard a cacophony within. Upon closer inspection, he found over 20 elderly physicians gathered in a tumultuous circle, their expressions filled with indignation. "Master Xiao, you have arrived," they exclaimed in unison. "Quickly, provide a chair for Master Xiao." At the center of the commotion, Quan Chong's face was smeared with blood, so battered that he was unrecognizable. How fierce must the altercation have been to inflict such brutality? "Master Quan, what has happened? Did your wife strike you?" Xiao He jested, fully aware that Quan Chong was wed to a formidable woman known for her fiery temper. Moreover, she was of a higher cultivation level, a 7th-tier practitioner, making it difficult for him to retaliate at home. Hence, Quan Chong was known as the physician who took the least amount of leave. Spotting Xiao He, Quan Chong crawled over, his face etched with grievance. "Master Xiao, you must intercede on my behalf. Be patient, speak slowly. Do you remember what I advised you? The 30 large Xian coins you have submitted represent your very lifeblood. As long as your payment is duly received, should you suffer any grievances, I shall undoubtedly stand up for you. Speak slowly. I shall listen intently to discern whether you have indeed been wronged." Lord Xiao He sat upon his chair, and the surrounding imperial physicians nodded in agreement, each feeling a stir within their hearts upon hearing his words. In the past, during Lu Shi's tenure, when they faced humiliation and injustice, not only did they receive no support, but they were also reproached for stirring trouble. Yet here was the young Lord Xiao displaying such gallantry. Upon hearing Lord Xiao's words, Quan Chong, with tears streaming down his face, exclaimed, "Lord Xiao, it is that band of rascals from the Imperial Horse Department. These scoundrels fill their own pockets, providing inadequate sustenance for the horses, leading to their illness. When I was sent to investigate, it took me an entire day to uncover the issue, yet these rogues refused to pay, calling me a quack and even beating me. I barely escaped. They are utterly lawless. Lord Xiao, please advocate for me." In a fit of rage, Xiao He rose indignant. "How outrageous! They are nothing more than a band of brigands, more lawless than common outlaws. My lord, what shall we do? Please, remain calm. We cannot afford to provoke the Imperial Horse Department. Their personnel are closely connected with the military, and many mounts of the Divine Guard rely on their breeding. The same goes for the Town Guardian Department. Their influence is vast and formidable, backed by fearsome martial experts. If we confront them, it would be akin to striking a stone with an egg." Some of the elder physicians, wishing to avoid trouble, began to weigh the pros and cons. Xiao He was well aware of the Imperial Horse Department, situated within the palace yet distant from the inner court, occupying a separate area that bordered a vast expanse of grassland. It housed a considerable number of individuals, many of whom were formidable in skill. Most alarming was their backing from the Divine Guard and the Town Guardian Department, as both military factions depended on their livestock. Such corruption would only be addressed by high-ranking officials. The small Imperial Physician's office would naturally be disregarded by the Imperial Horse Department. 1. To advocate for Quan Chong and earn the reward of the breath collection technique, a mid-grade spiritual weapon, the Flying Phoenix chasing snow. Note: offending the Imperial Horse Department may lead to endless troubles, potentially drawing the ire of powerful figures. 2. To be a timid turtle and remain silent, earning the reward of the Meteor Fist martial technique. Note: being a timid turtle will tarnish the reputation of the Imperial Physician's office. Upon seeing the rewards, Xiao He was astonished that one of his options included a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Such an item was truly exceptional. Coupled with his earlier bravado, he thought, should he back down now, it would be tantamount to slapping his own face. The Flying Phoenix chasing snow, a long-range offensive bow that requires no arrows, allowing direct shooting. Crafted from a Yaoqing Long stone and the Zhuke stone, when fully activated, it can slay experts of the 4 extremes and severely injure those in the transformation realm. As long as it can lock onto a target, its lethal range extends up to 1,000 miles. This description left Xiao He with no further contemplation. Currently, he was at the 9th level of the divine transformation realm. With the terrifying power of the pure Yang sacred body, he should be able to draw this bow, achieving a lethal range that encompassed all within the imperial city, while remaining undetected after his deeds. Once his heart was at peace, Xiao He rose to his feet. Lord Quan, let us proceed to the Imperial Horse Department. And to all present, though the esteemed physicians of the Imperial Medical Institute may appear feeble, wielding nothing more than surgical instruments, we are not devoid of spirit. Come, let us seek justice at the Imperial Horse Department. His words were fervent and imbued with passionate intensity, infecting the elderly audience with his fervor. Indeed, Lord Xiao is formidable. I, too, have endured a lifetime of indignities at the Imperial Medical Institute. Just the other day, while treating a certain eunuch, I was struck for claiming I could not remedy his infertility. This grievance shall not go unavenged. Xiao He expressed his disdain for the rascally officials of the Imperial Horse Department, who, despite the exorbitant costs of veterinary care, were loath to compensate us, the physicians, for our services. On my last visit, I treated 2 black iron beasts, yet received no remuneration, as they claimed my remedies rendered the creatures sterile. I too have suffered from their egregious behavior. They owe us at least 800,000 Qian coins. Xiao He was genuinely astounded by this sum, for it represented an extraordinary amount, nearly equivalent to the collective salaries of all physicians at the Imperial Medical Institute for 7 to 8 years. Such avarice was not merely greedy. It was a blatant disregard for our dignity. Let us march together, for with your presence, my fears are dispelled. Observing the collective ire of the assembly, Xiao He raised his arm in a rallying cry. All shall follow me. Chapter 29. I am merely a gynecologist. Zhang Quan serves as a squad leader in the Imperial Horse Department, overseeing a contingent of 50 men. Despite his position within the palace, he remains at the lower echelons of hierarchy. However, among the lower ranks, he is considered relatively esteemed. Those powerless eunuchs and maids, even some newly arrived guards, are compelled to treat him with respect. The Imperial Horse Department is vast, comprising over 1,000 personnel, yet its management is dispersed. In his modest stable, he has raised more than 1,000 black iron beasts and over a dozen crimson flame horses. Within this confined space, he wields authority akin to a local tyrant, engaging with the leaders of hundreds on equal footing, while the leaders of thousands must bow and scrape before him. As for the imperial physicians of the Royal Medical Bureau, in his eyes, they are no different from slaves. He feels no remorse in bullying them. Lord Zhang, several black iron beasts from the East Four have begun to vomit and have diarrhea. An anxious subordinate rushed in to report. Zhang Quan set down his wine cup. A frown etched upon his face. What is the hurry? Let the people from the Royal Medical Bureau come and take a look. But we Haven Tea paid them this morning. They may be unwilling to come. They dare not refuse. If they do not show up, they will reap the consequences. A bunch of inept physicians. What are they worth? Yet, suddenly, another messenger rushed in from the distance. Lord Zhang, trouble is brewing. Someone is causing a ruckus. Who? Zhang Quan was taken aback, fearing that his embezzlement had been uncovered. It's those imperial physicians. They have injured Wang Ermatzi and Zhang Tai. We cannot hold them back. They threaten to dismantle us if we do not settle past grievances. A group of imperial physicians? They must be audacious to act so recklessly in my domain. Lucy must have a death wish. Alas, my lord, you have been too occupied to notice that the head of the Royal Medical Bureau has changed. Lucy has already perished. Upon hearing this, Zhang Quan burst into laughter. So, it is a new official. Come with me. It seems they have come to exercise their long-neglected muscles. At the entrance of the stable, a throng of imperial physicians stood fiercely, while over 30 stable hands faced them. Each one bore visible injuries, their expressions of fear directed towards the leader, Xiao He. A commotion arose from the back as someone shouted that Lord Zhang had arrived. The crowd rejuvenated with renewed vigor. Lord Zhang, uphold justice. These imperial physicians have gone mad. They attacked me. I can no longer hear. Lord Zhang, avenge me. Zhang Quan maneuvered through the throng, surveying the surroundings. More than 10 of his men were injured, and to the right, a few imperial physicians rummaged through the feed troughs of the black iron beasts. One of the physicians suddenly exclaimed loudly, Lord Xiao, the feed for these black iron beasts is expired. If they consume this, they will undoubtedly fall ill. The stable hands here must be guilty of embezzlement. Xiao He stepped forward, closing the distance to Zhang Quan by 5 paces. You must be Zhang Quan. As you can see, my brothers are all old, weak, or infirm. and I am but a gynecologist with limited capabilities, only possessing some medical knowledge. If you do not settle our past accounts, I might inadvertently let slip the truth about the expired and counterfeit supplies within this stable." However, Xiao He's words did not instill concern among the personnel of the Imperial Horse Department. Instead, they erupted into hearty laughter. This matter of corruption does not pertain to them alone. It involves numerous institutions above and below. You are the newly appointed court physician, are you not? The Imperial Medical Bureau seems to be thriving once more, with a cadre of aged officials stepping down, leaving a mere boy, unseasoned and inexperienced, to wield authority. "Your name is Xiao He, is it not?" Zhang Quan gestured, and the more than 20 individuals he brought in circled Xiao He, who observed that these men were all masters at the 8th level of cultivation, a fact that surprised him. However, this was merely the horse guard. The majority of soldiers from a divine guard were also at the 8th or 9th level, with the elite being at the spirit platform realm. In contrast, most of the physicians on Xiao He's side were at the 5th or 6th level, with some even weaker. Previously, Lu Shi had treated us free of charge. Yet you dare to demand payment? It appears you have yet to face consequences. I offer you a chance. Kneel and bow to me, apologize, and you may leave today. Otherwise, boom. Before Zhang Quan could finish his sentence, darkness enveloped him, and he felt a sudden dizziness. Without time to react, a sharp pain struck his abdomen, and he was lifted into the air, only to be forcefully slammed back down to the ground. As he regained his senses, he found himself grievously injured, spitting blood, utterly devoid of the strength to retaliate. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Xiao He's foot pressing upon his chest, looking down at him from a great height. "What will you do otherwise?" Zhang Quan coughed twice, utterly astonished. As a spirit platform cultivator, he had been instantaneously defeated without a shred of resistance. Who was this new imperial physician, and what formidable backing did he possess, exuding such audacity? "You dare to harm me. This is the horse guard. What did you say? I cannot hear you. You dare utter threats against me? How insolent!" Xiao He pressed down with his foot again, shattering several of Zhang Quan's ribs, causing him such agony that he could not even cry out. Xiao He surveyed the surrounding onlookers. "You all witnessed this, did you not? He insulted me. Curse my mother. Would you not be enraged if someone dared to insult your kin? Besides, I am merely a gynecologist. Why must he be so confrontational?" The members of the horse guard stood frozen in shock, some nodding, others shaking their heads. Moments ago, they had seen Xiao He move like a flash, and in an instant, their leader Zhang Quan was laid low. "You claim to be a mere gynecologist? Lord Zhang, regarding our previous debts, it amounts to a total of 80,000 Dacian coins, as recorded in our Imperial Medical Bureau, including interest and the medical expenses for my brother, whom you assaulted. The total comes to 110,000 Dacian coins. Hand it over." At this moment, Zhang Quan remained defiant, despite the pain coursing through him, convinced that Xiao He would not dare to kill him. "Huh, 110,000? You must be dreaming. Do you even comprehend the value of money? If you have the ability, then kill me." "Ah, everyone, he proposed this himself. Did you hear that?" Xiao He turned to look at the gathered physicians. They all nodded in agreement. "We heard it. He himself requested that Lord Xiao kill him. Since that is the case, let us take him back." Xiao He began to drag Zhang Quan by his foot. At this point, Zhang Quan began to panic, shouting, "My uncle is the deputy of the horse guard. If you dare to kill me, your entire family will perish." "Who claimed that I took your life?" "It was merely an unfortunate incident during a dispute with Zhang, where I, the gynecologist, sustained an injury. Upon examination, I discovered it was merely a recurrence of an old ailment, yet a grave one indeed. Unfortunately, as a specialist in gynecology, I am not equipped to treat internal diseases. Consequently, the lack of timely medical attention led to Zhang's demise, tormented by his affliction. Given the contagious nature of this illness, our esteemed medical institution had no choice but to incinerate the body to prevent the spread of toxins." Xiao He's narrative elicited nods of agreement from the imperial physicians, as it seemed flawlessly crafted. However, to the ears of the officials from the Imperial Horse Department, it sounded akin to a diabolical plot, sending chills down their spines. Zhang Quan, who initially held onto a glimmer of hope, found his confidence dissipating upon hearing this account. Is it truly possible for the Royal Medical Institution to operate in such a manner? Failing to treat a high-ranking individual could lead to dire consequences for these esteemed physicians, while neglecting the health of the commoners would likely go unnoticed. Wait, hold on, let us discuss this rationally, let us converse. Zhang Quan, pinned to the ground, flailed his arms in desperation. Return the money. Xiao He outstretched his hand. His purpose for being here was solely to demand payment. Chapter 30. What constitutes a surprise? Zhang Quan wore a pained expression. Brother, over $1 million is simply beyond my means. These past years, we have spent so much. I truly have very little left. This bracelet is quite nice. Oh, hand over that storage ring. Xiao He interjected, snatching the treasure from Zhang Quan's grasp. The bracelet appeared to be an auxiliary artifact of decent quality, likely of the 8th or 9th grade, aiding in the circulation of true energy. The storage ring was a valuable item. Brother, this storage ring contains all my belongings. Zhang Quan's face reflected his distress. The cheapest storage ring on the market costs at least 1,000 Qian coins, and this one has 10 spaces. To my surprise, it possesses 100 spaces. And lo and behold, it even contains 5 pieces of elemental stones. Xiao He calculated roughly 70,000 Qian coins. Astonishing. This minor steward seems to possess considerable wealth, far exceeding my own. Yet, he knew that she must have garnered quite a fortune, although he had not had the chance to investigate. Brother, this is the result of decades of savings. Acquiring this is no small feat, Zhang Quan lamented. But I still owe you $1 million. How will you be compensated? Xiao He crouched down, pressing him. Your ability to produce, it is irrelevant to me. Now gather it, even if it means stripping down to your undergarments. As he spoke, Xiao He tore apart Zhang Quan's clothing, unexpectedly uncovering a new discovery. The man possessed a storage belt. To Xiao He's astonishment, this belt contained over 300,000 coins. You all, strip the others of their garments and search them thoroughly. Xiao He commanded the physicians behind him. In an instant, every steward was left bare, some standing exposed in plain sight. Lord Xiao, we have collectively unearthed 200,000 Qian coins from these individuals, came the report. Indeed, the spoils were plentiful. Over 70 individuals each bore more than 20,000. Xiao He understood that further searches would yield little more. He patted Zhang Quan's cheek, stating, "You still owe me 400,000. Find a way to gather it. I shall return in 10 days. Yes, I will certainly have it ready for you," Zhang Quan promised fervently. Xiao He rose, declaring loudly, "Let us return to the Imperial Medical Institute." They marched forth in grand procession, only to be met with Zhang Quan's furious shout as they receded into the distance. Imperial Medical Institute, I shall not rest until every one of you is dead. Brother, let us gather our comrades and retaliate. Fool, this is the palace, and those are royal physicians. Do you wish to incite rebellion? What then shall we do? Those are imperial doctors. To eliminate them, we must adhere to palace protocol, or we must act outside. But brother, we are ill-versed in palace protocol. We are merely brutes. Primarily, we must keep a close watch on Xiao He. Rotate our men to monitor him and investigate his residence outside the city. If he has any family, I refuse to believe we cannot put an end to him. Zhang Quan's mind was already twisted by rage. Yes, brother, your wisdom is unmatched. We shall commence the investigation immediately. In the Imperial Medical Institute, a chorus of cheers erupted as Xiao He sat comfortably in a chair, attended to by those around him who offered tea and even assisted with foot bathing. Master Xiao, your bravery is unparalleled. We have finally avenged ourselves here at the Imperial Medical Institute, one exclaimed. I have spent 40 years here without such satisfaction. Zhang Quan has always bullied us for money, and now we can finally breathe easy, all thanks to your remarkable prowess, Master Xiao. However, a note of caution arose, Master. Zhang Quan is ruthless and will surely seek revenge. You must remain vigilant, especially concerning your family outside. Xiao He was well aware of these concerns. Our numbers in the Imperial Medical Institute are still too few. Quan Chong, these days, take the opportunity to scout for suitable individuals to recruit. Remember, they must possess both medical skills and the ability to defend themselves. Understood? Yes, I understand. Quan Chong replied with a grin, though they dared not discuss matters of remuneration. Well, I shall take my leave now. Xiao He changed his attire and, under the cover of night, discreetly exited the palace. He now had the liberty to come and go from the Imperial Medical Institute, albeit through the side entrance, as he had permission to visit home 10 days each month. Although his freedom of movement was limited, preventing him from wandering the main areas of the palace, it sufficed for Xiao He. He hurried home and found his sister, Zhu Xiaoming, bathing. He chose not to disturb her, but Zhu Xiaoming, sensitive to her surroundings, called out, "Who's there?" "Sister, it's me. I climbed over because I saw you were bathing." Upon realizing it was Xiao He, Zhu Xiaoming sighed in relief. "You startled me. I thought someone else had entered." "Sister, once you're done, we must move. This place is not safe." "Move?" "Yes, not long ago, the family of physician Shui was murdered, and I fear for your safety if you remain here." Zhu Xiaoming rose, and through the candlelight filtering in from the window, her graceful silhouette was cast upon the glass. Her alluring figure, accentuated by her curves, sparked endless imagination. She simply donned a long dress, wrapped in a coat, and stepped out, her damp hair cascading over her shoulders. The simplicity of her attire accentuated her striking form, drawing one's gaze irresistibly. Xiao He chastised himself for his wandering eyes. After all, she was his sister. "What's wrong? Have you gotten into trouble at the palace?" Zhu Xiaoming asked, her expression filled with concern as she grasped Xiao He's hand. "I am now the director of the institute. Yesterday, in an effort to stand up for my subordinates, I visited the Imperial Horse Department and inadvertently offended someone. To prevent any repercussions for you, I thought it best to relocate." Xiao He explained, feeling a twinge of guilt for acting impulsively for the sake of a treasure. Yet, he also held a sense of confidence, knowing that within the city there were numerous highly secure areas with excellent security systems. At present, he possessed 600,000 Qian coins, which would suffice to guard against any malice. Zhu Xiaoming's lips parted slightly as she leaned in, inadvertently pressing against Xiao He's chest. "How could you possibly be promoted so swiftly? Father served for decades and remained just an imperial physician. You must not be deceived. Rest assured, I am entirely untroubled. However, in this position, one cannot simply seek solitude. It is utterly impossible. Having only been here a few days, I have already been approached by individuals of dubious identity, urging me to collaborate and purchase their herbs, among other things. Alas, in this treacherous environment, if one refrains from greed, the only alternative is peril." Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaoming's expression shifted from joy to profound concern. While ascending the ranks and acquiring wealth is commendable, it inevitably brings greater risks. "My only wish is for your safety, to see you each month without fail." Zhu Xiaoming's eyes glistened with unshed tears, for sorrowful beauty is the most cherished by men. Moreover, she is not merely a colleague, but a sister with whom he shares daily moments, attending to him with unwavering care. The lack of blood ties only deepens that inexplicable bond, leaving Xiao He somewhat entranced. Noticing her distress, Xiao He's heart softened. He gently wiped the tears from Zhu Xiaoming's eyes, reassuring her, "Do not worry. I am well aware of the circumstances. In this era, if one wishes to remain insulated from the chaos, one must possess both capability and power. Otherwise, we are left to the whims of fate, and in times of turmoil, only death awaits. Since I have embarked on this path of bureaucracy, I shall not allow anyone to harm you. But you must exercise caution. Do not let misfortune befall you, for you are all I have." Zhu Xiaoming nestled closer, resting her bare arms around him, her damp hair brushing against his chin. Feeling the warmth and softness in his embrace, Xiao He instinctively wrapped his arms around her, then quickly released her, patting her back gently. "It's time for you to sleep. If I do not hold you, I find it difficult to rest," Zhu Xiaoming murmured softly. Chapter 31. Night Raid and Annihilation. Go to sleep first. "I shall visit father tonight." "Very well. It has been quite some time since you last paid your respects to him." Zhu Xiaoming did not press the matter further. After escorting her back, Xiao He entered the small room on the left side of the courtyard, where the spirit tablets of his parents were enshrined. Though not his biological father, Xiao He still approached to pay his respects. He then activated the concealment technique and the swift shadow pursuit. Given Zhang Quan's character, he would soon ascertain the location of my home, Action was inevitable tonight. My swift shadow pursuit could even vanquish masters of the Four Realms. I shall await your arrival here. Once the concealment technique was in effect, his presence vanished entirely. He tested the swift shadow pursuit. Indeed, it was quite heavy and difficult to draw, but as he possessed the pure yang sacred body, he could manage to wield it even without reaching the spirit platform level. According to the description of the swift shadow pursuit, its might was sufficient to slay 4 realm cultivators. Thus, Xiao He concealed himself within the ancestral hall, waiting until the witching hour. Strangely, Zhu Xiaoming did not come to find him again, and instead succumbed to a deep slumber within the house. As anticipated, they arrived. 3 shadowy figures flickered atop the roof, their movements exceedingly swift, leaving afterimages in their wake, while one individual lagged slightly behind, seemingly injured. These 3 specters burst into the courtyard of Xiao He's home. Is anyone here? A breath could be heard from the adjacent room. It must be his sister. According to intelligence, had it not been reported that Xiao He returned home? Why was his presence undetected? Never mind. I've heard that his sister is quite beautiful. Let us capture her first, and then we'll bring Xiao He here. I want him to watch as I ravage his sister. The slower individual growled menacingly. Let us go. We must capture her first. Watch out! An indistinguishable arrow shot forth from the shadows, striking the slower individual squarely in the heart, pinning him to the wall. This arrow, though formless, was composed of a certain energy, yet felt substantial. Essence materialization. This is the transformation dragon realm. Run, the leader, the most powerful among them, exclaimed in horror. In the next instant, a more formidable arrow surged towards his chest. Despite his swift movements and drawing his soft sword to defend, he had underestimated the power of the swift shadow pursuit. The energy-formed arrow contained an unfathomable force. With a mournful cry, his soft sword shattered in an instant. Before he could react, the arrow pierced through his body, crashing him into the ground with such force that it collapsed a section of the house, burying him in dust and debris. The other individual, witnessing this, was paralyzed with fear. What? Lord Chen, what has happened to you? This man, possessing only spirit platform cultivation, saw his leader in dire straits and immediately sought to flee. However, just as he cleared the courtyard wall, a deathly arrow pursued him, penetrating his skull. 1 dead, 2 injured. Xiao He emerged from the ancestral hall, his arm trembling. Even with his robust physique, the strain of drawing the bow 3 times in quick succession was overwhelming. Hearing the commotion, Zhu Xiaoming rushed out. Upon seeing Xiao He unharmed, she sighed in relief. Are they your enemies in the court? Xiao He nodded, retrieving the middle-aged man and the one pinned to the wall from the ruins. Tearing away the masks of 2 individuals, one revealed was Zhang Quan, while the other, an unfamiliar figure to Xiao He, exuded a powerful aura, presumably at the initial stage of the 4th realm. Master Zhang, how did you manage to gather funds to my abode? This is rather inappropriate, he remarked. Zhang Quan was taken aback to discover that the assailant was Xiao He, and the fact that 3 arrows had struck down their adversaries was nothing short of surreal. Even his own uncle had been defeated. This was truly fantastical. Was he not merely an ordinary imperial physician? The arrows that had just been unleashed were crafted from celestial treasures. How could he possibly have acquired such artifacts? Countless questions swirled in his mind, yet Xiao He had no time to indulge his contemplation. He seized Zhang Quan by the throat and demanded, "Where is your home?" Zhang Quan felt a weight in his heart. "Do not bring my family into this, Master Xiao. You mustn't go too far." "You know what too far is?" Xiao He countered. "I had almost forgotten about your family, especially after the demise of Li Yuliang. How could I overlook them? In this era, failing to eradicate threats was tantamount to inviting trouble. Our grievances should not involve our families. Is it not enough that you intend to kill me? It matters not if you refuse to speak. I shall uncover the truth at my own pace." With a swift motion, Xiao He struck him down, denying him any chance for remorse or pleas for mercy. Zhang Quan fell. Another middle-aged man collapsed to the ground, immobilized, witnessing his nephew's death, well aware that his fate was equally grim, yet he still contemplated a desperate assault. However, the moment he stirred, Xiao He subdued him, snapping his limbs with ease. From the man's storage ring, Xiao He retrieved a token. You are indeed the Deputy Director of the Imperial Horse Division, a fifth-grade official. Now that I know, your act of killing me amounts to the murder of a court official. Why not release me? Naive, Deputy Director. Your division is rife with corruption. Should I report this to certain parties, it would be a significant achievement, potentially leading to the downfall of many. What do you intend to do? The man exhibited a flicker of panic. His family business was vast, and if this matter escalated, his kin would surely be affected. I had no specific inquiries, but now I wish to know how much corruption exists annually between your division and the Divine Guard. I do not know. The precise figures reside with the director. Master Xiao, you are formidable. I could serve you in the future, but killing me brings you no advantage, does it? Eliminating you may yield no benefits. Yet sparing you would certainly incur detriment. Farewell. With another decisive blow, Xiao He dispatched the second man. With 3 lives extinguished, Xiao He had to dispose of the bodies. As the Deputy Director of the Imperial Horse Division was, after all, a fifth-grade official. After expending half an hour to ensure the bodies were dealt with, he found little desire to rest at home, and instead took Zhu Xiaoming away from the area. Curiously, unlike the previous encounter, no one emerged to witness the conflict. Silence reigned, an unspoken consensus of avoidance permeating the air. This, in turn, underscored the morbid nature of the governance system in Qian. In the evening, the streets of Tiansheng were nearly deserted, illuminated only by the lanterns lining the roadside. They arrived at a tavern, where Xiao He ushered Zhu Xiaoming inside. The sleepy attendant was roused, his face contorted in reluctance as he led Xiao He upstairs. "Dear guest, please help yourself to the tea. I am off to rest." Upon entering the room, Xiao He cautioned Zhu Xiaoming, "I shall step out for a while." "Ah, is it to wrap things up?" Zhu Xiaoming understood that Xiao He was preparing to eliminate the Li family. Xiao He nodded silently and quietly exited the door. Watching Xiao He's disappearing figure, Zhu Xiaoming murmured, "You have finally grown up." It was not until dawn that Xiao He returned, as the Li family's residence was rather distant. His expression was somber, clearly unsettled by the act of annihilating an entire family. Noticing that Zhu Xiaoming had not slept throughout the night, Xiao He tidied himself up and asked, "Are you hungry? It has been a while since we enjoyed some buns and breakfast from outside." "A bit," Zhu Xiaoming replied, refraining from further inquiries or comments. Even after being forcibly uprooted from her original home, she bore no grievances. However, she expressed concern for Xiao He's state. "As you took the lives of those women and children, I worry that you may cultivate a dark heart." "It is all right. I convince myself this way. Though I do not harm women and children, those women are not children, and those children are not women. Isn't that sufficient?" Zhu Xiaoming found herself momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed her worries were indeed unfounded. As the sun rose, the townspeople began their daily bustle, with the air of the city thick with the aroma of life. The morning crowd appeared vibrant, and upon descending the stairs, they spotted a row of bun shops and noodle houses to the left. "I want to eat at that small bun shop." Zhu Xiaoming pointed to a nearby establishment. The shop was modest in size, exuding steam from its entrance, where 3 small tables were set up, and many patrons formed a queue to purchase buns. A family of 3 busied themselves at the bun shop. Xiao He took Zhu Xiaoming by the hand and led her over. Clad in simple attire, her exquisite beauty effortlessly captured the attention of those around them. "Owner, 2 baskets of buns, 2 bowls of congee, and a plate of pickled vegetables, please." "Certainly." Zhu Xiaoming sighed. "Xiao He, it has been ages since we enjoyed breakfast together like this." As they settled into a vacant spot, Xiao He replied, "Wasn't it just a matter of time before?" The ambience felt delightful, filled with the essence of daily life. "But where shall we reside in the future?" Zhu Xiaoming inquired. "There are residences to the west of the city with dedicated guards, housing the families of high-ranking officials. I would feel at ease knowing where you live." She recalled that the Liu family resided there, within a lavish compound spanning 100,000 square feet, fortified with protective formations and patrolling guards. Officials of the 5th rank and above dwelled there, and wealthy individuals seeking to purchase property faced stringent qualifications. "Let us have my sister settle there. It will ease Xiao He's concerns in the palace." As they enjoyed their breakfast, Xiao He lifted his gaze and spotted a familiar figure approaching. "Good morning, Dr. Xiao." It was Song Miao Miao. "Good morning, Shui. Xiao He's expression stiffened. The presence of this woman implied that Princess Taining was also nearby. Do not let my sister discover that I engage in frivolous games with Taining every day. Otherwise, I shall suffer social death. And my sister may never embrace me to sleep again. It is Miao Miao, not Shui. Song Miao Miao's face turned cold. Oh, my apologies. I forgot. Chapter 32. A pleasant encounter. Song Miao Miao, possessing a certain innocence, remained oblivious to Xiao He's driving. Upon spotting Zhu Xiaoming beside her, she was taken aback. Your wife is truly beautiful. With a little embellishment, she could rival the enchanting consort Lian. She is my sister, Xiao He clarified. However, Song Miao Miao cast a skeptical glance, sensing a deeper connection between the two. Your biological sister? Not by blood. And she is your? Well, sort of, Xiao He replied, glancing at Zhu Xiaoming, who shyly lowered her head, sipping her porridge, seemingly too bashful to greet them. Is the princess nearby? Xiao He inquired. I am here, she replied. Of course I am close by. The Qinyan painting boat next door is run by a dear friend of mine. She is inside at the moment. Would you like to visit her? 1. Choose to visit. Receive the reward of 10 years of profound Xuanwu cultivation. 2. Decline the visit. Receive the completion of the Dragon Tiger Fist. Note: the princess will come looking for you if she knows you did not go. Xiao He hesitated briefly. I suppose I shall visit her shortly. Your relationship with the princess seems quite amiable. You are even considering a visit. However, these buns are rather decent. May I indulge in one? Xiao He called out to the proprietor. Boss, another basket of buns, please. A man accompanied by 2 beautiful women inevitably attracted the attention of many onlookers. Yet, Xiao He remained unfazed, and soon the group finished their meal. Junior sister, what brings you to such a chaotic place? I've been searching for you for ages. A man in blue attire approached, his clothing reminiscent of a particular sect. Upon noticing Zhu Xiaoming, his eyes sparkled with admiration, lingering upon her visage until Song Miao Miao spoke, prompting him to divert his gaze. What brings you here? Aren't you responsible for matters concerning the princess? The princess has already arrived, the man replied with a smile. Behind him stood none other than Princess Taining herself. Witnessing this, Xiao He's appetite for the buns diminished significantly. Moreover, the moment Taining laid eyes on Zhu Xiaoming, a flicker of animosity appeared in her gaze. Ah, Dr. Xiao, it seems there are whispers of your negligence. They say you are frolicking in the outside world, Princess Taining remarked with a cold scoff. You misunderstand. This is my sister. If you were to inquire, you would know, Xiao He retorted, barely restraining himself from delivering a swift reprimand in the bustling crowd. Your sister? The tone of Princess Taining transformed into one of sweetness and charm, as she swiftly approached Zhu Xiaoming. Sister, you are exquisite. Your hands are so fair. What brings you here? Xiao He questioned, wishing to limit Taining's interaction with his sister. I came out to play and happened to spot you. What about you? Taining pouted. The manner in which they conversed struck both the arriving man and Song Miao Miao as unusual, yet due to Taining's stature, they refrained from commenting further. Xiao He whispered, I have received a promotion, but there are too many enemies in the court. I find myself in an unsafe position. I wish to find my sister a new residence. Taining snapped her fingers. Why didn't you come to me? I have a residence in the southern part of the city. On my left lives the esteemed Governor Bao, and on my right resides General Su Can. You need not lift a finger to ensure your safety. Really? Xiao He felt a flicker of interest. Indeed. However, I have a small request. I understand. We can discuss it later. But what about my sister? Xiao He elongated his voice, feigning hesitation. Understood. Princess Taining waved her hand and directed the male cultivator, Ah-san, escort them to the southern city, to my vacant residence. Do you remember? Of course I remember. I'll be waiting for you at the Winter Snow Pavilion. Princess Taining whispered softly into Xiao He's ear. In the southern city, the population was sparse, and the mansions on either side were grand and imposing. Xiao He could barely glimpse the interiors, and their current residence was no different. Princess Taining had already entrusted them with the formation array of the mansion. From now on, you shall reside here. It is truly safe. I am reassured. Xiao He accepted this arrangement, knowing it was a reward for his own tireless efforts. He still needed to return to the Winter Snow Pavilion to attend to Taining. Yet, Xiao He felt as though he had become a mere pawn. No, this was an indulgence at the expense of my dignity. Xiao He, are you being coerced by that princess? Zhu Xiaoming expressed her concerns. Rest assured, I am fine. Primarily, it is the safety here that prompted my agreement. The princess and I share a good rapport. She is merely lending me a place to stay, not gifting it to me. Besides, she has many properties. One more or one less makes no difference. Xiao He, I just hope. Zhu Xiaoming hesitated, her words trailing off. Hope for what? It's nothing. Just as Xiao He was about to say more, the male cultivator beside him spoke. Lord Xiao, the princess is urging you to join her. With no choice. Xiao He reluctantly parted ways with Zhu Xiaoming, thankful that his sister's safety was secured. He followed the male cultivator, who bore a striking resemblance to Song Miao Miao, back to the winter snow pavilion. As soon as he entered and closed the door, a shadow leapt down from above. Princess Tai Ning mounted herself upon Xiao He's shoulders, her feet playfully swinging before him. He, it's my turn to ride you now. Get down. No, if you kiss my feet, I'll come down. Princess Tai Ning's big toe was dangerously close to Xiao He's nose. Where did you learn this? If you don't get down, do you believe I one-tea hug you as a punishment? No way. I heard that a man kissing a woman's feet is a sign of love. Do you not love me and only wish to toy with me? Princess Tai Ning clamped her legs tightly around Xiao He's head. Kissing, is it? I'll let you have your wish. Xiao He seized her feet and began an enthusiastic tickling. Before long, their playful banter transformed into a different kind of intimacy. Meanwhile, within the grand halls of the Deqian Palace and the Qiantian Palace, Li Chunxian had just concluded the morning court session. Most of the ministers had already departed, leaving only a few prominent figures in the court, awaiting the emperor's decree. Li Chunxian gazed at the memorial on the table, casting a puzzled glance at Grand Eunuch Wan beside him. What, he wondered, has transpired recently? The Imperial Hospital has witnessed an alarming number of deaths, all under mysterious circumstances. Moreover, 3 individuals from the Imperial Horse Department perished last night. And why were they found at the entrance of the Imperial Hospital? Grand Eunuch Wan reported truthfully, these casualties are the result of their internal strife for power and profit. I am not inquiring about that. Li Chunxian replied with a somber tone. Rather, I wish to understand why the expenditures of the Imperial Horse Department this year necessitate 300 million Deqian coins, which is an increase of 20 million from last year, yet my Divine Guards and the Divine Guardian Office have not seen any enhancements. How has this money been squandered? Those seated below him could clearly sense his discontent. An elderly man with a white beard, his gaze sharp as an eagle, spoke with resonant authority, Your Majesty. This year's expenditures have been greatly affected by the harsh northern climate and widespread food shortages, leading to exorbitant costs. Additionally, the prevalence of diseases has increased, necessitating the Imperial Hospital's repeated provision of free medical assistance to the Imperial Horse Department. Oh, even Prime Minister Qiao is concerned about the trivial matters of the Imperial Horse Department? Li Chunxian inquired, his eyes closed and head supported by his hand. Prime Minister Qiao, maintaining a respectful demeanor, responded, Your Majesty, I had my suspicions regarding the Imperial Horse Department's expenditures 5 months ago, which prompted me to investigate further. Prime Minister Qiao, you are quite diligent, Li Chunxian acknowledged with a nod. Grand Eunuch Wan, summoned Director Liu. I wish to question him personally. Grand Eunuch Wan reminded him, Your Majesty, the director of the Imperial Hospital has been replaced. Have you forgotten? Replaced? By whom? Your Majesty, do you recall the physician Xiao, who returned from the Burning Ridge and was commended for his service in protecting the emperor? Li Chunxuan's expression shifted to one of realization. Ah, it is he. I remember now. He performed admirably at Lotus Concubine's side. I shall summon him at once, Grand Eunuch Wan replied, making his way down. Please inform him to meet me in the Imperial study this afternoon. Understood. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Qiao below observed with flickering eyes, contemplating whether the new director of the Imperial Hospital would speak indiscreetly. Chapter 33. The Arena of Chaos. Meanwhile, in the Qianluan Palace of Concubine Lian, a sense of urgency enveloped her. What? He has been taken away by Princess Tai Ning again? Xiao Hong nodded affirmatively. Absolutely true. They have gone to the Winter Snow Pavilion. What on earth does Tai Ning intend to do? This cannot stand. I must find him, Concubine Lian declared anxiously. Your Highness, Would it be wise for you to leave the palace unaccompanied? I am merely going home to ascertain the situation. Prepare my attire. Accompany me to the winter snow pavilion. At that moment, Xiao He lay blissfully on the ground, completely unaware of the happenings within the palace. Princess Taining sprawled out in a relaxed manner, her face flushed with warmth. Pray tell, what is your name? Li. Su. Su. Princess Taining replied languidly, her voice weak. Su. What a melodious name. Are you fatigued? Xiao He inquired, leaning closer. Taining nodded, her only desire being to take a nap. Exhausted, yet tolerable, she chuckled softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Shall we continue then? Xiao He assumed that Li Su would plead for mercy, but to his surprise, she merely tilted her snow-white neck, presenting herself as if awaiting a harvest. Do you not fear overexertion leading to collapse, or even death? Xiao He asked, astonished. Li Su, unable to contain her drool, let it trickle down her lips. Fear not, he. Xiao He. Before Xiao He could turn over, a voice rang from outside. Your Highness, concubine Lian has arrived. What? Concubine Lian is here. Both startled, they sat up simultaneously. The seemingly delicate and fragile princess, Taining, suddenly regained her vigor, while Xiao He felt a pang of guilt. If concubine Lian were to witness his fervent attentions towards another woman, his fate would surely be sealed. Princess Taining felt similarly anxious. As a princess, if concubine Lian discovered her engaging so intimately with a physician, she would be doomed, perhaps never to return to the palace again. Swiftly, they donned their garments, but Taining, clearly inexperienced, focused solely on dressing, neglecting the lingering scents and traces within the room. Fortunately, Xiao He, seasoned in such matters, quickly tidied up. Just then, the stern voice of concubine Lian pierced through the air. Step aside. If anything has happened to my people, you shall answer for it. With resolute determination, concubine Lian pushed open the door. The scene before her eyes was quite revealing. Xiao He stood beside Princess Taining, holding a silver needle and appearing to be in the midst of treatment. Upon noticing concubine Lian's entrance, he hurriedly approached to pay his respects. Your Highness, I am honored to see you. Are you well? Concubine Lian's tone was gentle, a sentiment that, to an outsider, might seem like a noble-esque concern for their subordinate. Yet, to Xiao He, it resonated as genuine concern. He nodded in acknowledgement. However, Princess Taining approached, her complexion still flushed from exertion. Is it not excessive for your Highness to show such concern for physician Xiao? What issue could there possibly be in my caring for my physician? Concubine Lian retorted. The noble consort Lian subtly raised her enchanting eyes, searching for something in Tai Ning's demeanor, as though seeking traces of what she wished to see. Xiao He, acutely aware of consort Lian's gaze, feeling somewhat guilty, murmured, Your Highness, the journey is long. Do take care of your health. Allow me to escort you back to the palace. However, Princess Tai Ning promptly interrupted him. Is this genuine concern for your subordinate? I suspect it is excessive worry. Is a court physician truly worth your personal visit? If His Majesty were to leave, would you show such concern for him? Consort Lian? At these words, Consort Lian remained unperturbed, despite the insinuation of her ambiguous relationship with Xiao He. Her formidable composure shone through as she chuckled lightly. Yet, Princess, you have repeatedly enticed my subordinate, meeting him alone on multiple occasions. Not to mention the guard stationed outside, while you two lingered indoors for hours. Why is your face so flushed upon my arrival? Princess Tai Ning, feeling somewhat flustered by the pointed remarks, glanced at her reddened visage in the mirror. The warmth of the room added to her disarray, causing her already weak knees to tremble slightly. Nevertheless, she retorted defiantly. And what of it? I am a princess. I can converse with the court physician for as long as I desire. Do you have any authority to dictate otherwise? Indeed? Then, princess, perhaps you might enlighten us on the nature of your conversation, what you discussed and engaged in. I am genuinely curious to hear your perspective. As the rivalry between the two women escalated, Xiao He realized that he must intervene before matters spiraled out of control. He stepped forward, gazing tenderly at Consort Lian, and whispered, Xinyu, let's not quarrel. It is time to return home. I have missed you. Upon hearing these words, Lian Xinyu felt her heart melt. and all previous doubts dissipated instantly. Captivated by Xiao He's affectionate gaze, her inner yearning became impossible to suppress. Indeed, Dr. Xiao, I am feeling somewhat unwell. Would you accompany me back to assess my condition? Your Highness, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I must take my leave, Xiao He promptly replied, retreating swiftly. Watching him depart, Tai Ning stamped her foot in frustration. How infuriating. He just leaves like that. Dreaded Consort Lien, you have ruined my chances. Seated within the confines of her quarters, her ire only intensified. Most importantly, Li Susu felt her cultivation had significantly improved. It appeared that a man could indeed enhance one's prowess. No, this must be Xiao He's exclusive secret, one that should not be shared with other women, lest he no longer belongs solely to her. Could it be that Consort Lien is aware of this? However, Tai Ning deemed it unlikely. After all, she was her father's woman. How could she possibly share a bed with her beloved? Yet, doubt gnawed at her. Consort Lien seemed excessively attentive to Xiao He. To an outsider, it may appear that Consort Lien merely cherished her subordinate, but Tai Ning understood the complexity of the situation. Being a woman who also coveted the same man. Meow meow, Tai Ning called out. Here, Song Meow Meow stepped into the chamber. Your Highness, how may I serve you? Keep a watchful eye on Xiao He and Consort Lien. Inform me promptly of any developments. As you command. Returning to Qinghuan Palace, Xiao He was engulfed in thoughts of the moonlit sky. At this moment, Xiao He genuinely felt the formidable power of the pure Yang sacred body. In his perspective, the once unattainable perpetual motion machine had finally come to fruition, and that was none other than himself. Were he to choose freely, Xiao He could boldly declare, I shall strike down 10,000 foes. My charming lover, you are simply enchanting. I fear that if I were to part from you one day, I would be unable to carry on. What shall I do? The lotus concubine clung fervently to Xiao He's embrace. The tender glance exchanged between them encapsulated an unprecedented depth of affection in that moment. The lotus concubine's feelings for you have reached an exquisite harmony. Progress 60. Li Susu's feelings for you have reached a unique devotion. Progress 20. Chapter 34. The rebel Chancellor Chao. Dominating the court Xiao, he felt a sense of relief. The deeper their affections for him, the safer he felt. His position within the palace grew ever more secure, at least ensuring that they would not harm him. At the very least, Consort Lien genuinely held affection for him. Were she not a consort, he would have eagerly taken her home, reveling in her company day and night, content to remain in bed for a decade. My little lover, you are now the dean. Many temptations await you. Do be wary not to be lured away, he mused. Is there truly another woman in this world who can compare to you? No sooner had Xiao He spoken than a voice rang from the doorway. Your Highness, Master One has come to inspect Lord Xiao. It's Master One. Quickly prepare yourself. He is a master among masters. Do not let him discern anything amiss. Consort Lien rose to don her garments. Isn't the eunuch supposed to lack cultivation? Xiao He queried, already attired and standing by the bed in less than 3 breaths. He is exceptional. His cultivation is high, and when I speak of a master, I refer not merely to his cultivation, but to his keen perception of the nuances following intimacy. He can see through it all. Is he truly that formidable? Indeed. He is also the Emperor's means of assessing the purity of the consorts. Will he be able to discern that you have lost your virginity? Shall he express concern? No, I shall merely circulate my energy to seal it. I understand. Xiao He subtly channeled his pure yang energy, purifying all traces from Consort Lien's body. In a short while, Master One entered the room. I pay my respects to your highness. With white hair, yet youthful features, his voice was hoarse, yet his demeanor was courteous. When his discerning gaze fell upon Xiao He, the latter felt as though he had been partially seen through. However, the pure yang sacred body was concealed by the system and was beyond his detection. Master One, what brings His Majesty here? Lord Xiao, His Majesty wishes to inquire about your new position as Dean. Xiao He inclined his head respectfully. This humble subject understands. I shall attend to this matter forthwith. He then moved to follow Master One. Your Highness, you are with child. It is unwise to move about excessively. His Majesty is quite concerned for your health. Thank you. Your Majesty, Consort Lien replied, offering a slight bow. Master Wan nodded with a smile, flicked his whisk, and turned to depart. Xiao He followed silently, feeling that this eunuch exuded an effortless authority. Indeed, none of the emperor's personal eunuchs were ordinary. It was said that this one was the head eunuch. Thankfully, he had not detected the nature of Xiao He's relationship with Consort Lien. Following Master Wan, they arrived at the imperial study, where many eunuchs, upon seeing Xiao He, whispered among themselves about the young man summoned by the emperor. "Lord Xiao, please enter. His Majesty awaits you within." Yes. The grand door seemed to sense his approach and opened automatically. "I pay my respects to your Majesty." Xiao He bowed. "Rise," Li Chunxian said, holding an ancient text, the light shimmering behind his head as the energies of the world subtly converged. Xiao He was taken aback. Was he cultivating? "Dr. Xiao, I have a matter to discuss with you." Li Chunxian spoke slowly. "Your Majesty, please proceed." At that moment, a commanding voice echoed from outside. "Chancellor Qiao has arrived." Li Chunxian frowned slightly upon witnessing the scene, turning his gaze towards the entrance. There, Prime Minister Qiao strode into the grand hall, exuding an imposing presence that even overshadowed Li Chinchuan's own. Xiao He felt as if an unparalleled demon lord had descended, sweeping across the earthly realm. "Prime Minister Qiao, I did not summon you. Why have you suddenly appeared here?" Li Chunxian queried, his displeasure evident. "Your Majesty, I am genuinely concerned about the northern military affairs. Today, I waited for your response for half the day, and in my anxiety, I dare to come forth," Qiao replied. Behind him followed more than 10 high-ranking officials, who knelt outside the hall in silence. Yet their presence weighed heavily upon Li Chunxian. "Prime Minister Qiao, you possess great audacity. Are you threatening me?" Li Chunxian emanated a formidable aura in response. However, it was soon mitigated by Qiao's demeanor. "Your Majesty, I harbor no threats. My only concern is for the realm and to Qin," Qiao said, casting a glance at Xiao He before chuckling lightly. "I presume this esteemed gentleman is the new director of the Imperial Medical Bureau. The costs of the Horse Management Office are exorbitant. I hope you can be understanding." Xiao He appeared perplexed, glancing between Li Chunxian and Prime Minister Qiao. He had begun to grasp the precariousness of the situation. Had Li Chunxian, in his fervent pursuit of power, allowed old Qiao an opportunity to usurp authority? Was the emperor now being cornered by the prime minister in the imperial study, compelled to dispatch troops? Rather than a mere military dispatch, it seemed more a maneuver to further diminish the emperor's power. Although individual martial prowess was paramount in this era, no one could truly attain invincibility. Li Chunxian spoke again. "Xiao Taiji, perhaps you could elaborate on the matter of the Horse Management Office. Have you been providing them treatment free of charge all along?" Xiao He found himself in a quandary, recognizing that whatever he said could offend someone. Who was this prime minister, and why was he so fearsome? Why had he unwittingly found himself embroiled in the conflicts of such significant figures? 1. Speak candidly. Expose the corruption of the Horse Management Office and receive rewards. The Dragon and Tiger Fist at the Grand Perfection level, and the Celestial Wind Cloud Body Technique at full mastery. At full mastery, one can create 100 to 1,000 residual shadows, obscuring vision. Note, speaking thus will offend Prime Minister Qiao, making you a thorn in his side. He will arrange for your assassination. Yet Li Chunxian will find a way to protect you. 2. Collaborate with Prime Minister Qiao in deceit. Receive rewards of 10 9-turn golden pills and 5 years of cultivation experience in the true art of Xuanwu. Note, after assisting Prime Minister Qiao, you will only be able to serve him and offend the emperor. The emperor may distrust your medical practice in the harem, and you may never see concubine Lien again. Was this even questioned? Xiao He had to concede that the thought of never seeing concubine Lien's alluring figure again was indeed disheartening. Moreover, he was a man of integrity. How could he resort to falsehoods? Most importantly, considering the two options, aiding Prime Minister Qiao offered no real benefit. Qiao was merely exploiting him. Should the emperor seek retribution, it was unlikely that Qiao would protect him, while the emperor would surely safeguard him. Your Majesty, I must report that 3 members of the Horse Management Office were found dead at my doorstep yesterday. They intended to kill my family, solely because I uncovered their corruption. Furthermore, The horse management office owes my medical bureau over 1 million to Qian coins, and I have discovered that the supplies they used were all expired. Xiao He spoke in one breath, bowing his head in silence, already sensing the murderous intent emanating from beside him. Your Majesty, do not be swayed by the foolish words of an ignorant child, coldly remarked Prime Minister Xiao. In unison, the dozens of court officials behind him echoed, Your Majesty, do not take a single perspective to heart. However, Li Chunxian seized this opportunity, gritting his teeth and asserting, I still have faith in the character of Dr. Xiao. I shall investigate this matter. If what he claims is true, it indicates severe corruption within the Imperial Horse Department, which has led to our current financial shortfall for military funding. As for the Northern Cold, let us set that aside for now. Your Majesty, the siege has been prepared for decades for the sake of Great Qian. Are you truly going to dismiss my counsel based on the words of this impudent child? Prime Minister Qiao's agitation was palpable upon hearing this. 1. Support the emperor and extricate him from this predicament to earn the reward of 10 years of cultivation experience in the dragon elephant suppressing prison technique. Note, by supporting the emperor, you will thoroughly oppose Prime Minister Qiao, but will be highly valued by the emperor, granting you access to the residence of concubine Lian at any time. 2. Remain silent and wait for the situation to unfold. Earn the reward of 10 9-turn golden pills. Note, by saying nothing, you will avoid a complete opposition to Prime Minister Qiao, who will remember you. 3. Support Prime Minister Qiao. Earn the reward of a top-grade Xian-level dragon spring sword. Note, the Emperor will remember you profoundly, and Prime Minister Qiao will commend you, encouraging you to serve him while managing your own sustenance. Chapter 35. The Wrath of Chancellor Qiao. The system's annotations have elucidated the method for selecting the most cost-effective option. Ultimately, the Emperor remains the Emperor. Even though Chancellor Qiao wields immense power, the Emperor still possesses the potential to turn the tables. Furthermore, Chancellor Qiao has not yet reached a point of lawlessness. At present, the Emperor appears to retain some means of control. Concurrently, the system's commentary has also characterized Chancellor Qiao as vengeful and arrogant, seemingly preoccupied solely with personal gain, enforcing a tyrannical rule. Wait! Xiao He suddenly lifted his head, gazing intently at Chancellor Qiao. His exclamation momentarily startled both Chancellor Qiao and the Emperor. Minister Xiao, do you have something to say? Li Chunxian did not chastise him for the interruption. Rather, he encouraged it. Your Majesty, this man has disrupted our deliberations. He ought to be taken away and punished with 1,000 lashes, declared Chancellor Qiao. Upon hearing this, Xiao He, who had been hesitant, felt a renewed conviction. As long as this villain Qiao lived, he would never find peace. Chancellor Qiao, His Majesty has already permitted me to speak. Why do you wish to drag me away for punishment? Who is truly the Emperor here, you or His Majesty? I would never dare. Your Majesty is undoubtedly the Emperor. Chancellor Qiao responded, startled, as he retreated 2 steps. Li Qinshuan's eyes glinted. This Xiao Tai displayed a modicum of cleverness. Since you acknowledge His Majesty as Emperor, what are you doing here gesticulating? Moreover, as the sovereign, His Majesty is exalted and revered by all. We all address the Emperor with such reverence. Xiao He performed the appropriate gesture of respect. I salute Your Majesty. And what of you? It appears as though you kicked open the door to the imperial study. Is this how one greets the Emperor? One might think you are staging a rebellion. Your tone suggests a blatant disregard for His Majesty, clearly showing no respect. I deem you guilty of disrespecting the sovereign, undermining authority, and treason. Chancellor Qiao, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastily knelt on one knee and implored, Your Majesty, this vile man seeks to sow discord. Do not heed his treachery. I am wholly loyal to Your Majesty, with no treacherous thoughts. Yet, Li Qinshian did not respond, but instead signaled for Xiao He to continue. Understanding the cue, Xiao He smirked. Only now do you recognize the need for courtesy? It is too late. You have already committed acts of treason and shown disrespect to the Emperor, the penalties for which could lead to the annihilation of your entire clan. Summon someone. Bring forth the guillotine for Chancellor Qiao. Xiao He's proclamation left the officials present utterly astounded. Fortunately, he quickly added, never mind. Chancellor Qiao has contributed significantly to the Great Qian. Thus, I shall spare you. However, while your life may be spared, you shall face a lesser punishment. You are forbidden from consuming beef today." Utter nonsense. Chancellor Xiao rose, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Whether my words are nonsensical or not should be determined by the Emperor, Your Majesty." Xiao He stepped beside the Emperor, feeling as though he were being scrutinized by a colossal dragon, ready to devour him at any moment. At this moment, Li Qinshian seized the opportunity to speak. "Prime Minister Xiao, it is indeed impossible to send troops regarding the northern cold issue. Our national treasury is depleted, and what we require now is a means to generate revenue. I have long been aware of the embezzlement within the Imperial Horse Department, and a thorough investigation is required. You may leave now. Your Majesty, these matters." Prime Minister Xiao became somewhat anxious, suddenly realizing that the situation had turned against him. "Xiao Iching, you may depart. I am weary." Iching, do my words carry no weight?" Li Qinshuan's tone grew somber, and a dragon's shadow even appeared upon his back. Prime Minister Xiao's eyes flickered with uncertainty before he took several steps back. "I dare not, Your Majesty. I take my leave." As he walked away, he cast a fierce glare at Xiao He, his gaze seemingly attempting to drag him into an abyss, ready to crush him. Fortunately, Xiao He possessed a formidable core and forcibly suppressed his anxiety. When his vision cleared, Prime Minister Xiao had already vanished with his entourage. "Oh, phew!" Xiao He let out a long sigh, the pressure finally dissipating. "Dr. Xiao, I am grateful for your assistance this time. Otherwise, that Xiao dog would have compelled me to dispatch troops, thereby weakening my power yet again." Li Qinshuan's voice resounded from the rear. He had returned to the dragon throne, yet his brow was heavily furrowed with worry. "Your Majesty, I merely fulfilled my duty." That Prime Minister Xiao is utterly outrageous, showing no regard for Your Majesty. How could I not be troubled? This Xiao villain has had fortuitous opportunities. His cultivation now poses a threat to me. Currently, after my unsuccessful seclusion, he has repeatedly encroached upon other factions within the court. It is indeed challenging to deal with him, and should he fall into misfortune, the strength of the great Qian will also wane. The northern plains are under the watchful eyes of enemy nations, and there are other feudal states surrounding us. For the great Qian to maintain stability, we cannot afford to distance ourselves from him. Xiao He cautiously inquired, "Your Majesty, is there truly no course of action available?" "At present, there is none. Prime Minister Qiao's influence spans the realm. The eastern barbarians run rampant, all relying on the Qiao family's defenses. Furthermore, much of Great Qian's production depends on the Qiao family, and his connections pervade the court. To act against him is to undermine the very foundation of our Great Qian." After hearing this, Xiao He felt an overwhelming sense of trouble. The might of Prime Minister Qiao was so formidable that it seemed his family's power could indeed shake the very roots of the Great Qian. Xiao He stood in silence, patiently awaiting any directives from Li Qinshian. As expected, Li Qinshian returned to his seat and penned a decree. "Xiao He, since you have reported the Imperial Horse Department, the evidence is insufficient. Moreover, what I seek is not merely proof of their embezzlement. I hope you can conduct a thorough investigation into the Imperial Horse Department and their connections with the Divine Guard Army. Do you comprehend my intent?" Xiao He replied, "This official understands." It was evident that the Emperor intended for him to utilize the Imperial Horse Department to diminish Prime Minister Qiao's control over the Divine Guard Army. Xiao He was unaware of the immense power held by the Divine Guard Army, but currently, this force was the most influential within the imperial city. Only by fully mastering this army could the imperial power be considered secure. The Divine Guard Army is led by two commanders, the Eastern King and the Western King, of whom the Western King is sympathetic to the Qiao villain. You must be cautious of him. Do you understand? Xiao He cautiously asked. May I inquire about the strength of the Western King? Upon the exalted stage of transformation, where the three flowers converge at the pinnacle, one ascends to the ranks of nobility. Should you succeed in uncovering the truth, I shall bestow upon you the esteemed title of a second-rank Grand Official. Thank you, Your Majesty. However, as the imperial physician, many matters may be beyond your purview, and it would be prudent not to employ my edicts in your endeavors. Li Qinshian contemplated for a moment. I understand, Your Majesty. Xiao He surmised that the emperor wished to distance himself entirely from the matter, which subtly indicated that the Li family had indeed diminished in influence within the court. As for concubine Lian, you may wish to pay her a visit. The Lian family, being of high status, possesses certain enterprises that may intersect with imperial stables. Inquire of her thoroughly. Xiao He replied with an unperturbed demeanor. I comprehend. Indeed, concubine Lian is quite astute. Upon your mention, she may grasp the emperor's intent. However, she remains my consort, so exercise discretion. Your Majesty, as a gynecologist, I assure you that outsiders will not perceive anything amiss. You're a gynecologist? Li Qinshuan's expression stiffened momentarily, but he shook his head, dismissing his concerns. For a physician attending to women would harbor no desires. Indeed, I have always been. Li Chunxian continued earnestly. The investigation concerning the imperial stables is of utmost importance. You may visit the Qinghuan Palace shortly to discuss matters with concubine Lian and proceed diligently. Xiao He chuckled. I shall certainly endeavor wholeheartedly, ready to brave any challenge. Chapter 36. Celestial Visitation within the halls of Qinghuan Palace. Xiao He was diligently attending to his duties, much to the delight of the beloved consort Lian. It seemed the emperor was poised to elevate him. As consort Lian reclined on the bed, her alluring form slightly arched, Xiao He pressed against her back, whispering softly in her ear, Alas, having offended Chancellor Qiao, as a mere fifth-rank official, I find myself ensnared in such tumultuous affairs. Uncertain of when I might meet my demise, a flush crept to consort Lian's ears, her body tingling under his breath, instinctively arching her back as her gaze became languorous. Her lips parting slightly with a soft sigh. Why are you so sensitive? Xiao He noted her unusual reactions. It is not my fault. You deliberately tease my most responsive spots. She murmured. Chancellor Qiao indeed presents a dilemma. My ability to assist you is limited, yet I can leverage the connections of the Lian family to uncover some evidence of embezzlement within the Imperial Horse Department. Sigh, what troubles you? After biting down gently on Xiao He's lower lip and relishing the moment, she expressed her concern. You are tasked with the frontline investigation, and you will undoubtedly encounter many hidden dangers. Once you leave my side, I fear you will be besieged by many who wish to recruit you. Lacking a solid background and personal power, I worry for your safety. My dear, you must not come to harm. If anything were to happen to you, what would become of me? My solitary heart would languish in an empty abode. Xiao He glanced at the time. Then let us seize the moment and attend to you well, my lady. It seems your cultivation has also reached a new height. Consort Lian responded softly. Then do your utmost to assist me in breaking through. I have lingered at the fourth-tier realm for far too long. My humble self shall brave fire and water, shedding the last drop of sweat for you. In the Imperial Medical Department, Xiao He sat cross-legged in his chamber, the evening drawing near. Upon returning from Consort Lian, he encountered no obstacles or difficulties. He realized this tranquility was but the calm before the storm. What brought Xiao He a sense of fulfillment was his recent conquest of Consort Lian. Even half an hour later, he found himself reliving the earlier scene in his mind. This woman, alas, was a true calamity for the nation. He received system rewards. Majestic Dragon Tiger Fist, perfected Celestial Wind Body Technique, 10 years of Dragon Elephant Suppression experience. As the first two rewards melded into his consciousness, his muscles surged with newfound vigor, as if he had gained decades of experience in two extraordinary arts without any hindrance. The 10 years of Dragon Elephant Suppression experience further enhanced his physical prowess. Boom! Rising to his feet, he spread his arms wide, his formidable strength tearing his garments asunder. His bare physique radiated power, the bronze hue of his skin exuding masculine allure. Approaching the mirror, he beheld a visage that had grown more formidable and aggressive. Have I become more of a man? With this appearance, should I venture to Blue Star, I could rival even Bai Gu. Dressed appropriately, I paced back and forth within the confines of my chamber, contemplating how to thoroughly investigate matters concerning the horse department. Alas, my manpower is insufficient. There are hardly any capable individuals within the Imperial Medical Institute. Surely, I cannot embark on this inquiry alone. At that moment, a messenger arrived at the door. Lord Xiao, Lady Lu requests your presence. Lady Lu? In this darkness, is it prudent for me to meet her? Lady Lu awaits you at the entrance of the Imperial Medical Institute. She merely wishes to speak with you for a moment. Xiao He opened the door to find Quan Chong, whose head was peeking through the doorway, bearing a rather comical expression with only one eye visible. Lord Xiao, I shall go alone. You may continue with your duties. Outside the Imperial Medical Institute, a grand palanquin awaited, flanked by more than a dozen palace maids. Upon Xiao He's emergence, a maid to his right stepped aside, gesturing for him to proceed. Lady Lu, what brings you here at such a late hour? Xiao He inquired, glancing around, uncertain of Lady Lu's intentions, especially with eyes everywhere that could relay information. Do you recall what I mentioned last time? Lady Lu's voice floated from within the palanquin. Xiao He was taken aback. It was concerning the matter of feigned pregnancy. I remember. Your Highness, please go on. Remembering is good. Furthermore, you need only remain compliant to ensure your safety. I understand, Your Highness, Xiao He replied, clasping his hands together as he stood still. As soon as Lady Lu finished speaking, the palace maids exchanged low murmurs and returned to the palace, departing with the palanquin. Once Lady Lu had left, Xiao He returned to his chamber, feeling a weightier burden upon his heart. Was Lady Lu allied with the treacherous Qiao? Was she warning me to refrain from meddling with the horse department? Or was she implying that should I pursue this matter, my demise would be inevitable? For now, I must bide my time and refrain from taking the initiative. That night, Xiao He's sleep was restless. The following day passed without incident within the palace. Aside from observing the operations of the Imperial Medical Institute, Xiao He found himself at a loss for what to do. However, in the afternoon, a mysterious individual delivered a package to the institute, stating that only Xiao He should open it personally. Within the chamber, Xiao He gazed at 3 ledgers. Astonished, is this the embezzlement ledger of the subordinates under the Western King of the Horse Department? This encompasses 50 years of corruption, meticulously detailed, involving the God Guard Army's embezzlement, procurement fraud, and declaration discrepancies. This is a comprehensive web of deceit spanning 50 years, amounting to, gasp, over 3 billion? My heavens, that is an astounding sum for merely one horse department. The department head is merely a 4th-tier cultivator. Yet this is utterly outrageous. Nearly $500 million annually. While the ledgers provide a wealth of information, it is imperative to identify the suppliers and the illicit gains. The head of the horse department must be cunning, and I must tread carefully to avoid alarming any snakes in the grass. Now, I possess some leads, yet I still feel as though something is amiss. Investigating the Zhang family seems prudent, yet that individual is already deceased. It stands to reason that the horse department has considered this too. Likely, the Zhang family has encountered their own troubles. Suddenly, Xiao He observed some unusual expenditures in the account books. Where had this money disappeared to? Each month, there seemed to be a deficit of several tens of thousands, even over 100,000 Qian coins, and the amounts were remarkably consistent. 79, 800, 69, 800, and even 119, 800? Could it be? The familiar figures sparked a realization in Xiao He. Shortly thereafter, he summoned Quan Chong. Ahem. I inquire about your familiarity with the establishments of pleasure in Tianqing, Xiao He asked. Quan Chong, mistaking Xiao He's intent for a desire for amusement, replied quietly. My lord, should you wish to visit, I can discreetly escort you there. Tianqing boasts over 800 such establishments, yet fewer than 10 offer the best value for money. Our court's direct involvement in such places would undoubtedly cast a negative light, so it would be prudent to disguise ourselves. Oh, is there a price of 79, 800? Xiao He inquired. My lord, how do you know such a figure? This is the finest and most expensive establishment of indulgence in Tianqing, known as Tianwai Feishan. A price of 79, 800 is merely the standard rate there. I have heard that the courtesans can earn over $1 million in a single night. Xiao He gasped in astonishment. The head of the Imperial Hospital embezzled merely over 200,000 in a month, while this woman could earn $1 million in one night. Is it truly that expensive? Are they celestial beings? He mused. I cannot say, my lord. My means are insufficient to ascertain such matters, Quan Chong replied. Take me there in a couple of days. Xiao He commanded. Ah, my lord, it is quite costly. I cannot afford such expenses, Quan Chong protested. Chapter 37. The Anguish of Concubine Lu, 2 days passed swiftly. The Imperial Horse Department had not conveyed any extraordinary news, yet Xiao He learned that the ingredients and many fundamental conditions had recently undergone a change. It was likely that by the time he arrived, all evidence would have been eradicated. From this, Xiao He sensed an unusual odor permeating the air. Just as he prepared to rush towards the celestial abode with Quan Chong, concubine Lu's entourage sought him out. They intercepted him just as he was about to turn onto the main thoroughfare after leaving the palace. "Lord Xiao, concubine Lu has specifically requested your presence. She is unwell," said a strikingly beautiful palace maid, though her demeanor was fierce, brandishing a knife threateningly at Xiao He's throat. Beside him, Quan Chong stood defiantly, exclaiming, "How dare you? This is our Lord Xiao, a fifth-rank official." "Enough. Silence yourself," Xiao He swiftly interjected, halting Quan Chong's foolishness. 1. Accompany this woman to concubine Lu and receive the reward of the Star Moon's Eye. Note: visiting concubine Lu may avert a calamity, but will also ensnare you in another vortex. 2. Decline. Receive a reward of 5 million Diqian coins. Note: other calamities may arise, and with your current strength, your survival rate is but 20%. From these options, it was evident that there were those plotting to assassinate him. It was likely that the fellow from the Imperial Horse Department was behind it. Dealing with Emir Karami would not warrant the intervention of Prime Minister Xiao. Xiao He spoke earnestly, since concubine Lu is unwell. As the head of the Imperial Medical Institute, I must attend to her. Lead the way, young lady. "Lord Xiao, shall we not fly?" Quan Chong inquired, glancing at the left street, puzzled. "Next time, you shall return to the Imperial Medical Institute without wandering about." Upon returning to concubine Lu's loft, a lingering chill enveloped the air, infused with an air of mystery. Yet, the unique, cool fragrance of concubine Lu remained. As Xiao He approached the entrance, he was guided inside by the palace maid. The familiar palace, with its known layout, greeted him, yet concubine Lu, adorned in a flowing robe, reclined languidly on a chair. Her alabaster thighs curving elegantly to the side, covered only by silk, while her slender calves and slightly elongated, fair feet were exposed. Upon his arrival, concubine Lu languidly remarked, "Come, let me see you. My stomach aches terribly." Xiao He approached, feigning concern, deliberately avoiding the sight of her long, white legs, and inquired, "Might I ask, has your highness shared a bed with the emperor recently?" Concubine Lu chuckled lightly. 3 days ago, perhaps. Only 3 days. Xiao He was tempted to exclaim, "Are you aware of the rudimentary knowledge that pregnancy cannot be discerned until at least 20 days have passed? How am I to make a judgment in just 3 days?" Concubine Lu replied, "Are you suggesting that I am pregnant, or is it merely a stomach ailment?" 1. Assert that concubine Lu is pregnant. Acquiring the secret of the bewildered spirit. Note: determining pregnancy at 3 days is too premature, which may raise suspicion and unnecessary trouble. 2. Claim it is a stomach ailment, gaining the divine boots of pursuit, high-grade mysterious. Note: refusal may displease concubine Lu, who may retaliate against you. 3. Other. Choose a reward from options 1 or 2. The system is quite perceptive, adept at both rejection and acceptance, thus offering a trifecta of choices. Xiao He stepped back, clasped his hands, and replied, "Your Highness, due to the brevity of the time, I cannot ascertain with certainty, but I can affirm that it is not a gastric ailment." The favored consort, Lu, lifted her right leg, adjusting her robe to obscure her ankle. "How long must we wait for clarity?" "At least 15 days and nights," he responded. "Please disseminate this information. I hope it will capture the Emperor's attention." "I understand, but Your Highness, are you not concerned about exposure with this method?" Xiao He inquired, astonished. Although consort Lu possessed concoctions that could simulate pregnancy, the truth would inevitably surface after a year, rendering the approach unreliable. "What alternative do you propose? Do you comprehend the great effort I exerted to persuade the Emperor to spend the night with me?" As she spoke, consort Lu revealed her arm. The robe slipped, exposing a 6-inch scar on her back, bruised and evidently poisoned. "Is this the venom of the purple nether serpent?" Xiao He exclaimed, realizing that a single bite from such a creature would spell doom for a cultivator. Yet, are these serpents not found in the Fireburn Ridge? How could it have bitten you, Consort Lu? I ventured to the fire-burned ridge to procure healing herbs for the emperor, only to be bitten by the purple nether serpent. Consequently, he merely glanced at me, spending just one night in my presence, she lamented, her eyes suddenly glistening with tears. Xiao He recognized that her sorrow was genuine. A woman risking her life merely to have a man by her side for a single evening was indeed heart-wrenching. As for affection, that was a luxury long abandoned. Your Highness, do not despair. What if a little treasure truly comes of this? He ventured. A treasure? He was so deeply asleep that I had to undress him myself. How could there be a treasure? The Emperor is utterly incapable. No matter what I do, he remains unresponsive. In the end, I surrendered. Consort Lu's expression was one of resignation. Xiao He could not help but envision the scene, gazing at the resplendent beauty of Consort Lu, her figure still exuding charm. As a man, it seemed utterly unjust that such a captivating woman would leave in defeat. Your Highness, do not be disheartened. Although I cannot assist you practically, I am here to listen to your grievances. Should you feel troubled, I am ready to lend an ear to your woes. Touched by his words, Consort Lu scrutinized Xiao He, noting his delicate features, which bore an unusual sharpness, coupled with a well-proportioned physique. Younger than the Emperor, his bronze complexion lent him a certain masculine allure. He is indeed quite handsome. How did I not notice this before? I am merely of ordinary appearance. Who is not? Xiao He humbly replied. If this is ordinary, then the world is filled with handsome men. Alas, you possess such eloquence. You are not the Emperor. Furthermore, I am no longer young, having crossed 30. Were it not for my cultivation, I would be regarded as aging and faded. What? You are 50? I thought you merely 15. My heavens, how astonishing. He, your charming words are quite delightful. In recognition of your sweet tongue, I bestow upon you 10,000 gold coins. With a casual wave, the noble Lady Lu let a stack of coins cascade down. However, Xiao He promptly declined, saying, Your Highness, I am not motivated by such wealth. I merely expressed my sentiments upon witnessing your solitude and sorrow within the depths of the palace. I understand how disheartening it is for a woman in the prime of her beauty to receive no admiration from men. It is truly a profound anguish. Xiao He's words deeply resonated with Lady Lu, leaving her momentarily lost in thought. With a sigh, she finally uttered, perhaps this is simply fate. Dr. Xiao, if you were the Emperor, would you choose me or the Lotus concubine? I have heard tales that she possesses exceptional skills in seduction, yet I refuse to believe she could surpass me. Chapter 38. The Helplessness of Consort Lu 1. Choosing to respond to Consort Lien will reward you with a soul-reviving pill. But beware, Consort Lu will dislike you and continuously challenge you, so be cautious of becoming a eunuch for the rest of your life. 2. Choosing to respond to Consort Lu will grant you 10 pieces of golden fragrance medicine. But be mindful, Consort Lu has a strong sense of competition and will inform Consort Lien of this, which might lead to discord in their relationship. What? Neither option appears favorable. Must I forfeit the rewards? Fortunately, the system offers a third alternative. 3. I want them all, gaining 3 points of luck. However, be mindful of your health. Xiao He adjusted his posture, cleared his throat, and, with a voice as gentle as flowing water, remarked, Your Highness, how am I to choose? I am not the Emperor and lack the deep understanding of your intricacies. Without close interaction, how can I discern? But what? Consort Lu was eager to hear a response that aligned with her desires. However, as a man, I must confess, I would not wish to relinquish any of you. Consort Lu rolled her eyes and turned her head away, scoffing. How dull. Men are all the same, insatiably lustful. Even with a beautiful woman, they yearn for more. With so many beauties in the world, can you truly indulge in them all? Xiao He quickly amended his statement. Yet, Your Highness, it is you who captivates my heart and fills me with warmth. Though you are over 30, you appear as a mere maiden of 15. Oh dear, you flatter me. I have heard such praises countless times and find them unconvincing. Your Highness, you misunderstand. I do not seek to flatter you. I merely speak from the heart. As an ordinary citizen, I have rarely encountered beauty. Were it not for my position as a physician, I might never have glimpsed your true visage. Alas, you are an esteemed lady, and I can only admire you from afar. Consort Lu rose from her chaise, her long legs strikingly elegant, and regarded Xiao He with surprised eyes, softly asking, "What? Do you wish to know more about me?" "I would not dare." Xiao He retreated a step. "Then why speak so? Are you playing hard to get?" Consort Lu advanced, her height nearly matching his, her long legs pressing against him, leaving him with no escape. "Milady, you yist. The art of seduction is a skill for accomplished men. I possess little beyond a handsome face to entice you." "Haha, Lord Xiao, your words are quite amusing. However, I have encountered many men, and you are among the better ones, perhaps even one of the finest." As she spoke, Consort Lu playfully pinched his arm. "How firm! Your physique is quite impressive." Consort Lu's interest was piqued. "My lady, if someone were to witness this, I could face dire consequences," Xiao He exclaimed, stepping back in alarm. "What? Is it not permissible for me to jest with you? Yet, is this not a bit too suggestive?" Xiao He glanced nervously at the door, fearing they might be seen. It remained ajar. "Could you please be more discreet?" It is still reassuring that Xinyue always ensures the door is closed. Even if the heavens were to collapse, no sound would escape from within. Consort Lu huffed lightly. "You overthink. I am the Emperor's woman." Yet she immediately added, "Remove your upper garment. I wish to observe the state of your physical training." This seems inappropriate. Xiao He sensed a shift in the atmosphere, wondering if this woman might boldly initiate something reckless. "Boldly? I suspect you carry hidden weapons. I merely wish to inspect," Lu Guifei declared, slamming her hand upon the table, her tone sharp. "1. Disrobe. Receive 1 Earth Escape Talisman. Note, this act will only render your relationship with Lu Guifei increasingly perilous. 2. Refuse. Receive 10 Blood Vitality Pills. Note, if you do not undress, Lu Guifei will forcibly do so, leading to an embarrassing situation." Xiao He, feeling helpless, could only acknowledge the outrageous skill this woman possessed in framing others. Yet he complied. He reluctantly unfastened his upper garment, revealing his well-built, bronze-hued physique. Lu Guifei gazed upon such a perfect form for the first time. Its strong and deep coloration, impeccable lines, every inch of skin exuding a potent masculinity. For a moment, she was captivated, until Xiao He donned his clothing once more, snapping her back to reality. "Your Highness? Your Highness?" Xiao He waved his hand. "Oh." Lu Guifei's gaze flickered, unable to meet Xiao He's eyes directly. "Your Highness, is there anything else?" "No, you may withdraw. I wish to be alone for a while. Then I take my leave." Once Xiao He departed, Lu Guifei jolted upright. But sensing something amiss, she swiftly stepped outside, watching Xiao He depart, biting her lower lip. This man had visited Lien Guifei multiple times, and with the Emperor's shortcomings. Could it be? A bold conjecture formed in Lu Guifei's mind, her eyes widening as if she had uncovered a significant secret. If the two were indeed engaged in an affair, there would surely be traces to uncover. I must investigate thoroughly. However, the thought of the enchanting Lien Guifei, entwined with such a handsome man, daily stirred a hint of envy within her. As Xiao He walked along the secluded path of the inner palace, he directly claimed the rewards from the system. The eyes of the celestial moon have been enhanced once more. In addition to sharpening his vision, he could now discern the movements of his opponents during combat, bolstering his practical abilities. The second option presented was the choice between the Spirit Shock technique and the Lightning Pursuit. Xiao He opted for the Spirit Shock technique. While the latter was commendable for enhancing escape speed, the former was a method to strengthen the soul, allowing for the release of the Spirit Shock dart upon reaching mastery. In the long run, this choice proved more advantageous. 9 rebirth pills. Although the system did not specify a grade, the 9 rebirth pills were undoubtedly of heavenly quality. As long as death occurred within the span of an hour, one could be revived, albeit without healing any injuries sustained. Xiao He carefully stored this precious pill, recognizing its immense value as a second chance at life. To his knowledge, the current Qian had yet to possess such a miraculous elixir. Nevertheless, this pill was not without its flaws. While the 9 rebirth pills could restore life, any injuries sustained would remain. Without timely medical attention, one would still succumb. Yet even so, its capabilities were extraordinary. I hope I shall not have to resort to this elixir. in the realm of Tiqian, elixirs are categorized according to the principles of sacred, heavenly, earthly, spiritual, and profound. The final reward is a soil escape talisman. However, its level is rather low, allowing me to evade only 100 miles. Given my current speed, this distance equates to but half the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Should I encounter a master of dragon transformation, such a distance is inconsequential. The sole advantage lies in the fact that my enemies cannot ascertain my whereabouts underground, allowing me the opportunity to elude them. Xiao He took a moment to organize his current situation. He enumerated his realm, divine abilities, and possessions in order. Realm, late stage of the 9th level. Divine abilities. Dragon Tiger Fist, perfect. Celestial Wind Cloud Body Technique, perfect. Dawn Lion's Roar, major achievement. Breath Concealment Technique, obscures presence. Mental Method, Sudden Enlightenment. Techniques, True Art of Xuanwu, Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique, Spirit Alarm Technique. Physique, Pure Yang Holy Body, Star Moon Eye, in progress. Items, 1 Relic Heartguarding Realm. Flying Swallow Chasing Snow, Spirit Grade Mid-Tier. Exotic Aphrodisiac Powder. 9-turn Soul Rebirth Pill, Soil Escape Talisman. Skills, Medical Principles of 100 Paths. Passive, Enhanced Self-Healing Ability by 5. The previously acquired golden silk armor has been bestowed upon my sister. My lord Xiao, so it is you here? The princess requests your presence. Song Miao Miao approached. The princess? What does she summon me for? Xiao He pondered, wishing to explore the celestial realms instead. The princess intends to visit the Dragon Temple to offer incense and desires your company. Dragon Temple? That would require 10 days to half a month. I refuse to go. Xiao He shook his head repeatedly, feeling uneasy about straying far from the imperial city, as the uncertainties would be far too great. This matter is beyond your discretion. The princess visits Dragon Temple on behalf of the Empress Dowager to pay her respects. The journey is long, and as you are a gynecologist with commendable skills, you can alleviate her fatigue. The Empress Dowager believes that having you accompany the princess will provide her with comfort. Song Miao Miao smiled and added, This is a decree from the Empress Dowager. Should you choose not to comply, the consequences could be dire. Chapter 39. The Palace of Illusions as anticipated. The system's options have indeed arrived. 1. Accompany the princess and ensure her safe return. Reward. True Spirit's 9 transformations. Note, this journey is fraught with peril, yet promises significant gains. 2. Firmly refuse. Reward. Divine Boots of Lightning Chase. Note, the princess's affection will diminish. The Empress Dowager will express her discontent. You will lose your position within 3 days and meet a tragic fate on the streets within 10 days. How severe is the second option? Xiao He surmised that following the loss of his official post, many who wished to see him harmed would inevitably act, including those from the Imperial Horse Department, as well as Zhang Quan and Li Yuliang's associates. Beyond these, even the Emperor might harbor intentions against him, for persons stripped of their utility is best eliminated. It is possible that even Tai Ning might turn against him. This illustrates the astonishing extent of the Empress Dowager's power. Yet, he had never heard any news about this venerable matron. Could it be that she is the true sovereign of the vast Tiqian? Lord Xiao, I am addressing you. Why are you lost in thought? Song Miao Miao waved her hand in front of his eyes. Xiao He regained his senses. When do we depart? Immediately. You should return and prepare. The princess awaits you at the entrance of the Taishan Palace. With that, Song Miao Miao gracefully departed, gazing at her elegant silhouette. Xiao He wore a troubled expression. To avoid a swift demise, he must prepare, for venturing forth could lead to his end. Xiao He turned back to seek out concubine Lu. Upon seeing him, the palace maid at the entrance inquired with curiosity, Why has Lord Xiao returned? I have urgent matters to discuss with the Empress. Please wait a moment. After a considerable interval, the maid re-emerged. The Empress invites you in. Inside the main hall of the palace, Xiao He did not find concubine Lu at first. After navigating through the front hall, he finally glimpsed her hazy figure veiled behind the gauzy curtain. Has she retired this early? Xiao He mused. Lord Xiao, what brings you back? Do you miss me? Come closer. Let me have a look at your physique. Concubine Lu's voice was soft, imbued with an inexplicable allure. Your Majesty, is this appropriate? Xiao He thought. Has concubine Lu taken something? He watched as her figure on the bed twisted momentarily, her knees lifted high. "Come here at once. What are you waiting for?" Xiao He firmly believed that concubine Lu must indeed be under the influence of some substance, yet now was not the time for such diversion. Thus he spoke candidly. "Your Majesty, I seek to understand the situation regarding the Empress Dowager. I am to accompany Princess Tai Ning to Tianlong Temple for incense offerings. The journey is long and perilous. If I do not return, Your Majesty's plans will be thwarted." Upon hearing this, concubine Lu immediately sat up straight, rustling as she donned her long gown, her hair disheveled, cheeks flushed, and her eyes enchanting. "You say you are to go to Tianlong Temple? The Empress Dowager has commanded you to accompany Princess Tai Ning?" "Yes, my knowledge of the Empress Dowager is limited, which is why I have come to inquire of you." Concubine Lu paced back and forth, biting her middle finger in contemplation for a moment before declaring, "You must go, and you must protect Tai Ning diligently. Should she lose even a single hair, your life is forfeit." In summary, while the Empress Dowager may not meddle in state affairs, should she choose to speak, none would dare to defy her. If she wishes to intervene in governance, even the emperor must yield half of his authority. Such prowess, who exactly is she? Xiao He was astonished. No wonder Princess Tai Ning behaved so recklessly within the palace. If the Empress Dowager were to discover that he was daily chastising Tai Ning, he would surely face a gruesome demise. Besides being the Empress Dowager of Diqian, she was once the holy maiden of the Taisu Palace. Do you grasp that? Taisu Palace? This brought Xiao He into a realm of ignorance. Lu Guifei explained. Taisu Palace is situated over 30,000 miles from the borders of Diqian, in the western region of the Divine Continent, with a history even more venerable than that of Diqian, revered by millions from the West for countless years. In other words, to some, Taisu Palace is akin to a deity. Such might? Does that not imply it surpasses us in Diqian? Lu Guifei chuckled softly, remarking, "That is merely symbolic. Who can discern true strength?" However, a saying has persisted through the ages, an ironclad religious lineage, a flowing dynasty. Do you comprehend? Xiao He instantly grasped Lu Guifei's implication. Taisu Palace, as its name suggests, is a sect, yet sects typically rely on religious faith and noble families for their endurance, rendering them unable to expand. A nation may be vast, yet if it develops too swiftly, it cannot sustain a gentle stream. Imperial power often proves transient for various reasons. Thus, Taisu Palace, the Empress Dowager, Princess Tai Ning, and Taishan Palace all made sense to Xiao He. You come seeking aid, fearing dangers along your journey. I know a bit about your predicament. The Emperor tasked you with investigating the Imperial Horse Department, yet that is under the purview of Prime Minister Chao, and you have humiliated him before the Emperor. Was it truly humiliation? It was merely a casual remark. Now you are aware of the danger. It matters not whether it is considered so. If Prime Minister Chao truly wished to eliminate you, I could do nothing. Xiao He replied. However, if I were to perish, no one would dare advocate for your pregnancy. Lu Guifei paced back and forth, producing a jade pendant that shimmered with a divine radiance. Clearly not an ordinary artifact. I cannot ensure your protection. This is Princess Tai Ning's entourage, and I cannot intervene. This starry jade pendant may save your life. May you seek your own fortune. Xiao He accepted the pendant, which was cool to the touch yet bore the fragrant essence of Lu Guifei. I'm deeply grateful. Your Highness. Upon inspection, he discerned it to be at least a mid-tier treasure of the Xian grade, and he expressed his immense gratitude before taking his leave. Wait a moment. Lu Guifei suddenly called after Xiao He. Does your Highness have further matters to discuss? Lu Guifei hesitated, her voice taking on a sorrowful tone. What shall I do if you cannot return? If I fail to return, your Highness may simply claim that you are not with child, Xiao He suggested. Lu Guifei felt a surge of emotion, but dared not overstep, murmuring, If you do not return, neither will concubine Lien find solace. Be honest with me. Does concubine Lien have any connection to you? Xiao He felt a jolt of alarm. This woman's intuition was remarkably sharp. He swiftly denied it. I implore you, Lu Guifei, do not speak so recklessly. How could I presume to cross such boundaries? If you have no connection, then how is it that concubine Lien is with child? The Emperor's condition is all too clear to me. She has been in frequent contact with you lately, if it were not for some hidden affair between you and her. As Xiao He listened to Lu Guifei delve deeper into details that were nearly irrefutable, he felt a rising impulse to silence her permanently. Xiao Tai, we are all women here and have witnessed the Emperor's condition. Who does not understand these matters? You might as well openly admit it. If you assist me, I shall ensure your safety on the road to Tianlong Temple. Lu Guifei stepped closer, her eyes fixed on Xiao He with a piercing gaze. Faced with such a threat from Lu Guifei, who was so near, Xiao He naturally resisted her advances. Lu Guifei, you are a noble lady. How can you speak thus? Besides, have you not been probing my limits all along? Xiao He grasped Lu Guifei's left wrist firmly. Taking a step forward, their bodies nearly pressed together, causing Lu Guifei to instinctively retreat, nearly losing her balance. But fortunately, a strong hand caught her at the small of her back. Be careful, do not fall. Xiao He leaned back, pulling the beauty closer, and Lu Guifei instinctively leaned forward. What are you doing? There was a flicker of panic in Lu Guifei's eyes, mingled with a hint of expectation. Chapter 40. The concerns of Dr. Xiao. Even in the absence of choices, Xiao He would inevitably select one. When the favored consort, Lu, revealed her intentions to deal with the Lotus Consort, Xiao He contemplated her elimination. As Lu further contemplated reporting him and the Lotus Consort, his murderous intent intensified. Yet, within the confines of the imperial palace, the act of killing Lu was an impossibility. He had no recourse but to rely on the formidable powers of his pure yang sacred body. My lady, did you find yourself captivated by me just now? Xiao He whispered softly into her ear, his warm breath penetrating the delicate confines of Lu's ear. In an instant, Lu was struck as if by thunder. Akin to a parched desert suddenly beset by a tempest, her once reserved heart and haughty demeanor dissolved in an instant. Though she had intended to express her anger, the words faltered on her lips. Her mind was ensnared by Xiao He's enchanting exterior. Xiao He observed Lu's gaze becoming increasingly entranced. My lady, what troubles you? Lu remained silent, desiring only to revel in such an embrace. It had been decades since she had felt anything akin to this. The searing warmth enveloped her, nearly melting her resolve. My lady, should you choose not to speak, I must take my leave. Perhaps this is our final farewell, and we shall never meet again. Do not go, Lu exclaimed, her emotions stirred. I am at a loss, my lady. You are my sovereign, and I can only heed your command. Lu murmured, her breath fragrant as orchids. Must I explicitly express it? Very well, I am shy. I am but a servant, bound to obey. Xiao He replied with a calm voice. Then I command you. You little rascal, you are too mischievous. After a brief moment, Xiao He departed from Qianu Palace, having taken the time to tidy himself before hastening to Qingwan Palace. Inside, Lotus Xinyue was engrossed in embroidery, intending to craft a scarf. Upon noticing Xiao He's arrival, she hurriedly concealed the scarf and approached him, saying, What brings you here so suddenly? With so many eyes in the palace, your unannounced visit may arouse suspicion. The hands of the Lotus Consort were rather restless, discreetly reaching out. Xiao He exchanged a glance with her and took a step back, declaring loudly in the hall, I humbly greet your ladyship. I have come to prepare some nourishing herbs for you, as I am soon to accompany the princess to Tianlong Temple. What? You're going to Tianlong Temple? Upon hearing this, the Lotus Consort waved her hand, closing the door and activating a protective barrier to shield against prying eyes. Xinyue, this is the Empress Dowager's directive. I cannot refuse. The Lotus Consort was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. It was perilous for Xiao He to leave the palace at this time. Who could ascertain whether the Imperial Horse Department or the Divine Guard would take action? Xinyue was deeply concerned. Typically, the princess would be accompanied by her senior sister, yet the accompanying entourage was predominantly comprised of the Divine Guard, rendering them quite unsafe. Are you referring to her senior sister, Song Miao Miao? Xiao He inquired. As I ponder a solution, I contemplate the possibility of replacing a member of the Imperial Guards. Yet the majority of them are loyal to Prime Minister Chao, which complicates matters considerably. Observing Lien Xinyue's troubled expression, Xiao He embraced her tightly. Xinyue, I fear that I may never see the Empress again. Allow me, at the very least, to serve her one last time. One last time? You will undoubtedly return alive. I shall instruct Xiao Hong to convey a message to Captain Pang, urging him to accompany you with a few men for support. Who is Captain Pang? Ah, Captain Pang is a subordinate of the Eastern King within the Imperial Guards. Pang Qing, a seasoned commander, possesses strength comparable to that of Yu Qianhu, making him a formidable expert among the ranks. With his presence, Xiao He would have much greater security. However, this also positioned Consort Lien against Prime Minister Chao, a development that deeply moved Xiao He. Captain Pang, a secret asset for Consort Lien, was now willingly offered to him. Xiao He resolved to reward the consort handsomely in the future, at the very least to assist in enhancing her cultivation. At the entrance of the Tai Xian Palace, Princess Tai Ning appeared dignified and enchanting, embodying the essence of royal grace. When Xiao He arrived, she was on the verge of departure. He had initially anticipated some playful banter from the princess, perhaps even something more audacious. However, upon his arrival, Princess Tai Ning merely nodded, scarcely sparing him a glance. This stark contrast left Xiao He somewhat disconcerted, yet perhaps it was for the best. Dr. Xiao, your steed, Song Miao Miao brought forth a black iron beast. Thank you. Xiao He mounted and surveyed the escort team. 50 members of the Imperial Guards, all exhibiting auras of levels 8 and 9, with 10 among them at the spirit platform and 4 extremes. The leader, a burly man wielding a long spear, exuded an aura that was difficult for Xiao He to discern. He was likely a formidable commander under the Western King. Let's depart, Song Miao Miao commanded, and the entire procession commenced. Princess Tai Ning reclined in her levitating palanquin, which required no bearers, as it was protected centrally by the Imperial Guards. Song Miao Miao and Xiao He rode alongside the palanquin, and Xiao He stole a glance at Song Miao Miao. Seated upon the black iron beast, she exuded an air of grace. Her long hair cascading, clad in white attire with a matching headband and a green longsword at her waist, embodying a distinct beauty that complemented her spirited demeanor. Such a woman often eclipsed her own allure and form. Miss Xue, may I inquire if you hail from a particular sect? Song Miao Miao frowned slightly. I am called Miao Miao. How many times must I repeat this? Ahem, that character is difficult to recognize. I am illiterate, my apologies. With an eye roll, Song Miao Miao retorted, you are a physician. Everyone knows that physicians are well-read. If you are illiterate, then no one in the world is educated. I am from the Chiefing Sword sect. What of it? Has the princess also trained here? Indeed, the princess trained alongside us for 8 years. Her talent is remarkable. And since the Chiefing Sword sect has always been supported by the Deqian, I have been entrusted with the duty of ensuring the princess's safety. Ah, I see. Xiao He initially believed that a formidable sect was merely a vassal of the great Qian. Song Miao Miao, seemingly perceiving Xiao He's disdain, elucidated. If you think the Chiefing Sword sect is weak, you are mistaken. While it does receive support from the great Qian, that assistance is limited. The essence of the sect remains the Qinglian sword path, whose practitioners are the true masters of the sword sect. The Qinglian sword path? How does it compare to the Taishu Palace? Naturally, it cannot rival it. Yet the Chiefing Sword sect is among the elite sects in the realm, at least not fearing the Hahuan sect. Recently, when the great Qian took action against the Hahuan sect, it did inflict a significant lesson upon them, but they themselves also suffered greatly. Do not underestimate these sections. Ah, I see. Miss Xue is quite knowledgeable. I have much to learn. As the large entourage approached the palace gates, they were intercepted by another regiment of divine guards. Your Highness, the Emperor has issued an edict. In light of the recent hostilities between the Hahuan sect and the Great Qian, we are concerned for your safety and have thus increased security. I have come to escort you, announced Pang Qing, standing resolutely with over 20 divine guards. The Princess of Tai Ning remained indifferent, but the man leading the armed contingent was displeased and spoke loudly in an unfriendly tone. Pang Qianhu, the princess's visit to the Tianlong Temple is by the Empress's command. I have received no direct order from the Emperor. What is your intent in obstructing us? Pang Qing was prepared for this. Behind him, Eunuch Chen stepped forward. Wearing a faint smile, Zhao Qianhu, I shall convey the edict. Eunuch Chen, how courteous, remarked the armed man, dismounting from his black iron beast upon seeing the eunuch. By the Emperor's decree, The journey to the Tianlong Temple is long, especially appointing Pang Qianhu to bolster security. You too must ensure the princess's safety. Should she lose even a single hair, you will return with your heads. I shall certainly protect the princess diligently. Zhao Qianhu replied with a respectful bow. Eunuch Chen nodded, casting a subtle glance at Xiao He. The latter felt a swell of gratitude, though Chen was not as powerful as Eunuch Wan. He stood at the threshold of the imperial study, and his words bore the weight of the emperor's authority. He was pleasantly surprised that Lien Xinyue had utilized such influence on his behalf, making his efforts worthwhile. With Pang Qianhu joining the procession, there was little further conversation with Xiao He, yet his presence instilled a sense of security. Let us depart, Song Miao Miao commanded once more. In the courtyard of the Imperial Horse Division, Chief Wen Chenlai abruptly stood, astonished. What? Pang Qing has also gone? Did the West King not agree to send only Zhao Qianhu? But Pang Qing is a man of the East King. This matter requires my discussion with the West King. Meanwhile, within the imperial study, Li Chenxian stood before a middle-aged man with flushed cheeks and large ears. Zhong Aiqing, what urgency brings you here? Do you not see that I am in the midst of my cultivation? Your Majesty, I have recently heard some gossip within the palace. It is said that the new director of the Imperial Medical Institute has been spreading unflattering rumors about concubine Lien. Bang! Li Chenxian slammed his palm on the table. Nonsense! How can my beloved consort be subjected to such slander? Take him out and give him 10 lashes. Your Majesty, I merely sought to remind you, the man protested. Take him out. Lash him. Li Chenxian was unyielding. Two formidable figures entered and dragged him away, the esteemed deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue. A man of considerable rank was thus taken from the scene. Li Chenxian let out a cold snort, remarking, ridiculous. Imperial physician Xiao was specifically arranged by me to assist concubine Lien in dealing with Chancellor Chao. It is understandable that they occasionally conspire within the confines of a room. As he spoke, Li Chenxian produced a pair of gloves. These gloves, meticulously embroidered by my beloved consort, reflect her unwavering loyalty. How could she possibly betray me, Eunuch Wan? Don't you agree? Eunuch Wan approached with a smile, replying, Your Majesty, we have all witnessed concubine Lien's affection for you. Ah, I hear that Imperial physician Xiao has just emerged from concubine Lien's quarters. Is that so? Indeed, Your Majesty. He has been summoned to Tianlong Temple, and I suspect he is seeking assistance from the concubine. Li Susu, that girl, is persistently entangled with Imperial physician Xiao. If I were to harbor suspicions, it would indeed be of her. Should Imperial physician Xiao navigate this crisis successfully, it would indicate his competence, deserving of future employment. However, if he were to perish along the way, it would merely reflect his inadequacy. Li Chenxian mused softly. Come, I shall visit concubine Lien. Shortly thereafter, Li Chenxian beheld concubine Lien reclining weakly upon the bed. Your Majesty, the child within me is restless, leaving my legs weak and unable to rise to welcome you. I hope you will not take offense. Her voice was faint. Li Chenxian parted the veil and observed her flushed face, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Concerned, he inquired, What has transpired? Was Imperial physician Xiao not tasked with your care? Why do you appear so gravely ill? It is my own inadequacy. Imperial physician Xiao has taken excellent care of me and has even prescribed medicine. Concubine Lien recalled Xiao He's earlier demeanor, causing her legs to weaken anew. That physique radiated a golden light. What sort of constitution is this? It reminded her of a pure yang constitution. No wonder my cultivation has surged since our union. Is it truly not his fault? When he returns, I shall reprimand him properly to alleviate your grievances. He has done well, Your Majesty. I'm simply fatigued and wish to rest. That Imperial physician Xiao is truly exasperating. I shall leave him to his duties. Do not exert yourself. Safeguard the child. As the emperor departed the chamber, concubine Lien finally managed to rise, supporting herself against the edge of the bed. Pang Qing should have arrived by now. May you not encounter any misfortune. Chapter 41. The princess falls ill and requires medicine. The vastness of Tiansheng was undeniable, yet the moment they departed, Xiao He felt a tumult of anxiety, excitement, and anticipation. He had long heard tales of this grand world, filled with enigmatic stories and mythic legends. In his memories, his father had once recounted the myriad of demons and the ethereal, primeval forest that lay beyond the realm of the Qian. Water Maiden, have you ever heard of demons? Xiao He inquired, perched upon his steed as dusk began to envelop the landscape. The commoners on the official road hastily made way for their procession, while some cultivators, upon recognizing the royal entourage, quickly sidestepped or bowed in reverence. Song Miao Miao, indifferent to correcting Xiao He regarding her name, chose to let it be. Certainly, she replied. I have slain not 100, but at least a dozen of these demons. They are cunning and inherently savage, with humans being their preferred sustenance. For cultivators, they offer even greater enhancement. Observing her expression, Xiao He discerned that she harbored no fondness for these creatures. How brutish! What do these demons resemble? Are they dangerous? Are they formidable? He asked. With sincerity, Song Miao Miao responded, we must not underestimate the weak, nor dismiss the powerful. They possess an intricate understanding of humanity. The weaker demons thrive on human kindness and emotions to deceive, ultimately leading to one's demise. The stronger ones simply kill. They may take the forms of flora, vengeful spirits, or even souls tainted by unique energies post-mortem, as well as beasts. I see, Xiao He mused. What about fox demons or wolf demons? Do they also count as demons? Indeed, they do, she affirmed. Especially fox demons and flower demons, who delight in imitating beautiful women. One of my senior brothers from the Chiefing Sword sect fell victim to one, utterly enchanted and ultimately meeting a tragic end. He was once a prodigy of our sect. Such a pity. Xiao He, unfazed, reflected on the tales he had heard in his previous life regarding the dangers posed by fox demons masquerading as women. What are dragons? Phoenixes and Cheelants? Are they deemed demons? Song Miao Miao expressed surprise, blinking at him. You are familiar with these? Dragons, phoenixes, and Cheelants are legendary true spirits. They do not count as demons. However, demons can indeed become quite formidable, assuming human forms indistinguishable from ours, and may even cultivate human techniques. We must exercise utmost caution with such demons. Naturally, I shall remain vigilant, Xiao He assured, nodding in agreement. He resumed his contemplations, pondering the fact that the Qian maintained a policy of zero tolerance towards demons, resulting in their near absence within the kingdom. The enduring prosperity of the Qian stemmed from this policy, which attracted many seeking a stable and prosperous life. With an increase in populace, talent naturally flourished, and the prowess of the Qian's masters extended far beyond the royal palace. Listening to Song Miao Miao, Xiao He deeply appreciated the robustness of the systems and institutions within the Qian dynasty. One might liken personal cultivation and strength to a technological tree, where individual power, through diligent practice, becomes formidable. This fosters a relaxed governance and generous welfare. The imperial authority, as the nucleus of the great Qian, has garnered immense benefits. It has also made significant sacrifices, earning the recognition of the populace, thus flourishing further. What are you rambling about? Song Miao Miao inquired, perplexed. Oh, I was merely reflecting on the fact that sustaining such a dynasty for thousands of years is no small feat, came the reply. Indeed, if the great Qian were to endure for over 10 millennia, it would be among the rare dynasties of such longevity. It is said that a dynasty lasting 10,000 years undergoes unimaginable transformations, Song Miao Miao remarked, glancing at the palanquin, where the princess remained silent and seemingly preoccupied. A 10,000-year dynasty, you say? Ah, dusk is approaching. Shall we continue our journey? Song Miao Miao turned toward the palanquin. Your Highness, it is growing dark. Should we proceed or halt? Is there an ahead? The voice of Princess Taining emerged. Xiao He sensed a surge of energy emanating from within the palanquin, indicating that the princess was indeed engaged in her practice. When did she become so diligent? He pondered. There is a small town 50 miles ahead. There should be an inn. Princess Taining paused before continuing. Let us press on without stopping. Understood. Xiao He was still taken aback by the princess's newfound seriousness as he assessed the unfortunate man and his guards ahead. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, these individuals would likely make a move against him. It was merely a matter of timing. Xiao He remained on high alert, scrutinizing his surroundings. The system's rewards were quite disheartening, as one must return to claim them. This predicament meant he could not acquire the decades' worth of cultivation experience associated with the True Spirit 9 transformations. Sighing, he mused that this True Spirit 9 transformations corresponded to the realms beyond the spiritual platform stage. 10 years of cultivation could potentially elevate him to the pinnacle of the spiritual platform. But for now, he could only contemplate, as he must not stray far from the princess. Xiao He, I seem to have deviated in my practice, and my energy is currently obstructed. Please assist me in clearing it. The princess's voice finally resonated from within the palanquin. Of course, Your Highness, Xiao He thought to himself, recognizing that the young lady could no longer contain her discomfort. As he entered the palanquin, Zhao Qianhu and Pang Qing, positioned at the front of the procession, glanced back. Meanwhile, Song Miao Miao appeared contemplative for a moment, a knowing smile gracing her lips. The princess truly has a fondness for this handsome young man. Inside the palanquin, as Xiao He attempted to speak, Princess Taining immediately gestured for silence, signaling that any words spoken now would be overheard by outsiders. Upon realizing this, his fervent heart cooled, as he had intended to cling tightly to the princess's side. It seemed the palanquin was crafted from special materials, embedded with arrays for eavesdropping. Xiao He, come here and check my pulse. I recently felt an icy sensation in my dantian, she urged. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately, Xiao He replied, moving to her side. Initially intending to take her pulse, the princess stifled a mischievous laugh, then raised her long skirt and gestured behind her. Xiao He instantly grasped the implication. Xiao He, do I require a prescription? Princess Tai Ning leaned against Xiao He, making an effort to articulate her words. Certainly, however, Your Highness, regarding this matter, I surmise that your posture during cultivation may not be appropriate. I kindly request that you adjust your seating position while practicing, otherwise, your qi may become obstructed. Is this posture correct for cultivation? It suffices indeed. Your Highness possesses an extraordinary talent for cultivation. I marvel at such brilliance in this world. At that moment, a voice from outside the palanquin interrupted. Zhao Qianhu called out, Your Highness, I have heard of your illness, and upon noticing your prolonged absence, I have come to express my concern. Princess Tai Ning signaled to Xiao He to remain calm and restrained him from moving. Xiao Tai is present. I am quite well, so there is no need for your worry. You may leave now. Yet Zhao Qianhu was insistent, seemingly yearning to see something. Your Highness, I am not at ease. May I take a look at you? Upon hearing this, Xiao He indicated his intent to rise and step aside, but Li Susu grasped his hand, preventing him from moving. Outside the palanquin, Zhao Qianhu squinted, intently fixated on the vehicle. After a brief moment, the curtain was drawn back, revealing the princess's petite head. Have you seen enough? Are you satisfied? Where is Xiao Tai? Zhao Qianhu inquired, unrelenting. Xiao Tai is preparing a potion for me, and this is where I lie down to rest. Would you have him ascend to my bed? That is not my intention, Your Highness, but why is your face so flushed? Mind your own business. Return whence you came. Princess Tai Ning could not contain her exclamation, quickly drawing the curtain closed, then casting a flirtatious glance back at Xiao He. Chapter 42. The man who slayed the ice giant. When Xiao He disembarked from the palanquin, half an hour had already elapsed. The air within the palanquin was charged with the aura of the princess's breakthrough, astonishing everyone present. Master Xiao, your prowess as a divine healer is indeed remarkable. As soon as you arrived, the princess achieved her breakthrough. Truly impressive. Pang Qing could not help but extol his virtues. Zhao Qianhu, however, cast a skeptical glance at Xiao He, questioning the extent of his abilities. Master Xiao, at such a young age, the princess has already reached the late stage of the four extremes. Your contribution cannot be understated. Xiao He humbly replied to the crowd. Not at all. The princess possesses innate talent. It was merely serendipitous that I happened to be here. Even if I had not come, she would have broken through in 10 days or so. Only he understood that the princess's advancement was closely tied to her pure yang sacred body. Master Xiao, it appears that you possess a remarkable skill in overcoming bottlenecks. Perhaps you could assist me in achieving clarity as well? Pang Qing chuckled heartily. His robust frame, coupled with his bushy beard, instilled a sense of trepidation in Xiao He. Lord Pang, your wisdom is unparalleled. Clarity is unnecessary for one as esteemed as yourself. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, I shall be at your service. Xiao He coughed lightly. Well said. Haha. Well said. Pang Qing laughed heartily, oblivious to the nuance in Xiao He's words. Amidst the accolades from the crowd, Xiao He returned to his black iron beast. Song Miao Miao leaned closer, her eyes wide with astonishment. How did you manage that? Manage what exactly? Song Miao Miao regarded him sharply. The princess's cultivation was merely at the mid-stage of the four extremes. To reach the late stage, I estimate it would take at least a year and a half. How did you facilitate her sudden breakthrough? Do you possess some wondrous elixir? Miss Xue, do you truly believe my capabilities warrant such a miraculous remedy? Song Miao Miao chuckled lightly. I have recently encountered a bottleneck myself. Why not assist me in achieving clarity as well? I have lingered at this stage for quite some time. Upon hearing this, Xiao He playfully slapped her arm. Her elegant attire concealed her striking figure, and her long legs were powerful and well-defined. It was difficult to imagine her as anything but a valiant heroine, a pure-hearted water maiden. What is your cultivation level? Late stage of transformation. A hint of pride glimmered in Song Miao Miao's eyes, for it was evident that even prodigies harbor a sense of self-importance. Such prowess. You must be no more than 20 years old, Xiao He remarked, marveling at the abundance of talent in this world. In contrast, he had been languishing at the fourth stage for nearly 20 years, an abysmal state. Impressive? I'm over 30. The princess, in her prime at merely 18, has already reached the four extremes. Now that is true talent. Xiao He felt like a failure. According to the system's training timeline, he had labored for 25 years. Why had he only reached the 9th level? It was disheartening. Is this the pure, yang, sacred body? Beyond bringing joy to Lotus concubine, it seems of little use. Perhaps sensing Xiao He's inner lamentations, the system could not refrain from interjecting. You have undergone arduous training without any resources. Even the cultivation chambers you have utilized pale in comparison to the energy available in others' chambers. Upon hearing this, Xiao He felt somewhat reassured. The comparison clarified his situation. The princess's cultivation resources were undoubtedly vast. It was likely that even the 9-turn golden elixir was as trivial to her as candy. Upon reflection, I find it astonishing that I have reached the pinnacle of the 9th level in just over 10 days in this realm. Is something amiss? Do you not wish to assist? Seeing that Xiao He remained silent, Song Miao Miao presumed she had inconvenienced him. Not at all. In due time, I shall assist you in transcending your cultivation, Xiao He replied, clearing his throat. Suddenly, Princess Taining drew back the curtains, exclaiming, Song sister, if you're eager to break through your cultivation, I can provide you with some elixirs. The methods of physician Xiao may not be suitable for you. Is that so? Such a thing exists? Song Miao Miao responded with skepticism, scrutinizing both Princess Taining and physician Xiao, as if seeking some peculiar evidence. Indeed, we shall discuss this topic further at another time. For now, let's focus on our journey. Xiao He sensed Princess Taining's jealousy and promptly curtailed his conversation with Song Miao Miao. The subsequent journey was tranquil. As part of the Dakian caravan, they faced no untoward incidents, especially with 2,000 households leading the way. Since Princess Taining's cultivation breakthrough was achieved with Xiao He's assistance, she frequently called upon him for help during the journey. Much to her delight, after 7 days of safe travel, they finally reached the foot of Tianshan Temple. They traversed 3 large cities without pause, crossing numerous mountains and rivers to arrive at this destination. Tianshan rises 3,000 feet, seemingly endless. The group commenced their ascent. The 3,000 feet of flat terrain posed little challenge for them. Yet, as they climbed higher, the pressure intensified. Many ordinary individuals could scarcely ascend beyond 3 to 5 feet and were left to burn incense and pray in place. At 1,000 feet, numerous third-level cultivators were already halted. Only those of the 8th level and above could reach the summit of 3,000 feet. Upon reaching the peak, they beheld the ancient temple's grand entrance. As access to Tianshan Temple was strictly on foot, Princess Taining could finally practice openly, unconfined to her palanquin. Eagerly, she entered the temple, experiencing a mix of pain and joy throughout the journey. There are quite a number of people. Xiao He observed the temple's modest surroundings, noting at least 1,000 cultivators present, all visitors on this seemingly ordinary day. It is said that Tianshan Temple can indeed communicate with the divine. The abbot is shrouded in mystery and commands great respect, even from the Empress Dowager. Exercise caution when you enter, Song Miao Miao advised. Caution? Is there truly someone who would dare commit an act of violence within Tianshan Temple? Xiao He was taken aback. It is merely a temple. Who would care for your life or death? Taking a deep breath, Xiao He followed Song Miao Miao into the temple. Their arrival drew the attention of many, as they belonged to the Dacian royal family, making discretion nearly impossible. The girl in the center exuded an immense pressure despite her youth. She must be Princess Taining of Dacian, renowned as the foremost female cultivator, celebrated for both her beauty and talent. I recall that a distinguished disciple from Taishu Palace harbored a deep admiration for her, even wishing to propose marriage. Is he the one who wielded the sword that cleaved the frigid giant Yuan? Yes, that is indeed him. I only know that his surname is Han and that he wields a Qing Hong sword. Moreover, I have heard that he intends to seek a marriage proposal from Dacian. Hearing the discussions around him, Xiao He was taken aback and hastily stepped forward. Your Highness, I shall wait for you outside. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qianhu's expression shifted. No, I still have matters to attend to. You must accompany me. Princess Taining declared, halting her steps and instructing Zhao Qianhu and Pang Qing to remain behind her, maintaining a distance of 10 paces. Your Highness, this is unfeasible. A distance of 10 paces is too far should we encounter a formidable opponent. Zhao Qianhu promptly knelt on one knee. What, cannot you manage 10 paces? If you find it too difficult, then resign and return home to till the land. There are plenty who can take your place. Your Highness, this is unacceptable. Your command places me in an exceedingly challenging position. Zhao Qianhu remained steadfast, unwilling to relent. Chapter 43. The End. The Empress is aware Li Su, noticing the reluctance of these individuals to depart, reluctantly summoned Song Miao Miao. Surely, having her by my side will suffice? If even Sister Song cannot deter you, your presence is futile. But what? Li Su replied, her displeasure evident. After finally liberating herself from the royal entourage that had been shadowing her, she longed for the freedom to converse with Xiao He without interruption. Zhao Qianhu interjected. A distance of 10 zhang is hardly significant. Let us return. Miss Song is in the company of the princess and is quite secure. Pang Qing stepped forward, casting a discreet glance at Xiao He, signaling him to remain vigilant. Pang Qing chuckled lightly. That is your assertion. Should anything go awry, you alone shall bear the consequences. Faced with the collective scrutiny, Zhao Qianhu had no choice but to retreat 10 zhang. With the obnoxious presence now distanced, Princess Taining whispered, Xiao He, this journey is quite exhilarating, is it not? Lower your voice. Song Miao Miao is right beside us. She won't eavesdrop on me. We shall sleep together tonight. Have you lost your mind? This is Tianlong Temple. Are you suggesting we share the same bed in front of Zhao Qianhu? What is there to fear? Unless you wish to hide beneath my skirts? The princess tugged at her voluminous gown, seemingly indicating that it was deliberately prepared for such an occasion. Xiao He inhaled deeply, bemused by Princess Taining's audacity. Had she truly emerged from a sect so steeped in decadence? Yet, upon reflection, it seemed rather. Xiao He immediately shook his head, suppressing such inappropriate thoughts. How could a respectable man resort to hiding beneath a lady's garments? Do spare me. Let me inquire. What is the situation with that man, surnamed Han? Are you to be betrothed? Expecting a dismissive response from Princess Taining, he was taken aback when she candidly acknowledged it. I am aware. He has pursued me and desires to become engaged. The Empress has always favored him, yet I find him unappealing. His frail appearance pales in comparison to yours. Compared to me? His reputation is well known. He cannot possibly be compared to me. Should he find out, I would surely meet a gruesome fate. Xiao He felt ensnared by the situation. If discovered, Li Su would remain unscathed while he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Observing that Princess Taining seemed solely intent on her own enjoyment, indifferent to the future repercussions, Xiao He resolved to take her under his wing for proper guidance. At that moment, Li Susu chimed in. Rest assured, I shall not consent to his advances. Moreover, I believe there is no man in this world who can rival your prowess. Once one has tasted the exquisite, who would settle for the mediocre? At worst, I shall relinquish my status as princess and become your clandestine beloved. Xiao He cast a surprised glance at Li Susu. Was she truly willing to forsake everything for the sake of joy? While her reasoning was sound, certain matters needed clarification. First, you must assist me in eliminating Chancellor Qiao. Otherwise, should I fail to surmount this challenge, you shall forever forfeit the opportunity to experience true passion. That cannot be. I will certainly assist you upon my return. Li Susu's eyes turned pleading, her expression one of vulnerability as she covertly gazed at Xiao He. As they walked ahead, with Song Miao Miao clearing the path beside them, a long procession followed, compelling others to yield to their passage. Upon encountering the monks of Tianlong Temple, they merely offered a slight bow, treating them as if they were mere passers-by. The abbot of Tianlong Temple did not emerge either. The temple comprises 3 grand halls, constructed in a neat vertical alignment, with the final hall perched precariously at the edge of a cliff. Inscribed above its entrance are characters of an unfamiliar script to Xiao He. This is Buddhist scripture, roughly translating to rebirth, explained Princess Taining. Xiao He gazed within the hall, where an immense Buddha, its colors obscured, sat majestically at the center, casting a watchful gaze over the mortal realm. The Buddha's head was shrouded in darkness, and even with Xiao He's utmost effort to peer through with his celestial vision, he could discern nothing. This only deepened his intrigue. Princess, the Tianlong incense is ready. You may enter now, announced Song Miao Miao, presenting 3 black incense sticks. Li Suju, holding the incense, made no move to ignite it as she ascended the steps to the hall. The others remained below, and Xiao He noted that everyone else was offering incense at the first hall. It seemed almost none dared to approach the 3rd hall, leaving only Princess Taining to proceed inside. Observing Li Susu ascend the steps, Xiao He could not help but inquire of Song Miao Miao beside him. Is there something particularly special about this final hall? Unfortunately, Miao Miao could only respond vaguely. I know only that the last hall is most likely to commune with the divine. Yet the price is steep. This is also the Empress Dowager's intention. The specifics escape me. Xiao He turned his gaze towards Li Susu. From this angle, only seeing her head as she bowed in reverence, incense now placed beneath the Buddha statue. Though unlit, the incense seemed to diminish, presenting a somewhat eerie sight. Once Li Susu descended, Xiao He distinctly sensed a subtle change within her, a shift detectable only by his pure yang sacred body. Such formidable Yuan-Yin power, Xiao He began to grasp the implications. Had the Empress Dowager discerned that Li Susu had lost her Yuan-Yin and sent her here to restore it? Did this mean the Empress Dowager had begun to harbor suspicions? A chill enveloped him as he realized he was not merely being pursued by the likes of Prime Minister Qiao, but also being scrutinized by the Empress Dowager, sending a shiver down his spine. Oblivious to the tension, Li Susu continued to jest with Xiao He, cheerfully remarking, "The incense offering requires 3 days, and the Empress Dowager has arranged our accommodations. Let us rest here." Time swiftly passed, and evening approached. Only the princess and Song Miao Miao had separate quarters, while the others stood guard outside. Xiao He sat beside Pang Qing, engaged in light-hearted conversation, while Zhao Qianhu maintained a serious watch, all appearing quite normal. "Dr. Xiao, the princess requests your presence," Zhao Qianhu admonished. "Why do you always wait for the princess to call for you? Be more mindful of your position. I am a gynecologist. Should I not go? Should you?" Xiao He rolled his eyes in response. Pang Qing chuckled heartily. "Zhao Qianhu, if you desire, why not return and study gynecology?" "Ha." Upon entering, Xiao He discovered that Song Miao Miao was absent, prompting him to ask, "Where's Miss Song?" "I sent her to the left side. Over there." Princess Tai Ning waved her hand, conjuring a small partition to her left, a space they had just created. "This is rather conspicuous. Miss Song is bound to have figured it out." Xiao He was rendered speechless. Given the princess's actions, it would be nearly impossible to remain unnoticed. What does it matter? Sister Song would never disclose my secret. We share a close bond. Hurry and position yourself behind me. Li Susu bit her lip, displaying a hint of allure. Behind? Do you not realize that you are now a blossoming maiden? We absolutely cannot proceed. Otherwise, the Empress Dowager would have my head. Xiao He categorically refused, unwilling to court disaster. However, Li Susu remained unconvinced. I refuse to believe that. Please check for me. It must not be the case, right? Chapter 44. Night Raid on the Hahuan Sect. The Emperor's Fury. Ah, do you truly believe it? You have misunderstood. Princess Taining, seeing that Xiao He took her seriously, immediately turned and brushed past him, her face flushed as she spoke. This incense is merely to enhance a certain aspect of my primordial power. The Empress Dowager has no ulterior motives, so there is no need for concern. Really? Xiao He was overjoyed. If the Empress Dowager were to find evidence, his fate would be sealed. Would I deceive you? I'm not a child. After a stick of incense had burned, Xiao He confirmed with his medical skills that Princess Taining had not spoken falsely. However, he was soon faced with a group of Zhao Qianhu outside, wary of their potential hostility. Suddenly, Song Miao Miao burst forth from the side. Upon witnessing the ambiguous interaction between the two, her expression froze. Why did you come out suddenly? Did I not instruct you to wait for my news? Princess Taining immediately rose, her face displaying great embarrassment. Xiao He had intended to say a few words, but Song Miao Miao's serious gaze was fixed on the door. Just as he was about to inquire, a violent explosion and the furious shouts of the Divine Guard echoed from outside. Hahuan Sect, you possess great audacity to dare approach my great Qian. He, great Qian? I have heard that the princess has arrived at the Tianlong Temple. Naturally, we must extend a proper welcome. Eliminate them. Great Qian has forced our Hahuan Sect into a corner. They shall not have it easy either. Capture the princess and use her to negotiate with Great Qian. Quickly, form the battle array. Song Miao Miao stood at the doorway, already prepared for combat. The fierce sounds of battle outside indicated that the intruders were formidable, making it difficult for Pang Qing and Zhao Qianhu to resist. Xiao He, swiftly escort the princess away. Pang Qing's roar echoed within. The intruders are powerful beings at the Duke Realm. We must flee. Duke Realm? Xiao He's pupils constricted sharply. What nonsense is this? A being at the Gathering Cauldron stage can fly. How can we escape? A superpower with 3 flowers condensed. Even the Empress is at this level. Here, to assassinate the princess? 1. Take the initiative to fight and earn 10 years of cultivation experience. Note, with the host's current strength, going out is highly likely to lead to demise. One must be cautious of losing their life for mere cultivation experience. 2. Escape with the princess. Earn 10 Thunder Explosive Pills. Note, there remains a slim chance of survival in fleeing, and the pills can effectively destroy transformation-level cultivators, but be careful not to injure oneself. 3. Abandon the princess and escape alone. Earn a reward of a 10 increase in self-healing ability. Note, should you abandon the princess, even if you survive, you will face Great Qian's pursuit with a very low chance of survival. It seems I have no choice but to choose the second option. Xiao He surveyed the area and found that this temple had no other exits. If he were to go out through the front, he would certainly face a siege. He could only resort to the Earth Escape Talisman. At this moment, the sounds of battle drew nearer. It seemed the Divine Guard could no longer hold their ground. Your Highness, we must leave. Pang Qing shouted angrily, as the sounds of thunder and fire rose outside, mingled with the unsettling sounds of flesh and blood. They are coming. Song Miao Miao's expression hardened. She had already crushed the emergency Jade Talisman. But the Chiefing Sword Sect is quite far away. She could only hope that there were nearby allies. Song Miao Miao gritted her teeth and said, Xiao He, find a way to take the princess and flee quickly. I will expend my life force to hold off the thieves from the Hahuan Sect. Enough talk. Both of you hold on to me tightly. Xiao He understood that time was of the essence and decisively produced the Earth Escape Talisman. The Earth Escape Talisman? ISNT, that's something exclusive to the Taoist sect? How do you possess one? Song Miao Miao exclaimed in astonishment. No time for questions. Get in the carriage now. Xiao He had already begun to activate the talisman. Li Susu immediately clung to Xiao He's waist, while Song Miao Miao was uncertain where to place her hands. Why are you frozen? Hold on to me tight. What if you fall later? Xiao He bellowed, as the talisman was already in effect. It was her first time using the Earth Escape talisman, and uncertain of its coverage. She urged Song Miao Miao to hold on tighter, having no ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Song Miao Miao responded promptly, mimicking Li Susu. Instantly, the golden light of the Earth Escape talisman flashed, and the three vanished from the room. At the very moment they disappeared, the door was violently flung open, and two bloodied figures were hurled inside. It was Pang Qing and Xiao He, the latter barely clinging to life, his eyes filled with resentment and confusion. He mumbled, Why? Am I just a pawn as well? Pang Qing, with broken limbs, glanced into the room, finding it utterly empty, and could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Though unaware of their escape, at least they were safe for the moment. A bizarre man approached the entrance, clad in a white robe, barefoot and treading upon the void, with a multitude of corpses strewn about. Over 70 members of the Divine Guard lay dead. He brushed off the blood from his clothes, his brow slightly furrowed. This temple has no back door. How could they have fled? Speak, were they? Pang Qing was seized midair by the enigmatic figure, pain coursing through him as he cried out. If you reveal who sent you, I will tell you. Was it Prime Minister Qiao? After enduring the agony, Pang Qing managed a bloody smile. You have a tough tongue, even if you remain silent. I will find out. Pang Qing then sneered, or could it be the Empress Dowager? A glint of sharpness flashed in the enigmatic man's eyes. With a resounding explosion, Pang Qing's body disintegrated. Meanwhile, Xiao He, gasping for breath, managed to lift his head with great difficulty. You must be mistaken. I am a Prime Minister Qiao's people. As he spoke, he couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood, his chest wound splitting further. Prime Minister Qiao? The bizarre man approached and crouched down. What? Is that incorrect? I received orders to kill Xiao He. Are you not also involved? Huan's sect is not. Before Xiao He could finish, the enigmatic man swiftly severed his head. Why waste words? I intend to kill you all, including the princess. The bizarre man beckoned, and over 20 cultivators rushed in, each exuding formidable energy and a terrifying aura. Pursue them, within 1,000 miles, should any trace be discovered. Kill them, alive or dead. Yes. As the group dispersed, the bizarre man exited the door, arriving before the final hall, bowing slightly. Forgive the tranquility of the divine and the Buddha. Do not hold it against me. Having spoken, he produced 3 black incense sticks and stepped forward to ignite them. As the fragrant smoke began to rise, the enigmatic man let out a long sigh of relief. He then exited the temple, standing atop the mountain, surveying the vast expanse below, the towering forests and undulating hills, all appearing as per usual. They truly are fleet of foot, blocking all routes to return Heaven City. I doubt you will escape. Meanwhile, in the Grand Qian Palace, Li Chunxian slammed his palm onto the table, exclaiming in frustration, How audacious! In the realm of Grand Qian, you dare to abduct our princess, the sect of Harmonious Union? It seems you court destruction. Eunuch Wan bowed and replied, Your Majesty. The intruder is a high-ranking member of the sect of Harmonious Union. Such an individual could only gain access to the prestigious Heavenly Dragon Temple with deliberate assistance from someone. I'm aware of that, Li Chunxian retorted, but I find it difficult to explain to the Empress Dowager. Furthermore, he realized a more pressing concern. If this was orchestrated by Chancellor Qiao, it implies he has begun to exert control over the military forces in the 4 guardian cities surrounding Heaven City. A chill ran down his spine. I must see the Empress Dowager. Eunuch Wan cautioned, Your Majesty. The Empress Dowager has been observing court affairs for some time without cause for intervention, but this time she may strike. If this incident with the princess is interconnected, it is likely the result of multiple parties conspiring. I fear what? Li Chunxian interrupted. If this matter is not addressed, should something truly befall Tai Ning, my influence would be irrevocably tarnished. How shall the world regard me, the Emperor of Grand Qian, if our princess is assassinated in broad daylight? Your servant is here. Eunuch Wan replied. I shall personally meet with the Empress Dowager. You must venture forth and ensure the princess is retrieved. Should anyone obstruct you, dispatch them without hesitation. Capture them alive, if possible. Furthermore, spread the word that whoever rescues the princess shall be richly rewarded. Promoted 1. No. 2 ranks. Understood. Eunuch Wan's expression shifted as he watched the departing emperor, his form gradually fading into a mere shadow before a starry light flickered in the sky and vanished. Chapter 45. Hellish choices in the filthy, muddy marsh. 3 figures slowly emerged. Upon surfacing, they did not linger but lowered their heads and scurried towards a distant stone cave. At that moment, 3 silhouettes swept past their previous location, severing numerous trees and causing significant devastation. Just then, 2 armored men appeared before the trio, wielding long spears with an air of formidable authority. Those wretches from the Hahuan sect, eliminate them. This is bad. It's the Divine Guardian's men, flee. However, the 2 armed men were exceptionally powerful, swiftly dispatching the 3 disciples of the Hahuan sect without mercy. The princess is not here. Let us head west. Your Highness, the Divine Guardian has come to protect you. If you are present, please emerge immediately so we can escort you back to the palace. Inside the mud-clad stone cave, Li Susu, disregarding her soiled appearance, was the first to act. Xiao He sensed something amiss, but seeing that both Li Susu and Song Miao Miao had no suspicions, decided to follow suit. Rest assured, we are closest to the Qinglong city among the 4 guardian cities. The Divine Guardian there is not under the control of Prime Minister Qiao, so we will be safe. Song Miao Miao reassured. Xiao He sighed in relief, realizing they appear to be safe. The speed of Qian was indeed impressive. He was aware that the 4 major cities, Qinglong, Xuanwu, Baihu, and Zhuke, each had their own specialized martial forces. I am here. Hurry and take me back to the palace. Li Susu exclaimed, jogging forward. It's the princess. The 2 Divine Guardians were overjoyed and rushed forward. Despite the princess being covered in mud, the identity jade pendant in her hand was irrefutable. Wonderful. It truly is the princess. Your Highness, we apologize for our delayed rescue. The 2 Divine Guardians knelt, both appearing middle-aged with a robust aura. Your Highness, a formidable master from the Hahuan sect has arrived. We must leave swiftly, or we shall face danger if discovered. Li Susu nodded, not daring to delay, and hurriedly followed. Yet at that moment, a prompt appeared in Xiao He's mind. Trigger Advanced Mission Option 1. Eliminate the Divine Guardians and receive the reward. Pure Yang Sacred Body upgraded to Extreme Yang Sacred Body. Note, killing the Divine Guardians offers a glimmer of hope. Following them will inevitably lead to death. The more you hesitate, the closer you draw to demise. Upon seeing this option, Xiao He's heart raced. He abruptly pulled back Li Susu and Song Miao Miao, then immediately threw out 3 thunder explosive pills. These 2 are suspicious. Retreat. Simultaneously, he activated the Celestial Wind Cloud Body technique, transforming into fleeting shadows as he rapidly withdrew. In the instant he executed these actions, less than a breath had passed. The 2 Divine Guardians had yet to fully comprehend the situation when the thunder explosive pills detonated almost at point-blank range. Boom! A deafening thunderclap erupted, transforming a radius of 300 feet into a sea of lightning. The 2 masters of the Divine Guardian were utterly annihilated. There is no time for explanations. Run. Xiao He disregarded the confusion of the 2 women and fled in a random direction at breakneck speed. Hearing the sounds of a search nearby, they dared not pause for even a moment, as powerful divine senses swept through the air above them. He was an ancient monster of the Hahuan sect. Xiao He pressed the heads of the 2 young women to the ground. Fortunately, he had just acquired the extreme Yang Sacred Body, and thanks to his unique physique and the stunning divine art, he had narrowly escaped the scrutiny of that powerful figure in the Gathering Cauldron realm. After an hour, the 3 finally found a moment to catch their breath beneath a waterfall. Is there an issue with the 2 Divine Guardians? Why did you kill them? Song Miao Miao rose, eyeing Xiao He with caution. Xiao He understood her misunderstanding. Rest assured, I would never harm the princess. Li Susu emerged from the waterfall, her enchanting figure partially revealed in the moonlight, draped in a simple white veil, the innocence of youth mingling with an alluring charm. I trust him. There must be a reason, right? Xiao He stood and declared, Following those two divine guardians would undoubtedly lead to our demise. I am unaware of the troubles within the divine guardians of Qinglong City, but I know it spells certain death if we proceed. The divine guardians of Qinglong City are not under the control of Chancellor Xiao. Only the Lord of Qinglong City or the royal family hold sway. The royal family, Song Miao Miao's eyes widened. Then she turned to Princess Taining. Surely no one from the royal family would wish to harm Princess Taining? She exclaimed in astonishment. Xiao He nodded, casting a glance at Song Miao Miao, who had just bathed, her damp clothing clinging to her form, revealing glimpses of her fair skin illuminated by the moonlight. Ahem, one could say we are now entangled in a struggle among politicians. Our only recourse is to survive long enough to return to the celestial city or encounter someone genuinely willing to save us. Who could genuinely save us? Aside from the Emperor and the Empress Dowager, how can we discern their true intentions? Song Miao Miao still felt uneasy. As they conversed, distant movements caught their attention. The three swiftly concealed themselves behind a large rock. The space was cramped, forcing Xiao He to the innermost position, squeezed between the two women. He shook his head helplessly, lamenting that Song Miao Miao indeed had a more voluptuous figure. There seemed to be over 10 individuals approaching, their identities unknown, but their intentions are clearly malevolent. What should we do? Song Miao Miao turned to Xiao He. Although his cultivation was inferior to hers, she had unwittingly begun to rely on him. Meanwhile, Li Susu squatted on the ground, secretly grasping Xiao He's hand, stealing a few kisses while Song Miao Miao was distracted. At this moment, she still sought affection. Xiao He remarked, "It appears we cannot hide for much longer. We must fight." As the group drew nearer, Song Miao Miao whispered, "Let's eliminate them swiftly. 1 is a dragon transformation, 5 are in the 4 extremes, and the rest are all in the spiritual platform realm. You take the left, I'll take the right, and the princess will be in the middle." Xiao He clenched his fist, the heart-guarding mirror concealed against his chest, just as the group leaped down the waterfall. Crossing the pond, Song Miao Miao suddenly struck, a fierce flash of sword light instantly, slaying 3 of them. Xiao He lunged forward, crossing 100 zhang in an instant, delivering a powerful punch to a 4 extremes practitioner. The man sneered, "So, you have been hiding here. It makes it easy for us to find you." Plipala 2D. He charged forward with a punch of his own, but in the next moment, he felt as if his fist had collided with a mountain. What? A crack resounded. With a piercing scream, an arm shattered, and a body was sent flying, skimming across the ground for 100 paces before plunging into the water, never to resurface. Such formidable strength? Xiao He glanced at his own fists, wondering if a single blow from him could obliterate the 4 extremes. What kind of celestial combat prowess is this? Kill him quickly. This fellow possesses the physique of a warrior. He must be slain. As the crowd closed in, Li Susu lashed out with her whip, and the 3 of them momentarily overwhelmed the dozen or so attackers. One among them crushed an explosive pellet, which erupted in a dazzling display of fireworks in the sky. Xiao He's expression shifted. "We must not linger. We must flee." He decisively hurled a thunder-explosive pill, while Song Miao Miao, the most accomplished among them, executed her technique, swiftly leading Xiao He away. "Wrap your arms around my waist, not my legs." Song Miao Miao's face darkened as she kicked Xiao He. The trio crossed the official road, evading their pursuers, but just as they were about to enter the jurisdiction of Tian City, a crimson blade manifested in the sky from a distance, blocking their path. Boom! The blade tore through the earth, creating a vast pit of unfathomable depth, a testament to its sheer power, revealing the terrifying cultivation of its wielder. At last, he had found them. Suspended in midair was a strangely alluring man, who, upon seeing the princess, smiled faintly. "It is indeed the genuine princess. My mission is accomplished." As he spoke, he conjured an ethereal spear, and, with a mere gesture, it shot towards Li Susu in the blink of an eye. Is he truly here to kill the princess? Xiao He instinctively threw out the heart-protecting mirror along with 2 thunder-explosive pills. A deafening roar erupted as the trio was hurled back hundreds of paces by the overwhelming force. Li Susu, dazed from the explosion and held in Xiao He's embrace, was barely conscious, while Song Miao Miao, though more powerful, suffered minor injuries. "Oh, you managed to block my Chi Feng spear," the alluring man remarked, launching another attack. Damn it! Isn't the villain supposed to perish from excessive monologue? Why does this fellow speak not a word, and instead seeks to kill? Xiao He prepared the 9 revolutions rebirth pill, holding back the remaining 4 thunder explosive pills as his final trump card. Suddenly, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Trigger hell-level difficulty option. 1. Endure for 10 breaths. Successfully rescue the princess. And receive the reward. The Eye of Star and Moon upgrades to the Martial Dao Heavenly Eye, gaining a bonus of 15 enhanced self-healing ability. After 10 breaths, a mysterious powerhouse will come to the rescue. If you endure, the host's career will ascend to greater heights. Ordinary option. 2. Abandon the princess and flee for your life, receiving the reward, the Sunflower Scripture. What does the second option mean? To escape and yet receive the Sunflower Scripture? Is it mocking him? 10 breaths could yield the Martial Dao Heavenly Eye, along with a smoother path in life and a 15 increase in self-healing ability, bringing the total to 20. Although he was uncertain what a 20 self-healing capability entailed, it surely was extraordinary. Sustaining serious injuries would be inconsequential. His physical form was inherently robust. He resolved to fight on. As the next strike approached, Xiao He enveloped Li Susu in his arms, shielding her against his chest. This scene deeply moved Li Susu, tears brimming in her eyes as she cried out, "Xiao He, you must go. Don't worry about me. They will only kill me and will not pursue you." Chapter 46. Lord Wan. The rivers returned to the sea. Xiao He would undoubtedly seize the pivotal moment to deepen their bond. Behind them, a formidable spear whistled through the air, poised to pierce the two. Beside them, Song Miao Miao brandished her sword in defense, but her strength was limited, and after being repelled several hundred yards, she was engulfed in dust, rendered unconscious. Just as the spear was about to strike, Xiao He gazed deeply into Su Su's eyes and declared, "Su Su, I wish to live a life without regrets. Yet our time together is far too brief. If I could relive this moment, I would speak my heart." Li Susu's eyes widened in anguish as she looked at Xiao He. 1,000 years. Upon uttering those words, Xiao He hurled his last 4 thunderstorm pills with a resounding boom. The earth trembled as the spear's energy was significantly depleted before it pierced through Xiao He's back. "Xiao He!" Li Susu exclaimed in alarm, witnessing blood spray from his back, their bodies propelled away by immense inertia. The enigmatic figure in the air was taken aback, surprisingly. He did not perish. He is merely injured? That thunderous explosion was rather intriguing, and this young man's physique is impressively resilient. Xiao He felt blood gushing from his back, relieved that his spine remained unharmed. With adrenaline surging, he was oblivious to the pain, his remarkable constitution aiding him. "Xiao He, don't worry about me, just go. You're strong enough. Let me go." Li Susu shouted anxiously, attempting to push him away, only to realize her own 4th-level cultivation was insufficient to break free. To her astonishment, after landing, Xiao He merely rolled on the ground with her before springing to his feet and running. "Stop your shouting and assist me in escaping. Just hold on for 10 breaths. You." Li Susu started to protest, but was moved by the fierce determination in Xiao He's eyes. She raised her hand and released 3 diamond-shaped flying shuttles from her storage ring, their piercing shrieks slicing through the air. Hidden weapons, 6 harmony shuttles. The otherworldly man, initially rushing forward to seize Xiao He and Li Susu, retreated instantly upon seeing the shuttles, his expression turning grave as he conjured 3 protective symbols before him. After dodging twice, one of the shuttles struck his protective barrier. The invincible figure, at the last moment, produced a bronze mirror to deflect the shuttle. Li Susu's expression fell in disappointment. "It's over. The Gathering Cauldron Cultivator is too powerful. Even the 6 harmony shuttles are ineffective." Xiao He was inclined to chastise her for her haste, but reconsidered, acknowledging that the princess possessed scant practical experience. After all, as a princess of the Qian, she had many hidden cards to play, and he sought to avoid any unexpected pitfalls. The otherworldly man ascended to a height of 1,000 feet above them. His hands wove intricate patterns, and soon, a vast array of divine symbols appeared above Xiao He and Li Susu, exuding a fragrant pollen. As the symbols materialized, Countless vines and blossoms manifested in the void. At that moment, Song Miao Miao arrived, her face stricken with fear. This is a high-level secret technique of the Hawan sect, the Sea of Blissful Flowers. If we fall victim to it, our lives will be forever ensnared in an illusion. Xiao He, we shall meet again in our next life. If there is a future, I will surely bear you a child. Li Su, disregarding the presence of Song Miao Miao, poured forth sweet nothings. Do not speak foolishly. Assistance will arrive soon. We must hold on. As Xiao He finished his sentence, a divine inscription enveloping 100 zhong suddenly descended from the sky, shrouding the three in a sea of blossoms, plunging them into an enchanting illusion. Moreover, an inexplicable flush appeared on Li Su's face, as if she had been ensnared in an unknown realm. At this moment, a sinister-looking man descended, observing the trio immobilized in place, devoid of any doubt regarding his own prowess. To contend with three mere novices, employing the divine art of the blissful flower sea, was utterly excessive. Should word of this spread, it would be a grave embarrassment. With that, he resolved to eliminate Xiao He and Song Miao Miao before abducting Princess Taining. His eyes coalesced into two lethal blades, poised to pierce the skulls of his adversaries. However, in the next instant, the seemingly helpless Xiao He hurled a punch towards the man's face. This punch was executed with full mastery of the Dragon Tiger Fist, incorporating the utmost power of the Xuanwu true art, capable of obliterating all in its path. Such strength! The sinister man's pupils constricted as he instinctively raised a shield before him. How can you resist the blissful flower sea? With a thunderous boom, Xiao He's fist collided with the man's shield, erupting in a dazzling display of divine light akin to fireworks. Xiao He felt as if he had struck a colossal mountain, utterly immovable. Aware of the vast disparity in their strengths, he paid little heed, swiftly retreating while grasping the two immobilized women. You managed to break free from my blissful flower sea, boy. I have discerned your secret, the sinister man remarked, his emotions wavering for the first time. He surged forward, spear in hand, ready to pierce Xiao He. Yet, just as he was about to strike, a more formidable force surged from the distance. 10,000 rivers returned to the sea. The voice arrived before the figure, followed by a golden hand descending from the night sky. The sinister man's expression shifted dramatically. 10,000 rivers returned to the sea? That the terrifying eunuch by the side of the Emperor of Dakian. Faced with the golden hand, the sinister man decisively turned, his spear coiling upward in defiance. Yet, that golden hand, impervious as diamond, wielded the power to devastate worlds, crushing his spear with ease. How can a mere eunuch possess such strength? Fear flickered in the man's eyes for the first time. The golden hand pressed down, and in a moment of desperation, the sinister man spat forth a mouthful of blood, transforming into a cloud of crimson mist that dissipated into the air. No one escapes the grasp of this eunuch, came a soft reprimand from the heavens. The golden hand fused with the colossal trees of the world, causing mountains to tremble and the earth to quake, resulting in the shattering of peaks hundreds of miles away. Soon after, a stone figure, towering and imposing, descended with a sweeping motion. Eunuch 1 landed beside Xiao He, gesturing with his hand, conjuring a golden thread that, as he pulled and tugged, ensnared the once mighty, sinister man like a kite. Realizing his fate was sealed, the sinister man cursed, "You cur, neither man nor woman. Your day of reckoning will come." Eunuch 1 paid no heed to the insults, focusing instead on liberating Princess Taining and Song Miao Miao from their bindings. "Lord Xiao, Your Highness the Princess, Miss Song, are you all right?" At this moment, Xiao He finally felt a sense of relief. "We are fine, thank you, Eunuch 1, for your rescue." He was profoundly astonished. What formidable power did this eunuch possess? The individuals pursuing them from the He Huan sect were no trivial figures, yet they were vanquished with such ease. Was it not said that eunuchs were generally lacking in strength? Could it be that he was a false eunuch? But from Eunuch 1's voice, he hardly sounded like one. Eunuch 1 then turned to the captured, peculiar man. "May I ask how you are dressed?" The strange man spat disdainfully. "A dead eunuch dares to inquire my name? Do not think I am unaware of your true nature." Seeing that communication was futile, Eunuch 1 shook his head and addressed Xiao He and the others. Let me escort you back. With that, he produced a vibrant green leaf, which expanded to accommodate 5 individuals comfortably. Thank you, Eunuch 1, they expressed. Please, stand steady. This eunuch shall take flight now. A radiant green light sliced through the sky and vanished into the ether. 5 hours later, at the gates of the heavenly city palace, Xiao He touched down, his anxious heart finally at ease. The Empress, along with the concubine Lian and the 5th prince, awaited them personally at the palace entrance. Today, the Empress retained her usual dignified poise, her skin below the neck concealed, exuding an air of grace and opulence. The eager gaze of concubine Lian caught Xiao He's attention. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, evidently from excessive worry. Clad in a long black gown, the fabric occasionally billowed in the wind, revealing captivating glimpses of her allure. She recalled Xiao He mentioning his fondness for black, hence her choice of attire to greet him. The Empress hurried forward to clasp Princess Tai Ning's hand. Thank heavens! If anything had happened to you, it would surely shake the entire court. The He sect has committed a grave offense this time. His Majesty will undoubtedly seek out the mastermind behind this and deliver justice. Li Susu nodded. Mother, it was Dr. Xiao who protected me this time. Were it not for him, I would have perished. I wish to... Xiao He, aware that the princess might impulsively utter something reckless, quickly interjected, reporting to Your Majesty. I merely fulfilled my duty. It is of little significance. The well-being of the princess is all that matters. The Empress regarded Xiao He with a profound gaze. Come inside. The Emperor is awaiting you. Xiao He, you have rendered great service this time. His Majesty will surely reward you. Chapter 47. The Grand Minister of Rights. 3rd rank, Xiao He silently paid his respects. Li Susu's feelings for the host have reached an unwavering commitment, currently unlocked at 80. Achieving 100 will grant access to all of Li Susu's capabilities. Xiao He felt a surge of joy within, surprised by the swiftness of this development, and he found himself eagerly anticipating the nature of Li Susu's abilities. At that moment, he sensed 2 fervent gazes directed towards him, one from the favored concubine Lian and the other from Li Susu, particularly from the former. Her implication that he should conclude his business and seek her out later was unmistakable. The ardor in her eyes seemed on the verge of overflowing. Xiao He understood her feelings, but refrained from responding, fearing that the observant might discern their unspoken connection. Unexpectedly, concubine Lian approached him. Dr. Xiao, you appear unwell. Have you sustained an injury? Li Susu interjected. He was wounded by that demon, but fortunately, it is not severe. Xiao He clasped his hands and replied, It is merely my duty as a minister. However, he then paled, displaying a countenance of pain. This spectacle startled those present, but Xiao He quickly dismissed it, asserting, It's nothing serious, merely a slight wound. This revelation only deepened concubine Lian's concern. Grand Eunuch 1, unable to contain himself any longer, interjected, Your Majesty, 5th Prince, I have urgent matters to report to His Majesty. Delays may lead to unforeseen complications. Very well, you may proceed, the Empress replied with a curt nod, her demeanor indifferent, a detail that did not escape Xiao He's keen observation. Grand Eunuch 1 added, Dr. Xiao possesses both valor and wisdom. He single-handedly confronted the formidable figures of the He sect to safeguard the princess. Were it not for him, I fear I would have returned with my head in hand. This statement astonished the assembly, as it confirmed Li Susu's claim that Xiao He had protected her. Many deemed the young lady easily swayed, questioning the validity of the incident, particularly given that he was merely a lowly doctor, not even a practitioner of the Lingtai realm. How could he possibly defend a prodigious princess? However, the credibility of Grand Eunuch 1's words lent significant weight to the assertion, and Xiao He quickly noticed the shift in the gazes directed towards him. How could a 9th-tier individual contend with a master of the Gathering Pinnacle? It seemed implausible. Wan's meticulous nature rendered it unlikely that he would fabricate such a tale. He must have indeed held his ground for a brief moment. Observing Xiao He's minor injury, it seemed the encounter had not been excessively perilous. Yet it was still commendable. Amidst whispers of fervor, astonishment, and contemplative glances, the Empress's gaze deepened with intrigue. Concubine Lien, genuinely pleased, softly remarked, "Had I known Dr. Xiao had accomplished such a feat, we would have warmly welcomed you. Now that you are injured, you should return and rest. Your Highness, you flatter me. I am but a humble servant, unworthy of such grand gestures. This injury is trivial, and I have yet to see His Majesty. How could I dare to rest?" Xiao He's complexion grew pale once more as he coughed continuously, clearly struggling against his wounds. Li Susu, who had been conversing with the Empress, noticed Xiao He's evident discomfort while he spoke with concubine Lien. Concerned for his health, she urged him with increased urgency. "You must go inside. Father must be waiting anxiously." As the crowd dispersed to their respective palanquins, Xiao He and Song Miao Miao followed closely behind the main procession. "Congratulations, esteemed gynecologist Dr. Xiao." After approaching, Song Miao Miao carefully transmitted her thoughts. "Isn't Miss Xue the same? Our accomplishments are shared. What exactly happened to your injury? You seemed vigorous on the way, yet now, at the palace gates, you appear unwell," she remarked, noticing Xiao He suddenly coughed twice. Song Miao Miao seemed to grasp something, a sly smile gracing her lips. "I could share some of the credit with you, but aren't you the master of gynecology? You should be able to assist others in their breakthroughs. Do not forget that." Breakthrough? Xiao He recalled the enchanting sight of Miss Xue emerging from the lake last night, droplets glistening as they cascaded down her figure. However, the dim light obscured the finer details. If only we could find a place to illuminate the candles to their brightest. What am I thinking? Xiao He abruptly shook his head, coughing again. If Miss Xue truly desires a breakthrough, there will be ample time in the future. Once this turmoil has passed, we can converse properly. Song Miao Miao smiled sweetly. "Dr. Xiao, do not forget, you must take our meetings seriously then." Xiao He replied, "I fear Miss Xue might change her name to something more whimsical." "What do you mean by that?" Song Miao Miao inquired, puzzled. "Enough talk, we have arrived." Xiao He indicated ahead, pointing to the Emperor's study. Consort Lien initially intended to enter, but, wary of raising the Emperor's suspicions, opted to return to the palace. Only the Empress, the Princess, Song Miao Miao, and Xiao He entered the study. Li Chunxian was engrossed in his reading, while Eunuch Wan conversed nearby. Judging by Li Chunxuan's demeanor, he appeared quite pleased. Upon noticing the arrival of Princess Tai Ning and her companions, Li Chunxian promptly rose to greet them. "Susu, you have been startled along the way." After inspecting Li Susu's well-being and finding her unharmed, he felt relieved. "Father, it's all your fault," Li Susu grumbled. "Indeed, Father should not have let you be frightened. I should have arranged for the divine guards to escort you," he acknowledged. I was indeed frightened on this journey." Li Susu shot a glance at Xiao He. "But Dr. Xiao is gravely injured. You must assist him. Were it not for Dr. Xiao, I would not have returned. Do you understand? That fiend targeted me 3 times, and it was Dr. Xiao who saved me each time." The Empress interjected, "Your Majesty, Dr. Xiao has rendered great service in protecting the princess. It is unfortunate that his cultivation is somewhat lacking. Otherwise, he could achieve even greater feats. I have already heard Eunuch Wan recount this matter. He witnessed from afar as Dr. Xiao shielded the princess with his own body, even breaking free from the secret arts of the Hahuan sect. I was quite astonished," Li Chunxian remarked, patting Xiao He's shoulder while assessing his injuries. Xiao He understood the Emperor's intention. He had preemptively injured his own internal organs. "Alas, my dear minister, your wounds are severe. I shall ensure you are duly compensated," Li Chunxian expressed with a sigh. "Your Majesty, I merely had the fortune to survive." Xiao He continued his modesty, though he found it odd that the Empress seemed to be undermining him, as if reluctant to see him rise in status. "Father, how about this? Elevate him to the commander of the Divine Guards and grant him to me as my personal protector, with 1,000 men at his command. What say you?" Li Susu suggested, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Nonsense. How could a commander treat matters so frivolously? It is the duty of physician Xiao to protect you. Do not overthink it. The esteemed figure from the Taisu Palace is expected to arrive soon, so refrain from any wild conjectures." Li Chunxian issued a stern warning. In his heart, Xiao He merely hoped the princess would cease her remarks, for further discussions could lead to accusations of overstepping authority. However, I have a question. How did you and the princess manage to escape from Tianlong Temple? Xiao He replied truthfully, I possess a soil escape talisman, a legacy from my father. As for how I acquired it, I am uncertain. The soil escape talisman from the Taoist sect? Li Chunxian expressed mild surprise, but did not delve deeper. How did you dispel the secret technique of the Huanes sect, the Sea of Ecstasy Flowers? Xiao He had already prepared a response. I cannot comprehend this matter. Perhaps that individual underestimated me? Li Chunxian nodded, choosing not to linger on the issue. I previously stated that whoever rescues Princess Taining shall receive a promotion of 2 ranks and a separately bestowed residence. Upon hearing this, Xiao He felt a surge of joy. Yet an even greater anxiety loomed. The higher the position, the more formidable the adversaries. Previously, he might have gone unnoticed by Chancellor Chao, but now he feared being scrutinized even from the corner of his eye. Moreover, the conspiracy behind the attack on the princess involved more than just Chancellor Chao. The Empress turned to Physician Xiao, inquiring, Physician Xiao, your family has served as court physicians for 3 generations. You are likely the first to attain the rank of a 3rd-grade official, are you not? Indeed, Xiao He dared not voice any dissent. Li Chunxian continued, Empress, upon learning that Physician Xiao was the one who saved the princess, I have resolved in my heart. Physician Xiao may lack martial prowess and possesses a low cultivation level, making him unsuitable for military positions. His accomplishments as a civil official are scant. Considering his role as a physician, particularly in gynecology, it is fitting that he replaces the aging Lord Liu, the Minister of Rituals, who has expressed his desire to retire. Thus, let's appoint Physician Xiao to this role. Xiao He, upon hearing this, promptly expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your gracious favor. The Minister of Rituals is, in essence, a leisurely position, primarily responsible for arranging the royal sacrificial ceremonies, holding little actual power. However, given his current circumstances, it is reasonable. He would receive an annual salary of 10,000 Qian coins. Li Chunxian added, however, you must still oversee the Imperial Medical Institute. It can be said that you will now hold dual responsibilities. Will you manage? Your Majesty, I assure you I shall manage adequately, Xiao He responded. Furthermore, regarding concubine Lian, she has been complaining of poor fetal energy these past few days. It seems that my cultivation errors have adversely affected her health, leading to her discomfort during pregnancy. You must assist in her proper care. Li Chunxian spoke earnestly, a smile gracing his lips. Xiao He replied, though my duties are numerous, I shall ensure concubine Lian receives the utmost care. Physician Xiao, here is a 3 blood pill, which will help restore some of your vitality. After consuming it, your health will improve. Once you are well, remember to attend to concubine Lian's condition. Li Chunxian gestured, then turned to Song Yao Miao. Xiao He realized this was intended as a reward for the young lady. He respectfully announced his departure, hurrying towards Qingwan Palace. Chapter 48, The Divine Guardian. Mo Zai within the Qilwan Palace. One may return to gather lotus blossoms. The lotus essence flows abundantly, and the tender shoots of the lotus have begun to unfurl, under the watchful gaze of the luminous moon. My dear, you must promise me never to take such risks again, all right? Xingyue, I shall never forsake you. In the moments where life and death hang in the balance, your visage is ever present in my mind. Then please allow me to turn to you. After a brief moment, Xiao He beheld Xingyue's unparalleled beauty, stirring a tempest within his heart. How could one not fall in love with such a captivating figure? He murmured, I shall forever remain by your side. My husband, you are indeed my husband. Please never leave me. Lian Xingyue was thoroughly moved. Clinging tightly to Xiao He's neck, her fear of losing him reaching its zenith. Unbeknownst to Xiao He, a seed of ambition was quietly germinating within him. His strength gradually grew, and his position steadily ascended, having risen several ranks in such a short span. Yet he understood that he must remain patient, enduring in silence. Half an hour later, the guard suddenly announced the arrival of His Majesty. Xiao He composed himself, sitting calmly as he employed silver needles to treat the ailing Lian Guifei. Upon entering, Li Chunxian surveyed the room. He noticed Lian Guifei's complexion had improved considerably, but but his gaze fell upon Xiao He, who appeared pale. With genuine concern, he inquired, "Xiao Aiqing, did I not instruct you to recuperate? Why the haste to attend to medical matters? The health of my beloved is paramount, yet your well-being is equally critical. If you were to falter, how could you care for her?" Xiao He rose, steadfast in his loyalty, declaring, "For the sake of your majesty and Lian Guifei, what is my life worth?" Lian Guifei, upon hearing this, smiled faintly, believing his words to be sincere. Yet, she pondered, should death come, it would likely be she who succumbed first. Xiao He's physical prowess was indeed formidable, akin to the legendary beings of lore. Perhaps she would inquire further at a later time. Li Chunxian, upon hearing Xiao He's declaration, lavished praise upon his unwavering loyalty. "Aiqing, your dedication is unparalleled. Were all subjects of the Qian as devoted as you, I would have no cause for concern. Furthermore, your medical skills are truly remarkable. My beloved's health has improved significantly. It is merely due to Lian Guifei's robust constitution. I merely facilitated the process," Xiao He modestly replied, then coughed twice, his body swaying slightly. Li Chunxian personally assisted him to sit. "You, too, ought to take better care of yourself. It is a pity that your cultivation is lacking, and your understanding of politics is minimal. Otherwise, such a loyal subject as you would surely be of great value to me." Xiao He bowed slightly. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Internally, he mused whether the emperor was subtly hinting at something. However, he reasoned that it was not unusual. Such sentiments were likely expressed countless times before. "You are far too humble. Earlier, within the imperial study, there were matters I could not address directly. I must remind you not to forget your responsibilities in the Imperial Horse Department. Although your position is nominally of the third rank, it is not one that can be trifled with by outsiders." Xiao He listened intently, pondering whether the emperor intended to cultivate him into a formidable pawn, perhaps aiming to use him to unseat Chancellor Chao. It seemed he might merely be one of many pieces in a larger scheme. "Your Majesty's directives are etched in my heart," he vowed. "You should return and rest. I have graciously granted you a month's leave to recuperate. Additionally, allow me to introduce a companion, Zhen Shenxi, Qian Hu Mo Zijia. Given the recent attack on the princess, I require your assistance in investigating the mastermind behind it. Of course, do not forget the matters of the Imperial Horse Department." At that moment, a heavily armored general strode in, appearing to be in his 30s, standing tall at nearly 8 feet, with small eyes that concealed a disingenuous smile. Xiao He immediately discerned the duplicity in his demeanor. This man was undoubtedly one who would shift his loyalties with the wind, harboring a dagger in his sleeve, ready to barter his own interests for a position. "Lord Xiao, I look forward to your guidance. Lord Mo, it is a pleasure." They exchanged polite smiles. Suddenly, Consort Lian's breath grew uneven as she exclaimed, "Your Majesty, I believe I am on the verge of a breakthrough. I must enter seclusion. To experience a breakthrough at such a moment, I had hoped to spend more time with my beloved consort. Xiao Tai, during your convalescence, I trust you will also attend to Consort Lian. My affairs are demanding. I appreciate your efforts." Li Chunxian felt a pang of frustration. It had been so long since he had shared intimacy with Consort Lian, and now, just as fate would have it, she was about to enter her seclusion. "It is my duty. I shall exert every effort." After the emperor departed, Consort Lian settled down, leaving only Xiao He to offer her some comfort. "Xiao He." Consort Lian hesitated, but Xiao He gently pressed his finger to her lips. "I understand your sentiments, but now is not the appropriate time. Perhaps another time?" Consort Lian's eyes instinctively fluttered shut as they found themselves alone in the room. After a stick of incense had burned, Xiao He, reluctant to linger too long, took his leave from Consort Lian. Her alluring presence nearly ensnared him. He sensed that she truly was on the brink of a breakthrough, and remaining would only hinder her progress. Having walked several hundred meters from Qingwan Palace, he passed through a sea of flowers and rounded a stone wall when a voice called out, "Lord Xiao." Turning to his right, he saw Mo Zijia standing at the wall corner, a broad smile upon his face as though he had been waiting for him. "Lord Mo, what brings you here?" Xiao He mused, hoping he was not being spied upon regarding his interaction with Consort Lian. However, he quickly dismissed that notion. Mo Zijia spoke sincerely. It is admirable that Lord Xiao, despite your serious injuries, continues to work diligently to rescue both the princess and the consort. I awaited your emergence to formally establish our acquaintance. Xiao He gestured for them to walk as he replied, You are too modest, Lord Mo. I have heard tales of your valiant deeds. Yet compared to your esteemed self, they pale in significance, especially witnessing His Majesty's regard for you is truly enviable. You are so young, and surely destined for greatness. Mo Zijia's words grew increasingly extravagant, leading one to believe that Xiao He's exploits were akin to those of a seasoned warrior, laden with accolades. Lord Xiao, my admiration for you is unbounded, like a ceaseless deluge. Xiao He's eyes narrowed, and they both declared in unison, It is a situation that cannot be contained. Oh ha ha ha. Mo Zijia laughed, and so did Xiao He. It seemed as though both had discerned that the other was no ordinary individual, not to be underestimated. Lord Xiao, now that you have recovered, allow me to take you to the realm of the celestial beings. We shall conduct a thorough investigation there. The price is a mere 69,800, and I can offer a 10% discount, Mo Zijia said, casually draping his arm over Xiao He's shoulder, resembling affectionate brothers. Is that truly the case? That seems rather inappropriate. After all, we are court officials, and such actions would contravene regulations. Lord Xiao speaks wisely. I must admit, I was being rather pedestrian. Our purpose is to pursue the truth, primarily to investigate the case, is it not? Haha. They continued until they reached a crossroads, where Xiao He intended to return to the Imperial Hospital. The two parted ways with smiles. Once Xiao He had departed, Mo Zijia's cheerful demeanor abruptly shifted, becoming cold and indifferent. Inside the Imperial Hospital, Xiao He was surrounded by a throng of Imperial physicians as he returned to his chamber. Quan Chong personally prepared a basin of warm water for Xiao He to wash his feet. My lord, please enjoy. Thank you. You may leave now. The prospect of rewards filled Xiao He's heart with exhilaration. This time, it promised to be a bountiful harvest, and he pondered just how far his abilities might extend. Chapter 49, Significant Power Increase and Various Concerns, True Spirit 9 Transformations, 10 Years of Cultivation Experience, Martial Tao Heavenly Eye, Self-Healing Ability Enhanced by 15, a total of 4 rewards. The extreme Yang Sacred Body had already been acquired, comparing the current physique to the past. Xiao He's most immediate sensation was the remarkable enhancement of his internal organs. The density of his bones had also increased several times. Lacking a reference point, he found it difficult to articulate the extent. The strike from the enigmatic master of the Hahuan sect failed to penetrate him precisely because of his formidable spine. Otherwise, he would have been severed in half. Simultaneously, Xiao He brought his hands together, a spot of crimson appearing at his brow. This crimson began to emit light, illuminating the entire room. As he exerted his energy, the temperature within the house began to rise, and within this domain, Xiao He's strength and internal essence received a notable augmentation. Is this a domain? Let us tentatively call it the extreme Yang domain. Subsequently, the 10 years of cultivation experience infused into his body, and it felt as though he had traversed into another dimension, practicing alone for a decade. His hair had even grown slightly longer. During these 10 years, he diligently cultivated, transcending into the spirit platform realm, progressing through the initial, mid, and late stages of the spirit platform until achieving perfection, ultimately halting at the early stage of the 4 extremities. If an outsider were present beside Xiao, they would witness the essence within him boiling at the surface. This was far superior to an ordinary practitioner of the 4 extremities. Even a mere waft of his aura could overwhelm a common person. Those in the know would recognize that through this pressure, one could discern that Xiao He's essence density was 5 times that of an ordinary practitioner, if not more. Moreover, his internal essence bore a potent extreme Yang power, possessing immense destructive capability. One strand of his essence could rival 10 strands of an ordinary person's. At that moment, 9 indistinct phantoms of true spirits materialized behind Xiao He, their forms exceptionally nebulous, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Only upon reaching a certain level in the true spirit 9 transformations could one evolve into the authentic true spirits. Upon opening his eyes, his pupils gleamed with gold. This was the martial Tao heavenly eye, the true efficacy of which could only be discerned in combat. What would a 20 enhancement in self-healing ability manifest as? Should I attempt self-castration to see if it can regenerate? Xiao He pondered whimsically, yet he quickly shook his head. Perhaps a simple hand incision would be less perilous. He made a deep cut into his palm, instantly feeling a peculiar tingling sensation. Almost immediately, the wound visibly began to heal. How formidable! In the event of encountering that fiend again, even without the heart-protecting mirror or a thunderstorm pill, I could endure for over 10 breaths. He then contemplated his Buddhist heart method, struck by a sudden realization. Without this heart method, he would have been utterly powerless against the old demon-s illusions. What level of heart method is this? Capable of resisting the illusions of a gathering cauldron expert. How splendid it would be to elevate this heart method further. With essence stones still in his possession, he had ample opportunity to cultivate. Knock, knock, knock. Lord Xiao, the Empress has sent a message through someone, came the voice from outside. The Empress? Xiao He mused, considering that this woman seemed displeased with his promotion, pondering where he might have offended her. After a moment of composure, I opened the door, revealing the Queen's personal maidservants, Mei and Lan, who stood before me, each holding a precious elixir resting upon a jade platter. As I approached, they spoke. Lord Xiao, Her Majesty expresses her gratitude for your valiant rescue of the princess and has sent you 2 divine pills. This one is the golden jade pill, which will aid your recovery, while the other is the great yuan pill containing 5 grains to assist you in breaking through your cultivation barriers. I bowed slightly, responding, I am deeply grateful for Her Majesty's kindness. They continued, Her Majesty noted your busy schedule, but also mentioned that your heart seems to wander. There are matters you must not overlook, for a wandering heart signifies a drifting spirit. A chill ran through me. Was this a caution? Please convey to Her Majesty that my injuries have healed, and I shall provide her with a satisfactory response. Mei and Lan exchanged glances before handing over the elixirs. Once they departed, I felt a heavier burden descend upon me. The Queen's intentions were shrouded in mystery. The political landscape was tumultuous. Reclining on my bed, I began to analyze the recent assault on the princess. It was evident that Chancellor Qiao, in opposition to the Emperor, would seek the princess's demise. The Emperor had several formidable sons, any of whom could be involved. As for the Queen, could she truly wish harm upon the princess? I recalled the previous attack on concubine Lian by the He Huan sect, in which the Queen had also been present. Now, yet again, the princess faced a similar threat. Was it possible that the Queen orchestrated this? The Queen, surnamed Jiang, hailed from a prestigious family in Deqian, having targeted concubine Lian and now the princess. If the latter were to perish, the Chiefing Sword sect might withdraw their support for Deqian, further weakening the imperial authority. Did the Queen harbor ambitions of rebellion? As these thoughts coursed through my mind, I realized the palace was a treacherous place, rife with hidden agendas and concealed daggers. Lord Xiao, the maidservants of concubine Lu have arrived with medicine, came the voice of Quan Chong at the door. I opened it to find concubine Lu's personal maid, presenting a spirit-nurturing pill and a miraculous ointment for healing. Thank you for concubine Lu's concern. The maid then produced a jade talisman, which, upon activation, conveyed concubine Lu's voice. Lord Xiao, sometimes one inadvertently cultivates bonds while neglecting those one truly cherishes. I was momentarily taken aback. These individuals were remarkably eloquent. I swiftly comprehended concubine Lu's implication. She was thinking of me. I was all too aware of my own allure. Any woman would find it difficult to forget me. I understand, yet my injuries hinder me. I shall relay your sentiments. The maid nodded in acknowledgement and departed. Before I could return home, another visitor arrived, Song Miao Miao. Lord Xiao, she greeted, her attire transformed. Miss Xue, I see you have changed your attire. Have you perhaps received a promotion? I noted her striking appearance in a resplendent black robe adorned with golden stripes, a jade pendant bearing the insignia of the Divine Guardian Bureau hanging from her waist. Song Miao Miao smiled and said, from now on, I shall serve as a confidential officer of the town goddess office, directly reporting to the commander and obeying only the imperial edicts and the commands of the princess, ungoverned by any other authority, enjoying the privileges of a fourth-grade official. Quite a rewarding opportunity has come my way indeed. Congratulations are in order. Xiao He sincerely admired her, though he understood this was merely the emperor's strategy to expand his influence. Will you not invite me in for a moment? Song Miao Miao inquired with a light smile. Lady Xue, please. Xiao He responded. Here, take this, a token from the princess and my heartfelt intention. Who knows if your injuries are genuine or feigned? Song Miao Miao handed Xiao He a vial of elixir, warm to the touch and redolent of youthful fragrance. Upon entering, Quan Chong respectfully served them hot tea. The two sat before a fragrant table, each with a cup of tea placed on the small table before them. Please, Lady Xue, Xiao He offered. Song Miao Miao gently remarked while holding the warm tea. I have come to inform you that the Horse Command will be delivering a shipment of military provisions 3 days hence, to a location 300 miles east of the city, known as a narrow passage. That is the optimal place to take action. Where did you acquire this information? Xiao He inquired. Song Miao Miao whispered. Who else but the princess? Had the Empress Dowager not summoned her, she would have visited you sooner. Besides, did you not mention assisting Prime Minister Chao? The Horse Command is merely the first step. This information confirms that there are issues with the contents. So it truly is her, Xiao He thought, surprised that Li Susu had divulged everything to Song Miao Miao. Honestly, what is your relationship with the princess? Is there something more? After posing the question, Song Miao Miao's fair neck flushed crimson. Something more? Xiao He, ever composed, feigned ignorance, naturally refusing to acknowledge such matters. You know, the matter of procreation. Song Miao Miao instinctively sat back down, her demeanor shifting. Xiao He pretended to glance around and whispered, Lady Xue, one may indulge in food indiscriminately, but one must not speak carelessly. The princess and I maintain a pristine relationship. How could we engage in such activities? I am but a gynecologist. Never would I take advantage of anyone's vulnerability. Song Miao Miao cleared her throat and said, Ahem, now I am reassured. I find myself at a standstill in my progress. Could you assist me in breaking through? Chapter 50. Difficulties. Xiao He awaited the arrival of the system, which indeed came as promised. 1. Help Song Miao Miao break through. Reward, 1 Thunder Fire Talisman. Note, there are numerous ways to enhance one's cultivation. Otherwise, choosing the wrong approach will only lead to a divergence from Song Miao Miao and instill wariness in her, ultimately causing a collapse of one's persona. 2. Refusal. Reward, a high-grade spirit weapon, the Ink Rod Golden Hook. Note, a temporary refusal will not have significant repercussions. From the options presented, Xiao He discerned that Song Miao Miao regarded him merely as a friend, indicating that they were still far from any deeper connection. After all, Miss Xue was not a resentful concubine of the inner palace. Her disposition was inherently amiable. As for the second option, it was reasonable to be resolute in the face of injury. Miss Xue, my apologies, but I'm currently unwell. Perhaps we can discuss this at a later time? Song Miao Miao merely smiled. I was just inquiring, and I completely understand. The two then engaged in conversation about the Huan sect, with Song Miao Miao mentioning that the emperor might have Prince Shun personally intervene. After a fragrant hour, their tea had been consumed, and their conversation was drawing to a close. Song Miao Miao stood, smoothing the creases of her dress, and casually remarked, Lord Xiao, you will soon be moving to the Taichung Temple residence. Should you require assistance, feel free to reach out to me. How could I trouble Miss Xue with such matters? Once I have recovered, I shall inform you to assist in your breakthrough. Then I shall count on you, Lord Xiao. By the way, the princess also mentioned to be wary of the 5th prince. Understood, travel safely. The 5th prince? That inconspicuous man I have met only twice. Xiao He took note of this in his mind as he claimed his reward. A resplendent golden spear materialized in Xiao He's grasp, weighing approximately 3,000 pounds, maneuverable to him as if an extension of his own body. What a magnificent weapon! The spear was robust and adorned with barbs, significantly augmenting its lethality. When fueled by his essence, it could unleash a barrage of spear light. Xiao He practiced with it for a while, only ceasing when he felt a tinge of fatigue and then returned indoors. Now, with 2 spirit-grade weapons at his disposal, Fei Hong chasing Snow for range combat and the ink rod Golden Hook for close encounters, his prowess had increased tremendously. Has it already been 3 hours? Xiao He realized he had not rested in quite some time, having endured fatigue for half a month. At last, he could enjoy a well-deserved respite. The next day, the official attire for the minister of the Taichung Temple arrived, while the search for a suitable new director for the Imperial Medical Institute remained unresolved. Thus, Xiao He found himself assuming dual roles. Furthermore, with his growing reputation as a skilled physician, many would seek him out even outside the Imperial Medical Institute. Upon assuming his new position, he also acquired a residence. The minister's dwelling was located in the southern part of the city, surrounded by over 20 other residences, all belonging to third-rank officials. Beyond there were the abodes of higher-ranking officials. Rather than hastily inspect his new home, Xiao He chose to first visit the house gifted by Princess Taining, eager to see his sister. After all, having received a promotion, he wished to share the joyous news with her and bring her some happiness. Departing the palace, Xiao He traveled discreetly. Possessing the eye of martial arts, he soon discerned that he was being watched. There were 4 individuals trailing him, positioned in a scattered formation, indicating that they hailed from 4 distinct factions. The 4 individuals refrained from intervening, instead trailing behind Xiao He from a distance. It was only when Xiao He approached within 100 paces of the residence designated by the princess that they vanished. Standing at the tranquil entrance of the estate, Xiao He turned to glance back, observing 2 towering pavilions flanking a street that stretched 50 paces long, effectively separating the mundane world from that of officials. Those individuals dared not breach the boundary set by the 2 pavilions, apprehensive of remaining outside. The 4 pursuers, all of them at the 4th level of cultivation, surely underestimated my capabilities. Xiao He produced a jade token and turned towards the princess's residence, placing his hand upon the door. The door, crafted from a peculiar material, slowly creaked, open a narrow gap. He stepped inside, discovering that the estate spanned a vast 20,000 square feet, with a courtyard on the eastern side and buildings on the western side, featuring 3 courtyards and 5 entrances, adorned with numerous halls. Despite such a grand residence, it was occupied solely by Zhu Xiaoming, who had requested the absence of servants, as she was unaccustomed to being attended to. The courtyard was expansive, yet Xiao He could already hear the sounds of bustling activity in the distance. Treading softly, he approached to find Zhu Xiaoming rolling up her sleeves, wielding a hoe as she tended to vegetables and fruits. Nearby, she had also begun raising chickens, ducks, fish, pigs, and cattle. Was she truly managing all of this agricultural work alone? A pang of sympathy struck Xiao He. Surely, his sister was laboring for the sake of providing him with better nourishment, given that many ingredients available in the market were processed with tools utilized by cultivators. They were far from pristine. Previously, circumstances had forced her to cultivate and rear her own food, and now that she had the means, she had taken on such a significant responsibility alone. However, Xiao He noted that his sister's hands remained delicate and fair, despite the toil over the years. Her appearance and complexion were nothing short of perfection. Perhaps it was a result of her innate beauty? Just as Xiao He was about to step forward to offer assistance, a familiar voice echoed from within the house. "Sister, why does my soup always taste so salty?" Zhu Xiaoming replied, "If it's too salty, just add more water." "Oh, I understand now." Zhu Xiaoming continued. "Will Xiao He really return today? He should. I heard from Sister Song that he would be back to rest today. Moreover, he has just assumed the position of Minister of Rites, which keeps him quite busy. With a month's leave ahead, it would be unwise not to rest properly and linger in the palace." Wiping her brow, Zhu Xiaoming gazed at the sky, a contented smile gracing her features. However, now that he holds the 3rd-grade title of Minister of Rites, he can no longer reside here. Alas, otherwise there would be too many rumors. The tone within the house turned somewhat somber. Zhu Xiaoming remarked, "Xiao He has received far too much care from you. Having a friend like you brings me joy for him. By the way, Sister Xiaoming, why do you have the surname Zhu while he is named Xiao? Aren't you siblings?" "Ah, well, we are not related by blood." "What?" The voice from within suddenly rose in pitch as Li Su emerged from the house, her vacant gaze fixed on Zhu Xiaoming, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Whether laced with hostility or laced with respect, it was unclear. Xiao He smacked his forehead, his vision darkening. How could this be the princess? To make matters worse, this woman was aware that his sister and he were not blood relatives. Though it has become customary for me to sleep alongside my sister at night, should the princess become aware of this, she would undoubtedly be consumed by jealousy, resulting in an uproar of unimaginable consequences. At this juncture, Li Susu softly inquired, "Are you two not related? What is the nature of your relationship?" As she spoke, she playfully pressed her thumbs together, hinting at a certain implication. Zhu Xiaoming felt her ears flush with warmth, recalling the times she had shared a bed with Xiao He, which indeed felt somewhat intimate. Yet, after all these years, it had merely become a habit. What could the princess possibly say? I am his sister, and it is not overly excessive, our bond at most. Princess Taining's eyes widened, as if she had stumbled upon a revelation. No wonder Xiao He possesses such remarkable skills. It appears he had a mentor guiding him. Chapter 51. A near disaster at most, we merely share meals and wash dishes together, leading our lives while occasionally supporting one another. Though there are moments of playful banter and discord, our bond remains profound and impeccable. Does it not, dear sister? Xiao He stepped forward. Had he delayed any longer, Zhu Xiaoming might have broached the topic of their shared nights. Xiao He. Zhu Xiaoming's smile radiated genuine warmth, and there was another figure equally filled with delight. They both extended their arms towards him. As they approached Xiao He, Zhu Xiaoming suddenly realized the presence of the princess, rendering the situation somewhat awkward. Li Susu, too, recognized her lapse in decorum and quickly withdrew her hands. Your Highness, it seems you hold a fondness for my brother. Zhu Xiaoming remarked lightly, winking at Xiao He. Li Susu's cheeks flushed slightly. She did not deny it, but instead inquired with concern, "How is your injury?" "It has completely healed, Your Majesty. With the assistance of the Emperor, the Empress, and your ample medicines, I am certainly well," he replied. "Really?" Li Susu asked skeptically. "Shall I take a look once we enter?" "I assure you, I am almost entirely recovered." Xiao He hastily declined, fearing that entering might lead to further complications. "You too?" Zhu Xiaoming felt that their relationship appeared overly intimate. A princess showing such concern for her brother seemed unusual, especially after hearing that they were not blood relatives. The princess's previous kindness and her startled expression made everything clear to Zhu Xiaoming. She chose not to voice her thoughts and instead took hold of Xiao He's wrist, saying, "Come, I have made you a winter scarf. Let's take a look. I have prepared some delicious food for you as well. So come and see," Li Susu insisted, pulling on Xiao He's right wrist without yielding. "Wait a moment." Xiao He gently exerted pressure to halt the advance of the two ladies. "Let's first admire the dishes I prepared." Li Susu turned her head away, pouting with an annoyed expression. Today, she had specifically donned a self-made short skirt paired with a ponytail. Beneath the white skirt, her legs were smooth, slender, and fair, especially since the skirt fell just above the knee. Xiao He had once mentioned that the highest etiquette for meeting a boyfriend was a short skirt accompanied by black stockings. However, as the Qian lacked such attire, she opted for a shorter skirt instead, daring only to wear it at home, for fear of punishment from the Empress should she venture outside in such garb. "I have spent a year crafting this scarf for you," Zhu Xiaoming said, tilting her face slightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Though her thoughts were unclear, it was evident that she was in distress. The sensation of her brother seemingly drifting towards another woman weighed heavily on her heart. The most painful aspect was her inability to intervene, lacking any authority to do so. In an instant, her eyes brimmed with tears. 1. Dine on the princess's meal. Reward: acupuncture, golden needles of 18 points. Note: eating the princess's food has hurt your sister's feelings, as she personally crafted the scarf for you. 2. Follow your sister. Reward: retraction of yang into the abdomen. Note: the princess may suspect your relationship with your sister and become jealous. To win your affection, she may challenge the royal family and declare her intent to marry you. None of these choices seem viable, especially the second option. If the princess truly went mad and insisted on marrying him, wouldn't that hasten his demise? If none are to be selected, then we shall abstain, although the allure of the 12th reward is indeed tempting. Furthermore, the second reward could spare him from numerous troubles. Hold on, Xiao He admonished sharply, adopting the fierce demeanor he displayed when playing games with Li Susu. At the sound of his roar, Li Susu transformed into a timid rabbit, her gaze becoming hazy. Zhu Xiaoming, taken aback, had never witnessed her brother's ferocity before. Your belongings are all significant, yet I cannot show favoritism. Look, you are busy cooking while your sister tends to the fields, and I merely indulge myself upon arrival. The state of this place is dismal, with no one sweeping or mopping. I shall take it upon myself to clean up, and when it comes time for dinner, I shall sample each dish. But, Li Susu protested. No buts. Xiao He shot her a fierce glance, his eyes glaring at her rear, though he quickly subdued his expression. Li Susu instinctively tightened her backside, instantly becoming compliant. Very well, let us continue our tasks. Zhu Xiaoming, more understanding, released Xiao He's hand and returned to her previous gentle demeanor. Your clothes must be nearly ready to be washed. Did you bring back the others? Oh, I forgot. Xiao He sheepishly scratched his head. Never mind, do not wear those. I have prepared new ones for you. You gave me quite a bit of money last time, and I purchased several winter outfits. Zhu Xiaoming chattered as she adeptly moved in and out of the room, helping Xiao He change into different clothing. Li Susu, watching the scene unfold, found herself at a loss for words. She could not help but inquire, have you always been like this? Indeed, Zhu Xiaoming replied. It has been this way since our parents were away. Ah, I see. My earlier outburst was impulsive. Li Susu finally comprehended. Zhu Xiaoming had taken care of Xiao He for so long that their actions had become second nature. It was evident that the elder sister had been tending to him all along, and Li Susu felt a pang of guilt for her earlier jealousy. Zhu Xiaoming reassured her that it was nothing, and then went to assist with cooking. As Xiao He observed the two women bustling about in the kitchen, it became apparent that Zhu Xiaoming was hastening the pace of her culinary tasks. Li Susu, lacking prior experience, had burnt the only dish she had prepared before his return. You won't make me eat that, will you? Xiao He chuckled bitterly, saying nothing further as he swiftly tidied the room with a broom. When mealtime arrived, Li Susu emerged with a soup and a dish she had prepared, and upon comparing it to Zhu Xiaoming's offerings, her face fell in dismay. Her dish was singularly black in hue, while Zhu Xiaoming's was a vibrant medley of colors, fragrant and visually appealing. Perhaps it's best I discard mine, Li Susu declared, rising to take her plate back to the kitchen. Wait, after all the effort, you should at least taste it, Xiao He interjected. At first glance, it appears inedible. I fear it might poison you. Not to worry, it is merely a taste. Xiao He picked up chopsticks and sampled a portion, placing it in his mouth. What does it taste like? Li Susu asked, her face alight with anticipation. Xiao He awkwardly swallowed and remarked, You did splendidly. However, I suggest you refrain from doing it next time. Li Susu appeared somewhat disheartened. Come, take a look at this scarf. The yarn was purchased from the Sun Family Textile Shop in the eastern part of the city. Zhu Xiaoming presented a sky-blue scarf, intricately adorned with vibrant mountains and rivers, depicting a young man traversing the hills with a medicine box in hand, who bore a striking resemblance to Xiao He upon closer inspection. Sister, Xiao He wished to express his gratitude, yet felt it insufficient. He vowed to take good care of his sister in the future. Li Susu could not help but commend Zhu Xiaoming for her craftsmanship. Hurry and eat, or the food will grow cold, Zhu Xiaoming cheerfully reminded them. I will take one. You won, and I won. Li Susu helped herself to a generous portion, then served Xiao He and Zhu Xiaoming in turn, while surreptitiously placing her foot upon Xiao He's leg. Cough, cough. Xiao He coughed to signal a warning against her antics. He could not restrain himself from coughing loudly. Cough, cough, cough. Li Susu, seemingly oblivious, continued to eat. What is it? Has Lord Zhao's ailment not yet improved? Take your time and drink some warm water. Zhu Xiaoming rose to pour a cup of water. I am already well. The princess is overly concerned, Xiao He insisted, casting meaningful glances. Seeing Li Susu's disobedience, Xiao He removed his shoes and extended his foot toward her. Startled while eating, Li Susu nearly dropped her bowl. What is going on? Why are you all eating so strangely? And why is this table so unsteady, constantly wobbling? Zhu Xiaoming inquired, leaning back to inspect beneath the table. Chapter 52. The The sudden ambush in an instant. The two retracted their feet. Come, sister, do indulge a bit more. You've grown quite thin. Xiao He felt a twinge of guilt. Li Susu, her cheeks flushed, suddenly remembered she had not finished her earlier statement, and thus inquired, Sister, what did you mean by the most? Zhu Xiaoming hesitated for a moment, exchanged a glance with Xiao He, and understood each other's thoughts. I had very little interaction after the age of 10. We each had our own routines, sleeping separately. Oh! Li Susu elongated her response, her expression tinged with skepticism. Yet Xiao He was too weary to provide further clarification. Nevertheless, Li Susu mused to herself, You washed during childhood, while I washed in adulthood. Now he belongs to me, which is quite advantageous. This thought made her chuckle once more. After the meal, Zhu Xiaoming proceeded to wash the dishes, while Li Susu attempted to lead Xiao He aside for some mischief. Stop fooling around, be obedient. I'll tell you this. If you continue like this, I shall no longer engage in our game of riding and teasing the turtle. Do you understand? All right, but we haven't played in days. Li Susu bounced with enthusiasm. Xiao He delivered a firm slap to Li Susu's backside, asserting, Enough. Be good. Li Susu nuda ubadianli. Observing her compliance, Xiao He offered, Sister, I'll help you with the dishes. Once everything was concluded, Xiao He prepared to return to his own home. At the entrance, he and Li Susu stepped out together, only to find Song Miao Miao had mysteriously followed behind. Xiao He sighed, There's no remedy. With so many officials in the court, the chatter is incessant. Although this place is one of the safest in the city, my presence here only invites more suspicion and increases the leverage against me. Li Susu understood this reasoning and refrained from jeopardizing Xiao He's safety for her own desires. The group boarded a palanquin, which transported them to the residence of the Minister of Rights, Taichung Xiqing. Although modest in size, around 5,000 square feet, with 4 courtyards and lacking an extensive garden, it still exuded a sense of luxury, far surpassing Xiao He's previous abode by a significant margin. Li Susu initially intended to linger inside, but shortly after their arrival, an elderly woman with white hair approached from a distance. Her pupils were also white, presenting an odd sight. Xiao He noted that, although she walked upon the ground, her feet did not touch it. Your Highness, the Empress Dowager requests your presence. Upon hearing the title Empress Dowager, Li Susu immediately adopted a submissive demeanor. Understood. I shall go at once, she replied, not daring to meet Xiao He's gaze as she departed. With Li Susu gone, only Xiao He and Zhu Xiaoming remained at the entrance. Another summons from the Empress Dowager? Xiao He mused, stroking his chin, feeling an invisible pressure whenever he heard her name. I hope it is not a matter of grave concern. He turned ahead toward his future residence. At the entrance stood 2 guards, clad in simple attire and wielding long spears. Are you the former guards of the Minister of Rights? Xiao He inquired, presenting his official credentials. The guards, recognizing their new master, promptly saluted, Yes, my lord, we have been stationed here for 2.5 years. Xiao He asked, How many guards and servants are currently at the residence? The man on the left promptly stated, There are 5 maids, 10 guards, and 2 chefs. Xiao He nodded, assessing the cultivation levels of the 2 guards, which were merely at the 5th rank. What could they accomplish? However, in his quest for more formidable allies, he found himself without a clear path forward and resolved to take each step as it came. Gather everyone. I shall inspect them one by one. Yes. Upon entering the estate, Xiao He observed the layout. 2 corridors flanked him on each side, with a reception hall at the front, while the guards, maids, and chef's quarters were located to the west. At the rear stood 3 buildings, comprising 3 dining rooms, 3 main halls, and 7 bedrooms. After thoroughly inspecting all the rooms and confirming their condition, he and Zhu Xiaoming proceeded to the front yard where all the household members had assembled. Greetings, my lord. Upon Xiao He's arrival, the crowd bowed, their eyes reflecting surprise and confusion at the sight of such a young master. Xiao He nodded and began to scrutinize them. His indifferent gaze bore a subtle weight, causing the group to lower their heads in trepidation. You may all return home. What? My lord, have we done something wrong? Please, where shall we find work if we leave? Xiao He replied, That is your concern, not mine. You have the time it takes for a stick of incense to leave. My lord, please. The two chefs and several maids knelt before him, their faces etched with desperation. Yet, Xiao He remained unyielding, his expression calm and detached. Zhu Xiaoming stood silently behind him, observing. Suddenly, the two chefs, along with 3 maids and 2 guards, launched a surprise attack, brandishing knives as they charged at Xiao He. With a distance of merely a yard between them, Zhu Xiaoming gasped, wishing to step forward to assist. However, Xiao He shielded him behind his back and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! The attackers were hurled backward at an astonishing speed, each sustaining shattered ribs and internal injuries, crashing through several ornamental rockeries before falling into the water. The remaining onlookers were immediately terrified and fled. "Did I permit your departure?" Xiao He spoke in a low voice. The remaining individuals turned pale with fright, their legs trembling as they knelt. "My lord, it has nothing to do with us. We were unaware. Please spare our lives." Xiao He ignored their pleas, raising his hand to release his energy, lifting the fallen individuals from the water onto solid ground. Of the group, only the 2 chefs survived. The others lay lifeless. "So you are chefs of the spiritual platform realm. Speak, who sent you?" Xiao He brandished a pen-like instrument, piercing various acupoints on their bodies, invoking excruciating pain. The 2 chefs howled in agony, cold sweat pouring from them. Xiao He aimed a sharp tip at one chef's trigeminal nerve, saying, "This pain will not bring about your death, but it will allow you to experience the utmost suffering of both spirit and flesh. Since death is inevitable, why not reveal who orchestrated this?" Observing the chef grit his teeth, a flicker of hesitation appeared in his eyes. Xiao He knelt down and uttered once more, "Allow me to share a secret. Once you are dead, those behind you will undoubtedly slay your family. No need to ascertain whether you will speak or not." The cook's eyes widened in disbelief. "Impossible. He promised me. An enemy's enemy is a friend. Reveal to me at least, and you may yet have the chance for revenge." The cook, his heart turbulent, nervously replied, "It was the former Minister of Rights, Lord Wang Zhixin." "Understood. That old wretch is returning to his hometown, yet he remains unrepentant." Xiao He scoffed before dispatching the cook on the ground. "What shall we do, Xiao He?" Zhu Xiaoming asked, her face etched with worry. She had not anticipated encountering such a bloody affair so soon after moving, and she became acutely aware of the perilous nature of Xiao He's south position at court. A special option was triggered. 1. Identify the mastermind. Note, this option is a progress reward. There are 5 culprits in total. Each one you eliminate will yield corresponding rewards, including cultivation, divine weapons, supernatural abilities, techniques, or rare treasures, among other miscellaneous items. This option is fraught with danger. Proceed with caution. For a moment's carelessness may lead to irretrievable doom. 2. Pretend nothing occurred and receive the reward of the dual-wielding technique. Note, living as a coward at home while mastering dual-wielding could be your perfect existence. This system is clearly mocking me. Even without options, Xiao He would seek out the culprits. However, the second option is indeed rather insulting. How could a man of stature squander his youth in a cowardly manner at home? Revenge must be taken, and the trail must be followed to unearth the true perpetrator. Xiao He glanced at Zhu Xiaoming, then surveyed the trembling guards and maidservants on the ground. "You two may remain as witnesses. That will suffice. As for the others, I regret to inform you." Xiao He left 2 sentinels at the door, the rest harboring some suspicion, making it unwise to let them depart. With a swift motion, he executed several more. "The former Minister of Rights sought to harm you. I doubt he is the mastermind, but he should have returned home," Zhu Xiaoming cautioned. Xiao He nodded. "This old rogue intended to plot against me even before his departure. Rest assured, I need not take matters into my own hands. I have already identified a suitable candidate to confront him." Chapter 53. The Minister and the Grand Secretary Lord Xiao. "What brings you here?" Mo Zaijian inquired. His residence, located slightly south of the city, may not rival the grandeur of Xiao He's, yet its cunning placement rendered it a challenge to locate without careful searching. "I have come bearing news. I have a lead regarding the Emperor's matter. However, as you know, I am merely a minister of the Grand Council and lack the authority to apprehend court officials. This task falls solely to you. What a pity to miss out on the credit." Xiao He's expression was one of melancholy. Mo Zijia's smile faltered momentarily as a glint flickered in his eyes. Lord Xiao, who has instilled such trepidation in you? Could it be that they wield considerable influence? This matter requires discretion. We must not alert the prey. You must act swiftly to apprehend this individual. It is none other than Wang Zhixen, the former minister of the Grand Council. Him? That old man lacks any martial prowess and dares to act against you? Xiao He narrowed his eyes. He is merely a decoy. The real threat lies beyond him. I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot accompany you. Remember, the Emperor has tasked us to collaborate. After a moment of contemplation, Mo Zijia concluded that capturing Wang Zhixin would pose little difficulty and readily agreed. Very well, I am aware of his hometown. I shall manage this within 5 days. No, 3 days. Await my good news. Then I shall trouble you, Lord Mo. As Mo Zijia passed by Xiao He, he unexpectedly cast a glance at Zhu Xiaomeng. And who might this be? He inquired. My sister, Xiao He replied. Your sister? Mo Zijia mused, scratching his head. She seems somewhat familiar. Familiar? Hurry and apprehend the man. You aren't considering any ill intentions toward my sister, are you? Xiao He retorted with irritation. Mo Zijia mounted a white-haired beast and galloped away. This was a white demon wolf, an ideal steed for solitary riders. Skilled members of the Divine Guard typically employed such mounts for their agility and intelligence, allowing for seamless coordination with their masters. After informing Mo Zijia, Xiao He sought out Song Miao Miao, who was home alone. With the princess visiting the Empress Dowager, she remained in the mansion outside the palace. Now serving as a covert operative for the Emperor, she also possessed her own residence. While bathing, she heard a knock and, upon realizing it was Xiao He, wrapped herself in a flowing gown, her damp hair still unkempt, and hurried to the door. Lord Xiao, has your injury healed? Have you come to assist me in a breakthrough? Xiao He gazed at the water-drenched maiden, her cheeks flushed with warmth, and one long leg exposed enticingly. 1. Assist in the breakthrough. 2. No need to choose. Select 2, as if this is the right moment for a breakthrough. Xiao He interrupted the system's voice, musing within his mind. 1. Assist in the breakthrough. Reward. Yin Yang 10 acupuncture needles. Caution. Your relationship with Song Miao Miao has not yet reached that level. It may yield adverse effects. 2. Maintain self-control and focus on serious matters. Reward. Divine medical skills. Note. Song Miao Miao is a valuable ally. Collaboration will be enjoyable and may enhance your relationship. I have been attacked while serving as the minister of the Grand Council. This is a grave matter, and I require your assistance in capturing the perpetrator. Upon hearing this, Song Miao Miao promptly invited Xiao He inside, while Zhu Xiaomeng remained silently obedient behind him. The residence in question belonged to a third-rank official, strictly guarded, who would dare to brazenly assault a court official. Song Miao Miao found it rather incredulous. In the past, Xiao He was merely a minor official, an 8th or 9th rank imperial physician. In this city, death was a commonplace occurrence, of little consequence. Even if an investigation were to commence, those in high positions could easily evade responsibility through various means. Now, however, Xiao He held the esteemed title of a third-rank official, and his demise would certainly not be a trivial matter. Such an incident would undoubtedly stir the court. The perpetrator, taking such a considerable risk, dared to act within the residence of the Minister of Rights, suggesting that significant repercussions awaited. Regrettably, the mastermind behind this scheme underestimated my capabilities. There is no time to waste. Let us first apprehend the deputy minister. He may have valuable information to provide. The deputy minister serves as the second-in-command at the Ministry of Rights, and to capture them directly, it is essential to bring along the capable Song Miao Miao, who possesses legal authority. Once I change into suitable clothing, I shall accompany you. Song Miao Miao moved swiftly, donning the distinctive uniform of the Divine Guard in the blink of an eye. The black attire accentuated her formidable presence, and the transformation bestowed upon her an unexpected allure. Hurry, let us go, she said, casting an exasperated glance at Xiao He. The deputy minister's residence was also located in the southern part of the city, approximately 10 miles distant from the third-rank official's estate. Upon their arrival, they noticed a dim light emanating from within the deputy minister's abode. accompanied by the sounds of children playing and the laughter of women. Exchanging a glance, Song Miao Miao and Xiao He effortlessly leapt over the high wall. Although there was a protective barrier, it was effortlessly severed by Song Miao Miao's sword. Just as the guard prepared to retaliate, Song Miao Miao swiftly dispatched them with a single strike. Inside, the deputy minister, indulging in a feast, was taken aback as he saw the two descend from above, his expression shifting dramatically. As he attempted to rise and shout, Xiao He deftly immobilized him with a precise finger strike to his neck, rendering him unable to utter a sound, his mouth agape in a silent plea for help. Simultaneously, he was astonished by Xiao He's prowess. Despite being a civil official, Xiao He was nonetheless a formidable figure in the late stages of the spirit platform realm, capable of subduing him in one move. Meanwhile, Song Miao Miao swiftly controlled his wife and daughter. After thoroughly inspecting the room, Song Miao Miao held a sealed letter in her hand. "Lord Xiao, there is no one here, only a letter, and it appears to be quite recent." The deputy minister, now under Xiao He's control, exhibited a flicker of panic upon seeing the letter. "Do you know who I am?" Song Miao Miao inquired. The deputy minister shook his head. "I am a newly appointed minister of rights. You will speak only when I permit it. Should you dare to scream," Xiao He interjected, pulling the deputy minister's wife closer, "if you make a sound, I shall take her life. Do you understand?" As Xiao He opened the letter, its contents shifted his expression significantly. The deputy minister, in a state of terror, nodded in realization. He had not anticipated that Xiao He was the new minister of rights. Wasn't he merely an insignificant figure of the ninth tier? This was disastrous. Cough, cough. Upon the release of his pressure points, the deputy minister incredulously remarked, "How can you still be alive? You were supposed to be dead." "A few practitioners from the spirit platform thought they could kill me," Xiao He retorted, pointing at the letter. "Tell me, after eliminating me, who is the newly appointed minister of rights?" "Lu Yuyao? He is the deputy minister of revenue. The nephew of Zhong Tao." Zhong Tao. Dr. Shui met his tragic end at the hands of another. And now he finds himself face to face with the very individual responsible for his demise, while his estranged father may also have fallen victim to this same malevolence. Yes, it is indeed he. How absurd it is that a mere third-rank official could orchestrate the fate of a minister of the grand rituals. What power does he possess? The young official's countenance darkened with bitterness. "My lord, please spare me. I have already said too much. If you do not take my life, my entire family shall be slaughtered by outsiders." Song Miao Miao interjected. "Your collusion with the minister of the grand rituals to conspire against the newly appointed official is a grave crime, punishable by the most severe penalties, including execution by thunder." "Who are you?" he questioned, bewildered, for he had never encountered anyone from the Divine Guardian Bureau until now. In response, Song Miao Miao produced a unique insignia, and upon seeing it, the young official's face drained of color. He could not fathom that the newly appointed minister of the grand rituals had ties to the Divine Guardian Bureau. He had assumed that even if his plot had failed, the new minister would not dare to act against him. He planned to unite with external forces and force his opponent into retreat after a few days in office. However, he was taken aback by the other's decisive ruthlessness, as they had come to his home that very night. Xiao He continued to smile. "You conspired to murder a court official, while your wife, taking advantage of your position, has engaged in corrupt practices, extorting taxes, and even resorting to bribery through her own body. Such actions warrant the most severe punishment, even to the point of selling your daughter to the brothel." The young official's eyes turned crimson with rage. "You slander me. What evidence do you have? My wife has never done such things." Xiao He smiled calmly. "Have you forgotten my profession? I'm also a gynecologist. Miss Shui, please bring the wife of the young official into the room. I wish to examine her for any traces left by certain ministers or any signs of bribery directed towards me." Song Miao Miao's face flushed, but she understood Xiao He's intentions and proceeded to drag the beautiful woman inside. The woman's face was filled with terror as she cried, "Husband, save me, please. I do not want." Watching his wife being pulled away, the young official's defenses crumbled completely. After all, death was inevitable. He could not allow his wife to be humiliated in such a manner. "Wait, I confess. It was Minister Qin of the Ministry of Revenue who agreed to this. He offered his assistance with appointments. It was him. Quest completed. Capture one of the culprits, young official Su Liang, and receive the reward of 10 years of cultivation experience in the divine mind technique. Chapter 54. Why do you not bow before me? After uttering these words, Xiao Qing slumped down, fully aware of his impending doom. Who arranged for the two cooks from the Taichung temple? Xiao He continued to inquire. I do not know. Truly, I do not know. Even if you were to sell my entire family into the brothels or force me into a life of disgrace, I could not reveal anything. Xiao Qing exclaimed in desperation, fearing that Xiao He might doubt his sincerity. Is that so? I am aware that certain prominent figures in Tianqing have a penchant for the company of handsome men, particularly those in high positions, Xiao He retorted. Xiao Qing's face turned ashen, resignedly declaring, if that is your desire, then take me as you will. He then adopted a posture of utter despondency. Get lost. Xiao He kicked him aside, realizing he had exhausted all possible avenues of interrogation. Currently, having apprehended the most insignificant player, Xiao Qing, the pursuit continued for the elusive Taichung temple minister, followed by the deputy minister of revenue and the minister of revenue himself. These two were formidable catches, particularly Minister Qin Shizhong, the highest authority in the Ministry of Revenue, overseeing the nation's land, taxation, household registration, and financial matters, a position of immense power. Who would dare to challenge him? Even the deputy minister, an official of the same rank, wielded less influence compared to this minister of rights. It was said that even Prime Minister Chao would treat him with deference. It was conceivable that this man might even have clandestine dealings with the prime minister. Song Miao reassured, rest assured. The dungeons of the Jinshin Division are beyond the reach of such individuals. The Jinshin Division remains directly under imperial authority, and outside interference is minimal. Then I must trouble you, Miss Xue. Xiao He felt confident in her reliability. They were currently on the same side. Song Miao cautiously escorted the Xiaoqing family out of the house, surveying their surroundings to ensure no one was watching before discreetly leading them away. Along the route, Xiao He noticed some figures peering from the windows of nearby residences. However, Song Miao, exhibiting her professionalism, shielded the faces of the Xiaoqing family, ensuring they did not make a sound. Upon exiting the official residential area, Xiao He and Song Miao parted ways, with her taking the captives to the dungeons of the Jinshin Division, while he returned to his residence in tranquility. After Xiao He's departure, a hurried group arrived at Xiaoqing's home. Leading them was a figure clad in crimson armor, brandishing a token of authority. Upon entering and sensing the absence of life, his expression shifted with alarm. This is bad. Quickly, find someone. The group rummaged through the house, turning it upside down, yet found no trace of anyone. The leader's demeanor darkened significantly. Could it be that the imperial physician has taken them? I just heard that Xiao He emerged from the Taichung temple. It must be him. Follow me, we must go to the Taichung temple to retrieve them. Inside the Taichung temple, the dimly lit residence lacked inhabitants. Zhu Xiaoming lit a candle, bringing a semblance of color to the gloom. The two guards stationed at the entrance trembled in fear before Xiao He. What are your names? Xiao He inquired, seated in the main hall with his right hand resting on the tea table. We are brothers. I am Chen Sanxiao, and this is my younger brother, Chen Wulong. Sanxiao Wulong. Xiao He tapped his fingers, murmuring, now, tell me, how much did you collect? The two exchanged a glance, a bitter smile crossing their faces, before they obediently knelt down. We gathered a total of 1,000 Qian coins, which we have already sent home. We never intended to take any action against you. Not once, Chen Sanxiao said, knocking his head in submission until it nearly bled. Xiao He waved his hand dismissively. Bring me the money. Someone will come for you shortly. As long as you're honest at that time, I can guarantee your lives. If you dare to deceive me, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Yes, my lord, we will comply without fail. At that moment, a violent banging echoed from outside the door. Open the door, hurry. If it weren't for the sturdy material of the Taichung Sea's gate, it would have surely been shattered by now. Xiao He activated his martial vision. Perceiving the external situation, 11 individuals stood outside, led by a formidable figure, 1,000 household commander of the Divine Guard. Among the 10 followers, 8 were of the 9th rank. and one was a master of the spirit platform realm. Just captured the Xiao Qing, and now the divine guard comes looking for me. It seems he is an accomplice. Xiao He thought, calculating the time. Song Miao Miao should be arriving soon. Sister, stay close to me. MHM. Zhu Xiaoming nodded, having followed Xiao He closely without uttering a word, as if she were merely a shadow. As Xiao He approached the entrance, the thunderous banging outside resembled a storm, alarming even the neighboring mansion 100 feet away. Open the door quickly. I am Commander Lu Ming. Open up, or I shall break it down. Clearly, the high status of this residence intimidated the intruders. For had Xiao He been an ordinary imperial physician, they would have likely stormed in without a word, resorting to violence. With a swift motion, Xiao He opened the door, and as Lu Ming began to speak, he was interrupted by Xiao He's thunderous shout, resonating like a lion's roar. How audacious! Do you not realize this is the residence of the Taichung Sea? What decorum is this, making such a ruckus at this hour? Lu Ming, momentarily taken aback by the force of the shout, felt his scalp tingle, and the ringing in his ears rendered him momentarily deaf. Had it not been for his high cultivation, he might have suffered injury. However, his companions were not so fortunate, as some spat blood, while others were sent flying 100 feet away. You! Lu Ming pointed an accusatory finger at Xiao He. Xiao He assumed an imposing demeanor, chastising him once more. What do you mean, you? Lu Ming, as a commander, you ought to pay your respects to this official. Not only have you failed to show proper deference, but you also dare to shout outside. This is a disrespect to me and a scorn upon the laws of the Qian. The lightest punishment is a reduction in salary. The heaviest could lead to corporal punishment or demotion. It seems you wish to court death. Lu Ming's thoughts and words were thrown into disarray by Xiao He's relentless questioning. He had seen high-ranking officials pay their respects, but why should he bow to a mere Taichung Si who had lucked into his position without real power or strength? In the court, such a role was often dismissed as inconsequential, and now, facing Xiao He's pressure felt akin to being a mere boy being forced to consume excrement under the pretense of authority. The thought alone was revolting, yet he felt utterly powerless. Lu Ming, is it? This official shall remember your name. Tomorrow, even if I do not tend to my wounds, I will present a petition to the emperor regarding your disdain for the laws of the great Qian and your disrespect towards me. Xiao He clasped his hands in salute towards the direction of the palace. Wait, Lu Ming gritted his teeth. Though unwilling, he bowed and said, I pay my respects to Lord Xiao. I was indeed disrespectful earlier, and I hope for your magnanimity, that you may overlook my transgressions. Xiao He nodded. Very well, understood. You may depart now, but remember to do so in haste. Lord Xiao, wait. I have a matter to inquire of you. Lu Ming hurriedly stepped forward, blocking the door that was about to close. What is it? One bow is sufficient. Do you wish to bribe me? Lu Ming's face darkened. Who would dare to bribe you? I sought out the assistant minister Su Liang, but discovered he was not present. Hence, I came to ask Lord Xiao. Here? Are you jesting? I have never even seen what Assistant Minister Su Liang looks like. You come to inquire of me? What? Has Su Liang vanished? Xiao He squinted, a smile devoid of warmth on his lips. Lu Ming craned his neck to peer into the dark room. He was tempted to investigate, yet the peculiar strength of the man before him made him hesitate, for he was not easy to deal with. Inwardly, he mused that this matter must be reported to the vice minister without delay. For this newly appointed minister of the Taichung Temple seemed rather sinister and was not someone I could easily manage. Thus, Lu Ming clasped his hands once more and said, Lord Xiao, I must have mistaken something. If I have caused any disturbance, I seek your forgiveness. I take my leave. Chapter 55, The Art of Blood Circulation and Pushing the Palace. Remember to roll. With a resounding bang, the heavy door slammed shut. The man behind, El Ming, cautiously inquired, My lord, what shall we do? If Assistant Minister Su Liang encounters trouble, he might divulge many things that should not be spoken. That is not our concern. A mere Su Liang cannot prove anything, El Ming replied, surveying the injuries of his subordinates. After a thorough inspection, he was even more alarmed. This Xiao He is undoubtedly beyond the ninth stage. I shall meet with the vice minister. You take your men and continue searching for Su Liang's whereabouts. Yes. Just as they took a few steps, they were met with a reprimand from within. El Ming, get out. Do you not understand? Otherwise, I shall report to the emperor tomorrow. Elming trembled with rage and reluctantly shouted, "Everyone, just roll out for a moment." Half an hour later, Song Miao Miao returned, bringing with her good news. The assistant minister has confessed much. He colluded with the Ministry of Revenue to concoct false accounts, embezzling a substantial amount of funds over the years alongside the previous Minister of Rights. The specific sum eludes me, but the ledger is with the former Minister of Rights and the Deputy Minister of Revenue, Zhong Tao. Xiao He's eyes lit up at this revelation. As I suspected, the Minister of Rights oversees many ceremonial affairs of the Qian, while the Deputy Minister of Revenue manages finances and taxes. One writes the accounts, while the other dispenses funds, both acting as gluttonous beasts, voraciously consuming the treasury and the people's wealth. By the way, how did you manage to extract so much from him? Song Miao Miao replied with a sly grin. I mentioned that Lord Xiao has an affinity for married women. If he did not say more, Lord Xiao might have been unable to contain himself. Xiao He's expression darkened. You dare say anything. Do not tarnish my reputation in public. Also, the individuals we encountered at Tianlong Temple, who attacked the princess, were impersonators. That explains it. The Temple of Guardian Spirits is under imperial control. I found it odd that anyone would dare to assault the princess. Very well, the princess should be emerging soon. I will go find her. Song Miao Miao simultaneously took Chun Sanxiao and Chun Wulong with her, leaving the Ministry of Rights eerily quiet. Xiao He sat in a chair, closing his eyes to ponder the information gathered thus far. Reward extraction, master healer, art of blood circulation and pushing the palace. 10 years of experience in the spirit awakening technique. The master healer technique is a method for treating injuries, capable of healing external and internal wounds, even reconnecting severed limbs, consuming one's internal essence in the process. The art of blood circulation and pushing the palace is a delightful massage technique that allows one to reach a state of transcendence, freeing the mind of all burdens. With 10 years of experience, the spirit awakening technique has progressed to the 3rd level, enhancing spiritual power by 30%, allowing for external perception of spirit energy up to 30 zhang. This spiritual technique consists of 10 levels, each elevation increasing spiritual power, enhancing spiritual defense, and expanding the range of one's consciousness. Upon reaching the 10th level, one may learn the spirit-piercing technique, a formidable offensive spiritual art. After receiving his rewards, Xiao He mused, in this realm of imperial authority, as long as the monarchy remains intact, all must adhere to established protocols, unless one is exceedingly weak. Then the cost of one's demise is negligible. Attaining the 3rd rank would indeed draw the attention of those in power. Suddenly, Xiao He felt his shoes being removed. What are you doing? I'm helping you wash your feet, Zhu Xiaoming replied, holding a basin of water and squatting in front of Xiao He. I could do it myself. Washing feet is not something you should do. It's not like washing the body, Xiao He quickly declined, thinking such tasks were meant for the maidservants, not his sister. Zhu Xiaoming glared at him. Surely you cannot expect me to do nothing at all. Aside from making your clothes, washing them, cooking, and tidying up, I could do little else. What is the harm in washing your feet? No, absolutely not, Xiao He insisted. Then how about this? I'll wash your feet, and you wash mine in return. Just washing feet? Xiao He was taken aback. Zhu Xiaoming hesitated for a moment. We could wash legs too. Is that acceptable? At that instant, all thoughts of the case in Xiao He's mind dissipated, and he couldn't help but glance down. Xiao He felt as if he were in a shop, slamming a handful of coins on the table and exclaiming, "Let us settle the bill, no need to choose." However, the system was rather straightforward. 1. Help Zhu Xiaoming wash her feet. Reward, golden needle of 18 points. Washing feet is the highest form of etiquette, fostering an inexplicable bond between you two. 2. Refuse to wash feet. Reward, heartless sword. Note, Zhu Xiaoming will feel sad. Though she has grown accustomed to it, she will silently bear the sorrow and continue cooking, washing clothes, bathing, mopping, tidying up, and waiting for you to return home every day. The second option felt overwhelmingly melancholic. Observing Zhu Xiaoming squatting on the ground, Xiao He nodded. All right, you wash my feet, and I will wash yours shortly. Okay. Zhu Xiaoming lowered her head. a smile unconsciously forming at the corners of her mouth. Suddenly, Zhu Xiaoming asked, "So, do you and the princess share a special relationship? What kind of relationship?" "You know, a romantic relationship. I noticed the sounds beneath the table during dinner today. It didn't seem like a sovereign and her subject, but rather like a couple. Have you two become involved?" Realizing she had misspoken, Zhu Xiaoming hurriedly waved her hands. "I didn't mean it that way. I wasn't suggesting you two were unsuitable, just asking. 1. Acknowledge the relationship with the princess. Reward: Celestial Wind and Cloud Body Technique upgraded to Spirit Void Steps. Note: after acknowledgement, your sister's attitude remains unchanged, but she will feel deeply saddened. 2. Deny the relationship. Reward: Dragon Tiger Fist upgraded to Lesser Yang Fist. Note: your sister will continue to treat you the same, but her heart will be lightened." Xiao He found himself at a loss for words. To admit it might hurt his sister's feelings. If she were to suddenly disclose her involvement with a man, he would surely be upset. Yet, denying it felt like deceiving her, which also seemed wrong. However, given the current circumstances, it was imperative that the matter concerning the princess remained concealed. Yet, to deny it felt akin to being a scoundrel. "Indeed, my relationship with her is closer than that of ordinary sovereign and subject, but we are merely good friends, nothing more." "Is that so?" Zhu Xiaoming murmured, a smile unconsciously lifting her lips. "How could a princess like her possibly be interested in a poor boy like me?" "Don't worry." Zhu Xiaoming expressed her doubts. And before she could ponder further, Xiao He stood up. "Sister, it's your turn now." "Oh." Zhu Xiaoming's cheeks flushed as she took a seat. Shortly after, Xiao He returned with a basin of clean water. Noticing that Zhu Xiaoming hadn't even removed her shoes, he took matters into his own hands. "Please, don't move. If there's any dirt, I can handle it myself." Zhu Xiaoming protested apologetically. "It's fine. I'm not afraid of getting dirty. How could my sister possibly be dirty? No, I really should do it myself." Yet, with his immense strength and the power of the dragon-like physique, her petite feet could not escape his grasp. Before long, both her shoes and socks were removed. Revealed were her feet, as exquisite as jade, shaped by nature's finest craftsmanship. Regrettably, her socks were tattered, and her shoes bore several patches. It was akin to finding gold in a dung pit. "I'm starting now." The sound of flowing water soon filled the room. "Sister, is the water temperature suitable?" "It's all right, quite fitting." For some reason, Zhu Xiaoming felt that this foot wash was different from those in the past, imbued with a strange, indescribable sensation. Xiao He's hands were so large that one could encompass a significant portion of her foot. Suddenly, he recalled the newly acquired technique for invigorating blood circulation. He thought to himself, "Let us give this a try." Thus, Xiao He began to apply the method that lingered in his mind, adeptly navigating the acupoints on her feet and legs. As warmth emanated from his palms, Zhu Xiaoming sensed the blood in her calves and the soles of her feet stirring restlessly. A delightful and indescribable sensation began to rise within her. Zhu Xiaoming hurriedly covered her mouth, her neck flushed crimson up to her forehead. "What's wrong?" "This technique is a new massage method I just learned. It can help clear meridians, enhance blood circulation, detoxify the body, and even widen the channels within, thereby augmenting one's strength." "No, it's nothing. This technique is truly remarkable." Zhu Xiaoming shifted slightly back in her chair, instinctively stretching her legs, leaning against the chair, and closing her eyes. Chapter 56. The Strength of Mo Zijia. The following day, Zhu Xiaoming groggily rose from her slumber, only to discover that she had been tucked into bed. Memories of the previous night flickered through her mind. It seemed that she had succumbed to sleep under his gentle ministrations. Covering her face in embarrassment, she felt a wave of humiliation wash over her. It had been far too pleasurable, perhaps even a little unbecoming. Why am I like this? But where did he learn such techniques? My father never possessed such skills. This younger brother of mine is becoming increasingly enigmatic, and his strength is. Sister, you're awake. Come have breakfast and try the noodles I've made. Xiao He called out as he entered the room. Zhu Xiaoming hesitated, recalling last night. Oh, you fell asleep in the chair, so I carried you in, but I didn't change your clothes. It's fine. Even if you had changed them, it wouldn't matter, she replied. Xiao He pondered inwardly about his sister's thoughts. Although she clearly didn't harbor deep feelings for him, her willingness to engage in such intimate behaviors was perplexing. Not long after finishing breakfast, Xiao He prepared to leave, as a shipment was due to arrive at the Imperial Horse Supply Office in 2 days. This task required assistance. As he stepped outside, he unexpectedly encountered Emo Zijia returning, looking travel-worn, with bloodstains on his trousers and a wound at his waist. "What happened? Did you capture someone?" Xiao He inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Let us discuss it inside," Emo Zijia urged, glancing around before pushing the door open. Upon entering, he immediately crouched down, rolling up his pant leg. "Lord Xiao, you have put me through great trials. Do you know that Wang Jixin nearly perished? What transpired? Please elaborate," Xiao He prompted, suddenly realizing something and retrieving a large yuan dan, handing it to him. "This is a pill gifted by the Empress. You should take it." "The yuan dan?" Emo Zijia's eyes sparkled, but instead of consuming it, he tucked it away into his pocket. "Is this even necessary?" Xiao He remarked in disbelief. "It is worth 2,000 Shan coins. Wouldn't it be a waste not to take it? This minor injury I can endure." Emo Zijia continued. "I rode hard through the night, traversing countless miles, and upon nearing a forested area in Anqing, I discovered that all of Wang Jixin's guards had been slain. There were 3 assassins surrounding him. What was their identity?" Emo Zijia shook his head. "I couldn't discern anything. They appeared to be rogue cultivators, not renowned practitioners, yet their strength was formidable, with the leader being at the early stage of the transformation dragon realm. However, under my intimidation, I dispatched them all. Wang Jixin is now securely held in the dungeon of the town god. What do you think? You took him directly to the town god office?" Xiao He slapped his forehead, overwhelmed by a sudden headache. This fellow was clearly anxious about claiming credit, yet he should have at least ascertained the nature of the case. "Indeed, I have also gathered information about Wang Jixin's family. They have already been sent back in advance. Under my coercion and inducement, he has divulged nearly everything." "Would you like to know what he said?" Emo Zijia grinned mischievously, his fingers fidgeting restlessly. Xiao He understood his intentions. He had been waiting for him all along. Did he seek a reward? What a farce. "Master Emo, you are being rather unkind. I had intended to invite you to join me for the operation the day after tomorrow." Emo Zijia was taken aback by the mention of an operation. "Operation? What news do you have?" "I have received word that there is an issue with a shipment from the Imperial Horse Department. Are you interested?" "Lord Xiao, you misunderstand. I merely have a few calluses on my hands that I was tending to. I did not mean to raise any excitement, merely offering you a smoke." Emo Zijia smiled broadly, though he was genuinely curious about how Xiao He had obtained such information. The supply routes of the Imperial Horse Department are notoriously secretive. Despite his 10 years of inquiry, he had found no trace. Yet here was Xiao He, arriving newly and already privy to such knowledge. It seemed he truly possessed some skill. With this thought, Emo Zijia's attitude towards Xiao He shifted significantly. He retrieved a pipe from his pocket and lit it for Xiao He. Xiao He was aware that smoking existed in this era, as many within the Imperial Medical Bureau indulged, though he had no interest in partaking. "I do not smoke." Emo Zijia chuckled lightly. "Not smoking is indeed wise. Excessive smoking is detrimental to the lungs." After taking a couple of puffs from his pipe, he continued, "To be frank, I must tell you that Wang Jixin has confessed much. He colluded with the Deputy Minister of Revenue in embezzlement. However, this scoundrel, wishing for a peaceful old age, burned the account books. The remaining records are solely with the Deputy Minister of Revenue, and it is said that they embezzled over 8 billion. "What? Over 8 billion? Xiao He sprang to his feet, realizing that the entire annual expenditure of the Imperial Medical Bureau was barely over 1 million, which meant they had embezzled an amount equivalent to 8,000 years of the Bureau's operations. Was this truly the Dacian version of a grand affair? And if the Deputy Minister of Revenue was involved, one could only imagine the scale of the minister's dealings. Do not be astonished. This is merely what Wang Jixin is aware of. The undisclosed sums are likely far greater, considering that the Deputy Minister of Revenue deals with taxation and finances, including expenditures from the Imperial Horse Department and the Divine Guard." Emo Zijia leaned casually against a pillar while smoking. "When I first encountered this figure, I was equally taken aback. 8 billion. That amount could elevate my status significantly. And the Deputy Minister of Revenue. What is the Deputy Minister's status? Xiao He inquired with keen interest. Well, I seem to lack knowledge on that front. These civil officials are quite discreet. Even with such wealth, they may have exhausted their innate talents, but would cultivate numerous subordinates. Investigating a Deputy Minister of Revenue would likely prove exceedingly challenging. No, there is still a chance. Xiao He contemplated a promising avenue. Mo Zijia immediately grasped his meaning. You are suggesting the celestial ascendants? With wealth, one must certainly explore such esteemed positions. A day passed swiftly. As the sun set and the moon rose, the celestial ascendants tower stood at the heart of the northern city, centrally located within the area. The tower boasted 19 stories. The lowest level had the least expenditure, while the higher floors offered superior service and quality. The disparity in consumption between the levels was unfathomable for the average person, perhaps representing a lifetime's wealth for an ordinary cultivator. All my esteemed sirs, you are clearly individuals of high standing. Please come in, come in. A graceful matron emerged from within, immediately setting her sights on the approaching Xiao He and Mo Zijia. Before Xiao He could utter a word, the enchanting woman leaned closer to the two and whispered, Gentlemen of distinguished status, I understand your reluctance. Please follow me. Both Xiao He and his companion were taken aback, for they were clad in ordinary attire, having even made slight alterations to their appearances. How could this woman discern their official identities at a mere glance? After all, the Qian had its regulations prohibiting officials from frequenting establishments of frivolity, with severe penalties, including demotion for those caught. In no time, the alluring woman led them to a secluded corner on the second floor, where few patrons lingered, and they settled into comfortable, soft loungers. Mo Zijia inquired, How did you perceive our exceptional status? Gao Yunlan covered her mouth with a playful laugh. Having worked here for over 70 years, I can easily recognize people at a glance. Many esteemed officials have been under my care, and your demeanor is strikingly similar. Understanding dawned upon Xiao He, who nodded in acknowledgement. Gao Yunlan continued, Gentlemen, your visit is fortuitous, as we have recently acquired a new collection, and among them is a pair of twins. They not only share a profound connection, but also possess a unique tactile bond. Chapter 57. Minister of War Zhang Xian. Chancellor Qiao is enraged at the pinnacle of the celestial abode. There are a total of 8 opulent private rooms. Within the largest chamber, 2 gentlemen are seated before a small table adorned with fragrant tea. Judging by the temperature of the tea, their conversation appears to be nearing its conclusion. On the left, a man clad in white exudes an aura of authority without anger. This is none other than the current Chancellor, Qiao. On the right, surprisingly dressed in a black official robe within this celestial establishment, sits a rather peculiar figure. Yet, there are no women present in the room. Minister Zhang. History has never witnessed an everlasting dynasty. I cannot fathom why you remain oblivious to the issues within the great Qian, Chancellor Qiao remarked, pouring another cup of tea. As he offered it to Zhang Xian, Zhang raised his hand to decline. No need, our paths do not align. I harbor no interest in your grand aspirations, Chancellor. Qiao, taken aback, inquired, but Minister Zhang, just yesterday you were passionately debating with His Majesty in the court, clearly expressing your discontent. Why has your stance shifted so dramatically today? Zhang Xian sneered. The emperor's incompetence reflects his own failures. Yet the nation cannot survive a day without a sovereign. Chancellor, if you truly wish to bring chaos to the populace, you must first pass through me, the Minister of War. Qiao's tone remained calm, undeterred by Zhang's bluntness. Minister Zhang, do you insist on opposing me? Oppose you? As long as you do not disrupt the court or endanger the realm, we are colleagues. Otherwise, we are adversaries. At these words, Chancellor Qiao smiled faintly, though a peculiar energy surged within his palm, betraying his restrained impulse to act. He sighed, Minister Zhang, you are overly cautious. I am merely concerned for the safety of our great Qian. Our nation has endured for over 8,000 years, yet we face turmoil in the north and calamities within. Surely, cooperation between us would be more advantageous? When your Qiao family truly sends troops to the north, rather than hoarding them in the south, then we may discuss collaboration. Zhang Xian retorted, sweeping his sleeve as he prepared to depart. Chao's previously amiable expression froze at this remark, and he spoke in a low voice. Minister Zhang, this is, after all, a brothel. Perhaps next time, you should dress more casually. Zhang Xian scoffed. Why should I not enter this den of vice with dignity? I, Zhang Xian, do not engage in frivolity. With no retort left, Chao could only watch as Zhang Xian strode out, and once he was gone, he crushed the golden cup in his hand. Curse it! As long as this Zhang Xian remains, I, Chao, shall never truly overturn the great Xian. Moments later, the door creaked open, and a refined gentleman entered. Chancellor Chao. The man spoke gently, radiating an innate sense of warmth. Minister Qin, please take a seat. Chao gestured towards the left side. I noticed Zhang Xian leaving. Did you truly engage him in negotiations? Qin Shizhong inquired. Indeed, but he remains obstinate, his demeanor quite inflexible. The refined gentleman mused. To eliminate him would jeopardize the foundation of the great Qian. Even in his absence, the Emperor still has the last bastion of the Divine Guardian Bureau. The commander of the Bureau is shrouded in mystery, even among its ranks. No one has ever laid eyes on her true visage. Prime Minister Chao, taking a sip of tea, interjected, I recall she is a woman, is that not so? Her voice sounds quite youthful. Indeed, that has led some to speculate that she may be someone from within the palace, though such claims remain mere conjecture. Qin Shizhong, well-versed in the inner workings of the palace, suspected no more than 3 individuals, all strikingly similar. The Divine Guardian Bureau certainly poses a challenge. Yet if Zhang Xian could be harnessed to our advantage within a decade, we could orchestrate a grand upheaval. Zhang Xian's temperament is peculiar and fiercely principled. He is quite incorruptible and at odds with anyone in the court. I believe it is best to leave him be. Qin Shizhong remarked, producing a letter. Upon opening it, he continued, latest intelligence indicates that Wang Zhixin survived an assassination attempt and was taken away, while the young official Su Liang has also been abducted. The newly appointed Minister of Rights has successfully assumed office, and the assassination has failed. The new Minister of Rights, is he not the physician? Prime Minister Chao's mind conjured the image of Xiao He, with his sly grin and opportunistic demeanor, recalling how he had embarrassed himself before the Emperor while delaying the northern expedition. Yes, that very individual. His capabilities are misjudged. While he is rumored to be of the 9th tier, recent reports suggest he may actually be of the 4th polar realm. Otherwise, the 2 assassins dispatched would have sufficed to claim his life. Qin Shizhong continued. Moreover, I suspect that Wang Zhixin and Su Liang's disappearances may be orchestrated by him. Prime Minister Chao raised a hand to halt his speech, contemplating for a moment before inquiring, did he rescue the princess? Indeed, the lady beside the princess hails from the Chiefing Sword sect, a direct disciple of Elder Hong Yue. Correct? After a brief hesitation, Qin Shizhong nodded, precisely. That confirms it. She has now joined the Divine Guardian Bureau, appointed as a 4th-ranking official in the Bureau's Divine Protection Department, operating independently with the freedom to act. Wang Zhixin and the others must have been captured with her assistance. It appears your connections with the Minister of Rights are at risk of being uncovered. Prime Minister Chao, possessing extensive intelligence sources, had already unearthed the entirety of Song Yamyao's affairs. Qin Shizhong dismissed these concerns. The Divine Guardian Bureau lacks the capability to uncover my dealings. Even if they did, what would it matter? Would they dare accuse me of corruption? Furthermore, these matters are under the purview of the Deputy Minister. They concern me not. Prime Minister Chao stated, I wish to concern myself with nothing else. I do not wish to see Xiao He prancing about. I have heard the Emperor has granted him a month's leave. After that, I do not want him appearing in court. Rest assured with your word, he shan't survive the month. Prime Minister Chao nodded. Is it true that concubine Lien is truly with child? Qin Shizhong's expression turned contemplative. I am not entirely certain, but it is evident that the Emperor is quite attentive to her. That is perplexing. It cannot be. Prime Minister Chao pondered deeply. Could it be that concubine Lien's pregnancy is a ruse? Or perhaps there is another man involved? Qin Shizhong. It's premature to draw conclusions. We must await the child's birth to ascertain the truth. Regardless, even if he were to have another son, he would lack the time for proper cultivation. The remaining princes are ineffectual, but remember this name, Xiao He. Lord Xiao, I comprehend. Downstairs on the second floor, the courtesan Gao Yulan continued her patient narration about Xiao He. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts? When can we expect the arrival of those twins? Do not fidget at home. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Xiao He interrupted his indecorous antics. Please make the necessary arrangements for us. And I would also like to inquire about the requirements for access to the uppermost tier. The courtesan chuckled. That realm is reserved for the utmost dignitaries. If you wish to gain entry, you must declare your identities and provide a monetary offering. What identities and statuses are requisite? One must possess at least the cultivation of a dragon transformation or hold an official rank of 4th tier or higher to ascend to the top 5 levels. Gao Yulan fanned herself, her expression filled with expectation. From the demeanor of Xiao He and his companion, she discerned that their official ranks were considerable. Gentlemen, should you ascend, the twins may be selected in advance, sparing you from waiting below. Otherwise, you must endure until the hour of the dog for the competition. Xiao He nodded decisively. Lord Mo, I would appreciate your assistance. You are a 4th tier official, after all. Me? But are you not a higher standing? Mo Zijia gestured towards Xiao He, taken aback that he had inadvertently revealed his identity. Do you still wish to join us the day after tomorrow? Xiao He shot him a glare. Naturally, Ido. Mo Zijia ultimately reigned in his enthusiasm, though his expression betrayed his displeasure. He subsequently revealed his cultivation level and the information pertaining to his 4th tier position, yet withheld his affiliation with the Divine Guardian Office. Furthermore, a membership fee of 100,000 Qian coins was required. Otherwise, the two gentlemen would still have to await below. Gao Yulan blinked expectantly. You must provide the funds, my good sir. Mo Zijia crossed his arms and turned away. Xiao He, with a pained expression, remarked to the courtesan as they ascended, Please bring us the twins. Chapter 58. Between the sisters within the private chamber, merriment filled the air as music and dance intertwined, accompanied by fine wine and enchanting beauties. Xiao He and his companion occupied the central seats, while 2 women of identical stature and striking resemblance performed gracefully before them. Their movements were impeccably synchronized, leaving no room for criticism. Upon closer inspection, one might have believed a mirror separated them, with delicate smiles gracing their lips. Despite the veils shrouding their faces, their captivating eyes could ensnare the heart of any man. As they danced, the occasional alluring sway of their hips and the slenderness of their waists, concealed beneath their simple skirts, ignited a primal desire to seize them. Suddenly, a chopstick flew from Xiao He's hand, striking the shoulder of the woman on the left. Oh dear! The two exclaimed in unison, instinctively reaching for their shoulders. My lord, is our performance lacking? They inquired, their voices as melodious as a flowing spring. It's nothing, nothing. I merely want to test. Xiao He waved his hand dismissively. Yes. The two exchanged glances and resumed their enchanting dance. Mo Zijia displayed a rather unscrupulous grin. My lord, what do you think? Was it worth the visit? Worth the visit? Did you not claim there would be a discount? Where is it? I've even paid $1 million in membership fees. Do you comprehend the magnitude of $1 million? It was gone before I could even warm it up. Xiao He felt betrayed by Mo Zijia. Realizing he had been duped, this fellow was anything but reliable. He himself had barely over 600,000, and in the end, he had only acquired 400 yuan stones. Believing Mo Zijia to be a seasoned customer, he discovered that, after all, he was merely a novice, and the madam of the establishment did not even recognize him. My lord, at your esteemed position, I ascend $1 million merely a matter of a flick of the fingers? Besides, the profits from Wangji Xian far exceed $1 million. In due time, a mere fraction will suffice for recuperation, Mo Zijia said with a sycophantic smile, eyeing the twin dancers. He could hardly contain himself. My lord, what say you? Shall we indulge in merriment, or— Enough nonsense. We are here on business. Do you think this is merely a pleasure trip? Xiao He shot him a glare. Business can wait a moment. Let us not squander our funds. Mo Zijia was already rubbing his hands, rising from his seat. Just as he approached the woman on the left with a mischievous grin, a sudden turn of events unfolded. A cloud of luminous powder erupted from the woman's hand, and in that instant, Mo Zijia found himself ensnared, his smaller head overtaking his larger one, rendering him oblivious to the trap. By the time he realized what had transpired and attempted to counter with his energy, he discovered he could muster no strength. "It's poison," Mo Zijia cried out weakly. In the next moment, a blade pierced his shoulder. "Behave yourself." The woman on the right moved with astonishing speed, instantly appearing before Xiao He, striking him on the forehead with a beam of spiritual light. In one fluid motion, she flipped around and seized Xiao He by the neck, pressing the blade against his throat. "It's over." Mo Zijia's face contorted in despair. "Fair maidens, let's speak reasonably. Who sent you?" "I merely came to perform a health check with no ill intent." "My lord, why do you not resist?" "Silence, you two scoundrels. Those who come to play in the realms beyond are not virtuous," the woman controlling Mo Zijia coldly retorted. "However," Xiao He then said, "my dear lady, you mustn't grip me so tightly. Lean forward a bit. Yes, that way your arms will have better leverage." The woman behind Xiao He, upon hearing this, genuinely followed his advice, only to realize that her bosom was pressing directly against his back, an inexplicable sensation causing her to blush furiously. The woman holding Mo Zijia also flushed. "Qing'er, what are you doing?" "Sister, I merely followed his instructions without thinking," replied the girl named Qing, sensing something amiss and taking a step back. "Rogue, even at this moment, you still cannot behave. First, let us cut out his tongue," the woman called sister said fiercely. "Wait," Xiao He interjected, feeling remarkably calm. Both women possessed considerable cultivation, and the luminous powder was a potent toxin known as Qinhuan Mizone, which acted rapidly. If one was prepared, it would be ineffective. However, without precautions, even a dragon transformation cultivator could suffer. Indeed, Mo Zijia was now in peril. Yet Xiao He, even unprepared, had no cause for concern, as his extreme, yang sacred body was impervious to all toxins. The women's cultivation levels posed no threat to him. Thus, he might as well take this opportunity to engage with them. "What other tricks do you have?" Qing'er tightened her grip around Xiao He's neck, but he feigned a movement, startling her into grasping him tighter, bringing them closer together once more. "Qing'er, don't move around. Can't you see this scoundrel is taking advantage of you?" her sister shouted. "I know, but this guy is far too strong." "I have no choice," Qing'er replied, clearly feeling quite bashful. "I must ask, ladies, why the sudden attack on us? Who sent you? What is your objective? Do you perhaps know our identities?" Xiao He queried, astonished. "Yes, were you sent by that certain someone, or instructed to eliminate us?" "If it is a matter of money, I can assure you I have plenty," Mo Zijia chimed in. "Money? Huh, is that truly of importance? I am here to slay you corrupt officials, especially the one surnamed Chao, who has brought ruin upon my family. Given your ranks, you must know where he is," her sister asserted, her sword pressing into Mo Zijia's neck. "My lady, hold on. The one surnamed Chao is at home. Going there would be tantamount to seeking your own demise. Instead, why not discuss something more tangible? How much do you desire?" Xiao He hastily suggested. "I propose a sum of around 1 million. How does that sound?" At the mention of such a large amount, the sisters were taken aback. They had never encountered so much money, confirming their suspicions of the official's corruption. "Then show it to us first," Qing'er demanded, directing her sword at Mo Zijia and then swiftly shifting it to Xiao He's neck. "Yes, show us the money," her sister echoed. "If I present the money, you will let me go, correct?" Mo Zijia asked cautiously. "Prove your worth. If you can reveal the rogue Chao's whereabouts, I shall set you free," her sister said coldly. Upon hearing this, Mo Zijia turned to Xiao He, an apologetic expression gracing his face as he exclaimed, "My lord, it is not that I am heartless. I am truly a loss for words." "Mo Zijia, what do you mean?" Xiao He became acutely aware of the impending treachery. "Lord Chao, in this moment of crisis, I am compelled to act," he stated, addressing the two sisters. "In truth, he is none other than Chao the traitor." Mo Zijia pointed at Xiao He. "What? You are Chao the traitor?" Qing'er, who had a firm grip on Xiao He, gasped in disbelief, tightening her hold to prevent his escape. The sister, undeterred by the peculiar sensation, regarded him with a glint in her eyes that betrayed a murderous intent. "Chao the traitor, I never expected you to be so easily found. Is it true that he is indeed Chao the traitor?" Mo Zijia nodded vigorously, then produced a banknote of 1 million from his pocket. Esteemed heroines, I assure you, I speak no falsehood. Should there be even a hint of deceit, may I be cursed. Moreover, I offer this as a token of goodwill. In light of my revelation of Xiao, the traitor's identity, would you consider sparing my life? Nonsense. You conspire with Xiao the traitor. If we let you go, we would be doomed, the sister retorted coldly. However, upon seeing the substantial banknote, her resolve wavered. Qing'er also nodded in agreement. Upon catching sight of the $1 million note, Xiao He's eyes widened in disbelief. Mo Zijia had feigned poverty before. Now, he was determined to ensnare him. With a fierce proclamation, he declared, Mo Zijia, I have long known your treacherous heart and ill intentions. How dare you betray me and slander my name? I do not bear the surname Xiao. Do not believe him. If I escape this calamity, I shall ensure your body is torn asunder. Do you hear that? He threatens my life. Esteemed heroines, my parents were slain by Xiao the traitor, and I seek vengeance. You must trust me. Mo Zijia lamented, his voice laden with feigned sorrow, his demeanor convincingly genuine. The two women exchanged glances, seemingly communicating silently, before nodding in agreement. The sister spoke, Xiao the traitor deserves death, yet you shall not escape. However, given your pitiable condition, we shall render you unconscious. Rest assured, we mean you no harm. By the time you awaken, we will have slain Xiao the traitor and departed from Tianqing. After a moment's hesitation, Mo Zijia turned to Xiao He, displaying an expression of remorse, as if to convey, Lord Xiao, I shall burn paper for you next year. He then addressed the sister, very well. As long as you assist me in eliminating Xiao the traitor, I will offer any sum you desire. With a pained expression, he produced over 4 million. Chapter 59. The pitiful twins, this is all I possess. If you demand more, I shall be left with naught but my undergarments. Mo Zijia lamented, his voice filled with despair. Upon receiving the money, the elder sister's countenance brightened momentarily before she commanded fiercely, act. Qing'er produced a vibrant silver needle, prompting Mo Zijia to exclaim in shock, what? The stinger of the 5-poison bee. In the next instant, the needle pierced his brow, and he instantly lost consciousness, collapsing into a faint. At this moment, Xiao He had surmised the identities of the two women. The 5-poison bee was only found in the southern regions, particularly in the extreme south of Deqian, even crossing borders. This area was poorly controlled by Deqian, resulting in significant chaos. Numerous sects existed here, and most practitioners from the south favored using poisonous insects as their means of combat. Consequently, Deqian had suffered greatly in this region and chose to abandon it. These two women were likely from a southern tribe. The distance from Tianqing was such that even in the Four Extremes realm, it would take over a year to arrive. Their presence here was a testament to their remarkable tenacity. Xiao Tu, we are fortunate indeed. Do you know who we are? The elder sister kicked the unconscious Mo Zijia aside and approached, her sword pressed against Xiao He's forehead. Feigning ignorance to extract further information, Xiao He coldly remarked, I, the Prime Minister, have taken countless lives. Why would I know who you are? Qing'er interjected, he admitted it. He is indeed a vile scoundrel. Let me inform you that we are of the Miao Witch clan, Mao Shaoqing and Mao Jinjin. You, vile scoundrel, have slaughtered many of our kin in your pursuit to train your forces and studied poisonous insects, leading to the demise of countless Miao people. Today, you shall accompany our kin in death. Thus, the elder sister was Mao Zhenjin, and the younger sister was Mao Shaoqing, both twins, though one was merely a moment older. Sister, kill him. I have heard that this scoundrel possesses immense strength. He is broken free. Mao Zhenjin thrust her sword toward Xiao He's brow, declaring die. With a clang, Xiao He caught the blade between his fingers. What? You were struck by the illusory mirage needle. How can this be? Mao Zhenjin struggled to withdraw her sword with all her might. Suddenly, both women realized something and simultaneously brandished their glowing green poison needles. Hurry! Xiao He did not evade. Instead, he braced himself against the two needles, striking both women at critical pressure points, sealing their vital energies. Following this, he delivered a powerful Xiaoyang punch to each woman's abdomen. This technique inherently contained Xiaoyang energy, proving devastating even against specters, capable of easily shattering their meridians. Coupled with his extreme, yang sacred body, the potency was further amplified. The two women felt a scorching heat in their abdomens, followed by a wave of weakness that rendered them powerless, collapsing to the ground, their faces a portrait of despair and terror. Had Xiao He not moderated his strength, it was likely they would have perished. "Sister, what shall we do? He seems unharmed. Since we cannot kill this scoundrel, we cannot allow him to humiliate us. Let us take poison and end our lives." The two women retrieved a pill from their sleeves and placed it in their mouths. Seeing this, Xiao He swiftly knocked the poison away with a gesture, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Your mouths are not meant for consuming poison. Xiao the traitor, our lack of skill is to blame. Do with us as you will, whether to kill or maim. Yet after our demise, we shall undoubtedly return as vengeful spirits to exact retribution." Miao Jinjin lay upon the ground, her eyes fierce and resolute. Though she resembled her sister Miao Shaoqing, her temperament was fiery and her gaze sharp. In contrast, Miao Shaoqing, gentle and charming, regarded Xiao He with a stubborn resolve. "I say, you both trust him just because he calls himself Xiao, the traitor?" Xiao He squatted down, bemusedly observing the two women. "But did you not admit it yourself?" Miao Shaoqing stammered. "I acknowledged that to discern your identities. The Chancellor Qiao is far more formidable than I. I am merely a minor official. What jest is this? Then what evidence do you possess to prove you are not Qiao the traitor?" Miao Jinjin remained skeptical. "Were I truly him, you would both be dead by now. Chancellor Qiao has taken countless lives. How could he spare you? Whether you believe me is of no consequence. But are you truly of the Miao Witch clan?" "Indeed we are. Every member of the Miao Witch clan bears a mark upon their abdomen," Miao Shaoqing replied candidly. "Sister, why are you revealing this?" Miao Jinjin scolded. "Oh, let me see." Without further ado, Xiao He approached and began to lift Miao Jinjin's skirt. "What are you doing? Get away." Miao Jinjin attempted to push him away with all her might, but her strength was lacking. "No need to rush. I am merely curious and not intending any harm. Just let me see. Skirts are not meant to be lifted from below." Miao Jinjin was in a state of utter panic. "Is that so? I had thought these types of skirts were only designed to be lifted from beneath." Xiao He mused, having never given such matters much thought, as the likes of Consort Lien and Li Susu had always been the initiators. Miao Shaoqing blushed in embarrassment, and after much fuss, Xiao He finally beheld the mark belonging to the Miao Witch clan. The design resembled a moon and sun intertwined, with a figure in the center holding them aloft. "You truly are not Chancellor Qiao?" Miao Shaoqing inquired. "Would the Chancellor frequent such a place? He is a figure of immense power, wielding influence over the court. You underestimate him gravely." "But we have heard he comes here often," Miao Shaoqing replied, perplexed. "He comes here as well?" Xiao He seized upon this crucial information. "Yes, but if you are not him, then who exactly are you?" Miao Shaoqing pressed. With a sigh, Xiao He confessed, to speak the truth. "I too am a victim of Qiao the traitor. My family has practiced medicine for 3 generations. My father and grandfather both fell at the hands of Qiao the traitor. I harbor an irreconcilable enmity towards him. Once my family was prosperous with land and wealth, only to have that ruthless chancellor murder my father, oppress my kin, and leave my household in ruins. Were it not for my exceptional resilience, I would likely have perished long ago." As he spoke, Xiao He shook his head, his voice imbued with emotion, and when he recounted the death of his father, tears glistened in his eyes. This poignant scene struck a chord with Shaoqing. "Ah, sister, he is so pitiable. It seems we have misunderstood him." Yet, Jinjin was not so easily swayed, pointing at the unconscious Emo Zai Jia and demanding, "Then what of him? What's his story?" Xiao He clapped his hands decisively. "Indeed, he is not an ally of the Qiao traitor, yet he is far from virtuous. It was he who led me to this place. This man is notorious for his wicked deeds, having usurped the wives of others and violently abducted innocent maidens. To think he is such a vile scoundrel. How detestable! Had I known, I should have slain him." Ma Zhijin attempted to grasp her sword, but realized she was utterly devoid of strength. Xiao He silently collected the 5 million Qian coins from the ground, all of which were the ill-gotten gains amassed by Mo Zaijia throughout his life. "Since this is a misunderstanding, our true adversary is Chancellor Qiao. Might you consider releasing us? Ma Zhizhen's tone softened as she struggled to sit upright, leaning against the edge of the bed, covering her exposed legs with her skirt. 1. Release them to receive a reward. 5 years of experience in the cultivation of Xiaoyang fist. Note, they are quite innocent, seeking only revenge. Yet they will ultimately become mere playthings, meeting a tragic end in the streets. 2. Shelter them. Receive a reward. The technique of a mortal wind cloud kick is upgraded to spirit void step. Note, the primary host must harbor this intention in their heart. Xiao He? System, what do you mean? Am I such a person? Chapter 60, is that so? Xiao AI Qing. Reanalysis. The two young ladies possess extraordinary talents, ranking among the elite of the Miaowu clan, with formidable skills in poisons and insects. If nurtured properly, they could become invaluable allies. That is indeed correct. My dear ladies, I must inquire, should I release you, would you still remain here? Awaiting an assassination attempt by Prime Minister Qiao, Mao Xiaoqing and Mao Zhenzhen exchanged glances, and the elder sister spoke. Otherwise, this is our only opportunity. Xiao He pressed on. What if a guest were to defile you? Would you still be willing to lose something so precious? Mao Xiaoqing gritted her teeth and nodded. If it means we can slay the treacherous Qiao, I would willingly endure the worst. Xiao He inquired. And what if someone were to assist you in slaying Qiao? Mao Zhenzhen replied. Then we would have no choice but to marry him, dedicating ourselves to bear him 10 children. Xiao He nodded. Alas, with your current skills, do not even dream of defeating Prime Minister Qiao. Not even his dog would you stand a chance against. Yet we wield poison. Poison? I fear not. And what of Prime Minister Qiao? Let me tell you, to him, I would be as insignificant as an ant. What hope do you have against him? A Mao Xiaoqing elongated her cry. So despite your strength, you are but an insect before Prime Minister Qiao? Mao Zhenzhen felt a wave of despair wash over her. How could they exact their revenge? They had been hailed as rare talents of a century. Yet before Xiao He, they felt as powerless as mere insects. How could they hope to contend with the even more formidable Prime Minister Qiao? Observing the fear that had taken hold of the two ladies regarding Prime Minister Qiao, Xiao He continued, however, opportunities do exist. I too desire to slay Prime Minister Qiao, and I'm already devising a plan, gathering troops. Would you be interested in joining my cause? Join you? Mao Xiaoqing glanced at her sister. Mao Zhenzhen, skeptical, replied, You are not deceiving us, are you? What would I gain from deceiving you? You lie here at present, and I have compensated you. I can do as I please without the need for deceit. The two ladies considered this, yet Mao Zhenzhen cautiously asked, Are you truly an enemy of Prime Minister Qiao? My words have been spoken. If you do not believe me, I shall take my leave. Xiao He rose, intending to retreat. Wait. Mao Xiaoqing, indeed anxious, grasped Mao Zhenzhen's arm. Sister, I find him rather agreeable. I suspect you are simply taken by his looks, Mao Zhenzhen retorted with irritation. Nevertheless, Mao Zhenzhen felt a growing conviction toward Xiao He. After all, their ambition for revenge seemed an unrealistic fantasy, risking only further humiliation. May I inquire your esteemed name? I shall not disclose my name at this moment. It will be revealed once we return to my residence. Furthermore, while in my company, you shall have the freedom to move within my estate, but are prohibited from venturing out alone. Do you understand? So we would become your servants? Xiao He explained. You are unfamiliar with the rules of Tian City. Venturing out would only invite trouble. Take this incident, for instance. Without clarity of the situation, you resorted to violence. Were it not for my intervention, you would have been stripped bare and cast aside, enduring great humiliation. Xiao He's words caused the two women to tremble. In comparison, this gentleman indeed appeared far superior. Subsequently, Mao Zhenzhen and Mao Xiaoqing exchanged a glance, resolutely knelt on the ground, and bowed, saying, My lord, we, the two daughters of the Mao family, shall follow you from now on. Rise, rise. Xiao He hurriedly stepped forward to grasp the delicate hands of the two women. However, we need to leave the celestial realm, which requires a substantial sum, at least 3 million. Mao Zhenzhen's face was filled with concern. 3 million? No worries. Lord Mo is wealthy. Just charge it to his account. Xiao He replied nonchalantly, preparing to depart with the two women. Ah, is that the gentleman you speak of? Mao Xiaoqing approached the door and glanced back at Mo Zijia, who lay on the bed, murmuring, "My lord, will you truly not concern yourself with him? What is there to concern? When he awakens, he can settle his own bill." Xiao He shrugged nonchalantly. As he descended the stairs, the madam indeed approached to inquire, only to demand a sum of 7 million to take the two women away. Xiao He pointed upwards, stating, "The one inside is Lord Mo. He was merely fatigued. He will pay for these two ladies. I am now taking them back to Lord Mo's residence." "Oh, is that so?" Understood. The proprietor's face lit up with joy. "By the way, there is one matter I hope you can assist with." Xiao He whispered into Gao Yunlan's ear. "When he awakens, do not inform him of my whereabouts. Simply say you do not know. Do you understand?" Gao Yunlan immediately grasped the implication, recognizing it as a mutual arrangement between the two. Aware of the political dynamics, her seasoned experience discerned that Xiao He held a higher status, and she readily agreed. "I understand your intentions, my lord. You are a wise individual. May we cooperate more in the future," Xiao He said, clasping his hands together in a gesture of politeness, leaving with a beaming smile. As he reached the first floor, preparing to depart, he noticed two figures descending the crowded steps. Upon seeing them, Xiao He instantly retracted his presence, remaining motionless amidst the throng to observe. The treacherous Xiao was indeed present, and the gentleman beside him bore a resemblance to Li Chunxian. Could he be a certain prince? In the distance, Prime Minister Qiao, dressed in plain clothing, had one hand behind his back, while to his right stood a refined gentleman, somewhat akin to Li Chunxian. He was neither the third prince whom he had encountered, nor the fifth prince with whom he had exchanged pleasantries. Fortunately, the crowd was dense, and Xiao's presence attracted many onlookers. Thus he did not detect Xiao He's whereabouts. After watching Prime Minister Qiao exit, Xiao He finally exhaled in relief. "My lord, who was that person just now?" Mao Xiaoqing, veiled, inquired curiously, having also been captivated by Prime Minister Qiao, feeling a sense of insignificance before such a dominant figure. Instinctively wanting to bow her head, secretly acknowledging him as a major personage. Fearing an emotional reaction from them, Xiao He refrained from revealing the truth, silently escorting them home. In the Taichung mansion, upon seeing the two women, Zhu Xiaoming initially appeared puzzled, thinking her younger brother had some request. After Xiao He's introduction, Zhu Xiaoming began to feel sympathy for the two ladies. "There are plenty of rooms here. You may stay in the east wing." Xiao He indicated towards the room on the right. Mao Xiaoqing beheld such a vast residence for the first time, her curiosity leading her to gaze around in wonder. "Is it not peculiar that such a grand home is left unattended?" Mao Xinjin remarked. "It is all managed by my sister. Should you find yourselves with some leisure, you may lend a hand. However, your cultivation levels are rather meager. While you may stand out among the ordinary, in Tiansheng, you are of little significance." Mao Xinjin did not contest this, but rather pleaded earnestly, "My lord, we possess our own techniques and paths. What we lack are merely resources. Resources are not an issue. Yet I must observe for a few more days. What if your intentions are not pure? Would I not be wasting my efforts?" After a brief period of familiarization at home, Xiao He accompanied the two young women to view Zhu Xiaoming's chamber. That evening, Xiao He claimed a series of rewards. The immortal wind cloud body technique has been elevated to the ethereal step. The ethereal step also comprises 10 realms. It is not simply a matter of minor, major, or complete success. It appears the levels have ascended. Xiao He rose and attempted to execute the technique on the ground, and in an instant, his form appeared 5 meters away, as if he had shifted sideways. This technique allows me to enhance my evasion speed tenfold over short distances, and it creates phantasmal afterimages. Though less flamboyant than the immortal wind cloud body technique, it is far more practical. Additionally, there was a reward for capturing Zhong Tao. Reward obtained: 5 years of cultivation experience in Shaoyang Fist. Xiao He sensed he had entered a confined space, engaging in arduous practice for 5 years. Upon his return, his fist intent had reached a divine level, creating ripples in the surrounding space without any visible phenomena. He had reached the 9th level of Shaoyang Fist, with just one more level to achieve perfection. Should he attain the 10th level, a single strike could manifest the Shaoyang phenomenon, rendering all things vulnerable. Xiao He was quite pleased with his cultivation results and fell into a peaceful slumber that evening. In his dreams, he felt himself embraced, warmth and softness enveloping him from behind. Chapter 61. The Lotus concubine contemplates elopement. The following day, at the celestial pavilion, Mo Zijia was left in a state of despair, having written a massive IOU to escape the establishment. Upon his release, he hurried directly to the imperial palace. In the emperor's study, Li Chunxian observed Mo Zijia, who was kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his face. "Your Majesty, please grant me justice. I have been swindled out of 10 million by that celestial pavilion, and Lord Xiao has been murdered, his remains now lost to us. My heart is heavy with sorrow. If Lord Xiao were aware of my plight, he would undoubtedly have entrusted his sister to my care. Is that so?" Li Chunxian inquired with skepticism. "Indeed, Your Majesty, it is absolutely true. Lord Xiao insisted on dragging me along for a night of revelry, and despite my vehement refusals, he brought me with him. I began to investigate the matter, only for Lord Xiao to be overcome by desire, targeting a pair of twins. Alas, their formidable skills proved too much for me, and I was ultimately rendered unconscious. Upon regaining my senses, I discovered Lord Xiao was gone. Your Majesty, I shall assist in the investigation regarding Lord Xiao's family." Li Chunxian glanced to the left. "Is that so? Lord Xiao?" At that moment, Xiao He emerged from behind a stone pillar, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Xiao. Mo Zijia stammered in astonishment. Xiao He approached, his eyes narrowing as he fixed his gaze upon Mo Zijia. The two stood in a tense standoff, beads of cold sweat forming on Mo Zijia's brow. Trembling, he exclaimed, "Lord Xiao, you are not dead?" Xiao He replied, "What? My survival disappoints you? How could that be, Lord Xiao? We share a bond akin to old friends. Just yesterday, I was contemplating how to arrange your affairs and seek vengeance on your behalf. It is truly a relief to see you alive." Xiao He stroked his chin, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "Really?" Mo Zijia, with a gesture towards the heavens, earnestly swore, "Lord Xiao, should I breach this vow, may I be struck down by divine retribution. I genuinely wish to assist. My intentions are pure." He forced an awkward smile. "Yesterday, did I go by the name Xiao?" Xiao He pressed further, leaving Mo Zijia momentarily speechless. Yet, he quickly devised a response, asserting with conviction, "Lord Xiao, I had long discerned that you were not poisoned. Referring to you as Lord Xiao was merely a ruse to elicit the truth from those two women. By the way, what has become of them?" Xiao He waved his hand dismissively. "They've been dealt with. They are no more. They are gone? Such remarkable sisters. And you took such ruthless action." Mo Zijia lamented, suddenly shifting his tone. "Where have you buried them?" Xiao He retreated a step in alarm. "Are you mistaken? I had no interest in the bodies. I burned them." "Enough of this bickering," Li Chunxian interjected, halting their exchange. "Your Majesty, my words were spoken from the heart. I had no knowledge of Lord Zhao's survival." Mo Zijia, realizing his embarrassment, quickly knelt, his heart racing with anxiety over the emperor's potential ire. However, Li Chunxian did not chastise him. Instead, he broached the subject of Prime Minister Qiao. "Yesterday, Lord Xiao uncovered that Prime Minister Qiao has been frequenting the Celestial Pavilion. I had heard whispers of this myself, though I was surprised to learn he was in the company of one of my princes." Li Chunxian continued, "I am well aware of the matters concerning Wang Zhixin and Su Liang. This time, Lord Xiao has made significant contributions. Mo Zijia, after so many years in the Divine Guard, nearly fell victim to two women of the Four Extremities realm. You seem to be regressing in life." Mo Zijia's expression soured. "Your Majesty, I acknowledge my mistakes. I was indeed careless. Well, it is evident that Lord Xiao possesses superior skills. Henceforth, Montak Tsaya, you shall assist Lord Xiao as your superior. Understood?" Mo Zijia raised his head, wearing a face of despair. Had he not become a subordinate to Xiao He? Previously, they were equals, and he even held a sense of superiority, but now he had been completely overshadowed by Xiao He. Contemplating the loss of 1 million in a single night made his heart ache further. Aspirations of soaring to the heavens were now but a distant dream. He could only resort to fast food in the charming streets of the West District, and the thought of such a life filled him with bitterness. Xiao He, beaming with joy, said, "Lord Mo, I hope for your guidance in the future." "Indeed, Lord Xiao, I shall offer my guidance," Mo Zijia, adept at adjusting his mindset, quickly responded. Li Chunxian then remarked, "Xiao He, I grant you a month's respite, hoping you will gather substantial evidence during this time. I have heard that the treacherous Xiao is amassing a considerable force in the south, including many top experts, which concerns me greatly. Your Majesty, I will serve with utmost dedication until my last breath," Xiao He replied solemnly with a bow. Beside him, Mo Zijia privately thought, "This fellow is merely offering emotional support, making no promises. How devious." Thus, he also bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I share a deep-seated hatred for Xiao and shall ensure he is severely punished." "And what if you fail to bring him to justice?" Li Chunxian inquired. Mo Zijia was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. "Enough. Xiao He is here to report on Chancellor Chao's affairs. If you have nothing further, you may leave." Li Chunxian waved his hand. Mo Zijia felt a sense of disappointment, lowering his head as he requested to take his leave. Li Chunxian said, "Xiao He, you may also depart. There are still over 20 days until court assembly. Your time is limited. The national treasury is strained, and the soldiers at the front are suffering greatly. Even King Beihan has repeatedly sought military provisions from me, including cultivation stones, weapons, and healing elixirs, yet they are insufficient. If you can bring the Deputy Minister of Revenue to justice, I would gladly entrust that position to you." Xiao He promptly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Depart now. I hope to witness your remarkable performance in the court in a month," the Emperor concluded. Triggered high-level task options. 1. 1 month later, report to court and bring the Deputy Minister of Revenue to justice, receiving rewards. 10 years of cultivation experience in True Spirit 9 transformations, and 10 years of cultivation experience in Lingshu steps. Note, this task is exceedingly challenging for you. 2. Ignore all of this. Survival is what matters. Reward, Sunflower Scripture. Note, after reporting to court, you will face widespread exclusion, ultimately leading to impeachment and dismissal. This task must be chosen in advance. Please make your selection within 3 days. After leaving the imperial study, Xiao He felt an immense pressure and found an excuse to visit the Qinghuan Palace. Of course, he claimed it was to check on the health of the Empress. Although they had been apart for only a few days, concubine Lian had become like a parched desert, eagerly awaiting nourishment. Beneath the desert lay hidden wells of water, waiting to be drawn forth, transforming it into a lush oasis. Lian Xingyuan nestled in Xiao He's embrace, her cheeks flushed, softly whispering, "Xiaolang, I adore you." As she spoke, she turned over, pressing down on Xiao He, the delicate gauze slipping from her back, revealing her exquisite treasures. "Just now, at the height of our passion, I felt an overwhelming urge." "What urge?" Xiao He surmised her thoughts, gently brushing the damp strands of hair from her forehead, glistening with perspiration. "I want to elope with you. I no longer wish to be an empress. Take me away." Lian Xingyue gazed at Xiao He with tender eyes, as if a mere nod from him would prompt her to gather her belongings and flee with him. 1. Agree to Lian Xingyue's request and elope that night, earning the reward of 20 years of cultivation experience in the True Spirit 9 transformations. Note, this is a perilous choice. You cannot escape the heavenly city. 2. Patiently dissuade her. Earn the reward of an invisibility talisman, divine grade. Note, while you may be safe, your beloved may still be vulnerable to the Emperor's advances. Can you endure this? Chapter 62. Unwavering Affection of Lian Xingyue. Function unlocked. The system was clearly designed to provoke, yet Xiao He chose to disregard its taunts. He gazed upon Lian Xingyue's flawless visage, her fiery red lips slightly parted, glistening with a dewy sheen. Unable to resist, he indulged in a brief taste, noticing Lian Xingyue's eyes flutter shut, prompting him to whisper, "If we leave now, our fate is to perish at the palace gates." Lian Xingyue comprehended the gravity of the situation. "It was merely an impulsive moment. I did not intend to burden you." "Look," Xiao He raised his hand, revealing a crimson energy sphere pulsating with a formidable aura. You are actually at the Four Extremes realm? How is this possible? I have always concealed my cultivation. Thus, you must trust me. Do you understand? Lien Xingyue smiled softly, her heart once again brimming with hope for the future. Your bond with Lien Xingyue has reached unwavering devotion. Progress 100. You may now activate certain functions of Lien Xingyue. Would you like to proceed? Activate. Lien Xinyue's functions have been enabled. Character introduction. Lien Xinyue, daughter of the Minister of Works Lien Weiling, with a younger brother Lien Xing. Her exceptional beauty as a child caught the emperor's attention, leading to her entry into the palace. However, strict upbringing shaped her gentle nature, and it was only upon entering the palace that she became aware of the complexities of relationships. Unfortunately, her fortunes waned in the palace, facing suppression from other consorts. To survive, she was compelled to retaliate, transforming from a timid girl into a ruthless figure, leveraging her beauty to manipulate the emperor. Yet, due to the emperor's impotence, she could not bear a child, leading her down a tumultuous path. Her encounter with Xiao He ignited a passionate love, yet her future remained shrouded in uncertainty, fraught with ominous signs. Things do not appear promising for this woman. Activating Lien Xinyue's special function. Forewarning, when Lien Xinyue is on the verge of making an erroneous choice, she will alert her host. Xiao He realized the significance of this feature. It would certainly enhance Xinyue's safety, as life in the harem was akin to walking on thin ice. At that moment, Lien Xinyue inquired, "Do we have a child yet?" Xiao He felt her pulse, revealing his genuine medical knowledge. Regrettably, he shook his head. "No, it is still empty." Lien Xinyue expressed her disappointment, calculating the time discreetly. "I shall have my monthly cycle tomorrow. Once it passes, you may return." I recall someone saying that conception is most likely around 10 days after the cycle ends. Indeed, I shall make an effort. Xiao He pondered whether his own physique might be a hindrance to conception, considering their encounters had been ample and Lien Guifei's health posed no issues. Thus, it must be a matter of unique physical conditions affecting fertility. Having spent a little over half an hour with Lien Guifei, Xiao He was aware that time was of the essence, and reluctantly took his leave. As he approached the door, Lien Xinyue could not resist leaping forward for a kiss, momentarily delaying his departure. "I must take my leave. Please ensure the area is tidy, lest outsiders discover anything amiss," Xiao He cautioned earnestly. Lien Xinyue nodded, her cheeks flushed, leaning against the grand doorway, her gaze wistful. Just as Xiao He stepped out of Qinghuan Palace, he was unexpectedly met with the invitation of two individuals. "Lord Xiao, Her Majesty the Empress has summoned you." "Lord Xiao, Consort Lu requests your presence as well." 1. Choose to visit the Empress. Receive the reward of 7 dragon pills. Note: the Empress will interrogate you, requiring you to respond on the spot. Failure to perform well may offend the Empress and jeopardize your future, making your path arduous. 2. Choose Consort Lu. Receive the reward of anger wine. Note: visiting Consort Lu may provoke the Empress, and you risk receiving 10 lashes. Please inform Consort Lu that I will go to the Empress first, and then come find her. Is that acceptable? Pelas. The Empress, whom I had not seen for a long time, remains as enchanting as ever. Lord Xiao felt that she appeared even more radiant than a few days prior. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects." "Rise," the Empress commanded, seated gracefully on a wooden chair, 2 palace maids attending to her with massages. "Thank you, Your Majesty." "Lord Xiao, you have been quite remarkable lately. In just a few days, you have risen from a mere physician to the director of the Imperial Medical Institute. And that is not all. You have also become the Minister of Rights, which has surprised even me." The voice of Empress Jiang lingered, seemingly laden with implications. Lord Xiao dared not speak out of turn and respectfully replied, "This is all thanks to His Majesty's nurturing. I am solely devoted to the prosperity of the Qian. You are now the Minister of Rights, yet you still refer to yourself as a mere subject?" Lord Xiao slightly bowed, remaining silent. "Lift your head." He complied, meeting the sharp gaze of the Empress's phoenix-like eyes. "It has been a few days since we last met, and you have become increasingly handsome and more manly. How have you fared with the task I assigned you?" The Empress waved her hand, signaling the palace maids and other attendants to withdraw. Lord Xiao realized she was referring to matters concerning Consort Lien and responded earnestly. Everything is quite normal with Consort Lien. I have not discovered anything significant thus far. Not significant? Lord Xiao, do you know how long you have spent at Qingwan Palace these past days? Each visit lasted either an incense stick or half an hour, with the gates firmly closed. Do you truly believe I am a fool? The Empress slammed her hand on the table, exuding an intimidating aura that bore down on Lord Xiao. Even with his newly enhanced abilities, he felt an overwhelming dread. The Empress was undoubtedly a formidable figure. Your Majesty, I assure you that what I have stated is the truth. I was merely providing normal medical care for Consort Lien. Her pregnancy is quite unstable, requiring my various medical techniques to maintain balance, which has extended the duration of my visits. Is that so? The Empress stepped closer, her height comparable to Lord Zhao's. Her piercing phoenix eyes locked onto his. The distance between them was no more than 3 inches, a space that could signify intimacy or enmity. However, Lord Zhao's current situation was far from intimate. As they stood so close, Lord Xiao noticed the Empress's skin was exquisitely fair, her nose elegantly sculpted, and her features impeccably refined, each aspect devoid of blemish. Lord Xiao, you claim that Consort Lien has health issues. Very well, then take me to see her. As Empress, I naturally must show concern for the well-being of my sisters. Would you not agree? Of course, Your Majesty. Summon physician He to come in, the Empress suddenly commanded. At the entrance appeared an elderly gentleman with hair as white as snow. Xiao He recognized him. He was indeed a member of the Imperial Medical Institute. However, he typically remained at home, only emerging when summoned personally by a high-ranking figure from the palace. Dr. He, as a venerable elder of the Imperial Medical Institute, I trust there is no one more skilled in the art of medicine than yourself, remarked the Empress with a gracious smile. Dr. He revealed his imperfect teeth and chuckled. Your Majesty, I am but an ordinary physician. There are many who surpass my capabilities. The Empress Jiang cast a sidelong glance at Xiao He. Lord Xiao, let us proceed. You have just come from Lady Lien, and I imagine you are still quite enchanted by her presence. I wish to take you back, to ascertain whether Lady Lien's health is indeed in jeopardy. Xiao He maintained his composure and replied, Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 63. The Queen's relentless interrogation. The Queen's procession was grand, accompanied by hundreds of palace maids and eunuchs, who bore luxurious jade artifacts, a testament to her exalted status. Such a commotion naturally caught Lien Xinyue's attention. Consequently, she soon received word that the Queen was returning with Xiao He. Given her current intellect and cunning, she quickly deduced the reason. Surely the old witch intended to inspect my injuries. This cannot happen. I must ensure that Xiao He examines me first, lest the truth be revealed. Xiao Hong, come in. When the Queen arrives, you must say. At the entrance of Qingwan Palace, the palace maids and eunuchs, upon sighting the Queen's approach, displayed evident trepidation, hastily bowing in reverence. We pay our respects to Her Majesty. Xiao Hong, maintaining her composure, replied, Your Majesty, Consort Lien is unwell and unable to rise. I hope for your forgiveness. Do not worry. I have come today to attend to Consort Lien's ailment, the Empress Jiang declared, stepping out of her palanquin, her delicate silken hair floating gracefully as she prepared to enter. Xiao Hong quickly interjected, Your Majesty, it appears that Consort Lien is indeed in a delicate state. She requires Lord Zhao's assistance. Should any other physician attend without sufficient experience, it could lead to dire consequences. Xiao Hong cast a pointed glance at He, hinting at her meaning. The Empress hesitated momentarily. She had initially intended for He to assess the situation, but it now seemed imperative for Xiao He to proceed first. Otherwise, if Consort Lien were to engage in any devious schemes, she too would be implicated. Moreover, under these straightforward circumstances, it was unlikely that Xiao He and Consort Lien would conjure any mischief. Lord Xiao, it appears that Consort Lien has taken quite a liking to you. Very well, you may enter first and attend to her. Once she is in better health, we shall continue our examination. Xiao He promptly replied, Your Majesty, you flatter me. I am merely a gynecologist. There is no question of personal affections. The queen seemed intent on insinuating an inappropriate connection between him and consort Lien, which was truly vexing. Seeing Xiao He advance, Xiao Hong opened the door. Though resisting could result in her being forcefully reprimanded by the queen, the consort's orders held paramount importance for her. Xiao He discreetly noted the cleanliness of the floor, indicating that it had been tidied adequately. The queen, accompanied by Xiao He and He Zhong, approached consort Lien's bed. Behind the gauzy curtain, only the sight of consort Lien, swathed in thick blankets and appearing feeble, was discernible. "Sister, what has happened? Just days ago, you were full of vitality," Empress Jiang exclaimed, stepping forward and lifting the curtain to reveal consort Lien, whose forehead glistened with cold sweat. "Thank you for your concern. Your Majesty, I do not know what has befallen me. Is Lord Xiao here? Please have him assist me. His care always alleviates my discomfort," Lien Xinyue replied weakly. Seeing this, the Empress did not dare delay further. She turned to Xiao He and urged, "Lord Xiao, please assist her. He Tai, you should also be vigilant. Should any complications arise, you must be ready to help." "Yes, Your Majesty." Xiao He rose and approached the bedside, producing 10 silver needles. "Consort Lien, please extend your hand." He Zhong was intently watching Xiao He from behind, scrutinizing to see if he would engage in any underhanded actions. Lien Xinyue shifted slightly, her delicate arm emerging from the silk curtain as Xiao He pierced his own arm with a silver needle. He commenced the application of the golden needle 18 points, along with the technique of pushing the palace to invigorate the blood, initiating his clandestine actions. The golden needle 18 points were, after all, a method to stimulate acupoints and influence meridians, possessing both advantages and disadvantages. It could take life or save it. The silver needle in Xiao He's hand began to shimmer with a golden light, eliciting a look of astonishment from He Zhong. "What kind of silver needle technique is this? It is so mysterious. I have never encountered anything like it. It is of my own invention. Naturally, you have not seen it before." Xiao He replied with a slight snort. Simultaneously, he squeezed Lien Guifei's delicate arm, using nonverbal cues to assure her that there was no cause for concern. The entire procedure lasted half an hour, during which fine beads of sweat emerged on Xiao He's forehead. "Your Majesty, I am finished," he announced. Empress Jiang nodded in acknowledgement. She had witnessed the entire scene and recognized the intricacies of Xiao He's methods, which were indeed extraordinary. Furthermore, she sensed that Lien Guifei's cultivation had made some progress. Drawing back the bed curtains, Empress Jiang observed that Lien Guifei's complexion had indeed improved, her color much rosier. "Sister Lien, Lord Xiao is also weary. I have called for the esteemed physician He Zhong to examine you. What do you say?" Lien Fei, seeing Xiao He subtly nodding at her, indicating that all was well, replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty," as she extended her arm. "Lord He, do be thorough. Lien Fei is with child." The Empress raised her voice slightly. "Indeed," He Zhong said, fully attentive, crouching down to begin his meticulous examination. Before long, a look of astonishment crossed his face, soon replaced by gravity. He applied increased pressure with his fingers on various points of Lien Fei's wrist, seemingly in search of the answers he sought. Yet ultimately, he could only shake his head in disappointment, indicating his confusion after roughly a stick of incense's worth of time had passed. He Zhong then stood up, respectfully reporting, "Your Majesty, Lien Fei's pregnancy is quite stable, and indeed, it has caused her cultivation to waver, necessitating prolonged and regular care. However, regarding the means of such care, I am truly at a loss. Lord Zhao's medical skills are remarkable, and I am in admiration. Truly, the new waves push the old waves forward." "What?" The Empress, upon hearing this, felt a sense of disbelief and pressed him repeatedly. "Are you certain of what you speak? I have practiced medicine for 100 years. I assure you, I would not err on such matters," He Zhong replied, maintaining his composure. The Empress, seeing this, chose not to press further, though a hint of dissatisfaction lingered in her eyes. Meanwhile, Lien Fei was filled with joy. Seizing the moment while the Empress was not looking, she stealthily brushed her small foot against Xiao He's leg before swiftly retracting it. "Since Sister Lien is in good health, I shall not intrude further. I will return to the palace. Your Majesty, take care." Lien Xinyue called out. The Empress ignored her, departing with her entourage in grand fashion. And Xiao He did not dare linger, giving Lien Fei a wink before following the Empress. In Fengkuan Palace, Empress Jiang regarded the composed Xiao He, yet remained silent for a while. Your Majesty, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. My affairs are pressing, and I cannot delay any longer. Wait, I have heard that you facilitated Princess Taining's breakthrough. I am quite curious to witness this method of yours, the Empress suddenly remarked with a smile. Your Majesty, the princess was destined for a breakthrough. I possess no extraordinary skills. I merely employed certain techniques to ease her process significantly. Ultimately, it was her own effort that led to success. The rumors surrounding this have become utterly exaggerated. If I truly had such capabilities, I would have long been quite sought after, Xiao He thought bitterly within himself. The realization that concubine Lien had not experienced any breakthrough led him to doubt both himself and Princess Taining. It seemed the Empress would stop at nothing to bring about his downfall. If given the opportunity, I would love for her to experience the true essence of the extreme yang sacred body. Oh, technique? What techniques do you speak of? The Empress seized the opportunity, her curiosity piqued. It is merely a blood-activating massage technique, Xiao He replied. Very well, then let us try a massage technique on me. The Empress commanded as she took her seat. The chair was already spacious, and she reclined gracefully, her flowing gown clinging to her form, revealing her slender waist and the curve of her hips. With her left hand resting upon her head, her gaze, imbued with a hint of pressure, fixed upon Xiao He. Lord Xiao, do enlighten me. Why did Princess Taining lend her residence to you? What is the nature of your relationship with her? Chapter 64. The Queen's Test 1. Assisting the Queen with a massage. Reward obtained. An upgrade of the Pushing Palace Blood Activation Technique to Divine Soul Confounding 36 Techniques. Note, the Queen appears to request a massage, yet she is actually probing into the techniques employed on concubine Lien, as well as assessing whether you possess the true capability to help Princess Taining break through. 2. Refusing the massage. Reward obtained. Divine Power. 9 steps to ascend the heavens. Note, the Queen may conspire with available means to eliminate you, even going so far as to accuse you. Upon seeing the two options, Xiao He realized that the Queen harbored deep suspicions about him, even contemplating his removal. It was evident that his influence with concubine Lien was growing, and he was increasingly favored by the Emperor. If left unchecked, the Queen's authority in the harem would dwindle. Although she was not lacking in power, the imperial authority could still counterbalance individual strength. The Queen remained unable to dominate completely. At your command, Xiao He signaled for a palace made to fetch water. After washing his hands, he approached the edge of the chaise lounge. Your Highness, I beg your pardon. Empress Jiang nodded, scrutinizing Xiao He and realizing that this man seemed to have transformed, becoming even more alluring than before. Doubts about concubine Lien and Princess Taining began to swell within her. Could it be that spending such an extended period in the presence of such a captivating man would lead to something untoward? She found herself almost yearning to reach out and touch Xiao He's face. Just as Empress Jiang's thoughts began to wander, Xiao He could not help but remind her, Your Highness, in this position, it will be difficult for me to perform effectively. And how would you have me lie? I require you to lie face down, as the majority of the body's acupoints are located on the back, head, and feet. Face down, Empress Jiang had no objections, as she was accustomed to being massaged in this manner by the palace maids. Thus, she reclined, her exquisite figure fully revealed, the curvature of her form captivating. However, Xiao He, being a professional, refrained from indulging in such observations. With a calm demeanor, he clasped his hands and said, Your Highness, I beg your pardon. He then cautiously began to apply the Pushing Palace Blood Activation Technique. Your Highness, this technique is somewhat less effective when performed over clothing. Thus, its impact on your cultivation may not be substantial, Xiao He preemptively explained, concerned that the Queen might be dissatisfied, assuring her he harbored no ulterior motives. What? Do you wish for me to undress? Empress Jiang replied sternly, her expression unyielding. I would not dare, Your Highness. I merely wish to clarify the circumstances. Xiao He quickly retorted, withdrawing his hands. Yet, As soon as his hands left her back, the warm, tingling sensation dissipated immediately. The earlier displeasure vanished, and she simply wished for Xiao He to continue, saying, "Enough of this chatter. Proceed." "Yes, Your Highness." Xiao He resumed his ministrations with utmost care. As his hands traversed the rounded contours, he discreetly bypassed those elevated areas, moving directly to her calves. As time elapsed, Empress Jiang transitioned from her initial scrutiny to a state of enjoyment, becoming enraptured. Suddenly, she experienced a tingling sensation in her feet. It was rather uncomfortable. Just as the feeling peaked, it receded. It turned out to be the presence of her stockings. As a queen, how could I allow a mere subject to touch my feet? Yet, this sensation left her in a state of unease, a restless yearning. Ultimately, Empress Jiang could no longer endure it. Seeking a more profound experience, she closed her eyes and instructed, "Please remove my socks." Upon hearing her words, Xiao He trembled, gulping nervously. This was the mother of a nation in Qian, and merely gazing upon her visage was considered a transgression, let alone touching her feet. It was likely that no one dared to contemplate the complexion and form of this esteemed empress. Empress Jiang's socks were crafted from exquisite silk, glistening in a golden hue, made from a rare golden silkworm that could be utilized to create highly fortified garments. Yet here, they were merely fashioned into socks. As the golden stockings were removed, a pair of flawless, jade-like feet, tinged with a delicate blush, revealed themselves. "Your Highness, I beg your pardon," Xiao He said, feeling a twinge of guilt. As his tender hands made contact with the sole of her foot, Empress Jiang's nerves instinctively tensed, her toes curling involuntarily as the tingling sensation intensified, causing her to struggle to maintain her composure. Realizing her slip, she softly admonished, "Be mindful." Fearful of inciting her ire, Xiao He nodded vigorously, "Yes, Your Highness." If he were to step closer, he would notice the rosy hue gracing the Empress's cheeks, as she occasionally bit her lip in nervousness. Thus, Empress Jiang remained silent, leaning against the chair, her breaths growing heavier. After half an hour, Xiao He rose, clasping his hands in salute. "Your Majesty, we have concluded." Empress Jiang did not respond. Remaining in her position, seemingly asleep, Xiao He gently called out a few times, "Your Highness?" She lifted her gaze, and upon opening her eyes, she beheld Xiao He, standing not far away, strikingly handsome, with beads of sweat trickling down his forehead from their earlier exertions, his noble eyes exuding a captivating masculinity. "Your Highness, we are finished," he reiterated. "Finished? Oh, you may take your leave," she replied. "I take my leave." Xiao He rejoiced internally, finally able to depart. Once Empress Jiang observed Xiao He exiting the palace, she regained her senses, enveloped in an unprecedented sense of comfort. There was even an unfamiliar sensation accompanying it. "Oh my! How could this be?" she gasped, abruptly sitting up. In that moment, she bore no resemblance to the ruler of the harem, but rather appeared as an errant little girl, having entirely forgotten the questions she intended to ask. "This woman is too bold. I shan't return again. It is sheer torment." Xiao He mused as he walked along the path, reflecting on the tension of the recent encounter. To ensure the Empress's comfort while avoiding excessive contact was a daunting task. Nevertheless, women are ultimately women. As long as they are attended to well, they tend to forget many matters. He surmised that whatever she had wished to inquire about, she had likely forgotten entirely. After traversing a lengthy stretch of gravel path, he suddenly recalled that concubine Lu had sought him out. Since returning from Tianlong Temple, he had not had the opportunity to properly see her. However, the woman's attitude towards him remained ambiguous. Although they had shared a moment of intimacy, it ultimately only served to fulfill certain desires of Lady Lu. When it came to genuine affection, Xiao He was still uncertain. Thus, he redirected his steps towards Lady Lu's residence, just as her maidservant had also sought him out. After a brief exchange, they proceeded together to Qianhu Palace. Upon his arrival, Xiao He discovered that Lady Lu was not alone. Another enchanting woman was present. "Lord Xiao, your timing is impeccable. This is Consort Xian, the mother of the third prince." Lady Lu introduced without allowing Xiao He to speak. The two women were seated within the pavilion by the lake. "Your Highness, Lady Xian." Xiao He bowed respectfully. So you are the one who rescued the princess, assisted her in her breakthrough, and the imperial physician favored by Consort Lien, who has risen from a mere court physician to the esteemed position of Minister of Rights in just half a month. Consort Xian exuded a grace that Lady Lu noticeably lacked. Having experienced motherhood, she radiated a mature charm, her eyes sparkling with delight as she regarded Xiao He. Chapter 65. An endless flurry of activity. Your Majesty has been overly generous with your praise. It is merely the Emperor's favor. With a charming smile, Xiao He exuded a warmth that drew admiration. His handsome visage, complemented by the rare Yang sacred body, possessed an enchanting allure that captivated women. At once, Xian Fei felt a spark of affection. Sir Xiao, you are far too modest. Please do take a seat and let us converse about matters concerning Tianlong Sea. Beside them, Lu Fei was taken aback, her expression a mixture of surprise and disbelief. Sister Xian, weren't you just about to return to the palace? I thought you needed to prepare a gift for the third prince's upcoming birthday. How is it that you now choose to linger and chat? Xian Fei's smile faltered, caught in an awkward moment as she chuckled sheepishly. Ah, you see, my memory falters with age. Indeed, I must prepare a gift for my beloved son. Lu Guifei shot a disparaging glance at Xiao He, feeling a twinge of discontent towards her dear friend Xian Fei. Initially, Lu Fei regarded Xiao He merely as a means to an end. However, witnessing Xian Fei's immediate fondness for him ignited her own possessive instincts. The third prince has recently fallen out of favor with my Lu family. Otherwise, I too would prepare a gift, Lu Guifei sighed. I harbor no grievances towards you. Family matters are separate from our own. Wouldn't you agree, Xian Fei? She said, her gaze sparkling as it flitted towards Xiao He. Sir Xiao, my son's birthday is in 5 days, and the celebration will be held at the Tianwang Fu. You must attend. Xiao He initially intended to graciously decline. However, Xian Fei promptly produced an invitation and handed it to him. This left him in a quandary. Accepting it would be impolite to refuse, yet attending might lead to unforeseen complications. Conversely, declining could offend both Xian Fei and the third prince, who had recently been bestowed the title of Tianwang, celebrated for his valor and remarkable talents, far surpassing those of the fifth prince. As he pondered, the system's voice emerged. 1. Accept the invitation. Gain 10 years of experience in cultivating Lingshu step. Note, attending may yield unexpected delights, especially since this beautiful lady has taken a liking to you at first sight. Why not seize the opportunity? Xiao He thought to himself, could you be more serious? This is Xian Fei, the third prince's mother, a woman of marriage and motherhood, whose son is older than I am. Despite his words, within the realm of cultivation, Xian Fei appeared to be in her early 20s. Her complexion far superior to that of many ordinary women outside the palace, smooth and flawless. Moreover, she radiated an abundance of feminine charm. The system corrected itself. 1. Accept the invitation, gain rewards. 10 years of experience in cultivating Lingshu step. Note, this visit may provide valuable insights, with the benefits outweighing the drawbacks. With this reasoning, Xiao He found it quite sensible. He was no brigand, devoid of the peculiar fixation of I shall nurture your wife. 2. Decline the invitation. Gain rewards. The roar of the river lion elevated to the dragon's roar and tiger's howl. Note, refusing Xian Fei will only displease her, and, should word reach the third prince, you may find yourself compelled to attend regardless. Is this not forcing virtue into vice? With newfound resolve, Xiao He graciously accepted the invitation. Then I must thank you, Xian Fei. Sir Xiao, I am confident that your presence at this banquet will bring immense joy. Xian Fei remarked, her gaze never wavering from Xiao He's, leaving him quite flustered. This scene only deepened the discontent in Lady Lu's heart. Sister Xian, how long will you continue this? I am seeking Lord Xiao for a matter of importance. Aware of Lady Lu's recent struggles against Noble Consort Lien and the Empress, Xian Fei refrained from delaying her sister's affairs. Then I shall not impede your important business. Farewell. What important business? I am discussing serious matters. After Xian Fei left, Lady Lu glanced around to ensure no one was watching before suddenly clutching her abdomen. Oh dear, I feel unwell. Lord Xiao, quickly assist me back to my chambers and see if I am ill or perhaps possessed by some madness. Someone, quickly help the Empress back to the palace. Lord Xiao hastily summoned assistants. Soon, 2 palace maids carried Lady Lu inside, and Lord Xiao followed, the door slamming shut with a resounding thud. From a distance, Xiao Hong observed this peculiar behavior and sensed something was amiss with Lady Lu. She promptly reported her observations to Noble Consort Lien. In Qinghuan Palace, having just shared an intimate moment, Noble Consort Lien was filled with joy. However, upon hearing Xiao Hong recount the events, she slammed her delicate palm onto the table, leaving a visible imprint. That wretched Lady Lu, how dare she? Your Highness, do you think Lady Lu might harm Lord Xiao? Xiaoong innocently inquired. Unaware of the treachery involved, Noble Consort Lien said little, as she had already surmised that Lady Lu was indeed plotting against Lord Xiao. It seemed clear that he was being coerced. With this realization, a surge of vengeance welled up within her. She yearned to see Lady Lu suffer 1,000 deaths for her audacity. With Xiao Hong present, Noble Consort Lien hesitated, thinking, if you act thus, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Xiaolang, I shall rescue you. Lord Xiao had never encountered someone as deranged as Lady Lu. While Lien Xinhue was gentle and occasionally fiery, even engaging in soulful exchanges, Lady Lu was utterly unhinged. Lady Lu exhaled deeply, satisfaction evident as she lay entwined with Lord Xiao, her eyes brimming with emotion. Lord Xiao, tell me honestly, is it the same between you and Noble Consort Lien? Lord Xiao was taken aback by her unexpected inquiry. 1. If you admit, you will receive a reward, Golden Wind and Jade Dew Pill. Note, after admitting, Lady Lu will target Noble Consort Lien even more aggressively, driven by ambition and rivalry for your affections. 2. If you deny, you will receive a reward, 1 indestructible diamond pill. Note, denying will lead Lady Lu to doubt you and pursue further inquiries, exerting significant pressure upon you. No, how could that be? She is with child. I would not dare to endanger myself. Lord Xiao shook his head. Really? Lady Lu pivoted to sit upright, intentionally dropping herself heavily. Oh, be gentle. Lord Xiao sighed in exasperation. Humph, so you refuse to admit it? I shall punish you accordingly. After a while, Lord Xiao realized that his current status was no longer suitable for frequenting the inner palace, as it would undoubtedly invite gossip. Lady Lu, somewhat reluctant, declared, Lord Xiao, there is something I must express. I genuinely feel that we may indeed have a child. Huh? Are you certain? Xiao He had indeed checked, and the hour was still early. Yesterday, I dreamt of a child nestled in my embrace, and we exchanged smiles. Lu Guifei pulled Xiao He towards the door. Reluctant to part, Lu Yunshang's feelings for the host have reached a profound affection. Progress at 20. Has my heart been stirred? Yet Xiao He sighed inwardly, pondering why one must only feel such emotions after the flames of passion have ignited. This must be what they refer to when they say that entering Chang'an is far easier than being admitted through examination. Lu Fei. You still call me Lu Fei? Address me as Yunshang. Yunshang. Xiao He could not help but acknowledge the beauty of the name, a fine appellation akin to clouds adorning garments and flowers reflecting grace. Upon hearing this, Lu Guifei suddenly rose. Is this your own composition? How remarkable that you possess such literary talent. No. Xiao He intended to deny it, but was silenced by the fervent kiss of Lu Ruchang. So, you're not merely a physician, but also a gifted scholar and a great poet. When Xiao He returned home, the sun was nearly setting. At last, he could enjoy a moment of tranquility and retrieve the rewards from the system. Although Xiao He felt no fatigue, he sensed a lingering sense of time wasted. Some matter should suffice with a single encounter. Why must they be repeated? Ah, women are truly hard to please. As he prepared to extract his rewards upon exiting the palace, a voice from the side interrupted. Lord Xiao. The princess mentioned that her condition is rather unstable. Since you performed admirably last time, she wishes for you to take another look. At that moment, another sedan chair halted at the entrance, exuding an aura of opulence. From it emerged a tall and graceful woman. Lord Xiao, do you remember the Princess of Shun? She has recently been unable to break through the early stages of the Four Extremes realm. and has heard of your medical expertise that may enhance her chances of breakthrough. She wishes to invite you to assist her. Chapter 66. Tremendous Advancement. Abundant Harvest. Xiao He glanced left and right, having just received the 3 prominent figures from the palace. His itinerary for the next 5 days had already been arranged by the Imperial Consort. Without even returning home, he was to encounter the Princess of Shun Wang on his journey. As for Princess Tai Ning, it was evident that her primal instincts were once again at play. Xiao He cleared his throat and said, "Ladies, I have pressing matters tomorrow. Could you grant me a few days' grace?" Song Miao Miao stepped forward and declared, "The princess has expressed that she will wait for you to dine with her, no matter how late, at Dongshui Tower." Dinner? His sister had already informed him that she had prepared his favorite dishes: braised pork, guachang chicken, tomato and egg soup, and hot pot meatballs. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Xiao He felt a throbbing headache. He recalled a figure from his past life, a remarkable individual who had dated 16 girlfriends, all residing in the same neighborhood, yet unaware of one another. Had it not been for a tragic accident, these women would have remained oblivious for a lifetime. He was intrigued as to how such a situation was managed. Did he possess a system or perhaps a clone? 1. Visit Li Susu. Reward soul-reviving pill. Note, nothing unexpected. 2. Visit the Princess of Shun Wang. Reward, transformation of Heat Dong Lion's Roar to Dragon's Roar. Note, beware, you may encounter Shun Wang, who might request a demonstration of your medical skills, which could lead to disappointing results, tarnishing your reputation. 3. Return home directly. Reward, 5 years of training in Dragon Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique. Note, your sister is already preparing dinner. At the very least, a visit to the Princess of Shun Wang was out of the question. I sincerely apologize, but the princess has also invited me. Please convey to the Princess of Shun Wang that we may discuss this another time, if it pleases her. To his surprise, a voice emerged from the palanquin. Lord Xiao. It seems it must be postponed to another occasion. Since the princess has extended an invitation, you should go. Xiao He bowed respectfully, deducing that the voice belonged to the Princess of Shun Wang. Accompanying Song Miao Miao to Dongshui Tower, the first thing Xiao He asserted upon entering was, at most, I can spare a stick of incense's worth of time. I have important matters to attend to. Oh, a stick of incense is hardly sufficient, Li Susu exclaimed, leaping onto Xiao He like an octopus clinging to its prey. What more do you desire? Xiao He responded with a firm hand. When Xiao He exited the loft, aside from his slightly disheveled hair, he appeared quite well. Unable to contain her curiosity, Song Miao Miao inquired, were you truly attending to medical matters with the princess inside? Would it be otherwise? Song Miao Miao looked at him skeptically. You must tell me the truth. I won't spread it around. I am genuinely curious. There was nothing of note. If you don't believe me, you can inquire with the princess. I must return home now. Xiao He dared not speak the truth. Such matters were too delicate to divulge. Even as someone as close as Song Miao Miao. Even if their relationship deepened, he would remain silent, for that was the hallmark of a master in time management. Hey. Song Miao Miao wished to voice her thoughts, but Xiao He had already walked away, blending into the bustling streets, and soon vanished from sight. Upon returning to the Taichung temple residence, Xiao He found 3 graceful figures bustling about the home, with the addition of Mao Xiaoqing and Mao Jinjin. The once quiet courtyard had become lively. Imagining if I were to bring over Li Susu, Lian Xinyue, and Lu Yunshang, and then have a few chubby little ones. Wouldn't life be bustling and joyous? Truly blissful. But for now, it remains just a thought. You are back. Zhu Xiaoming was the first to dash out from the kitchen, her face glistening with sweat. Dressed in simple attire with a high ponytail, she exuded a youthful vibrance, complemented by a touch of homely charm. Master, said Mao Xiaoqing, as well as Mao Jinjin, who had also arrived. Call me Brother Xiao instead. Master sounds rather odd, Xiao He corrected. Mao Xiaoqing became more animated. Yes, Brother Xiao. The dishes made by Sister Zhu are exceptionally delicious. We have never tasted such things in the South. Xiao He replied, if it's tasty, indulge yourself. Are you comfortable living here? Quite well indeed. The house is spacious enough for us to wander about, and there's a place to practice as well, which is very reassuring. Mao Jinjin tugged at Mao Xiaoqing, saying, hurry and get to work. We haven't cleaned the east courtyard yet. What are you all doing? Xiao He inquired, puzzled. I've asked them to plant some fruits and vegetables so we can have our own food and not need to buy it from outside. Zhu Xiaoming explained. Oh, I see. Sister, you truly work too hard. Where's the hardship? Now, I'll go prepare the meal. So you just sit and wait a while until it's ready. Ah, sister, you are simply the best. Watching Zhu Xiaoming leave, Xiao He felt an immense sense of peace. Each time he returned home, all his pressures and emotions calmed significantly, and this tranquility was brought to him by Zhu Xiaoming. Seated on a chair in the dining room, Xiao He finally had the opportunity to claim the rewards from the system. After this round, he could be considered exceedingly wealthy. Claim rewards. Moreover, a high-level choice. Option 1. Convict the Deputy Minister of Revenue. 10 years of cultivation experience in Lingshu Step, soul-enhancing pill. The upgrade of the Push Palace Blood activating technique to the 36 techniques of divine confusion. 7 dragon pills. 10 years of cultivation experience in True Spirit 9 transformations. 10 years of cultivation experience in Lingshu Step and the Invisibility Talisman. First, I shall advance the Lingshu Step. Cultivating this technique to its highest level allows one to touch upon the principle of shrinking space. With 10 years of experience, his Lingshu Step ascended directly to the 8th level, just 2 steps away from perfection. Xiao He felt as though he had traversed 10 years in a special space practicing the Lingshu Step, and upon concluding, his body felt remarkably lighter. With a single leap, he found himself outside the house, circling around Mao Xiaoqing before returning indoors. Mao Xiaoqing sensed a gust of wind pass by and stood up, bewildered, glancing around. Sister, was someone just here? No, it was just a gust of wind. What is the matter? Oh, nothing, I must have misseen. With 2 10-year experiences, as he extracted again, the Lingshu Step ascended directly to the 10th level. Upon reaching this stage, when Xiao He practiced the Lingshu Step once more, he discovered that the world appeared transformed. Easily traversable. Though it felt somewhat tenuous, it allowed him to cover 100 zhong with a single step. Impressive. With the perfected Lingshu Step, as long as my opponents are not exceedingly formidable, they should pose no threat to me. The soul-enhancing pill, as its name implies, is a medicinal elixir that enhances spiritual strength, which Xiao He promptly consumed. The range of spiritual perception has expanded by an additional 3 zhong, totaling 30 zhong. Indeed, the potency of the medicinal effects is quite substantial. As for the technique, known as the 36 methods of soul confusion, it is essentially a medical skill akin to hypnosis. However, this particular form of hypnosis yields tangible results. It has the capacity to elevate individuals to a euphoric state, enhancing certain levels of excitement and mental clarity. When one practices under such conditions, numerous benefits can be reaped. Nevertheless, it is crucial to note that if the practitioner behaves irresponsibly, adverse consequences may ensue, such as driving an individual to madness or amplifying their uncontrollable desires. Nonetheless, Xiao He recognizes that this technique is less effective against those of higher cultivation or stronger will, unless such individuals willingly cooperate. Therefore, it remains primarily a therapeutic method rather than a means of combat. The 7-dragon pill serves as an antidote, capable of dispelling toxins from those at or below the gathering pill realm, including practitioners of that level. This is indeed a valuable item that may prove useful in the future. The True Spirit 9 transformations is a high-level cultivation technique that Xiao He has practiced for a decade. Upon entering this extraordinary realm, he perceives vague images of sentient beings in his mind, indistinct in form yet numerous, yet he remains unable to integrate with them. Ultimately, after 10 years of diligent effort, his cultivation has progressed from the 4 extremities realm to the later stage of the 4 extremities. The pace of advancement has slowed. It took a decade to transition from the initial to the later stage, which is understandable considering that the princess is also at the later stage of the 4 extremities. To fully master the divine abilities within the True Spirit 9 transformations, one must absorb genuine true spirits. Alas, the system does not reward such efforts. With your current strength, you can at most resort to seduction, lest you be obliterated by the true spirit. Chapter 67. What purpose do you have in ascending to the heavens? Hasn't the technique been introduced? By wielding the 9 styles of spirit extinction, can one suppress the true spirit? Your 9 styles of spirit extinction would hardly suffice. If faced with a true spirit, even the great Qian would be dismantled. Xiao He pondered, is the true spirit truly that formidable? By the way, how does the true spirit compare to the Shirto raccoon? I cannot say. The strength of true spirits varies. I recall that day when a mere shadow of a Shirto raccoon could instill panic in the Empress. The commotion was akin to the destruction of heaven and earth. If the corporeal Shirto raccoon were to arrive, it could probably swallow an entire city in a single breath. The thought alone is terrifying. Fortunately, this world does not harbor exceedingly outrageous supermonsters. The invisibility talisman. This introduction is quite extraordinary. Taoist invisibility talisman. Duration, 1 hour. As long as one does not take action, no one can detect them. Even the emperor would be oblivious. This talisman does not vanish after use. It remains until the full hour has elapsed. In other words, if Xiao He uses it for the duration of an incense stick, the remaining time will still be preserved. A thought sparked in Xiao He's mind, and he promptly activated the invisibility talisman, approaching the 2 busy women, Mao Xiaoqing and Mao Zhenjin. At this moment, Mao Xiaoqing was bent over, planting vegetables, clad in a sheer veil that revealed her exquisite figure. A mischievous impulse surged within Xiao He, and he reached out to tickle her waist. Mao Xiaoqing exclaimed, and simultaneously, Mao Zhenjin, holding her waist, staggered back in surprise. The 2 women exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. What just happened? I felt someone brush against my waist, tickling me. Me too. Xiao He seized the opportunity for another sudden strike. The 2 women recoiled, glancing fearfully at the vegetable garden. Sister, did you feel that? If you felt it, then I certainly did. I can confirm that something unseen is definitely present. How frightening. We must inform Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao, Brother Xiao. Mao Xiaoqing shouted as she dashed to the dining hall, only to find it empty. The 2 began to scatter again. Xiao He intended to tease his sister, but, seeing her laboring alone in the kitchen, decided against it. It would be inconsiderate to provoke her while she toiled so hard. Thus, he deactivated his invisibility, revealing himself to Mao Xiaoqing and Mao Zhenjin. Brother Xiao, we just encountered a ghost. Mao Zhenjin nodded vigorously, gesturing as the 2 excitedly recounted their experience. It's nothing, merely some sneaky presence. I can assist you in dealing with it when I have the time. Xiao He wasn't quite sure how to explain, so he offered them some comfort, his mind still occupied with thoughts of the invisibility talisman's power. What exactly is this Taoist realm? Last time, there was an Earth Escape talisman, and now there's an invisibility talisman. Yet I have never encountered anyone from a Taoist sect. Dinner is ready. Come help serve the dishes, came Zhu Xiaoming's voice. Coming, exclaimed Xiao He, realizing his growing fondness for Zhu Xiaoming's cooking. The 2 women from the Mao family swiftly rushed over to assist. Sister Ming, shall we learn to cook alongside you tomorrow? We've been relying on you to prepare meals, and we feel rather embarrassed about it. Zhu Xiaoming, however, is quite unbothered. Of course, as long as you find it enjoyable. Feel free to follow my lead in the kitchen. The 2 daughters of the Mao family were even more delighted upon hearing this. In total, there were 6 dishes, 2 soups, and an appetizer, all of which were favored by Xiao He. Having hardly eaten all day, I shall begin now. Xiao He donned a large bowl and commenced his eating with fervor. Zhu Xiaoming thoughtfully tied a cloth around him to prevent any spills from soiling his clothes. Here, your favorite pig trotters, which I have stewed for an entire day. Do give it a taste. Zhu Xiaoming offered Xiao He a vibrant piece of pig trotter. Sister's cooking is truly never tiresome. Xiao He, with his mouth still full, mumbled appreciatively. The 2 daughters of the Mao family shared a knowing smile at this scene, already aware that the 2 were not biological siblings. How was your visit to the palace today? Zhu Xiaoming inquired, and, as Xiao He met her enchanting gaze, he felt a twinge of guilt, for this day had brought him through the tender affection of concubine Lian, the madness of concubine Lu, and the antics of Li Susu. Just one day, and already he felt like a scoundrel. You finally acknowledge your scoundrel nature. Here, a reward of a 9-turn golden pill. If this system had a corporeal form, Xiao He mused, he would surely give it a couple of slaps. I was forced into this, except for concubine Lian. Xiao He cleared his throat, swallowing his food before speaking. The Empress harbors significant suspicion towards me, while everything else is manageable. And the Emperor's trust in me is steadily increasing. That sounds quite good, but there is something I wish to ask, Zhu Xiaoming said, placing her chopsticks to her lips, which slightly parted to reveal her pearly whites. Sister, do ask, what is it? After glancing at the two daughters of the Mao family, Zhu Xiaoming inquired with surprise. I heard that you brought them back from Celestial Realm, and that place, I've inquired, seems to be a brothel. How? How did you end up in such a place? Cough, cough, cough. Xiao He had forgotten this detail. He had only mentioned his intentions of sheltering the two daughters of the Mao family in their pitiable circumstances. He had not disclosed that he had brought them back from such a place. Faced with his sister's questioning, Xiao He certainly would not confess that he had gone there for entertainment. After all, his original intention was to investigate the corruption within the Divine Guard and the Imperial Horse Department. But Zhu Xiaoming continued. Moreover, they claimed that the price for the two sisters was as high as 200,000, requiring 1 million to become a member. Your finances? Sister, please promise me. This matter must not be spread around. I believe you went to that place not for those kinds of needs, Zhu Xiaoming said, her cheeks flushed. Simultaneously, she pondered whether she was being too selfish. Although she cherished Xiao He, he was a man, a robust adult man at that. It would be unreasonable to deny him contact with women. She enjoyed snuggling up to him while sleeping, but could offer nothing in return. Indeed, it felt rather selfish. Sister, allow me to share with you. Xiao He drew closer to Zhu Xiaoming, leaning in to whisper softly, while shielding his mouth with his hand. I am here for an investigation, and the Emperor has assured that the expenses will be reimbursed. So you need not worry about the costs. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaoming's face brightened with understanding. He had anticipated as much. Mao Xiaoqing and Mao Zhenjin remained curious about their conversation, yet continued to keep their heads down, engrossed in their meal. Sister, let us continue dining. We can converse further after the meal. Within the span of a tea's brew, the plates were emptied. After assisting with the cleanup, Xiao He contemplated testing the function of his invisibility talisman. Whom should he approach? Ascending to the rooftop, he followed his memory and soon spotted the residence of the Minister of Revenue, located 2 miles away. Indeed, why not experiment with him? For the sake of caution, Xiao He resolved to test the talisman with the princess, as Song Miao Miao was an expert among experts. If she failed to detect him, his chances would be significantly improved. After all, the minister's household harbored an abundance of evidence for corruption. Chapter 68. Elder Red Moon Xiao He, the influential figure, acted without hesitation. Sister, I have matters to attend to tonight. Please take care and ensure you return to rest. Zhu Xiaoming's subsequent words trailed off as she sensed Xiao He's maturity. More women found him appealing, and she felt she could no longer monopolize his attention. Her heart, for reasons unknown, grew increasingly complex, filled with a sense of loss and an inexplicable turmoil. Having applied an invisibility charm, Xiao He returned to the winter snow tower. Song Miao Miao was not waiting outside, but was engaged in conversation with the princess within. Just then, a young waiter entered, bringing some snacks for the princess. Xiao He followed the waiter into the room, where the two women sat discussing mundane matters. Song Miao Miao remained oblivious to Xiao He's presence, and the princess, of course, was equally unaware. Despite being a master of the dragon transformation realm, Song Miao Miao had no inkling of Xiao He nearby. Alas, no gathering cauldron cultivator had attempted to sense him. Fortuitously, a woman clad in red appeared at the entrance. She appeared to be around 40, exuding a profound and natural aura that reminded Xiao He of the esteemed unicorn. While she lacked in certain aspects, her overall presence was unmistakable. This woman surpasses even the enchantress of the Hawan sect. She is undoubtedly a master of the gathering cauldron, or even stronger. Yet, this woman remained unaware of Xiao He. As she entered, Song Miao Miao and the princess promptly stood. Song Miao Miao displayed profound respect, exclaiming, "Master," while Li Susu called out, "Senior sister." Senior sister? Xiao He was suddenly enlightened. This woman hailed from the Qifeng sword sect, and the princess was certainly a disciple of some prominent figure within the sect. What brings you here so unexpectedly? I heard you were entering seclusion. Li Susu joyfully approached, grasping the hand of Red Moon. Red Moon took a seat. showing no awareness of Xiao He, and slowly remarked, "I have heard of your recent progress in cultivation and came to see for myself. Moreover, Miao Miao has established her career in the Great Qian, quite commendable. Senior sister, it is merely good fortune." Li Susu's cheeks flushed slightly, as she could not divulge her method of breakthrough and hoped her sister would not dwell on the process. "What fortune? It is your innate talent that has led you here. By the way, who is the esteemed Xiao Tai that facilitated your breakthrough? I would like to meet him when time permits." Red Moon's countenance was warm and kind. "Ah, he has now become the minister of the Taichung Sea, engrossed in affairs, so he may not have the time." Li Susu feared that her sister would perceive something amiss should she encounter Xiao He. Li Susu stood silently to the side, while Xiao He remained beside her, refraining from any antics or disruptions. "Oh, he has already attained the position of Minister of the Taichung Sea. How swiftly!" Red Moon expressed her surprise, having traveled a long distance and only hearing about the princess's breakthrough upon her arrival. "Indeed, senior sister, what brings you to the Great Qian? Surely, it cannot be solely to visit me." "My visit is not merely for your sake," Red Moon replied, her face adorned with a smile. "Me?" Li Susu pointed at herself, sensing a hint of trepidation as Red Moon nodded affirmatively. She randomly took out a letter. It was correspondence from the Taishu Palace, indicating that a certain prodigy there held a fondness for her and wished to meet. "I am here to facilitate your encounter." Upon hearing this, Li Susu instinctively jumped up, exclaiming, "I do not want to." "Why not?" Han Yue asked, surprised by Li Susu's intense reaction. Previously, during their time at the Sword Sect, when this matter had been mentioned, Li Susu had responded casually, saying it could be discussed later, depending on the circumstances. However, her current agitation was unmistakable, and the experienced Han Yue quickly discerned something deeper. "Junior sister, this matter was proposed by our esteemed master. Be honest with me, do you have someone you like?" Han Yue inquired gravely. Xiao He, who was nearby, felt a stir within but quickly regained his composure. It was not yet an irretrievable situation. He needed to ascertain more about the man who was fixated on his woman. He recalled that the man's surname was Han and thought he had heard that name before. During their journey to Tianlong Temple, some members of the Divine Guard had discussed it. Li Susu sat upright, her figure delicate and graceful, exuding an air that invoked a desire to protect her. "What does my having someone I like have to do with this? Even if I do not, I have no desire to engage with that person," she asserted, her face set in determination, wishing only for Xiao He's presence. "You." Han Yue stood up, scrutinizing Li Susu closely, and asked in a serious tone, "Tell me, who is this man that has caused you to change your heart?" "Senior sister, what change of heart? I have never liked anyone named Han. I have never even met him. How can that be considered a change of heart? Furthermore, must I meet him? What kind of reasoning is that?" Li Susu retorted angrily, rising to face Han Yue with indignation. "Junior sister, while you are indeed my junior, I am over 100 years your senior. In terms of seniority, I am your elder, and in age and experience, I hold the position of your superior. To put it bluntly, this world is ruled by the principle of social status. The man you claim to like is someone you dare not even name. He is likely unworthy. Such individuals rarely achieve lasting connections." Hong Yue's words irked Li Susu, yet the harsh truth remained. Her relationship with Xiao He could only unfold in secrecy, but any hope for open acknowledgement led to dire consequences for him. "In any case, I will not meet that man named Han, regardless of who he is. Even if he were celestial descended to Earth, I would not consent to such a meeting," Li Susu declared, turning away, indicating her desire to disengage from further conversation with Han Yue. However, Han Yue had descended specifically to address this issue. She was not about to relent. Thus, she softened her tone, saying, "Li Junior sister, that Han is the grandson of the second elder, Han Feng, of the Taishu Palace. Do you understand who that second elder is? He is a figure of significant renown, having achieved fame even before a master. Even the Emperor of Deqian would regard him with respect. This is a match of equal stature. Even if he is the legendary son of the Taoist sect, it bears no relevance to me. I have no interest in nobility or the progeny of immortals. Such things do not bring me joy or stir my heart," Li Susu replied resolutely. The mere mention of the second elder's grandson only amplified her sense of trouble without causing her to waver. This scene moved Xiao He deeply, revealing the simplicity of Li Susu's emotions, untouched by worldly embellishments. It appears that the women around him share this same purity. Could it be that he is extraordinarily fortunate? Each of them, of noble lineage, seems to harbor affections for a mere impoverished lad, which can only be attributed to the remarkable nature of his young holy body. Seeing that Li Susu would not heed her advice, Hong Yu turned to Song Miao Miao and said, "You should persuade the princess. She has grown up alongside you and shares the closest bond with you. Ensure she does not stray onto the wrong path. Additionally, step outside with me for a moment." "Yes, master," Song Miao Miao replied earnestly, not daring to contradict Hong Yu, and followed her out of the room, while Li Susu shot her a frantic look. Once the two had exited, Li Susu angrily seated herself. What does it matter if he is surnamed Han? There is no comparison to Xiao He. That scoundrel, Xiao He, returns home only to think of his sister, neglecting to spend the night with me. "My dear, who says I haven't come?" Xiao He's voice emerged from the side as he dispelled his invisibility talisman, demonstrating both his skill and audacity. Li Susu was startled but instantly filled with joy. "How did you get here? We must leave quickly. This old woman is a formidable presence in the open Yuan realm, and if discovered, it would mean disaster. Fear not, I am confident. As long as we keep the noise to a minimum, we shall be fine." Xiao He reassured her, possessing a system that concealed his aura, alleviating his concerns of being detected. Is it merely a matter of keeping the noise down? A mischievous glint appeared in Li Susu's eyes as she glanced toward the door. Pulling Xiao He onto the bed and using the curtains to shield him while she stood at the bedside. Chapter 69. A playful frolic in the water. Are you out of your mind? In such a short span, you're already up to no good? Xiao He exclaimed, incredulous. Exciting. Li Susu replied with a mischievous grin. Xiao He, feeling helpless, asked, "By the way, how did you become invisible? Are you familiar with the invisibility talisman from the Taoist sect?" "It's golden," Li Susu suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this, Li Susu was astonished. "You possess such a thing?" "My heavens, such a talisman is non-existent in the Great Qian. The golden variety is of a high tier. Not even my senior sister, let alone my father, could perceive it without deliberate searching. Is it truly that formidable?" Xiao He was taken aback. "I hope to receive more rewards in the future. Isn't this invincible? However, there's a downside. As soon as you make a move, or if there's even a slight disturbance, or when you channel your vital energy, you will be revealed. The element of surprise is diminished," Li Susu said, her cheeks flushing slightly. "By the way, what exactly is the Taoist sect?" "The Taoist sect? I am not entirely certain. It seems to exist only in legends." Before long, it appeared that Hong Yue was about to enter. "Quickly, use the invisibility talisman," Li Susu urged. "I must leave. This is untenable. What are you afraid of?" "I'm going to bathe. Accompany me," Li Susu insisted resolutely. "I truly have pressing matters. I cannot." Xiao He, though unwilling, found his feet rooted to the spot. Moments later, in the bathing tub, as Li Susu settled in, Hong Yue entered with Song Miao Miao. Xiao He had intended to depart, but was pulled back by Li Susu. "Are you bathing so early?" Hong Yue observed Li Susu leaning against the edge of the tub, propping her head with her hand, seemingly kneeling within the water. "Indeed, is there a problem with my desire to bathe?" Li Susu raised her voice deliberately. "In a few days, that young man, surnamed Han, will arrive. You might want to consider your options then." "I shall not intrude on your bathing any longer," Hong Yue remarked, preparing to leave, but noticed Li Susu's gaze was somewhat dazed, as if she hadn't heard her. Moreover, the water in the tub continued to ripple. "Are you quite pleased? Why do you keep splashing with your feet?" Hong Yue frowned. "I merely wish to move. What of it? That surnamed Han is coming. You should at least meet him." "Huh, no chance," Li Susu retorted, twisting her body as if protesting her senior sister's suggestion. "Very well. If you choose not to meet him and your father holds you accountable, I cannot intervene." "Miao Miao, let's go," Hong Yue called out, then swiftly exited. After walking a short distance, she noticed Song Miao Miao had not followed and turned back. "Miao Miao, what are you staring at? Come along with me for a stroll." Song Miao Miao had been fixated on Li Susu, feeling something was amiss, yet unable to articulate it. With a soft sound of acknowledgement, she followed Hong Yue out of the room. Once they departed, the room erupted in splashes. Xiao He, what does this signify for us? Xiao He chuckled lightly. This is what we call a light unraveling of the thin silk garments, together testing the fragrant waters, a playful frolic akin to mandarin ducks. How delightful! I never imagined you were versed in poetry. Li Susu found herself increasingly fond of Xiao He. Half an hour later, Xiao He stepped out of the room, while Li Susu continually assured him that she would have no entanglements with that young man surnamed Han. After departing from the winter snow loft, Xiao He hurriedly made his way to the residence of the Deputy Minister of Revenue, Zhong Tao. The minister's abode, situated 3 miles from the Taichung Temple, exuded a far more imposing aura, with 4 guards stationed at the entrance, each radiating an 8th-tier presence. The prowess of a single guard at such a level hinted at the formidable expertise within. The deputy minister's strength eclipsed that of the minister of Taichung by a significant margin. The grand gate stood resolutely closed, and the walls were fortified with isolation arrays that rendered aerial entry impossible. Therefore, he could only wait for the gate to open and slip in stealthily behind someone else. Perhaps fortune smiled upon Xiao He, for a sedan chair had just halted at the deputy minister's entrance. A finely adorned woman emerged, her features somewhat obscured by the dimness. Yet to Xiao He, darkness posed no barrier. The woman was strikingly beautiful, tall, and undoubtedly a paragon of grace, though her brow bore a hint of sorrow. Her demeanor exuded an elegance reminiscent of those commanders within the divine guards. Sensing that she was no ordinary individual, Xiao He trailed behind her as she advanced, and the guards at the door willingly swung it open. Accompanying the woman were 2 guards of considerable strength, prompting Xiao He to hastily follow in their wake. With his ethereal steps, he made not a sound, thus successfully infiltrating the residence. Let us observe what this woman intends to do, he thought. The deputy minister's estate was vast, at least twice the size of the Taichung Temple, with a security presence that was formidable, with guards every few paces. The squad leaders were of the spirit platform realm. An occasionally higher-ranked expert from the 4th realm would pass by to inquire about the situation. The internal defenses of the deputy minister's residence were even more stringent than those of the favored concubine, rivaling the fortifications of a battalion led by the divine guards. Xiao He continued to shadow the woman, traversing 2 grand halls and 3 corridors, until they reached the highest hall within the estate. It was at this juncture that the woman paused at the entrance. A heavy voice emanated from within. "You have arrived. Lord Zhong, my father can no longer endure. I beseech you to show mercy," the woman implored, her voice tinged with tears, her body trembling slightly as if torn between kneeling or standing. Witnessing this scene left Xiao He momentarily stunned, initially believing her to be a conspirator with Zhong Tao. To his surprise, it appeared she was there to plead for assistance. Her father presumably a significant official. However, such matters were of no concern to him. As Xiao He regarded the highest chamber, he surmised it must be the deputy minister's most crucial room, likely housing the account books. "Your father's affairs bear no relevance to me. His Majesty has dispatched him to confront the enemy in the north. Now, lacking the capability, what use is your plea to me?" The voice from within echoed once more, seemingly untroubled. Yet, in an instant, Xiao He grasped the truth. The woman's father was undoubtedly a general stationed at the border, tasked with repelling foreign threats. The deputy minister typically oversaw military expenditures, and given this corrupt official's affiliations with the traitorous Chao, it was not difficult to envision the scenario. This group was pressuring the woman's father to pledge his allegiance to them. The emperor had proclaimed that the national treasury was depleted and military funds were scarce. Furthermore, the front lines were not confined to a singular battleground. The northern borders were extensive, with an elongated front line hosting countless skirmishes, both large and small, occurring in myriad locations. The emperor is unable to manage everything, and there are undoubtedly areas where his energy wanes. This circumstance has afforded the Minister of Revenue an opportunity to exploit, revealing his true character as a treacherous official, utilizing national security as a means to further his own agenda. It is no wonder that the moral climate of the great Qin dynasty has deteriorated, with even extraordinary young women like the 2 daughters of the Mao family neglecting their domestic responsibilities to come to Tiansheng for a desperate plea. With a sudden thud, the woman knelt, beseeching, "My lord, whatever you ask of me, I shall comply. Please grant my request. Otherwise, my father will not endure much longer." A sigh emanated from within. "Ah, come in." The woman shuddered, instinctively sensing the gravity of what was to transpire, and with heavy steps, she entered. Xiao He followed closely behind and immediately beheld a vast wooden table at the center of the room, surrounded by shelves brimming with densely packed books. Behind the table sat an elderly man, his hair graying, his gaze fixed intently upon the woman. His eyes evoked a disquieting sensation in Xiao He, akin to locking eyes with a venomous serpent. Clad in a white robe, the old man held a pen, scribbling something on the table. Xiao He quickly averted his gaze, fearful that the elder might perceive his thoughts. However, when his eyes fell upon the open ledger on Zhong Tao's table, he was taken aback. With a chuckle, Zhong Tao remarked, "Miss Ling Shan, I trust you do not wish for your father to perish on the battlefield, do you?" Chapter 70. Wishing Lord Zhong good luck tonight, beast. Worse than a beast. Upon hearing this, Xiao He immediately sensed the impending calamity. This old man actually harbored thoughts about a young lady, and Ning Shan was undoubtedly a paragon of beauty. Being a descendant of a general, her demeanor exuded a remarkable grace, and with her martial training since childhood, her physique was perfectly proportioned, emanating an aura of strength. "Lord Zhong, as long as you agree to provide my father with supplies, I shall comply with anything," Ning Shan declared through gritted teeth. "Good, good, good," Zhong Tao responded, rising to his feet and gripping Ning Shan's shoulders, his gaze fixated upon her, surveying her from head to toe. Perhaps having feasted his eyes sufficiently, he greedily remarked, "Turn around and let me have a look." Though Ning Shan felt an overwhelming sense of shame, she complied. As she turned, her exquisite silhouette and the perfect curve of her figure incited Zhong Tao's lust. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, startling Ning Shan, who instinctively recoiled. "What are you dodging for? Do you not wish for your father's survival?" Zhong Tao reprimanded discontentedly. "That's not it. You haven't agreed to my terms, nor have you granted approval." Ning Shan was no fool. How could she offer herself before securing her leverage? "Agree? If you do not offer yourself, how can I consent?" "Ning San, do not be ungrateful," Zhong Tao said, slowly advancing, his formidable presence suffocating her. "This old man is quite powerful," Xiao He mused. Though not as formidable as that enchanting figure from the Huan sect, he certainly surpassed the likes of Hualong. Xiao He was taken aback. The enchanting figure from the Huan sect, Song Miao Miao had mentioned, was at the mid-level of the gathering cauldron stage. Such individuals could already be conferred titles in the Great Qian. This Minister of Revenue, from his perception, might merely be at the early stage of the gathering cauldron. Could a mere scholar possess such absurd strength? And, given his age, he must have embezzled significantly to elevate his cultivation. Xiao He refrained from rashly intervening to rescue the damsel, as his focus lay on the accounts on the table. Should Zhong Tao be alerted, not only was Xiao He currently no match for him, but the minister's residence likely harbored other formidable experts. Discovery would lead to certain demise. "Please, Lord Zhong, I am the daughter of General Ling. You cannot do this. If my father returns, you shall be doomed," Ning Shan exclaimed, evading Zhong Tao. Yet the latter chuckled ominously, relishing the thrill of the chase. "Beautiful one, haha, running away? The more you resist, the more excited I become. Haha." Suddenly, with a pointed finger, Zhong Tao unleashed a dark light that struck Ning Shan's thigh. She stumbled, crying out, and inadvertently fell toward Xiao He. He quickly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding embracing her. Ning Shan collided with the desk, scattering its contents across the floor. However, Zhong Tao paid no heed, his face plastered with a lewd grin, for at that moment, Ning Shan was sprawled across the table. "Beautiful one, running away? Let us see how you escape." A bitter expression crossed Ning Shan's face, as the grim reality of her fate dawned upon her. The thought of being unable to save her father and facing defilement filled her with despair. She murmured softly, "The world is indifferent, human sentiments cruel. The rain ushers in dusk, and flowers easily fall. Father, it seems Shaner must depart before you." Xiao He found himself standing directly over the ledger, observing how Zhong Tao was indulging in his tyrannical power, completely oblivious to his presence. With a subtle motion, Xiao He discreetly pocketed the ledger. Suddenly, Ling Shan let out a gasp as Zhong Tao forcefully tore her long skirt, revealing a glimpse of her pale skin. Xiao He cursed silently under his breath, preparing to position himself by the door for a timely escape. He had no interest in witnessing such barbaric behavior. However, at that moment, the system made its appearance. The system presented two high-stakes missions. 1. Save Ling Shan and receive a severely diluted drop of Candle Dragon's essence as a reward. Caution: this task is fraught with peril if one does not possess exceptional intellect. It is advised not to engage. 2. Remain a silent observer of a sordid spectacle. Gain rewards in the form of a soil escape talisman. Note: to witness such a charming maiden fall into the clutches of an old man, your enemy, while you can only watch silently. Can you endure it? Naturally, Xiao He could not endure such a sight, yet he understood the importance of the bigger picture. The rewards were enticing. The Candle Dragon was a force of nature, capable of commanding storms and shaping worlds. This was undoubtedly the essence of true spirit, and although it was merely a severely diluted drop, it was far superior to the chaotic beasts found within the Great Qian realm. Moreover, the true spirit's 9 transformations could only integrate with 9 major true spirits, extracting their characteristics. With proper cultivation, one could eventually manifest the true forms of these spirits. Though the severely diluted Candle Dragon's essence could not allow him to evolve into a Candle Dragon, it could provide him with insights into its abilities. At the very least, it should elevate his cultivation to the dragon transformation stage. Help! Save me! Ling Shan cried, her legs thrashing about desperately, but Zhong Tao's strength held her firmly in place. Xiao He glanced around. The door was still shut. What could he do? Suddenly, an idea struck him. He produced a silver needle and, utilizing the technique of the 18 needle points, shot it through the door's crack. This strike, devoid of any mystical energy, was purely a display of medical skill, and it precisely struck the center of a stone sculpture positioned at the doorway. A faint sound of impact echoed from the stone. Who goes there? The surrounding guards quickly stirred into action, rushing towards the source of the noise. Even skilled fighters appeared in a flash. My lord, something has just been shot from your chamber. A silver needle unlike any we've encountered, reported a guard from outside the door. Zhong Tao, caught up in his excitement, momentarily sobered. Upon opening the door, he stepped outside to find 4 or 5 dozen guards gathered, with a tall figure in a black robe at the forefront. A goose-feathered blade hanging at his waist, exuding an aura of chilling severity. This individual was at the dragon transformation stage, flanked by 2 formidable 4th-tier experts. A silver needle? Zhong Tao took the needle from the guard, gazing at it with confusion as he directed his attention back to the room. The force and trajectory indicated it had originated from his own chamber. I was alone in the room. How could a silver needle have been shot from within? His gaze shifted to the disheveled Ling Shan, who was now petrified, huddled in a corner and trembling pitifully. How could a silver needle have been shot, especially one that lacked any lethal force? It was scarcely potent enough for maintenance. Strange. Has anything unusual occurred in the manor today? Zhong Tao inquired, surveying the guards around him. Upon reporting to the esteemed lord, there were no anomalies detected. Is there truly no irregularity? Zhong Tao glanced around, and suddenly, with a swift motion, he struck a corner of the courtyard with his palm. Boom! The distant 3-meter-high artificial hill was reduced to mere powder under the overwhelming force of his terrifying primordial energy. Xiao He, who had just arrived at the entrance, was struck by the sheer might of a master of the gathering pill. The material of that foam mountain was not of inferior quality. Were he to strike it with his fist, it would only shatter into fragments, but could never be obliterated into powder. This demonstrated a profound understanding of the application of power. At that moment, Ling Shan had hastily donned her attire and rushed outside. Yet she remained within the confines of the minister's residence. Even if she had exited her chamber, how could she escape through the main gate of the estate? Lord Zhong, please allow me to return, Ling Shan implored weakly. Just then, an invisible, tasteless, and undulating aura began to circulate throughout the entire minister's residence. Xiao He, hiding in the shadows, could not suppress a mischievous chuckle. Let us see how you fare against the exquisite harmony powder, Lord Zhong. Wishing you good fortune tonight. Xiao He lamented the absence of mobile devices in this world, as it would be splendid to capture the forthcoming spectacle. Chapter 71. Run, run. Run. Xiao He employed his strategy with remarkable cunning. First and foremost, he directed the two guards at the entrance to inhale the substance. Its effects manifested almost immediately, as the women within the estate were all under the influence of the esteemed lord of the ministry. In the fleeting moments of their rationality, these two guards would inevitably open the door and rush to the vicinity of the women to seek release. As the intoxicating fragrance of the substance permeated the surroundings, those inside the dwelling would gradually succumb to madness. Indeed, as Zhong Tao surveyed the area, the two guards at the entrance suddenly gasped for breath, their bodies flushed with desire, exclaiming, "I can't take it anymore. I'm about to explode. I can't endure this any longer. Let's head to West Street." Their furious shouts attracted the attention of others inside the house. "Come back, Zhang Han, Chen Bin, what you two doing?" The cultivators behind Zhong Tao stepped forward, their faces contorted with anger. However, as soon as his words fell, he too began to sense something amiss. "This is not good, my lord. It seems someone has released poison." At this moment, those in the courtyard had already been affected by the substance, their eyes reddening as their male energy surged forth, all of them gazing at Ling Shan with a feral intensity. Though Zhong Tao possessed formidable cultivation, he momentarily managed to suppress his impulses and coldly declared, "Which rogue dares to act with such impudence in my minister's domain? Seeking death?" Boom! His voice resonated like thunder, echoing within the confines of the estate. Imperceptible to the outside world, Ling Shan, meanwhile, recognized the peril of her situation, feeling the weight of the men's gazes upon her. It was evident that they were on the verge of losing control. If she did not flee immediately, her fate would be sealed. Given her modest cultivation, she was no match for those above the 4th level. Fortunately, Ling Shan reacted swiftly and had already distanced herself. Coincidentally, the cultivators, preoccupied with Zhong Tao's search for the poisoner, paid her no heed. "My lord, I can't take it anymore. I need to find a woman." One man charged towards Ling Shan. "That is my woman. Are you seeking death?" Zhong Tao bellowed in fury, striking down the guard with a single blow. At the same time, he raised his hand, and Ling Shan, who was nearly within reach, was about to be captured. Xiao He, sensing the opportune moment, seized Ling Shan's hand and urged, "Do not resist, Miss Ling. I am here to save you." Initially, Ling Shan instinctively attempted to break free, but upon hearing his voice, her heart calmed. "Is someone coming to rescue me? Is it my father's arrangement? Who else in this world would care for me besides him?" Yet, she wondered why this person remained unseen. Was he cloaked in concealment? Xiao He possessed extraordinary strength, and with his perfected ethereal steps, he effortlessly evaded Zhong Tao's grasp. In the blink of an eye, they had vanished from the estate's entrance. This scene left all within the estate momentarily stunned, including Zhong Tao, who failed to react in time. The woman, in his eyes, was akin to an insignificant insect. Even if she fled 40 miles, he could easily recapture her. Thus, he had allowed her to roam freely, never anticipating that just as she neared the exit, she would be whisked away by another force. Only then did Zhong Tao realize that there was indeed someone covertly plotting against him. "Pursue them. Do not let that woman escape. Lin Dong, hurry and gather the others." After Zhong Tao finished speaking, he noticed that the guards around him were behaving strangely. Their eyes glowed a fierce red, as if they were suppressing something, and the impulsive desires within him were being amplified infinitely. "Damn it, Wang He, come out quickly!" Zhong Tao bellowed. From deep within the estate, a figure shot through the air, hovering in midair, frowning as he inquired, "My lord, what is the matter?" "Hurry, pursue Ling Shan. We must see her alive or dead, and uncover who rescued her. Move swiftly." Zhong Tao could no longer contain himself and rushed toward the back courtyard in search of his 18 concubines. Meanwhile, the guards in the courtyard were suffering. They could no longer endure the overwhelming sensations and began tearing at their clothes. With no women around, they resorted to immediate measures. Nearby, The dragon transformation practitioner named Lin Dong approached a handsome subordinate and remarked, "Brother, you smell delightful." The Taichung Temple estate was merely 3 miles from Zhong Tao's residence, a distance that was trivial for Xiao He. Upon entering, Xiao He activated the estate's built-in magical array. As Tian Cheng was unable to fly, the individuals Zhong Tao had dispatched to pursue could only search on the ground. Yet Xiao He had already gained access to the interior first. In a critical moment, he shut the door behind him. The instant he entered, he dispelled his invisibility charm. "You are Xiao He, the son of Xiao Yan?" Ling Shan, cradled in Xiao He's arms, exclaimed in surprise upon seeing his face. "You recognize me?" Ling Shan's expression shifted to one of sorrow. "So it was you who saved me." As she spoke, she buried her head in Xiao He's embrace, tears forming like tiny pearls in her eyes. Xiao Dajie. The 2 daughters of the Mao family, hearing the commotion, emerged and exchanged silent glances, quickly understanding the situation. Zhu Xiaomeng stepped out, her arms wet as if she had been washing clothes. "Xiao He, who is she?" "I just rescued her from a wicked man, though we seem to have known each other before," Xiao He replied, carrying Ling Shan inside. Midway through, Ling Shan realized the intimate nature of their pose and gently suggested, "Xiao He, perhaps you should set me down." "Oh, how careless of me, my apologies." Xiao He gently placed her down. Ling Shan, gathering her disheveled hair, murmured, "Xiao He, your father once treated my father, and back then, you were just a child, learning by his side. Have you forgotten?" Memories of a deceased past began to crystallize for Xiao He. Indeed, there was some truth to her words. "It has been quite some time. I seem to have forgotten," he admitted, and they proceeded to the living room, taking a seat. The 2 daughters of the Mao family, uncertain if they should remain, opted to leave and busy themselves with their own tasks. Before departing, however, they kindly prepared tea and water. Zhu Xiaomeng, indicating her intention to continue washing clothes, refrained from disturbing him, as if aware that this was Xiao He's duty. Holding a cup of warm tea, Ling Shan spoke with a heavy heart. "Your father was a good man. He advocated for reforms to ensure medical care for soldiers at the border, which ultimately led to his tragic demise. The mastermind behind his death was none other than the Deputy Minister of Revenue, Zhong Tao. So it was indeed him." Xiao He reflected, having heard this tale before. "Xiao Yu, or perhaps I should now address you as Lord Xiao. I have heard of your recent developments. It is truly unexpected that after all these years, you have ascended to the esteemed position of Minister of the Grand Chancellery, while I remain merely an unwed maiden, fortunate enough to have been rescued by you." Ling Shan gazed at Xiao He, her heart stirred with emotion. She began to comprehend the commotion within the minister's residence. The manner in which Xiao He had concealed himself was of little consequence. What mattered was his audacity to risk his safety for her. Had he been watching over her all along, or was it merely coincidence? After all, his father had fallen victim to Zhong Tao's treachery. Surely that was a mere twist of fate. "Miss Ling, you must be aware that Zhong Tao is undoubtedly searching for you. The entrance of the Ling residence is likely guarded by numerous skilled fighters. If you return, you shall find yourself in grave danger. It would be prudent for you to remain here for a time," Xiao He advised. "I am deeply grateful for your hospitality, Lord Xiao. However, my father's situation is dire. If he does not receive resources within a month, his entire army may face annihilation." Ling Shan lowered her head, anxiety gnawing at her heart, yet feeling powerless to alter her fate. At that moment, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside the door. "Lord Xiao, this is Wang He, leader of the Crane Summit Gang. On behalf of Lord Zhong, I am in pursuit of a dangerous outlaw. Given your limited resources, I have come to offer my assistance to ensure that you are not taken advantage of by nefarious individuals." Chapter 72. Has Ling Shan also entered the medicine? Wang He. Ling Shan promptly stated, "Do not open the door. This Wang He is a guest of Zhong Tao and also his formidable enforcer. In the early stages of gathering the essence, his strength is formidable, far surpassing Zhong Tao, who, despite being a civil official, possesses limited combat prowess." "Is he really that formidable?" "Though Zhong Tao is a civil official, he is still quite powerful," Xiao He remarked as he rose. "We cannot allow the ruckus outside to continue indefinitely. But what should I do? If you open the door and he enters, his spiritual presence is overwhelming. I will have no means to evade him. Ling Shan expressed her concern. Xiao He's expression shifted, and he promptly affixed an invisibility talisman to Ling Shan. Do not move. Do not let me lose track of you, he instructed. Understood. Ling Shan nodded, her heart swelling with warmth, reminiscent of the care she once received from her father. After preparing everything, Xiao He approached the entrance and opened the grand door of the residence. Without even glancing at the individual before him, he bellowed, "What audacity does the leader of the River Crab Gang have to act recklessly in my Taichung temple? This is the Qian Tiancheng. You disturb my rest. What is your intent?" Wang He, taken aback by the fierce demeanor of the newly appointed Taichung temple official, recalled that the previous elder had always treated him with courtesy. Why is this fellow behaving so unpredictably? Perhaps he has grown accustomed to arrogance, relying on his superior cultivation. He mused, stepping closer and exerting his overwhelming aura to intimidate Xiao He. However, Xiao He remained unfazed and swiftly produced a black whistle, preparing to blow it. Help! Someone intends to harm a court official. Wang He's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the whistle, and he immediately tempered his imposing presence. My lord, I was merely jesting. Yet, Xiao He paid no heed, blowing the whistle, which, though not loud, had remarkable penetrating power. Jesting? You intend to assassinate a court official affiliated with the River Crab Gang, and today shall be your downfall. Shout or run. Are you not making a mountain out of a molehill? I was merely searching for someone, and you summoned the Tiancheng enforcement team. Wang He's face darkened. Making a mountain out of a molehill? You have already begun to exert your pressure. Xiao He retorted, just as three men clad in black patterned fish attire appeared at an astonishing speed before Xiao He's residence. The leading man, of middle age, exuded a dragon transformation aura and showed no fear of Wang He, for he represented the entire Tiancheng enforcement team and the royal authority of Tiancheng. Should Wang He dare to strike, he would find himself unable to leave Tiancheng. Wang Qi clasped his hands in greeting to Xiao He. Shout or run. Did this man lay hands upon you? Xiao He nodded. He did not strike me, but he came perilously close, hence my timely call for assistance. Preposterous. I was merely seeking someone. Wang He attempted to defend himself. I was sent by Lord Zhong to find someone. However, Wang Qi dismissed Wang He's words. Return and investigate. To act against a third-rank official within Tiancheng, you must understand the consequences. I did not strike. I merely released my oppressive aura. Is it so? It's not up to you to decide. Move. Wang Qi commanded. Two subordinates stepped forward, producing specially crafted ropes to bind Wang Qi's wrists. Following this, Wang Qi waved his hand dismissively at Xiao He, who then led him away. Take care, Captain Wang. Much appreciated. It is my duty. Wang Qi responded earnestly, departing without hesitation. Once they had distanced themselves, Xiao He let out a long sigh of relief. How perilous! Thankfully, the enforcement division of Tiancheng remained under the control of the royal family, making it quite effective in dealing with these outsiders. The black whistle in Xiao He's possession was reserved for officials of the third rank and above. Those beneath had no authority to summon it. This was a precaution established by the royal family to safeguard the lives of third-rank officials. Xiao He closed the door behind him and retrieved the invisibility talisman from within. Ling Shan's exquisite visage emerged. Lord Xiao, if you have used that black whistle, I fear other ministers may ostracize you. Why is that so? Xiao He inquired, puzzled. Ling Shan explained, my father possesses one as well, yet he has never utilized it. He states that there exists an unspoken rule among officials in the court. Any conflicts must be resolved internally. To blow the black whistle disrupts this protocol, resulting in no one wanting to collaborate with you, leading to a complete marginalization within the court, making your path exceedingly difficult. You have sacrificed your bright future for my sake. I am truly at a loss for how to repay you. As she spoke, Ling Shan surprisingly attempted to kneel, prompting Xiao He to quickly assist her back to her feet. No need for repayment. It is quite all right, but I have caused you trouble. Ling Shan felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. I understand your sentiments, but this court is already mired in corruption. What value is there in wallowing in their filth? Rest assured, I will be fine. You should take this time to recuperate and not dwell on anything else. Do you understand? Yes. Ling Shan nodded earnestly, though suddenly she let out a soft hum, her cheeks flushed, as she gazed upon Xiao He's handsome countenance. An impulse surged within her to entwine herself with this man. Xiao He observed this scene with alarm, realizing the woman had been subtly affected by the aphrodisiac, albeit to a lesser extent, and was now manifesting its effects. What to do? Lord Xiao, I have no means to repay you. I can only offer myself to you. Ling Shan expressed her feelings, her desire for intimacy with Xiao He evident, though she struggled to find an appropriate justification. 1. Help Ling Shan detox without physical contact, maintaining the integrity of a gentleman. Reward: 10 years of cultivation experience in the breath-catching technique. Note: Ling Shan is currently under the influence of the potion and does not genuinely harbor feelings for you. Her gratitude towards you is merely situational. If you can maintain your composure and not take advantage of her vulnerability, her affection for you may grow, and a true bond could eventually form. 2. Exploit the situation to assist in detoxification. Reward: a large quantity of the aphrodisiac. Note: while you may experience pleasure, Ling Shan will be left in distress. Afterward, she will not seek revenge, as you are her savior, but she will suffer greatly and ultimately depart secretly, leading to her tragic demise upon learning of her father's death. It seems that either choice would lead to temporary satisfaction for oneself at the expense of this woman's well-being. Ling Shan could no longer contain herself. She took the initiative to embrace him, her delicate arm entwining around Xiao He's neck. Tilting her head back, eyes closed, she sought a kiss from him. Lord Xiao, kiss me quickly. Ling Shan exhaled warm breaths, her face flushed. Xiao He inhaled deeply, resisting the allure of her request. What a jest. His sister was still washing his clothes. Thus, he retrieved a 7-dragon pill and forcefully placed it in Ling Shan's mouth. Awakened, the effects of the pill were swift. Her rosy complexion vanished, but her consciousness began to fade and her body softened, collapsing into Xiao He's embrace. Women truly troublesome. Just as Xiao He prepared to lift her, a voice rang out from the doorway. Let me take care of this. You've been busy long enough. Sister, when did you arrive? Xiao He's expression stiffened, realizing he had been unaware of his sister's presence and whether she had witnessed the earlier events. Chapter 73. The early stage of transformation. Hand over the blood of the candle dragon. The hour is late. You should rest, said Zhu Xiaoming as she took the burden from Ling Shan. Perhaps due to her years of labor, her slender arms exhibited surprising strength, enabling her to carry Ling Shan effortlessly. As Zhu Xiaoming departed, Xiao He promptly retrieved his rewards: 10 years of experience in the breath concealment technique and a severely diluted blood of the candle dragon. This technique was fundamentally a straightforward method for concealing one's presence, and after a decade of dedicated practice, it had been perfected. With Xiao He's current cultivation, he could remain undetected beneath the gathering cauldron. He began to absorb the blood of the candle dragon. Xiao He swiftly settled into a meditative posture, his true spirit's 9 transformations surging like a mighty river. The extreme Yang's sacred body, akin to the sun itself, now seemed to be infused with even more frenetic energy. It stirred a tempest within him, activating the true spirit's 9 transformations. That single drop of candle dragon blood was drawn into his heart's pulse. Upon closer examination, although the blood was not particularly vibrant and its potency severely diminished, the indelible will within it and the oppressive force emanating from the true spirit still weighed heavily upon Xiao He. His heart raced, and his extreme Yang sacred body operated like a powerful machine, extracting the essence of the candle dragon's blood. Soon, a thick mist of steam began to rise from his body, a result of excessive perspiration due to the elevated temperature that transformed the sweat into vapor. The room's atmosphere grew increasingly warm, indicative of the unimaginable changes Xiao He was undergoing. His gritted expression revealed the agony of the process, yet there was no turning back. He could only endure with determination. After 3 hours passed, his temperature gradually began to subside. With a long exhale, Xiao He slowly opened his eyes and clenched his fists, feeling the surging strength coursing within him. Indeed, he had entered the early stages of transformation. The increase in cultivation was modest. perhaps due to the severe dilution of the blood. Nonetheless, Xiao He felt satisfied. He had reached the Candle Dragon realm, equivalent to a captain in the Divine Guard. In the realm of the Qian, he was among the elite. Regrettably, while his body had been augmented, he had not comprehended certain mystical abilities of the Candle Dragon. It appeared the quantity of blood was insufficient. He could only hope for more in the future. Rising, Xiao He threw a few punches, feeling somewhat fatigued. He had to venture to the celestial abyss tomorrow, so it was wise to rest early. That night, he retired promptly. Despite his strengthened cultivation, sleep remained an essential source of relaxation, and awakening from a deep slumber always left him feeling rejuvenated. The following morning, Ling Shan and the two daughters of the Mao family were already up early. Sister Zhu went out to buy some ingredients. She has prepared breakfast, said Mao Xinjin, carrying a large pot of pickled vegetable and lean meat congee. She left so early? Xiao He mused, still groggy from a heavy sleep, yet sensing a presence beside him. Ling Shan sat quietly, and when Xiao He took his seat, she stood up with utmost sincerity. Thank you, Lord Xiao. Although I was out of control yesterday, my consciousness remained clear. If not for your kindness, I fear I would have. Why the formalities? Is this not what a gentleman ought to do? It was merely a waste of a medicinal pill, Xiao He replied. Are you referring to the Seven-Dragon pill? This object is invaluable, a single piece demanding 300,000 Qian coins, and despite its worth, it is nearly impossible to procure. The young lady finds herself in a precarious situation, as she possesses no items of value. In her quest to gather funds for her family's military expenses, she has dismissed even her maids and servants, selling everything she could. Now, apart from herself, there is nothing of worth left. Moreover, she carries a storage bag at her waist, a possession typically associated with impoverished practitioners. Were it not for the fact that the general's carriage was bestowed by the royal family, and thus unsellable, she might have considered parting with it as well. Xiao He is aware of her predicament and waves his hand dismissively. You may assist me here with some chores and help my sister garden. By the way, can you cook? Indeed, I have been able to cook since childhood. My mother adored culinary arts, so I learned alongside her. Ling Shan's eyes sparkled. She had finally discovered a means to be of service. However, the two daughters of the Mao family felt a pang of insecurity, as they had yet to master cooking, though they excelled in the art of poisoning. Xiao He then broached a more pressing matter. What about your father? At this, Ling Shan's expression darkened. Zhongtao does not agree, and I am powerless to act. The resources at my disposal can only support a few critical battlefields. As for my father, he is left unattended. Xiao He felt helpless in this regard, having witnessed the extent of the Deputy Minister of Revenue's influence just yesterday. The Deputy Minister himself possesses a formidable cultivation level, supported by another adept. Although currently under investigation, it is likely he will be released soon, encountering no significant difficulties. Furthermore, he wields considerable power. Should he find himself in peril, other officials would rally to his aid. To bring down a deputy minister involves many entanglements. What appears as a mere excavation of one side actually stirs an entire mountain range. Lord Xiao, I understand this request may be somewhat embarrassing, but if you could truly assist in rescuing my father, I would devote my entire life to you, be it as a servant, a furnace for your alchemy, a concubine, or whatever you desire. Ling Shan seemed resolute, suddenly kneeling gracefully before him, her tear-filled eyes fixed upon Xiao He. With a slight tilt of her head, her fair neck exposed itself, as if to convey to Xiao He that she was now at his mercy. Xiao He remained silent, sensing that the system's choices were imminent. As expected, the advanced task options were triggered. 1. Rescue Ling Shan's father. Reward: severely diluted blood of the Candle Dragon. Note: this task is exceedingly challenging. It is unnecessary to force it. Her father is already in a dire situation, and even if all is sacrificed, the only reward will be the affection of a beautiful woman. However, the host, being somewhat seasoned, may be tempted to undertake anything for beauty. Hence this low-return option for Ling Shan. Xiao He, what? Speak reasonably. 2. Turn a blind eye. Reward: continue cultivating the Lingshu steppes for another decade. Note: there will be no losses involved. Ling Shan will merely be heartbroken and resort to vengeful measures against Zhongtao, ultimately meeting a disgraceful demise. Sigh. Yet, Xiao He is not a man governed solely by base instincts. He will assess the situation accordingly. He cannot recklessly endanger himself for a woman he has only just met. Miss Ling, I understand your emotions, and I will do my utmost. Xiao He hastily helped her to her feet. Ling Shan nodded gratefully, oblivious to the fact that Xiao He's words were merely laden with emotion, devoid of any promise. Were Mo Zijia present, he would undoubtedly chastise Xiao He for deceiving a fair maiden, a sin deserving of the utmost condemnation. As the meal drew to a close, Xiao He, with pressing matters to attend to, engaged in a brief conversation with the three individuals before departing from the Taichongxi residence. Making his way towards the agreed meeting point outside the city with Mo Zijia. Meanwhile, within the chaotic confines of the Ministry of Revenue's Vice Minister's courtyard, pandemonium reigned. Zhong Tao, in a state of frantic disarray, rummaged through drawers and overturned furniture, leaving a trail of havoc in his wake. Where's my ledger? Find it. Bring me Ling Shan. Summon everyone from their residence. The audacity of the thief who dared to steal his ledger invoked his wrath. Zhong Tao clenched his fists. Standing amidst the debris that littered the hall, shards scattered about. The guards surrounding him trembled in apprehension. Before long, Wang He, who had been dispatched on a mission, returned. Sir, it was reported yesterday that at Taichongxi, the newly appointed minister whistled a black tune and summoned the enforcement team, preventing me from entering the premises to investigate. Another matter concerning the Taichongxi minister? Zhong Tao turned, his hair disheveled, revealing just how significant the ledger was to him. Although the minister lacked the capability to abduct Ling Shan, his audacity to whistle a black tune and take you away might suggest a connection. I shall personally investigate this matter and observe how he dares to whistle such a tune. Chapter 74. The rivalry of two concubines at the entrance of the Grand Minister's residence. Li Susu recalled her earlier conversation with Xiao He regarding the Imperial Horse Department. Thus, she took the initiative to seek him out, unaware that he had already departed, resulting in their paths crossing at an unfortunate moment. Seated within her opulent palanquin, Song Miao Miao approached a knock on the door. Shortly thereafter, Mao Xiaoqing and Mao Zhenjin cautiously opened the door. Whom do you seek? Upon encountering the two strikingly similar and exquisitely beautiful ladies, Song Miao Miao was momentarily taken aback, retreating a step while glancing up at the plaque above the entrance. This is the Grand Minister's residence, is it not? I have not erred in my path, she inquired uncertainly. Indeed, Xiao Gu just departed. What brings you to seek him? Mao Xiaoqing asked with a hint of confusion. Xiao Gu? From within the palanquin, an irate voice from Li Susu emerged. She parted the curtains, and, upon seeing the enchanting twins, her thoughts wandered back to Xiao He's hasty return home the previous day, leading her to a hasty conclusion. That scoundrel! After all the effort I exerted to win his affection, he is still harboring two. How dare he? Li Susu stepped forward, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon the two sisters. Are you his women? Mao Xiaoqing and Mao Zhenjin exchanged glances, both having already recognized Xiao He as their elder brother and being servants. They considered themselves as his women in a sense. Yes, we all are, Mao Zhenjin replied. This young lady, your demeanor is quite distinguished. You must be a friend of Sir Xiao. Li Susu, however, disregarded the latter part of her statement, fixating instead on the phrase, we all are. You are all his women. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Though she was a woman of the ancient era, her elevated position did not permit her to tolerate the encroachment of other women upon her beloved. Mao Xiaoqing, being rather straightforward, failed to perceive Li Susu's rising anger and nodded with a smile. Indeed, last night, Xiao Gu even brought another one back. That lady was exceptionally beautiful. What? He brought another one back? Li Susu's voice rose in pitch, her legs trembling slightly. Just the previous day, he had spoken of their tender union. And now he returned home to indulge in clandestine affairs under the guise of night, wrapped in layers of sumptuous silk. Was Xiao He truly such a heartless scoundrel? Was he truly debauched? Did all men behave this way? Li Susu felt tears welling up. Her heart ached with an overwhelming desire to convey to Xiao He that she wished to be his sole companion for eternity. Behind her, Song Miao Miao could not help but silently commend Xiao He for his audacity. It seemed he intended to transform the Grand Minister's estate into a den of pleasure. Fortunately, Mao Zhenjin discerned the disquiet in Li Susu's expression, recognizing her high status and realizing the misunderstanding that had occurred. She hastily clarified, "My lady, you are mistaken. We are merely servants, not the kind of women you think. We are simply his subordinates." Li Susu retorted, "His women are indeed his women. How can one claim to be both at once? What does that even mean? We are merely his servants, devoid of romantic entanglements. He rescued us, and we are but maidservants." Mao Zhenjin attempted to clarify. Li Susu eyed her skeptically. "Is that truly the case? Then who was the woman he brought back last night? She's tidying up inside. Allow me to fetch her." "No need. I shall see her myself," Li Susu declared resolutely. "The esteemed Lord Xiao has previously stated that outsiders are not permitted to enter the residence casually." Mao Zhenjin hesitated slightly, while Song Miao Miao stepped forward, asserting, "This is Princess Taining. Not only can she access the Taichung Sea, but she is also welcome in the Prime Minister's residence. Do you dare to impede the princess at the threshold?" The two young women, Mao Zhenjin and her companion, felt a sense of unease and were at a loss, especially as this was their first encounter with the intricacies of officialdom. Fortunately, Ling Shan heard the commotion and approached the entrance, recognizing Princess Taining immediately. Is Princess Taining," she exclaimed. She had heard of the events at Tianlong Temple, aware that Xiao He had rescued Taining and aided her in her breakthroughs. She then reassured the two young women from the Mao family. Lord Xiao and Princess Taining share a bond of life and death. They are close friends, so there is no need for concern. Mao Zhenjin, realizing the situation, stepped aside. "I see now. Please come in." Li Susu looked at Ling Shan in surprise. "If I recall correctly, you're the daughter of General Ling. Could it be that the woman they spoke of, whom Xiao He brought back, is you?" Initially relaxed, Li Susu's demeanor shifted to one of caution. Ling Shan had indeed exchanged promises with Xiao He, and hearing the mention of being carried back by him caused a blush to creep across her cheeks, further heightening Li Susu's suspicions. "This woman harbors feelings for my man." Meanwhile, within the imperial harem of Deqian, in a garden bursting with flowers, Lu Guifei was indulging in the beauty of nature while painting, her thoughts consumed with reflections on Xiao He. Suddenly, she was alerted by a palace maid announcing, "Lady Lian has arrived." Lu Guifei did not rise. Instead, she inscribed the phrase, "Clouds evoke garments, flowers evoke beauty," onto her artwork. The maid beside her, unable to contain her admiration, exclaimed, "Your Highness possesses such literary talent. I have yet to encounter poetry that rivals this." Lu Yunshang remained silent, her peripheral vision catching the approach of Lian Xinyu, who entered the pavilion amidst a throng of palace maids and eunuchs. Sure enough, under her careful orchestration, Lian Xinyue's gaze was drawn immediately to the phrase, "Clouds evoke garments, flowers evoke beauty." She murmured in disbelief, "Clouds evoke garments, flowers evoke beauty. Does Lady Lu truly possess such literary prowess?" Clearly, based on her knowledge of Lu Yunshang, she doubted that such verses could originate from her. Lu Yunshang rose to meet Lian Xinyue's gaze, replying, "I certainly do not possess such talent. This phrase was penned by a scholar who deemed it quite exquisite, and I chose to incorporate it into my painting." A scholar? In the palace. Aside from the illustrious Zhang Xian and the esteemed scholar Fan Kuang, few could craft such poetry, but they had not graced the harem in quite some time. "How could they have written this for you?" Lian Xinyue had never considered Xiao He, as he had not revealed any literary flair aside from his medical expertise. Her visit was merely to gauge the truth of Lu Guifei's situation and whether she had any connection to Xiao He. Lu Guifei shared this sentiment, using the phrase to provoke Lian Guifei. Only then did the esteemed Lady Lu roll up the scroll in her hand and deliberately present it before Lady Lian, her gaze imbued with a hint of nostalgia as she spoke with boundless longing. This was not penned by them, but rather by the newly appointed Minister of Rights. "Lord Xiao, the world is aware of his divine medical skills, yet remains oblivious to his literary prowess and eloquent expression. Are you referring to Xiao He?" Lady Lian's eyes widened in shock, her heart fluttering. Could it be that Xiao He truly harbors feelings for this vile woman, Lady Lu? However, she quickly regained her composure and pressed on. It seems that you share a particularly close bond with Lord Xiao. Lady Lu chuckled lightly. How amusing. In ancient times, Scholar Fan composed poetry for the Empress Dowager, astonishing the world. Could this not imply that Scholar Fan also? With a deft change of subject, Lady Lu continued. Why are you so anxious, so agitated, and casting such envious glances my way? Is it because your prized possession has been snatched away, and that prized possession is none other than Lord Xiao? In that instant, Lady Lian realized that Lady Lu was probing into her affairs. She took a couple of steps to compose herself, gazing at the blooming violets outside the pavilion, which, due to their unique cultivation, had not withered despite the onset of winter. Lord Zhao's literary talent is indeed unexpected. He was originally my personal physician, and for him to compose poetry for you is quite peculiar. Furthermore, Lord Xiao is known for his charming demeanor. I suspect something may be amiss. Moreover, as a guardian of the inner court's propriety, I too have my concerns, Lady Lian stated firmly, her expression resolute, utterly betraying none of the fact that she had just ventured to Mount Wu with Xiao He the other day. Lady Lian then turned sharply, her voice icy. And what of you? Is it truly the case that you have entangled yourself with him? Chapter 75. The Doubts of Xiao He. I've only met you a few times, and how about you? Perhaps it is better to reflect upon yourself. Lu Guifei smiled lightly, maintaining her calm demeanor. Yet she understood that both she and Lian Guifei were engaged in a sparring match where neither could unveil the truth. It seems that Lian Guifei is enjoying a lavish life. Alas, I may soon be expecting a dragon son as well. You are not the only one capable of such a feat in the harem, are you? Lian Guifei narrowed her eyes, her inner apprehensions resurfacing. What? Can only you possess this? Lu Guifei slowly approached Lian Guifei, the distance between them diminishing, their energies clashing, causing the tea set on the table to shatter. Lian Guifei fixed her gaze upon Lu Guifei's belly. There are matters known to us, to heaven and earth, yet unknown to outsiders. But some things you ought not to touch. She was now almost entirely certain that there was something amiss between Xiao He and Lu Guifei, and Lu Guifei might have suspected the same about her and Xiao He. After all, both were testing the waters. At this moment, an unspoken understanding lingered between them, yet none dared to articulate it. The only recourse was to discreetly eliminate the other, ensuring that no evidence of their own entrapment could be revealed before the other's demise. Lunyang, continue your painting and relish in your so-called cloud-imagined garments and flower-conceived beauty. I, on the other hand, must go and nurture my unborn child. Lian Guifei, feeling vexed, achieved her aim and chose not to linger any longer. But I have something you will never possess, do I not? Lu Guifei continued to chuckle behind her, provoking Lian Guifei further. Yet, Lian Guifei paid her no heed, silently resolving to ensure that when Xiao He returned, she would compose not just a line, but an entire poem to infuriate Lu Guifei. At the residence of the Grand Minister, Princess Taining had just comprehended the entirety of Ling Shan's ordeal. So that is the case. You were indeed reckless. Zhong Tao is a ruthless individual, with formidable connections backing him. Even the Empress Dowager would find it challenging to move against him. Seeking his aid would be tantamount to courting death, Princess Taining admonished in a tone befitting an elder. Despite being younger than Ling Shan, her wisdom surpassed that of her counterpart. Ling Shan humbly accepted the criticism, but as the princess was present, she could not miss such an opportunity to seek help for her father. Immediately, she knelt and bowed her head 3 times, only raising it again when her forehead was bloodied. Your Highness, can you save my father? He has devoted a century of service to the Qian, tirelessly dedicating himself. I know his character. He would rather fight to the last soldier, even starve, than retreat. I implore you, for the sake of my father's loyalty in safeguarding the Qian for 100 years, please save him. Song Miao Miao observed Ling Shan's bowing figure, her eyes trembling slightly. Yet she said nothing. Meanwhile, Princess Taining did not assist her to rise. In terms of status, Ling Shan was a subject, and Taining a sovereign, their positions inherently unequal. You must have sought Xiao He's help as well. Princess Taining sat upright, her countenance grave, exuding an air of royal authority that imparted a sense of heaviness upon all present. This was the demeanor expected of a princess of Diqian. Had Xiao He been here, he would have undoubtedly noted the contrast. I did seek him, Ling Shan answered truthfully. He is merely a minister of the Ministry of Rights, incapable of providing assistance. What your father requires now are supplies, healing potions, food, and even weapons and armor, all of which come at a cost. Presently, half of the wealth is controlled by the treacherous Xiao and those noble families, leaving me powerless. Upon hearing this, Ling Shan's body weakened, and she collapsed onto the ground. If even the princess cannot help, her father is surely doomed. Each night, in her dreams, she envisions the corpses brought to the city gate, among them her father's, returned wrapped in burial cloth. That scene is one she cannot bear to experience. I understand, Ling Shan sighed. Then, with sincerity, she implored, Your Highness, could you assist me in leaving Tian City? The Minister of Revenue will undoubtedly pursue me. If I attempt to flee recklessly, I fear my demise will be swift. Before seeking his aid, I have arranged for other family members to leave. It seems my Ling family can no longer return. You are indeed astute, Li Suzu Rabia, rising to support her. The Ling family has dedicated themselves to our great Qian. How could I stand by and watch them perish due to the corruption of certain unscrupulous officials, dying in such a wretched manner? Princess, do you mean? Hope ignited in Ling Shan's eyes. Li Susu gazed towards the sky, contemplating that at this moment, Xiao He should be departing the city towards the front lines. If he could act swiftly to intercept this batch of goods from the Imperial Horse Department and find evidence in time, then, with lightning speed, convict the Imperial Horse Department. Perhaps some resources could be salvaged to assist the Ling family. Wait for Lord Zhao's return, Li Susu advised. If possible, there may still be a glimmer of hope. If not, I shall personally see you out of the city to fulfill your final wish. Upon hearing this, tears of gratitude welled up in Ling Shan's eyes. Your Highness, I, Ling Shan, express my heartfelt thanks on behalf of my ancestors from the Ling family. With that, she immediately knelt and began to bow deeply. Do not thank me. Save your gratitude for Lord Xiao. This matter hinges upon him. Lord Xiao? Ling Shan recalled the handsome man, swift and cunning. It seemed that the princess and Xiao He were in collaboration. At that moment, a resounding announcement echoed from the entrance. The Minister of Revenue, Lord Zhong, has arrived. Is it him? Li Susu looked at Ling Shan, suspecting he had come to find her. Hide well and do not go out. I shall deal with him. Yes. Ling Shan hurriedly retreated deeper into the courtyard. At the entrance of the Ministry of Rights, Zhong Tao was followed by over 10 guards from his residence. Just as he was about to speak, the door swung open. A beautiful lady emerged, and his words were immediately swallowed. Princess, what brings you here? Li Susu did not respond, but instead looked down at him with a sharp gaze. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhong Tao quickly knelt in greeting, exclaiming, I am Zhong Tao, here to pay my respects to the princess. The guards behind him also knelt, their heads bowed deeply, silent. Li Susu did not command them to rise, but calmly asked, Lord Zhong, what brings you to the Ministry of Rights? In a hushed tone, Zhong Tao replied, With the winter solstice ancestral rites approaching in a month, I have come to discuss the planning with Lord Xiao. Only for the ancestral rites? Is there nothing else? Li Susu spoke in a deep tone, intending to exert pressure on Zhong Tao. However, Zhong Tao, being a seasoned individual, navigated the situation with ease before her, lowering his head and stating, It is indeed true. It has always been this way in previous years. May I inquire, why is your Highness here? Is it necessary for me to report to you here? No, I do not mean that. Since you do not mean it, you may leave. Lord Xiao has matters to attend to today. You may return in a couple of days. But Zhong Tao raised his head, straining to glimpse inside the residence. Yet saw nothing of note. What? Am I speaking falsely? Leave at once. Li Susu's tone was decidedly impatient. Zhong Tao recognized that prolonging this conversation would only be a waste of time. Though he remained uncertain as to why the princess was protecting Xiao He, it was evident that Xiao He's stance was increasingly clear. Your Highness, I shall take my leave. Once Zhong Tao departed, Li Susu muttered a curse under her breath, referring to him as an old fox, and then closed the door, retreating into her chambers. Meanwhile, Zhong Tao, 2 miles away, gazed at the Taichung temple residence, his suspicions regarding the disappearance of the account books intensifying, believing it to be connected to Xiao He. This matter must be reported to the minister. I never anticipated the close relationship between Xiao He and the princess. This is indeed troubling news. Chapter 76. Interception. The silver saddle gleamed upon the white steed, dashing like a shooting star. 100 miles outside the celestial city, 2 figures raced at breakneck speed, Xiao He and Mo Zijia, mounted upon what appeared to be horses. Upon closer inspection, however, they were not horses but a rare and mystical beast resembling a horse, adorned with white eyes and horns upon their heads. These creatures, known as by Jishur, were incredibly swift, capable of traversing thousands of miles in a day, even achieving such distances within the span of an hour. While their combat prowess was lacking, they were primarily used for rapid travel and were thus considered valuable due to their scarcity, available for special circumstances within the Divine Guard. Mo Zijia trailed closely behind Xiao He, incessantly murmuring about debts owed to the celestial beings, a burden that both must share, lest his existence be forever altered. Lord Xiao, I have been coerced into a debt of 7 million, and those 2 women have pilfered 4 million from me. How am I to live the rest of my days? Mo Zijia harbored doubts about Xiao He. Yet, as the princess had vouched for him, he found himself unable to voice his suspicions. This led to many absurdities being unreasonably justified, leaving him with a furrowed brow and a countenance of despair. Xiao He responded nonchalantly, "You are a member of the Divine Guard. The celestial beings have no cause to harm you." Lord Xiao, you underestimate the celestial beings. While the Divine Guard is formidable, I am not. The celestial tower is constructed by a significant figure. If they pursue this matter, I shall be doomed. Mo Zijia's eyes brimmed with genuine concern, appearing far from faint. Do the celestial beings dare to act against the court officials in the celestial city? Is that not akin to courting death? Yet, repaying debts is a matter of principle, an undeniable truth. If they truly sought to retaliate against me, they possess myriad methods, and the Divine Guard has no obligation to assist me. Alas, Mo Zijia sighed heavily. Beneath them, the white steed sped forth, kicking up clouds of dust that could obscure even the towering trees behind them. Yet it could not conceal Mo Zijia's troubled expression. Xiao He inquired with surprise, "Do you have a wife and children?" Mo Zijia paused for a moment before nodding. "If I alone am well fed, what concern is it of mine if my family goes hungry?" That explains much. However, knowing the consequences, why did you choose to sign? If I do not sign, I cannot escape. Inside the celestial tower are masters of immense skill. If I were to cause a disturbance, it would not be me galloping alongside you now. Mo Zijia thought Xiao He woefully naive. Understood. We shall devise a plan upon our return. By the way, has not the Royal Horse Department embezzled a considerable sum? Was it not reported that Zhong Tao misappropriated 80 billion? If that were to come alight, we could easily seize a portion. What is 7 million in comparison? Mo Zijia forced a smile at Xiao He's words. Lord Xiao, those are your words, not mine. Moreover, he is a deputy minister. It cannot be so easily done, huh? What have I said? Do you possess evidence? You just claimed you wished to engage in corruption. Mo Zijia had never encountered someone so brazen. What have I said? Do you have a recording? Without proof, it is mere slander. Ha. As Xiao He mentioned the abdomen of the white steed, their mount quickened its pace. An hour later, the 2 distanced themselves from the official road and arrived at a narrow mountain pass known as the One-Line Sky, surrounded by towering mountains under unfavorable weather conditions, with steep cliffs and lurking beasts. The only accessible route was a slender passageway. Is it here? Mo Zijia inquired upon seeing Xiao He halt. Indeed, this is the place. Xiao He affirmed with a nod. Mo Zijia surveyed the surroundings. It was his first visit to this secluded location. Its remoteness, lack of roads, and scarcity of resources rendered it largely unnoticed. If this was the site, it would certainly be difficult to attract attention. Silence. They are coming, Xiao He commanded, swiftly maneuvering to the side of the mountain. His martial insight allowed him to see great distances. Even ants 100 miles away were visible to him. In his line of sight, he discerned a caravan on the official road, having diverged from its original path into a side trail. This group comprised over 100 individuals, each mounted on black iron beasts, with geese feather blades strapped to their waists. Judging by their appearances, none possessed less than an 8th or 9th tier of cultivation, and several were even above the spirit platform level. The leader, a figure of dragon transformation, rode at the forefront on a green wolf. However, their cargo filled 30 large crates. The reason they did not utilize storage rings was that those from the Great Qian Empire were relatively small, suitable only for holding pills and clothing. The rings capable of accommodating weapons were exorbitantly priced, which explained why their geese feather blades were visibly worn rather than stored away. 30 crates piled together could not simply be managed by storage rings, and the Great Qian also mandated that essential goods be transported visibly to prevent embezzlement. Indeed, they are from the horse control department. Xiao He recognized the dragon transformation cultivator leading the group as none other than Chonglai, the deputy director of the horse control department. Mo Zijia squinted, regrettably only able to discern a blurred mass of figures, unable to make out their features. "Your eyesight is remarkable," he remarked, struggling to identify them as members of the horse control department. Though he had his suspicions, he could not verify them. Xiao He did not respond, but instead focused on the cargo, which was packed with exquisite spirit wood, likely containing first-rate treasures. This shipment undoubtedly held numerous vital supplies, while the goods sent to the horse control department were of inferior quality. Could it be that these superior items were destined for hands of higher status? Xiao He could only speculate for now, uncertain of the corruption between the horse control department and the Divine Guard army. As the group drew nearer to the one-line sky, Mo Zijia also became tense. The two had already donned black attire, cloaks, and wide-brim hats. Once the caravan entered the one-line sky, Xiao He and Mo Zijia exchanged nods and flanked the entrance, preparing for a surprise assault. Both were swift and decisive in their actions. Mo Zijia descended with a long blade, its gleaming edge radiating 100 feet, transforming into a blinding light that enveloped the caravan in an instant. "Not good. We are under attack. The assailants are formidable. Form a formation," the chief deputy director bellowed in fury, simultaneously reprimanding Mo Zijia. "Are you seeking death? Do you not comprehend that these are the resources of the Deqian court? Resources of Deqian do not traverse the official roads. They take the narrow, winding paths. Do you take me for a fool? Ha!" At that moment, Xiao He emerged from behind, crushing 2 men beneath his foot while simultaneously piercing 3 others with a single thrust of his spear. The ground trembled under the immense force, causing the earth to resonate with a thunderous roar. In the blink of an eye, over 100 individuals had been reduced to but a scant few. The chief deputy director, unable to contend with Xiao He, was swiftly overwhelmed by Mo Zijia. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the once jovial group had transformed into a scene of carnage. Among the fallen were 3 fourth-level masters, leaving only 1 deputy director alive. Zhong Chai gazed in terror at the 2 figures clad in black, initially intending to utter some fierce words, but quickly swallowed them back. "Brothers, let us speak amicably. Please do not kill me. It hurts." Xiao He replied. "Will you speak?" Zhong Chai, bewildered, asked, "Elder brother, what should I say?" Chapter 77. Intricacies. Mo Zijia wore a perplexed expression, saying, "Indeed, what are you asking about?" Xiao He smiled awkwardly, replying, "I am merely curious about the contents of these goods, and to whom they are being sent." Zhong Chai repeatedly waved his hands, exclaiming, "I know nothing. I'm simply a courier." "A courier?" Xiao He dismissed further pleasantries and approached the cargo. The spirit wood crates were adorned with protective talismans. He pierced one with a spear, and in an instant, a radiant glow emerged as the crate opened, revealing a multitude of supplies within. Mo Zijia craned his neck to take a look, gasping in astonishment. "These are all 7-colored spirit flowers and precious yuan powder that can instantly restore 30% of one's spiritual energy. These are crucial military supplies being smuggled here." Xiao He moved to another crate and, after tearing open the talisman, discovered it was filled with pristine armor and weapons. These armaments were all of tier 7 or above, including some refined spiritual weapons. No wonder the national treasury was empty. Closing the crate, Xiao He approached Chong Chai and inquired, "Isn't your equine division responsible for transporting supplies for the Black Iron Beasts? Why are you delivering these?" Chong Chai wore a pained expression, feigning ignorance. "I truly know nothing, brothers. I am merely in charge of transportation." He had already discerned that both men were agents of the court, sent specifically to apprehend him. Thus, he continued to play his part desperately. However, Xiao He was unwilling to waste time. Coincidentally, a system task appeared. 1. Investigate the origin and destination of this batch of goods to receive a 9-turn soul recovery pill. Note, the origins of this batch are difficult to trace and pose significant danger. 2. Disregard everything and embezzle alone, fleeing with a beauty to receive a reward. 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains scroll. Note, this approach is perilous and leads to swift demise. Let us not speak of it. I possess methods to extract the truth from you, my good sir. Are you familiar with the great memory restoration technique? Chong Chai shook his head in bewilderment, having never encountered such terminology before. Fetch me a black iron beast. Xiao He instructed Mo Zijia. And make sure it is a male. He added as an afterthought. Chong Chai sensed an ominous turn and asked, "What are you planning? If you remain silent, I shall be obliged to attend to you in a most peculiar manner," Xiao He stated as he positioned Chong Chai onto all fours. "What do you intend to do?" Chong Chai panicked, seemingly realizing something as he noticed Mo Zijia leading a glossy black iron beast toward them. Xiao He squatted down with a grin, saying, "You shall experience the prowess of the black iron beast. As for me, I'm also a gynecologist. This specialty applies to all living beings. If you wish to avoid becoming the first man in Qian to be humiliated by a black iron beast, you may choose to endure." Chong Chai trembled, watching the approaching beast, his inner turmoil palpable. "You are a beast, a scoundrel, what of it?" Xiao He retorted. "It seems you are not afraid." Rising to his feet, he clapped his hands and addressed Mo Zijia. "Keep an eye on him. I shall call some onlookers over. Such a grand affair deserves an audience, does it not?" Mo Zijia laughed more joyfully than Xiao He. "Say, of course, it's more interesting with a crowd." Upon hearing this, Chong Lei felt a sense of dread, for the black iron beast loomed ominously behind him. The sensation was unsettling, akin to a heavy cloud pressing down. "Wait, I said," he stammered. "Then speak. If you're unsatisfied, I will continue." Xiao He crouched closer. Chong Lei implored, "Brother, could you please lead the black iron beast away? The pressure is quite overwhelming." "No, if you lie, I shall command it to attack immediately." Chong Lei swallowed hard, vowing in his heart that if he managed to escape this time, he would ensure the demise of all gynecologists worldwide. Here's the situation. Outside Tianqing, there are 4 major fortified cities. Only our Department of Equine Affairs undergoes minimal scrutiny regarding supplies, and we are the sole department capable of large-scale transportation into Tianqing. Although other departments exist, they require the approval of that unit close to the emperor, with the final say resting with the emperor himself. Thus, we are left with no choice but to rely on our Department of Equine Affairs. And then, Xiao He began to grasp the unfolding narrative. Then, our Department of Equine Affairs applies annually for increased supplies and transport quantities, while also pocketing kickbacks, leading to our immense wealth. The condition for this is to assist certain individuals in transporting crucial goods, and these individuals are secretly cultivating their own power within Tianqing. Mo Zijia stepped forward, kicking Chong Lei on the head, exclaiming, "Damn it, you are quite greedy." He continued, "I suspect these individuals are fostering their influence in Tianqing, exchanging these goods for national treasury resources, which then revert back to their hands. I suspect the Southern Army under Chao's rebels is being nurtured in a similar manner." "That is also possible." Xiao He nodded, acknowledging his unfamiliarity with the intricacies of the Deqian court, yet noting the striking similarities to ancient Chinese practices. It was merely a matter of strength and personal prowess, but many institutional aspects bore resemblance to certain dynasties from his recollections. Xiao He unsheathed a spear, tearing through Chong Lei's garments to seize his storage ring. Indeed, within the ring, he discovered detailed records of goods. The mere contents amounted to over 2 million. transported every 10 days, indicating a substantial accumulation over the past century. Mo Zijia seemed to glimpse a path to repaying debts, smiling as he suggested, "Why not take these items with us?" However, Xiao He shook his head, advising patience. These goods should be delivered to the emperor. The true prize lies beyond. These items are insignificant, but what greater prize remains? With this evidence, the entire Department of Equine Affairs will be dismantled. Mo Zijia's thoughts were consumed with thoughts of repaying his debts. There's no rush. There are still questions to be addressed. Xiao He turned his gaze to Chonglei. Continue. I will inquire about the recipients of these goods and their origin. Chonglei pondered for a moment, seemingly grappling with the decision to divulge information. Upon witnessing Xiao He's hand caressing the black iron beast, he immediately confessed, "As for their origin, I am uncertain, as the goods were entrusted to me by several blacksmiths. Mere ordinary mortals." After a brief pause, he added, "As for the recipients, I am responsible for delivering them to Lu Ming." Lu Ming? Xiao He was momentarily taken aback. This individual had only been seen a few days prior. After he apprehended Shaoqing Su Liang that evening, Lu Ming had sought him out not long after. It was unexpected that this commander of the Divine Guard was also entwined in this case. Xiao He remarked, "This person can be brought back to the town goddess office for interrogation. Moreover, does Lu Ming possess valid grounds for arrest? After all, he is a commander in the Divine Guard, making apprehension in Tian City rather challenging." Mo Zijia stroked his chin contemplatively. "It is indeed feasible, as Zhong Lei has already divulged his accomplices. However, the complication lies in Lu Ming's position within the Divine Guard, without direct evidence. It would be arduous to make an arrest. We shall devise a strategy upon our return. As for these goods," Xiao He thought of Ling Shan, realizing that these supplies would suffice for his father to endure for a while, merely quenching his thirst. "I shall take responsibility for transporting these back. What say you, Lord Xiao?" Mo Zijia proposed earnestly. Yet, Xiao He harbored reservations about him and resolved to have the princess arrange for personnel to convey them back to the palace. Meanwhile, the kneeling Zhong Lei felt utterly despondent, realizing from their dialogue that his fate was sealed. "Are you from the town goddess office?" he inquired, sensing a bleak future ahead. Surely, the town goddess office would uncover their connections. There must be an insider among them. Chapter 78. Remember to return to sleep. Mo Zijia cast a glance at Xiao He, who nodded in acknowledgement. Without hesitation, Mo Zijia removed his black robe, revealing the golden-threaded black attire of the God Guardian Division. "Are you truly of the God Guardian Division?" Zhonglai, witnessing this, unexpectedly began to resist, producing a black pill in his hand. Just as he was about to crush it, a swift strike severed his arm. It was Xiao He, who retrieved the severed hand and examined the black pill with curiosity. "Ah, it is a poison burst pill. Had you managed to crush it, it would have posed significant trouble. The poison burst pill is forbidden, containing myriad toxic vapors." Though Xiao He was not afraid, it was wise to exercise caution. Zhonglai lay on the ground, clutching his severed arm and howling in agony. "Do not waste time. Hurry and take him back." Mo Zijia seized Zhonglai and fled, while Xiao He awaited Song Miao Miao's arrival with her party. During the wait, no one passed by. Occasionally, some demonic beasts wandered through, but they were swiftly dispatched by Xiao He. After more than an hour, Song Miao Miao arrived with a squad of 20, all donned in masks and white armor, wielding broad blades at their waists and carrying bows and arrows on their backs. The quality of this contingent was exceptionally high, with all members at the spirit stage, including 5 at the 4 extremes. "What is this?" Xiao He inquired, taken aback. Song Miao Miao, mounted upon a black iron beast, gestured towards her entourage. "These are the princess's personal guards. They seldom mobilize, but they have made an exception for you." "Thank you, Princess. Your kindness is beyond words." Xiao He expressed his heartfelt gratitude. After inspecting the supplies, Song Miao Miao rapped on a wooden crate and turned to Xiao He, saying, "Transporting these goods to the heavenly city will not be an easy task, given their prominence. While one can discreetly smuggle an individual, these items present a challenge." Xiao He recalled the urgency of military supplies for Ling Shan's father and wondered if support could be provided. Coincidentally, Song Miao Miao spoke up first. The princess has been at your residence. She regarded Xiao He with a beaming smile, her gaze seemingly piercing through his thoughts. Ah, she visited my home? Xiao He pondered, considering the presence of twins and the two beauties, Ling Shan and her companion, and silently hoped nothing untoward had occurred. Indeed, she encountered the three lovely ladies at your abode. But are you truly only rescuing them, with no ulterior motives? Song Miao Miao dismounted and approached Xiao He. Xiao He shook his head, responding, no, what else could I do? I merely saved their lives. Now, tell me, what should be done with these supplies? The princess, having met Ling Shan, whose father is a loyal minister of Deqian, expressed her concern that he might perish due to a lack of logistics. Therefore, I propose that this batch of goods be sent directly to the battlefield. Song Miao Miao stated earnestly, her eyes betraying no hesitation, and she exhibited little greed while assessing the supplies. Observing Song Miao Miao's unwavering sense of justice, Xiao He mused that should he suggest a partnership in profiting from goods, she might draw her sword against him. However, he was already tasked with ensuring General Ling's safe return to the city. But how shall these goods be transported? Song Miao Miao pointed to the 20 men behind her. They will covertly deliver the supplies to Qinglong City, where the commander will arrange for them to be sent to the front lines. The Qinglong commander? Is he trustworthy? Xiao He inquired further, though he was certain that Song Miao Miao would not deceive him. The Grand General of the Azure Dragon, who oversaw the military might of the entire Azure Dragon city and was also the uncle of Princess Taining, instilled a sense of reassurance. Xiao He suddenly realized, so it was a family matter, no wonder. Song Miao Miao urged him to return quickly, as the princess was anxiously awaiting him, claiming she had important news to share. Anxious? Xiao He was taken aback, pondering how this young lady could remain tireless day after day. As the bearer of the extreme Yang sacred body, he believed he could at least ensure the princess would not have any thoughts for 10 days or half a month. After finalizing their plans, Song Miao Miao's entourage took a discreet route to Azure Dragon City with the supplies, while Xiao He and Song Miao Miao hurried back to Tian City. En route, they encountered Mo Zijiao returning, who immediately inquired about the whereabouts of the goods. Upon learning that the cargo had been dispatched to the front lines, he felt as though the sky had fallen. You sent it just like that? That amounts to over 2 million. He pounded his chest in distress, his face flushed, as he had intended